Chapter 1 Fate. In mid-June, the summer had officially arrived. Within a small, dilapidated bungalow in ascertain area of Guangdong province, sunlight streamed through a window illuminating Fang Ye, who appeared somewhat bewildered. Where am I? Ding, world transformation complete. Congratulations to the host on successful reborn. The system will now integrate with the host. A voice echoed in his mind. Fang Ye was taken aback. World transformation, rebirth, the system, what does this mean? Integration complete, farewell, host. The system's voice orangutan's Marie, and Fang Ye had no to stop it before a flood of information overwhelmed his mind. Had been reborn, returning from a lackluster life. He's a frustrated 40-year-old man back to the vibrant age of 21. And this world appeared to have indeed been altered. While his family and friends remained unchanged, everything else was entirely different. Wait a minute, if I'm back to being 20 on, then that means me dad. Fang Ye suddenly committed his heart tracing with excitement. He remembered vividly that his father had passed away from exhaustion right after Fang Ye graduated from college of the Agaf 2012, leaving him to care for his 5-year-old sister. Now, at 20, his father was still alive. The tragedy must not be allowed to repeat itself. Fang Ye clenched his fists, determination glinted in his eyes. At that moment. Brother, you're awake, that's wonderful, you collapsed just now and it scared me to death. A scowlful voice scowled out. Fang Ye turned to see a little girl about 4 years old standing in the doorway dressed in one of his old oversized shirts that covered her legs, clutching a patched up teddy bear and running toward Shime with delight. That was Xianjian's sister, Fang Jia Ataketi than him. By the time Fang Ye had reached 40, Jia had just graduated from college. Looking at the little girl before him, a fond smile spread across his face. Jia, it's okay, brother is fine. Hariko led that it had been busy preparing for an afternoon music audition when he received a vehicle from Xianjian. Xianjian had Fang Ye smiled faintly, remembering that it had been a breakup call. His life had been riddled with such melodrama due to his penury. He must have started let this little Liana terribly. Little Fang Jia clutched at her teddy bear and said, Yuri ala scared Jia, it must have been mom who told me to you up quicker. Other words, Fang Ye shared touched with a twinge of sorrow. Their family was impoverished. He had entered college at student loans, and now only his father worked to support them. The steady beer was Jia's only treasure, and it was also keepsake from their mother. Yes, that must bite, Fang Ye replied with a smile. Dingling, suddenly, a sound came out from outside. Yay, Dad is back, he'll help him, little Jaji exclaimed as he hurried out. Father. Fang Ye's mind conjured to Magio Faman whom they've been told but ho would shoulder it off the burden off their lives. Heffel to wave off McKed motions wash over him. Dad is still here. This thought resonated in his mind, prompting him to leap up from the badandas outside. At the entrance, a small electric scooter Kamato stopped and a man carrying a large bag stepped in, his back slightly hunched from the weight. That was his father, Fang Li Hu was in his 40s, yet wrinkles in his face and hands made him look like him in his 60s. The weight of life can feel like a mountain when it falls upon on suitors. Papa, let me help you, heave-a-ho, Judge Irish head forward, her small hands gripping the large bag behind their father, Hertony feet taking determined steps forward. Stay back, Oreo Oljathert, just go grab the little bag from the scooter's basket, Fang Li gasped, trying to catch his breath. Alright, Judge Aya nodded, turning on her heel torrent towards the scooter. Dad, he'll take care of it, Fang Ye called, his heart swelling with emotion at seeing his father and his familiar guys truly reassuring. You're awake, Xiaoye, no need for that, this is just a bite off heavy lifting for a old man, Before Fang Li could finish his sentence, Fang Ye seized the large beige fortless lion begin to create inside. Fang listed slightly dazed, Xiaoye, how has the skull become so strong? Fang Ye tuned to this newfound strength what would have been a struggle for him before full tutter lifeless no he have felt as if he could carry 10 of those bags. After placing items inside, Fang lintered, slowly rubbing his sacking back. Judge Aya followed, luggage in his small back, this but just cute, it's a little bear. Your father found it while collecting recyclable swashite up and it can still be used, Fang Li said, looking fondly at his daughter. After his wife's passing, his son and daughter were his reasons to carry on. Watching Thishna from the side, Fang Yoshiart Ruiavians again. Especially with his past memorious weighing on him, Thesoro felt exponentially greater. Dad, you shouldn't work so hard anymore. I'm in my 20s, no issue taking the responsibility for this family, Fang Ye said slowly. At these words, Fang Li chuckled and shookished, focus on your studies for no. Don't worry about Maman Layan with 40 is plenty of strength left, enduring a bite off hardship is no big deal. Hearing this, Fang Ye felt hang off discomfort in his heart. He understood well that his father was an incredibly stubborn man. No matter how tough life became, he never complained, perhaps his ways a form of dignity thought belonged to Lolito fathers. Yet, he also knew that if things continued this way, his father would hardly last another year. His employ could not let that rich dear Pete itself. Well, in heading back to Miromir, Fang Ye announced, rising to his feet. Yes, don't worry about him, just do your best, Fang lined it as smile permanently etched onto his furrowed face. Brother, at that moment, Asmo hand tugged at Fang Ye's shirt. Hello kid, don't see Judge slowly pulling 2 tapes of candy from her little hands. Brother, have some candy, you need to keep going. He accepted the candy, smiling Gasher plead, be good, Judge once you're in Simone, it'll be a delicious tria streets. Once back in his room, Fang Ye quickly closed the door. A wavy of discomfort surged through him. Fafa had lived thighs way before he had always drifted famelessly, but now, with the memory of his past life, he could no longer accept the situation. I can just let things continue thighs way, it must change other absolutely has to be change, he gritted his teeth. After calming himself, he recollected the items left for empathy system. At this moment, his mind felt like an expansive database, containing bits of everything. He quiet like as this gazzy towards the poster hanging on the wall the 5th music dream contest. That was the music audition he was currently participating in. He happened to alter his life at root opportunity. Right, all the entertainment works from a past life here absent in Thyson, is this the perfect transformatories? Fang Ye quickly realized how favorable this opportunity was. The classic pieces from his previous life far surpassed much of the contemporary music. I showcase him, escaping poverty would be given. And before him lay an audition a sequence. Themoretha thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. His fists tightened with excitement, it must ensure they lied better lives. In the afternoon, it was him 4th music audition. Earlier in the day, had registered copyrights for a myriad of songs from home. He had already made the top 16 and was prepared for the head-to-head elimination round stub for respotent the top 8. As for the song he was set to perform today, he had it ready. In his past life, he had been nominated for a stage. But now with the classics of his previous life at his disposal, he was confident they could advance forward. Guangdong Sports Center. A multitude of participants had gathered here, each wearing expression stinged with excitement. As long as I can secure a spot in the top 8, a heavy vacancy of being noticed said be an entertainment company and potential debuting. Absolutely, I'm so excited and can hardly wait. None of the competitors in the top 16 areto bete can light libiter to be cautious. Countless contestants murmured among themselves. Fang Ye took a deep breath, grounding himself. Indeed, none of those in the top 16 were a pushover she couldn't tell himself tajid complacent even with the classics from his past. Fang Ye, you're here? A familiar voice called out suddenly. Fang Ye recognized it immediately and turned to Xianjian entering, arm in arm with Anatherman. This scenario was reminiscent of his past life when Xianjian ended her relationship Butenthizment, he was no longer tat naive and his heart felt calm. Fang Ye's expression remained composed as she regarded the pair. Fang Ye, I'm sorry, Xianjian said softly. It's fine, Fang Ye replied coolly. Ik know you're a good person, but this world is varial, being porous as in itself, it just thought you were handsome when we were together. Now that we're in another dayer, it's dimmed of fast reality, I don't want to squeeze into a rundown house with the our family and do perinkle doll face. Feel like fights Iresonio cannot provide, Xianjian stated flatly. Influenced by his previous experiences, Fang Ye found this to be inconsequential not surprising gatal. Yetharu was something he wished to verify, so Hesmaldand remarked, how do I know I will always remain this way, perhaps a lad van sainty competition. Unlikely, Camathus lore ply from Theman beside her. Fang Yeglin saideth him Li Haiwan, heb, in never expected dato with Xianjian. Li Haiwan wazel sunaveus university classmates. Surprised, are you, Fang Ye, reality is ruthless, and dorpathan musa censurat, thetopatis beyond reach, Li Haiwan grinned, patting Fang Ye on the shoulder. Xianjian looked at Fang Ye, adding yo regret flickered in her eyes, but quickly morphed into cold indifference as a quiet liar marked. Haiwan's favris the chairman of one high entertainment, and Thevio redi reservadas patent the topate. Your luck is renowned with Haiwanis your opponent. Fang Ye, listen to my advice a drop out now, I Phylos I fear the emotional blow might be too much for you. Sometimes, one must learn to accept their fate. Li Haiwan stepped closer to Fang Ye, whispering, face a dragon spare with dragons and phoenixes with phoenixes, while a cockroach match with maggots, you, wretched sewer cockroach, should go fin dormatch among your filth, swan meatus beyond reach. With that, Li Haiwan snickered and walked away. Fang Ye chuckled, this exchange had confirmed a suspicion she had been eliminated for this for erasing in his past life. He glanced at Xianjian, a faint smile gracing his lips, just because Simeone soars to as me and theoria draganthe cu justasius Olivia bird, by now. Whoever non-caled lion strode toward the venue, his demeanor confident and unyielding, devoid of any hint of defeat. Xianjian stared at Fang Ye's retreating figure, feeling momentarily disoriented as if she had trolimus adut something significant. But soon, her expression steeled with resolve, I was never in throng a cockroach can ever become a dragon. Chapter 2 A song that made the mentor uneasy. Xianjian's situation had little effect on Fang Ye, yet he quietly remained in his seat, listening to the incessant melodies emanating from the stage, his mood remarkably tranquil. He had gleaned information from Li Haiwan he had fallen victim to unspoken rules. Of course, even if such matters were to come to light, no one would pay heed, as there was no evidence. Consequently, the probability of advancing further had dwindled to nearly zero. However, leaving in this manner would not sit well with him. Fang Ye, you may very well lose in the next round. Li Haiwan has enlisted exceptionally talented musicians, and barring any surprises, you will likely falter at the top 16. A host approached him and remarked to Fang Ye, smiled faintly and replied, thank you for the heads up, I appreciate it. Do not lament too much. This world is inherently unfair. I have faith in you, so give it your all. The host patted Fang Ye on the shoulder before departing. Surely, there are still kind-hearted souls in this world. One competition after another unfolded on stage, the judges were seasoned singers, and each critique could determine a contestant's fate. Next, let us welcome the following duo of singers to the stage. Amar. Li Haiwan, Mr. Fang Ye. The host's voice resonated through the venue. Fang Ye silently rose, slowly clenching his fists. If that is the case, then let us go all out. Ha, I didn't expect you to show up. You truly are a clueless individual. Li Haiwen's voice rang out. Fang Ye remained silent. The two quickly took their positions on stage, each standing on opposite sides. The rules were straightforward. Each performer would sing a song, after which the judges would provide their evaluations. Those with higher scores would advance. Naturally, all singers performed live, with no backing tracks, rendering the competition quite rigorous. Before them sat 4 judges. Is that Li Haiwen? He certainly has a striking appearance. No wonder he has the air of one high entertainment. That Fang Ye is unfortunate to be in the same group. 3 of the judges whispered among themselves. One other judge merely snorted, saying nothing, yet occasionally fixating his gaze on Fang Ye. Fang Ye sensed that penetrating gaze. That judge, if his memory served him correctly, was the musician Xianjian. An elder, once celebrated for his classic hits. He now sought to earn a living through talent shows. As for the other 3, they were well-known singers from the first and second tiers, but Fang Ye's recollection of them was vague. Alright, let us first invite Li Haiwen to present his song, the host called out emphatically. Li Haiwen, with guitar in hand, smiled gently and said, "Greetings to our audience and esteemed judges. The following piece is titled The Other Side of Dreams, a song crafted specifically for me by the talented musician Zhao Weiwen. Please enjoy." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed the faces of the audience. It's a song by Zhao Weiwen, the quality should be exceptional. Of course, Zhao Weiwen is currently one of the most popular musicians. It appears that Li Haiwen is destined to win. Soon, Li Haiwen's song began to resonate through the venue. It was an inspirational piece, however, it was evident that he failed to convey its essence. As Fang Ye listened, he shook his head. The song was merely average. He noticed Xianjian in the audience, excitedly applauding, perhaps in support of Li Haiwen. As the song came to an end, Li Haiwen smiled and said, "Thank you all for listening." Quickly, they moved to the scoring phase. Zhao Weiwen's composition paired perfectly with your voice, Li Haiwen. This song is truly captivating. I award you 9 points. Indeed, it is a fine song. The subsequent 2 judges also rendered their scores. When it was Qian Yaoru's turn, he stated flatly, "Zhao Weiwen's music is commendable. However, as for your singing, I cannot speak for others, but I find your vocal technique lacking. I can only grant you 7 points, of which 5 are attributed to Zhao Weiwen." Upon hearing this, Li Haiwen's expression darkened slightly, yet he maintained a smile as he replied, "Thank you for your evaluation, mentor." The old fellow Qian Yaoru was not easily swayed, yet the presence of those 3 is already sufficient, averaging a score of 8.5. He cast a provocative glance at Fang Ye beside him. Many gazes were fixed upon him, for he possessed striking handsomeness. How captivating! It would be wonderful if he could advance. It seems rather difficult. Li Haiwen's score is too high. What a pity for such a handsome guy. Xianjian, listening from the side, silently shook her head. What use is good looks? Esteemed mentors and audience, greetings. The song I wish to perform is entitled Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart, a melody I stumbled upon in a dream. Fang Ye spoke softly. Stumbled upon in a dream, isn't that just a euphemism for having written it himself? A newcomer composing his own song? Quite intriguing. Let us see what he can deliver. Everyone, let us be a bit lenient. After all, he is a newcomer. Several mentors chuckled warmly. All eyes were drawn to Fang Ye. Li Haiwen curled his lip. Original composition, that'll hasten your demise. Fang Ye gently strummed the melody. In that moment, he seemed to hear the system's voice resonate. Sound surrounds, activate. He paid it no mind and began to sing softly. In a world filled with flowers, where might it be? If it truly exists, then I must go to. I wish to stand atop the highest peak, regardless of its cliffs and precipices. To live fiercely, to love passionately, even if it means sacrificing everything. I seek not the approval of others, I only wish to be true to myself. I have never chosen to abandon my ideals, even in days of despair. The song unfolded with tranquility, yet imbued with an indomitable spirit. As the melody filled the air, many found themselves instinctively gazing at Fang Ye. For reasons unknown, they seemed to feel the power encapsulated within the song. They beheld a seemingly insignificant individual striving to ascend the summit of his dreams, undeterred by the harsh realities that left him battered and weary. Yet, he persisted relentlessly. This song, Qian Yaoru's expression shifted slightly, his narrowed eyes gradually widening, as a flicker of astonishment ignited within him. Perhaps I lack talent, but I possess the innocence of dreams. I shall prove myself with my entire life. Perhaps my hands are clumsy, yet I am willing to explore endlessly, pouring forth all my youth without regrets. His voice resonated with a tenacity that concealed an impending eruption of strength. Indeed, he bore no connections, no backing, yet, he would never relinquish even the slightest possibility. Yet he refused to lead a life of mediocrity, even if just once. He wished to ignite his dreams, ensuring his youth remained unregretted. At this moment, all the pent-up frustrations within him seemed to explode forth. His voice soared to unprecedented heights. Run forward, face the cold stares and mockery. How can one appreciate the vastness of life without enduring hardships? Fate cannot compel us to beg for mercy, even if blood spills from our embrace. Keep running. With the pride of a child, how can one behold the brilliance of life without persevering till the end? Rather than dragging on in despair, let us burn passionately. One day, we shall blossom again. In an instant, the entire venue resonated with a resounding boom in the minds of the audience. The immersive effect of the music had fully activated, drawing them entirely into Fang Ye's performance. Many instinctively clenched their fists. Xianjian was also profoundly shaken. This song, how could Fang Ye possibly deliver such a piece? How can this be, she murmured, feeling herself being swept away by the emotion. She noticed Fang Ye's gaze fixed upon her, seemingly conveying that the so-called fate she spoke of would never compel him to kneel and surrender. She felt as though she were witnessing the rise of a legend. Bravo! What a marvelous song! My heavens, this piece is electrifying. It has been ages since I've heard such a splendid melody. Wow, that newcomer Fang Ye is something else, a dark horse. Absolutely a dark horse. Some audience members instinctively rose to their feet, their eyes alight with admiration as they focused on Fang Ye. The entire venue was ignited by the performance of Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart. Fang Ye! Fang Ye! Fang Ye, go for it, charge ahead. Run forward, you are the champion. Many voices resounded in fervent encouragement. At the mentoress table, Qianyaoru could not restrain his applause, exclaiming, excellent, excellent, this is what our Chinese music scene should embody. How long has it been since I have heard such an exceptional song? Tears glimmered at the corners of his eyes, not from the song as sentimentality, but rather in reflection of the promising future that awaited the music industry, heralding the emergence of a new star. The other three mentors appeared ashen-faced. How could they proceed with evaluations after this? This song was truly magnificent, yet, who had already been predetermined to advance to the top 8? Fang Ye had presented them with an immense dilemma. Soon, Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart came to a close. Thank you all, thank you. Fang Ye exclaimed loudly. It was exquisite, keep it up. I have faith in you. Go for it. A chorus of audience members cheered loudly. Li Haiwen's countenance darkened ominously. He had never anticipated that Fang Ye would unleash such a powerful song. Could he still advance now? After countless applause, the host turned to the four mentors, stating, next, please provide your scores to determine the victor. Many eyes were trained upon the mentors. Fang Ye! Fang Ye! Fang Ye must advance, Fang Ye must advance, they shouted fervently. At that moment, the mentors felt as though they were sitting on pins and needles. This was truly a formidable challenge. Chapter 3. Thank you for letting him go. The atmosphere at the venue was fervently electrifying. The name Fang Ye resonated throughout the crowd. The audience's gazes were filled with fervent anticipation. In this moment, they all hoped for Fang Ye's advancement. The three mentors appeared to be as if they were being roasted over an open flame. After a prolonged wait without any scores being announced, the host continued, it seems the mentors are finding it quite difficult to assign scores. 10 points. A voice suddenly rang out, causing the audience to fall silent as they turned to look at the scorer. Xianyao, with a serious demeanor, declared, I award you 10 points. The song itself is incredibly moving. I haven't heard such a magnificent piece in a long time. Moreover, your vocal prowess astonished me with its explosive potential. Therefore, in my view, your performance is impeccable. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Qian, Fang Ye replied, offering a slight bow. My perspective aligns with Teacher Qian's to some extent. The song is indeed beautiful, but your vocal delivery still leaves much to be desired. You have overexerted yourself, perhaps without realizing it. Your singing skills require refinement. I can only give you a score of 7. Another score soon followed. The audience erupted in an outcry. Unfair, how can it only be 7 points? This is absurd, totally rigged. Is it some sort of hidden rule? Someone shouted loudly. Everyone, please calm down. I understand your fondness for this song, but you are simply listeners, while we are the mentors, analyzing from a more professional perspective. There are no hidden agendas here. The song is indeed good, yet the vocal execution is lacking, thus my score remains a 7. Another mentor chimed in and the third mentor added, in Teacher Qian's era, perhaps such vocal styles were esteemed, but in today's world, this level of singing is insufficient. Therefore, Fang Ye, I regret to say, I can only offer you an 8. I hope you will diligently enhance your vocal skills. Upon hearing this, numerous audience members were left feeling indignant. What on earth? How can that be acceptable? This is ridiculous. Exactly, how can something so melodious be critiqued for poor vocals? It's definitely rigged. Sigh, they are more professional, perhaps their analysis holds some truth. The crowd was momentarily stunned by the situation. Xianjian let out a sigh, her expression a mixture of complexity as she gazed at Fang Ye in the distance. At that moment, she genuinely worried that Fang Ye might stage a comeback, but now, her concern had dissipated. She murmured, you may possess talent, but alas, fate is fate, you are destined to never defy it. Now, I announce that Li Haiwen has emerged victorious, successfully advancing to the top 8. Let us congratulate Li Haiwen. The host proclaimed loudly. Li Haiwen's face beamed with excitement as he cast a glance at Fang Ye. What does it matter how well you sing? Elimination is simply your fate. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, he shouted, though the applause from the audience was rather lukewarm. Fang Ye, do you have anything to say? The host inquired. If Fang Ye smiled and replied, I believe fate cannot defeat me. I have always maintained my destiny is determined by me, not by heaven. As these words fell, thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Bravo, well said, I support you, Fang Ye. Fang Ye, keep it up. Countless voices began to cheer. It appeared as though the true victor was Fang Ye. Amidst the crowd, a strikingly beautiful woman clapped her hands, smiling as she remarked, you truly remain unchanged, never bowing to fate. Li Haiwen observed this scene with a shadow of gloom in his eyes. He then scoffed, history will forever remember me as the victor. Teacher Qian, there's really no need for such a stance, wouldn't it be better to join us? A mentor from the judging panel looked towards Qianyao, smiling. Indeed, that Fang Ye will only experience a fleeting moment of brilliance. There's no need to offend one high entertainment on his behalf. Hearing these remarks, Xianjian shook her head. Who says he will only shine for a moment? I believe he will defy the odds. The competition concluded. Fang Ye slowly departed from the venue, gathering his belongings as he prepared to leave. The outcome of this audition was not particularly significant for him. After all, his true strength lay in the myriad resources at his disposal, rather than a mere competition. Coupled with the experience from his past life, he believed that rising to prominence would not pose much of a challenge. Fang Ye. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out to him. Fang Ye paused momentarily. Turning around, he saw a tall girl in a white dress with a ponytail, appearing exceptionally pure and charming, gazing at him. Xianjian, he exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that it would be Xianjian who called him. Their school lacked a school bell, but there was a universally acknowledged goddess, and it was none other than her. Since Xianjian had joined the school in her freshman year, she had been regarded as the goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. Despite having many suitors, she always exuded an aura of being aloof and independent. Zhou Dini penned a poem that described her perfectly, emerging from the mud yet untainted, cleansing in the rippling waters without being beguiled. Fang Ye was well aware of Xianjian's reputation, yet he had never considered pursuing her, as she always seemed so unattainable. But now, here she stood before him, and he could not recall any entanglement he had with her in his previous life. Though you were eliminated, in my heart, your song is the most outstanding, Xianjian said earnestly, her hands clasped behind her. At that moment, she resembled a bashful little princess. Thank you, Fang Ye nodded, turning to leave. Hey, wait a moment. Xianjian called out hurriedly. Is there anything else? Fang Ye asked, glancing back. Xianjian felt a bit speechless upon hearing his response. Normally, if she spoke to a man like that, he would have been completely flustered by now, yet, why did Fang Ye seem so indifferent? And no, nothing. Not be. Why the way, where is Xianjian? Isn't she your girlfriend? At a loss for words, she could only inquire. Oh, we broke up. She seems to think I am unworthy of her and chose to end things, Fang Ye replied nonchalantly. Why was this woman asking about such matters? I see. A glimmer of joy flickered in Xianjian's eyes upon hearing this. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Fang Ye cast her a peculiar glance before turning away. Xianjian, in the past, might have stirred some emotions within him, but now women, they would only hinder his pace towards accumulating wealth. Watching Fang Ye depart, Xianjian shook her head helplessly. It seems you've truly forgotten about the past, but that's all right. Since you remain the same as before, I will gradually win you over. Her gaze was resolute, accompanied by a gentle smile. As she turned to leave, she spotted Xianjian emerging from a distance. You are Xianjian? Xianjian was startled upon seeing Xianjian die in front of Xianjian. It was not just her, many girls would feel a sense of inadequacy. Hello, Xianjian, Xianjian greeted, offering a faint smile that immediately overshadowed Xianjian's presence. Feeling a bit self-conscious under Xianjian's gaze, Xianjian stammered, why you, hello. Do you know me? She had always thought that someone like Xianjian should not be aware of her existence. Of course I do. In fact, I came to thank you, Xianjian replied. Thank me? Xianjian was taken aback, confused by the meaning behind her words, but she saw Xianjian smile subtly, revealing dimples on her cheeks as she said, thank you for letting go of such an exceptional person. With that, Xianjian turned and left. Xianjian stood rooted in place, momentarily bewildered. What on earth just happened? Letting him go? Who was he? Why Fang Ye? Impossible. Someone like Xianjian would never look down upon Fang Ye. Upon returning home, Fang Ye slowly took out the second-hand laptop he had purchased through diligent work. I must acquire my first pot of gold. Fang Ye gradually opened the webpage of this world. There were numerous ways to earn money. For instance, he could adapt the classic novels from his previous life and reap some profits. However, the returns would be rather slow, taking at least a month or two. He could not afford to wait, nor did he wish for his father to toil endlessly. If I'm not adapting novels, then what should I do? Fang Ye murmured to himself, deep in thought. Just then, his computer emitted a sound. He paused, glancing at the chat software, only to discover someone attempting to add him as a friend. Who could it be? Fang Ye wondered with curiosity. Upon opening it, he found a message reading, Hello, Fang Ye, I am Xianjian, may we get acquainted? Chapter 4, I am his girlfriend, Xianjian, why is it her again? Fang Ye was somewhat puzzled, for he had no connection with her. Yet she persistently seemed to find her way into his life. However, he did not dwell on it for too long and simply approved the message. If not writing novels, then perhaps selling songs. This endeavor yields quicker profits. Fang Ye swiftly devised a method to earn money. In this world, a music trading platform existed. By merely registering an account, one could accept orders. As long as the client was satisfied, payment could be exchanged directly for the product. Very straightforward and remarkably fast. Ding ding, ding ding. The computer suddenly chimed. What the heck, who is it? I was deep in thought. Fang Ye exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. Upon opening the chat, he discovered it was Xianjian. How are you, Fang Ye? What could that woman possibly want? Fang Ye typed back casually, I would be just fine if you didn't bother me. Great. Then let us proceed. Fang Ye took a deep breath and chuckled. With so many classics from his previous life, there would surely be something suitable. Ding ding. Another pop-up appeared. Do I annoy you that much? Fang Ye responded. What on earth was this woman up to? He promptly sent a message, please do not disturb my efforts to earn money, if you keep it up, I'll block you. Following that, there were indeed no further messages from her. Fang Ye sighed in relief. First, I need to register an account. Meanwhile, in the university dormitory, Su Jiayin stared at her phone, looking rather dejected. Jiayin, what's wrong? You seem rather unhappy. Could it be a broken heart? Don't joke, Jiayin doesn't even have a boyfriend. Come on, we're in our 3rd year, I think it's time to find one, right? If only I had Jiayin's stunning beauty. Several roommates chattered animatedly. Jiayin had a delightful personality, and they all adored her. There is no broken heart, he doesn't even acknowledge me and is considering blocking me, humph. At this moment, Su Jiayin helplessly set her phone down, feeling a headache coming on. Upon hearing this, everyone in the dormitory was momentarily stunned, then looked at Su Jiayin in shock. No way, Jiayin, do you have a boyfriend? No, why does it sound like Jiayin is pursuing him? I can't believe it, what kind of man is so exceptional that Jiayin would chase after him? If the other boys in the school find out, that man won't stand a chance. The 3 of them chattered away. Jiayin rolled her eyes at them and said, what is so strange about pursuing someone? I need to think of a plan, she murmured. Let us call the ID, little carp. Fang Ye quickly registered an ID on the Longhua music exchange platform, choosing the name carp because it derived from the disassembly of his surname. After registering, he began browsing the site. It was an official platform, bustling with countless musicians making a living, as well as many singers and television programs seeking songwriters. The competition was fierce. Gaining prominence and being noticed was no easy feat. Observing the titles of serious song requests, he fell into contemplation. I must have a title that is sufficiently captivating, otherwise, I cannot stand out, Fang Ye muttered to himself. Got it. Just like this, his fingers flew across the keyboard, and a piece of text emerged. Frowny face exclusive. The diva stealthily entered my room at midnight, and it was to propose a collaboration. This will do, only a qualified title could attract attention. He then crafted a brief story, concluding with a line, heaven did not give birth to me, little carp, the music world is an eternal night. If you wish for a song, please leave a message. After finishing, he exhaled, this should suffice. Brother, dinner is ready. A voice called from outside. Coming. Fang Ye replied. As night fell, a small bulb cast a warm yellow light, illuminating the small room. On the table lay a bowl of vegetable soup and a few pieces of pork. Due to the need to save money for Jai's kindergarten tuition, life had become rather strained. In his father's view, education was paramount, a crucial channel for altering one's fate. Come on, Jai, have some meat, you need to nourish yourself. Fang Li served Jai a piece of meat. Thank you, Daddy. You should eat too, and Big Brother should eat as well. Jai quickly picked 2 pieces from the plate for Fang Ye and their father. The plate was soon emptied. Oh no. It is all gone, but that is alright. Jai is easy to please and fills up quickly. Listening to Jai's words, Fang Ye felt a pang in his heart. This little girl was only 4 years old. She shouldn't have to live like this. Money, I must earn it swiftly. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Fang Ye exchanged a glance with Fang Li. Who could it be at this hour? Since grandfather passed away, contact with relatives had nearly ceased. They were too poor to be regarded. I'll go open the door, Fang Li said. Fang Ye quickly stood up, positioning Jai behind him. The door opened. Hello, sir, is this Fang Ye's home? A man in his 50s stood at the entrance, occasionally glancing inside. Fang Li paused for a moment. Hello, may I ask who you are? Fang Ye felt the voice was familiar and quickly stepped out. Upon seeing the man, he was somewhat astonished. Teacher Xianjian? Indeed, the visitor was none other than Xianjian, the one who had given him a perfect score on the music talent show. Fang Ye, I've been looking for you for quite a while. Xianjian smiled upon seeing Fang Ye. Fang Li cautiously glanced at Fang Ye. Fang Ye approached with a smile. Hello, Teacher Qian. Dad, this is the teacher from the talent show whom I know. Oh, you, hello, teacher. Fang Li immediately expressed deep respect. Quick. Come in, please sit, have you eaten? As he spoke, Fang Li glanced at the table, noticing only 2 dishes left, and his expression turned a bit awkward. Xianjian naturally observed everything. He was aware of Fang Ye's financial struggles but hadn't anticipated it to be this dire. It's alright, I've had my fill. I actually came to discuss something with Fang Ye, Xianjian said with a smile. Please, please. Fang Ye, listen carefully to what the teacher says. Fang Li exclaimed loudly. Being uneducated, he showed great reverence toward cultured individuals like teachers. Fang Ye nodded and continued, Teacher Qian, we can talk in my room. He was uncertain of what Xianjian wished to discuss. He didn't want to worry his father before confirming the details. Xianjian nodded. Soon, they arrived at Fang Ye's room. I never imagined your situation would be like this. Xianjian remarked, his expression complex. Fang Ye chuckled lightly, it's nothing, I believe everything will change. Hearing Fang Ye's words, Xianjian felt a sense of comfort and proceeded, I apologize for not being able to assist you today, but I have an opportunity for you. I wonder if you would be interested? An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Fang Ye's eyes brightened as he inquired. Before that, I want to confirm, is chasing dreams with a passionate heart your work? Yes, the copyright can be verified online. Fang Ye nodded earnestly. In that case, I feel at ease. I have a friend who owns an entertainment company and is currently in need of musicians. I've seen your talent, and if you're willing, I would like to invite you to join. Of course, you can rest assured that there will be a base salary, and your tasks will generally involve writing or singing songs, the rest will be up to your discretion. But I am still studying, Fang Ye replied. Ha, you could start as a part-time position. I simply cannot bear to see your talent wasted. Ultimately, the decision is yours. Take your time to think about it and contact me once you've made a decision. Xianjian said earnestly, handing him a business card with his contact details. Not long after, Xianjian departed from the Fang household. Xiao Yi, what did teacher Qian want with you? Fang Li asked. Fang Yi briefly explained the situation. I'm currently contemplating whether to accept the offer, he stated. Hearing this, Fang Li felt a surge of excitement. Though he didn't fully grasp the intricacies of the situation, it was undoubtedly a good thing that his son was being recognized. Whatever you choose, Dad cannot provide much advice, but know that I will support you in any decision you make, Fang Li said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye felt a warmth in his heart. This was what it meant to have a father. I'll think it over. The next day arrived, Monday. He packed his belongings and headed straight to school. Upon entering the classroom, he felt numerous curious gazes directed at him. Hey, isn't that Fang Ye? I heard he got eliminated by Li Xiao? Ha, isn't that expected? Li Xiao is a legitimate figure in the entertainment industry. How could he compare to someone like him? I heard even his girlfriend broke up with him. How pitiful. That is just his girlfriend finally opening her eyes. Someone like him isn't worth relying on. He overheard many mocking him. Although the program had yet to air, the news of his elimination seemed to have spread far and wide. The camaraderie of college classmates was no longer as pure as it had been in high school. Hey! Enough already, are you all not tired of reveling in someone else's misfortune? At least Fang Ye had the courage to participate. Would you dare? He made it to the top 16, can you? Just then, a voice rang out. A robust-looking student rushed over, slapping Fang Ye's shoulder. Are you alright, Fang Ye? Ignore them. Don't worry, Long, I'm fine, Fang Ye replied with a slight smile. This was Lu Long, one of his few friends in this place. As Lu Long stepped forward, the others fell silent. TCH, what's so impressive about it? He still got eliminated. Exactly, a few people muttered under their breath. Not long after, Xianjian arrived. Oh. It's Xianjian, Fang Ye, your girlfriend. Someone immediately jeered. Upon hearing this, Xianjian's expression darkened. I have no relation to him, please mind your words. Indeed, Xianjian is now my girlfriend. A mere toad like him wants to eat swan meat? Li Haiwan sauntered in, casually draping an arm around Xianjian's shoulders and casting a provocative glance at Fang Ye. The crowd burst into laughter. How pitiful. He has even been abandoned by his girlfriend. TSK, this is reality. Compared to Li Xiao, he stands no chance. Laughter erupted among the group. Just then, a voice suddenly chimed in. Who says Fang Ye has no girlfriend? From now on, I am his girlfriend. The crowd momentarily froze. Fang Ye was taken aback, quickly turning to look toward the classroom door. There stood a girl in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, her ponytail swaying as she smiled brightly at him. Is that Su Jiayin? Chapter 5 Public Confession. Su Jiayin stood at the entrance of the classroom, her hands clasped behind her back, peering at Fang Ye with a gentle smile that revealed her dimples. This smile instantly captivated the attention of all the men in the class, their eyes filled with admiration. She was simply breathtaking. What the heck, Su Jiayin? Oh my goodness, is it true that Su Jiayin has come to our class? Am I dreaming? What did she just say? She's Fang Ye's girlfriend. Impossible, I must have misheard. How could a celestial being like Su Jiayin ever be interested in someone like Fang Ye? Li Haiwan and Xianjian were equally taken aback. I must have misheard. Li Haiwan murmured. Even he, despite his ambitions, dared not entertain any thoughts about someone of Su Jiayin's caliber. Was Fang Ye worthy? Xianjian, however, felt a whirlwind of emotions. She recalled Su Jiayin's words from the previous afternoon. Thank you for giving up on the excellent him. Was that him truly Fang Ye? Meanwhile, Su Jiayin remained oblivious to the astonished gazes, smiling as she approached Fang Ye step by step. She exuded a fragrance reminiscent of a pure maiden, causing many hearts to race. Under the weight of countless piercing stares, Su Jiayin reached Fang Ye, her dimpled smile brightening her face. I watched that competition, and your musical talent is genuinely remarkable, Fang Ye. The fact that you didn't advance is merely a reflection of the judge's lack of insight. So, if you don't mind, I would love to hear you sing every day. Would that be alright? Boom, her words detonated like a nuclear bomb within the classroom. Every student felt their minds buzzing. Su Jiayin, the goddess of the campus, truly had an interest in Fang Ye? My heavens, this can't be real, it must be a joke. How is it possible that impoverished boy doesn't deserve it? A few classmates muttered to themselves, while Li Haiwan's face turned a ghastly shade. He had pursued Su Jiayin in the past, but she had never even glanced his way. If she had, he certainly would not have turned his attention to Xianjian now. Su Jiayin was actually interested in Fang Ye, even taking the initiative. What on earth was happening? Public confessions were indeed a profoundly romantic affair. Xianjian felt as though she had been slapped across the face. Fang Ye looked at Su Jiayin, slightly perplexed. Why was this woman suddenly approaching him? He was no longer the naive youth of yore, well aware of the notion that kindness without cause is often suspect. He quickly responded, by the way, what exactly do you like about me? I could change if needed. Su Jiayin stared at Fang Ye in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. The other students gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What the hell, does he even realize what he's saying? Li Haiwan felt an even greater weight in his chest. Hey, Fang Ye, do you know what you're saying? You should agree. Lu Long tugged at Fang Ye's arm, whispering urgently. If it were him, he would have been grinning ear to ear. Fang Ye remained silent as the class bell rang, jolting everyone back to reality. Xianjian smiled slightly and said to Fang Ye, alright, but I won't give up. With that, she turned and departed. As they watched Xianjian leave, many gazes fixated on Fang Ye, filled with envy and resentment. Why didn't you agree? That is Xianjian, my goodness. Lu Long exclaimed, exasperated as he watched her walk away. Women only slow me down in making money, Fang Ye replied nonchalantly. You could drive me to madness. Their mentor, Li Ru, entered the room. She was a pleasantly plump middle-aged woman with a warm smile. Before we commence class, I have an announcement. In a few days, on Sunday evening, the school will host a Father's Day gala. Currently, Li Haiwan has signed up. If anyone else wishes to participate, please raise your hand. No one raised their hand. The classroom fell silent. Such sign-ups rarely attracted voluntary participants. Fang Ye had little interest, as it wouldn't generate any income, so he pretended to be engrossed in his book. Li Ru scanned the room and remarked, so it seems it is only Li Haiwan. Fang Ye is interested too. Li Haiwan suddenly interjected. Fang Ye shot his head up, looking incredulously at Li Haiwan. What was it to him? Li Haiwan smirked. Everyone just heard Xianjian say that Fang Ye's musical talent is exceptional. Therefore, Fang Ye, you should participate in this gala for the sake of the class and showcase your sense of collective honor. Don't you all agree? After Li Haiwan spoke, the other students chimed in. Exactly, it would be a waste not to participate. Why not demonstrate the talent of someone the judges overlooked? Let us see just how impressive this so-called genius truly is. They reveled in the prospect of Fang Ye embarrassing himself. Their essay saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder, thus they were skeptical of Xianjian's words. Being eliminated only proved one's inadequacy, yet they did not mind watching Fang Ye humiliate himself. Li Ru, naturally, perceived the dynamics at play. She turned to Fang Ye and said, this decision rests solely with you, Fang Ye. Our class does not condone moral coercion. Fang Ye cast a glance at Li Haiwan, fully aware of his intentions. Having lived over 40 years in his previous life, he was not naive. This was merely a ploy to embarrass him publicly, showcasing to Xianjian that she had misjudged him. It seemed a mere song would not sway him. Fine, since that is the case, I shall sign up as well. Conveniently, I have a song I wish to perform. Fang Ye declared with a smile. Alright, please fill out the form. Li Ru promptly responded. Fang Ye quickly filled out his song choice, Father. It was the only song that could truly express his heart's sentiment. Li Ge, the song he's performing is called Father, and it seems to be an original. Father? Got it, Li Haiwan nodded, a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. Then I shall find someone to write me a song called Father too. Having the same title was not to be feared. It was the one who faltered who would face humiliation. He intended to use a song with the same name to thoroughly disgrace Fang Ye. He didn't believe Fang Ye could possibly produce another song as exceptional as Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. After all, a good song was a rare gem. Even top-tier musicians struggled to consistently deliver masterpieces, let alone a half-hearted student like Fang Ye. Moreover, he wanted Xianjian to see who was truly superior between them. After school, many students chose to return to their dormitories. However, Fang Ye rarely stayed in the dorms, as his home was nearby, allowing him to assist whenever needed. As he walked along the school avenue, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. He felt as though numerous eyes were fixed upon him, eager to tear him apart. At that moment, hushed whispers reached his ears. Is that Fang Ye, the one Xianjian confessed to? Dude, aside from being somewhat handsome, what else stands out? That outfit looks like it cost $10 from a street vendor. He's the school's notorious pauper. I can't fathom why Xianjian would be interested in him. I really want to give him a beating. Fang Ye was somewhat taken aback. His hearing had improved remarkably, thanks to the system's enhancements. Moreover, this situation had nothing to do with him. He had no idea why Xianjian was interested in him at all. He quickened his pace, soon leaving the school behind. Jia, I'm back. Have you been a good girl at home? Fang Ye called as he entered. Before long, he saw Jia, clad in an oversized t-shirt, scampering towards him. Brother. You back. I was so good at home. Yes, well done. Your brother will be busy for a moment, then we can play. Fang Ye ruffled Jia's little head. Jia nodded understandingly, clutching her teddy bear as she sat quietly in the living room, watching black and white television. This child was so perceptive it tugged at his heartstrings. Fang Ye sighed and retreated to his room. Time to earn money, must earn money swiftly. The post has been up for a day. There should be some business by now, Fang Ye mused. With that title, he couldn't believe no one had clicked on it. Once he logged onto the forum, he quickly noticed that his message notifications had surged to over 99. The money is coming. Chapter 6. The first pot of gold. The Dragon Nation Music Exchange platform is the official platform of the Dragon Nation Music Association. It has become a vibrant hub for countless musicians who register accounts to sell their songs and engage in online transactions. This platform has also provided a means of livelihood for a number of grassroots musicians. Naturally, many singers and directors from the television and film industry frequent this space in search of suitable songs. Among them is Luo Xiaohong, the director of the historical drama The Love of Mandarin Ducks. At this moment, he finds himself wandering through the platform in search of an appropriate theme song. Damn it, Monday. Why does something have to go wrong now of all times? I hope I can find a suitable piece in the next couple of days, he mutters to himself. The theme song for the drama had already been finalized and was set for release, but unexpectedly, the musician involved was embroiled in a serious scandal and blacklisted, rendering the song unusable. He has reached out to several well-known musicians on the platform, but the renowned artists are inundated with requests, forcing him to wait in line, far from an ideal situation. Perhaps I should explore the indie musicians? The thought crosses Luo Feihong's mind. The music platform categorizes its musicians into two types: full-time professionals with verified credentials and part-time musicians, commonly referred to as indie artists, whose quality varies significantly. If luck is on his side, he might just discover a gem among them. With this in mind, he decides to take a look. What is this post? A shocking revelation: a pop diva allegedly sneaked into my room at night. Upon seeing the post, Luo Feihong feels a surge of gossip-fueled excitement. Goodness, this post is sensational. The higher one climbs in the entertainment industry, the more one guards their reputation. Who is this pop diva that has made such a scandalous revelation? As for the leaker, Little Carp, I don't know them. He shakes his head curious. He clicks on the post, initially expecting to uncover some juicy details, only to be taken aback. This is just a story, isn't it? He reads the article, which narrates the tale of an underappreciated musician named Little Carp who begins to rise after encountering a certain diva. It is not a revelation at all, it is merely a fictional narrative. However, he finds himself increasingly engrossed in the tale. The writing is exquisite, the story unfolds with themes of being looked down upon in the beginning, only to later compose a beautiful song for the diva, preparing to turn the tables. Luo Feihong, having never encountered such a compelling narrative before, feels a rush of excitement. As he reaches the end, a particular passage catches his eye. The heavens did not give birth to me, Little Carp. The music world is as long as the night. What an audacious statement. Luo Feihong cannot help but exclaim. In this day and age, few musicians would dare to speak so boldly. Beneath the post, a flurry of comments erupts in discussion. What the heck? What is this nonsense? I came here for the title. Is this it? Disappointing. Is there more? Please continue writing. This is too good. Is Little Carp's song any good? Did that diva become famous? Wow, I can't believe it. The audacious author shows me this. That last line is too arrogant. Who does Little Carp think they are? Exactly. The heavens did not give birth to you, Little Carp. The music world is as long as the night. Pure clickbait, don't fall for it. The heavens did not give birth to me, Oreo. The cookie world is as long as the night. Anyone can brag, but this is a sure way to offend people. I must say, that last line really elevates the tone, but it's just empty boasting. Reading the myriad of comments, Luo Feihong nods in agreement. This is simply too outrageous. Just as he prepares to exit, he notices that Little Carp is still responding to comments. Who wants to place an order? Let me show you if I, Little Carp, am just boasting. Little Carp is open for business. The first customer gets an 80 discount, a deposit of only 1,000. Once this opportunity is gone, it's gone. No need for 30 or 50,000, not even 20,000, just 1,000. A deposit of 1,000 guarantees you a chance to receive a song of quality comparable to that of a gold medalist. One after another, the replies spark Luo Feihong's interest. This is actually a bit tempting. A deposit of 1,000 is not too high for him, and generally, musicians do not dare to deceive on this platform. Once caught, they would be blacklisted and unable to pursue a career in music. Therefore, he does not suspect Little Carp's honesty. So affordable, why not give it a try? With this thought, he resolves to cast a wide net and see what happens. He immediately sends a private message to Little Carp director Luo Feihong. Hello, Mr. Little Carp, I would like to commission a song. In his rented room, Fang Ye is still engaged in keyboard battles with netizens. Suddenly seeing Luo Feihong's private message, he is momentarily stunned before erupting in joy. Money is coming in. He quickly opens the chat. Oh, a director? Well, let us see if I can turn this into my first pot of gold. He swiftly responds, hello, Director Luo, congratulations on discovering a treasure. I commend your unique vision. What kind of song do you need? Luo Feihong reads Fang Ye's response and senses that this guy might be a bit slick with words. It doesn't feel particularly trustworthy, but he decides to proceed. I would like to commission a theme song for a drama, a love story. Is that something you excel at? After all, there are many types of songs, and musicians have their strengths and weaknesses. He is unsure of what Little Carp specializes in. Soon, a reply comes. As long as there is money, any language and any theme pose no problem. Luo Feihong's mouth twitches slightly. Is this a jack-of-all-trades musician, or perhaps a studio? Regardless, as long as he can deliver a satisfactory song, that's what matters. The deposit is 1,000, correct? I will transfer it to your platform account now, and I hope you can compose a song that meets my expectations, Luo Feihong quickly messages. Okay, Fang Ye replies straightforwardly. As for the price of the song, there is no need for further discussion. On this music platform, musicians are categorized into different levels of bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, starry, and king, with varying contracts associated with each level. The base price for a bronze level song is 10,000, with a 50-50 revenue split, just like Fang Ye's current situation. As for leveling up, it is based on the number of downloads and revenue share after releasing music. It is a very practical platform. Luo Feihong promptly sends the synopsis of the drama to Fang Ye and states, I await your good news. He then logs off. To be honest, he does not harbor much hope. If it doesn't meet expectations, he can always request a refund, yet, a sliver of hope lingers. Perhaps he might strike gold amidst the muck. He sets this matter aside for the time being. Meanwhile, Fang Ye has received the 1,000 yuan deposit. Fantastic, my first pot of gold has arrived. Now, as for the song, let me think. Fang Ye carefully reviews the synopsis. The love of Mandarin ducks describes a tale of a man and woman in ancient times who fall in love, yet are thwarted by feudal constraints, ultimately unable to be together. To him, it seems rather cliché. Got it, this will be the song. Soon, an idea for a song pops into Fang Ye's mind. At the same time, Little Carp's status on the platform changes to open for business, surprising many. What? Someone really commissioned Little Carp to write a song? 666. Ha, hats off to that generous fool, but let us see if there's any real talent to back it up. Impossible, it's clear that Little Carp is just seeking attention. True professionals wouldn't engage in such nonsense. Just wait and see, when the song is delivered, the quality will reveal all. Chances are, it will be a terrible song, if it isn't, I'll eat an Oreo live. On the forum, many are curiously discussing this matter, though it has yet to create any significant buzz. Chapter 7 A Conflict. The song did not take Fang Ye long to complete. Before too much time had passed, it was finished. He was not in a rush to release it. After all, it was prudent to wait a night. Comparing it with the synopsis of the television drama, he shook his head and remarked, throughout history, poor films have given rise to brilliant songs. By the way, speaking of which, the previous music competition must have concluded by now, right? Did that song not create any buzz? Fang Ye muttered to himself. He quickly checked online. Indeed, the music competition had aired, and there were discussions about it. However, the program had never garnered much popularity to begin with, and the production team had deliberately suppressed the topics, resulting in his song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, not gaining any traction. There were only occasional mentions here and there. I find it hard to comprehend why Fang Ye did not advance. His song is quite melodious. Exactly, I believe it is far superior to Li Haiwen's, so why did he not progress? Don't you understand the undercurrents? It's obvious that Li Haiwen bribed the production team to secure his advancement. Such competitions in these small productions are rife with corruption. You know nothing. What is so good about Fang Ye's song? Compared to Li Haiwen's, it pales in comparison, just a bunch of fools blindly praising it. Not before long, the entire thread vanished. As Fang Ye refreshed the page, he noticed that few were discussing it any longer. A fine wine fears a deep alley. Individual strength cannot rival capital, he sighed. Such occurrences were not uncommon for him. Brother, it's time for dinner, came Fang Jia's voice from outside. The family gathered for a meal together. Even if the dishes were not extravagant, Fang Ye felt a sense of happiness. Jia, eat more. Today Dad bought a bit extra meat for you, as you are still growing. Fang Li said, picking up 2 pieces of meat for Jia with a smile. Thank you, Baba. Jia replied while eating, her words slightly slurred at the moment. Seeing this, Fang Ye smiled and gently ruffled the girl's hair. He then turned to Fang Li and said, Dad, you need not work so hard anymore. I can now earn money through songwriting to help with household expenses. Upon hearing this, Fang Li paused mid-bite, looking up at Fang Ye. Xiaoyi, I know you wish to lighten my burdens, but remember, your primary task now is to study diligently. Do not let the pursuit of small earnings interfere with your education. I have supported this family for many years, and a few more years will not matter. But if this continues, you will perish next year. Fang Ye screamed internally. He understood that discussing this with his father was futile. He needed to demonstrate tangible progress to his father. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Fang Ye and the others paused, slightly taken aback. Why are guests arriving so suddenly? He muttered in frustration. Fang Li immediately went to open the door. It might be a teacher, be polite. Fang Ye reluctantly nodded, curious if Qian Yaoru had come again. When the door opened, hello, is this the home of Fang Ye? A voice inquired. If Fang Ye was momentarily stunned, standing at the doorway was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his late 30s, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. And you are? Fang Li asked. I am Ding Long, the producer of the Music Dream Show. Is there something you need? Fang Ye swiftly approached. The producers of the Music Dream Show had come, but he felt an unsettling aura about their visit. After all, they shared no special relationship. Ding Long glanced at Fang Ye, offering a slight smile. You must be Fang Ye, may I come in? Fang Ye hesitated for a moment before nodding. After a brief tidying of the table, Ding Long surveyed the modest living conditions and immediately formed a judgment in his mind, thinking, indeed, a pauper. Go ahead, Fang Ye said slowly. Let me be direct, Fang Ye. We wish to purchase your song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Purchase it? Fang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, and rest assured about the price, we offer 30,000 yuan to buy out the song. I believe this sum would be a significant amount for your family in its current situation, Ding Long said with a slight smile, tinged with condescension. Fang Li was immediately shocked. 30,000 yuan? For that one song? This exceeded his understanding, and he looked at his son, his heart trembling. That child truly had grown up. Fang Ye narrowed his eyes as he regarded Ding Long. 30,000 yuan, had this been in the past, he might have accepted, but reborn, he was no longer that naive youth. If he guessed correctly, they likely recognized the song's value and sought to buy it out outright, hoping to alleviate any concerns. After all, the song was akin to a ticking time bomb. Should it explode, revealing the corruption, their reputation would suffer. What do you think? Frankly, your song isn't worth 30,000 yuan. After all, it was a discarded failure of the production team, seeing your efforts, felt reluctant to shortchange you, hence the inflated price, Ding Long continued, disdain evident in his tone, the impoverished would be easily dazzled by 30,000 yuan. As he pondered this, Fang Ye replied with a half-smile, so, should I thank you, are you not simply afraid I might make this song a hit and expose your corruption? Why pretend to be a saint here? Get out. You, what did you say? Ding Long's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Fang Ye. I said, get out, do you not understand human language? You, Fang Ye, do not be ungrateful. We wish to buy your song because we hold you in esteem. Do you think your little influence can expose any corruption? Wake up, you are merely a foul insect in the sewers, unworthy of opposing us. You better agree to my offer quickly, you can still take the 30,000, giving you a chance to rise, otherwise, you and your family are destined to remain in this wretched hovel for life. Ding Long slammed the table in fury, standing up and glaring down at Fang Ye. Daddy, he's so fierce. Jia instinctively clutched Fang Li's sleeve, her small frame trembling. Fang Li's expression sharpened as he glared at Ding Long, his breathing becoming slightly heavier. Jia, do not be afraid, Daddy is here. He prepared to stand up for his son, but Fang Ye was quicker. Bang! He slammed his palm on the table, rising to his full height. His imposing figure startled Ding Long. Crack! The next moment, the table shattered into pieces. Ding Long's heart sank. What do you intend to do? Seeing Fang Ye's expression, he felt a twinge of panic. Fang Ye said nothing, merely grasping the collar of Ding Long's shirt. Ding Long attempted to resist, but the force was overwhelming. In the end, he was dragged outside by Fang Ye. With a toss, he was thrown heavily to the ground. Ouch, my back, my hand. This 5,000 yuan is for my sister's emotional damages and for the repairs of our furniture. The rest you can keep and leave. Fang Ye pulled 5,000 yuan from the stack and tossed the entire wad out the door. He then shut the door firmly. At the entrance, Ding Long struggled to rise, casting a resentful glare at Fang Ye. Damn it, if I don't blackball you, my surname isn't Ding. Cursed insect. Jia, are you alright? Fang Ye gently patted Jia's small head, asking with concern. Jia slowly regained her composure and clapped her hands, exclaiming, brother is amazing. Good girl, tomorrow I'll buy you something delicious. Fang Ye smiled. He then handed the 5,000 yuan to Fang Li. Dad, take this money. Is this alright, Xiao Yi? They seem quite formidable. Fang Li expressed his concerns. Fang Ye snorted, this is compensation he owes us. As for everything else, Dad, you need not worry, it is merely a small matter that I can handle. Yet, the depths of Fang Li's gaze still held a hint of worry. Noticing this, Fang Ye reassured him, do you remember Teacher Qian? He is their superior. Once I speak with him, everything will be fine. Upon hearing his son's words, Fang Li recalled Qian Yaoru's demeanor, realizing he indeed seemed a cut above the rest. Very well, just do not forget to speak with Teacher Qian. Xiao Yi, this world has never been fair, some individuals are truly beyond our reach. I only hope you and your sister can grow up safely, he said earnestly. Take this money back to them and let the matter rest. Fang Ye felt a pang of bitterness at his father's words. He silently held onto the 5,000 yuan, but his gaze had already transformed. Since you do not wish for the corruption to be exposed, I shall make it my mission to unveil it, he murmured to himself. Chapter 8 The Divine Comedy. Early the next morning, before heading off to school, Fang Ye uploaded the song he had created, marking it as delivered. The preview price can only be set at 5 music coins? How miserly, he muttered to himself. For custom-made songs, unless the buyer had specific requests, everyone was entitled to a single preview opportunity. Each preview cost 5 music coins, equivalent to 5 cents. Once the preview was over, listeners could no longer hear it until the song was officially released. After completing the setup, Fang Ye proceeded directly to school. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the music platform was buzzing with attention regarding the matter. Xiao Liu has delivered. What? He managed to deliver overnight? That is astonishingly swift. I can't help but feel he's just cutting corners, perhaps to swindle the deposit? I share that sentiment. Who delivers so rapidly? As expected, cheap goods lack quality. Any brave souls willing to preview it? It's merely 5 music coins. Ha, 5 music coins aren't exactly insignificant. I'd rather not spend money on a subpar song. I'm hoping a wealthy patron will take the plunge. Surely it can't be that bad? If the quality is too poor, it would tarnish his reputation. For a mere 1,000 coins in deposits, he can't afford to ruin his brand. At this moment, several netizens were eagerly speculating about the new song. Xian Yaoru rose early, having realized that as he aged, his sleep had become increasingly fleeting. As was his routine, he logged onto the music platform to discover any noteworthy songs. Before long, he stumbled upon Xiao Liu's post. Oh, it's that attention-seeking Xiao Liu again. He has delivered a song so soon. He shows no composure befitting a musician. What quality can he possibly produce? He scoffed, feeling disdainful. Xian Yaoru found Xiao Liu's post highly unreliable and was surprised that anyone would commission a song from him. Good music requires refinement. The title is quite poetic, New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream? He glanced at the name, finding it rather evocative. After much hesitation, he resolved to give it a listen. 5 music coins were a small price to pay after all. Worst case, his ears would suffer a bit. After clicking the preview, the song began to play gently. Yesterday, like the eastern flowing water, drifting away without a trace. Today, my heart is in turmoil, so many worries, cutting off the water, yet the water still flows, drinking to dispel sorrow, yet sorrow only deepens. The clear breeze drifts freely, only the new lovers smile, while the old lovers weep. Love, those two words, are so arduous. This song, Xianjian furrowed his brow, his heart racing. The song was nothing like he had anticipated. Rather than being a hasty, low-quality production, it exuded an astonishingly enchanting quality. It reminded him of the day he had heard Chasing Dreams with a pure heart performed on stage. As he listened intently, he envisioned a pair of lovers, deeply in love yet unable to unite due to the constraints of worldly rules. It was a heart-wrenching sensation that even caused a hint of moisture to well up in the eyes of this seasoned musician. What a poignant line, cutting off the water, yet the water still flows. Drinking to dispel sorrow, yet sorrow only deepens. Who is this Xiao Liu? What divine talent is this? Could it be that the Chinese music scene is finally on the verge of revival? First, we have Fang Ye, and now Xiao Liu? At this moment, Xianjian felt a surge of excitement. After all, the Chinese music industry was in a state of decline, plagued by a myriad of unsavory influences. If this continued, the music scene would vanish. As an elder in the industry, his passion for music made him yearn for its revival, yet he felt powerless to effect change. But now, he sensed a glimmer of hope. But as he finished the song, 5 minutes had flown by, leaving him in a state of deep contemplation. Is that it? Coming back to reality, he wished to listen again, only to realize he could not, for this was merely a preview. Looking at the name Xiao Liu, he couldn't help but respond to the post. Genius, a stable approach, delivering a song in one night, indicative of remarkable musical talent. This is a truly exceptional song. Humans are often creatures of double standards, yet Xianjian felt no shame in his praise. Following Xianjian's comment, the entire thread erupted with excitement. What, Teacher Qian has appeared. He even provided a personal review. Incredible, it seems Xiao Liu's song is genuinely remarkable. Is this for real? Teacher Qian hasn't been hacked, has he? Wow. What a fantastic song. This is undoubtedly a divine piece. I listened to it and was nearly brought to tears. Xiao Liu's voice is enchanting, and this song is simply extraordinary. So moving. I can't even recall the last time I heard a song this exceptional. Everyone should give it a listen. I'm so frustrated that I can only preview it once. Exactly, this ridiculous rule should be revised. I want to hear it again. Is it truly that good? I must check it out. Wow, is Xiao Liu really not just boasting? His song, I feel it has outclassed countless artists. Who is he, really? At this moment, many netizens on the music platform were left in awe. The song even surged to the top of the trending list. Many considered it the finest song in recent years. Lu Dao, have you resolved the theme song issue? I must inform you that we cannot afford any further delays. There are only a few days left until the weekend, and the premiere is imminent. Rest assured, leader. I am diligently working to resolve this and will definitely secure it before the premiere. Early in the morning, the leader's call had been a reminder, and after hanging up, Luo Feihong felt a sense of helplessness. Sigh. How could I possibly find a good song in such a short time? If all else fails, I might have to settle for something mediocre. Luo Feihong sighed and quickly logged onto the platform to see if any diamond-level musicians had responded. However, he found no replies. Instead, a few bronze-level musicians had come forth. After sampling several tracks, he promptly shut them down. What utter rubbish! You love me, I love you, can this even be a theme song? He cursed vehemently. Was he really going to give up? Scrolling through the remaining songs, he thought, is there only Xiao Liu left? I hope your song can be as captivating as the story behind it. He sighed again, harboring little hope. Yet, upon clicking on the song and listening, he felt his heart race intensely. What an ethereal voice, he murmured to himself. Just this heartfelt vocal performance eclipsed countless other artists. As he listened to the lyrics, he was overwhelmed by goosebumps. Cutting off the water, yet the water still flows. Drinking to dispel sorrow, yet sorrow only deepens. In this world of flowers, the mandarin ducks and butterflies, we are but lost souls, soaring to the heavens, yet tenderly at rest together. Each line of the lyric struck a chord within him, drawing him deeper into the experience. This song, could it truly not be the work of a star musician? He exited to check the ID. There it was, Xiao Liu, unmistakably clear. Oh my, have I truly stumbled upon a treasure this time? Can this television drama be paired with such a song? In an instant, Luo Feihong was filled with excitement. He had merely been exploring, never expecting Xiao Liu to provide him with such a monumental surprise. It truly felt as though he had struck gold amid the muck. He glanced around, realizing Xiao Liu was not online. He hastily left a message. Teacher Xiao Liu, I absolutely adore this song. I want it, this song is mine. After sending the message, he periodically checked for replies, hoping Xiao Liu would respond swiftly. At that moment, Fang Ye was unable to go online. Preoccupied with the demanding school curriculum. Having just completed an advanced instrument class, he was now preparing for a music composition course. So boring. Fang Ye, it's strange you typically pay such close attention in class. Why are you slacking off now? Lu Long observed curiously. He remembered Fang Ye as a diligent individual, yet this time, huh? Oh, I'm just lost in thought, Fang Ye replied. He wished to concentrate on the lesson, but he found that he understood everything the teacher was saying, perhaps even more than the teacher did himself. The system integration had bestowed upon him vast knowledge. Rather than listening, he thought it more prudent to ponder ways to earn money. Alright, that concludes today's lesson. Your assignment is to analyze a song. This song is still available on the music platform, written by a musician named Xiao Liu, titled New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream. I hope everyone will study it thoroughly and submit your reflections tomorrow. Class dismissed. The teacher announced before leaving. Fang Ye was momentarily stunned. What? New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream, his song, the fact that the teacher was aware of it indicated had it already become popular? At this moment, he felt a rush of excitement. It seems I have no classes left, time to head home. He stood up promptly. Just then, a voice called from the doorway, Fang Ye? Hearing that voice, Fang Ye's expression shifted slightly. Why was that woman here again? Chapter 9 Invitation from a beauty. Xianjian has arrived, dressed in a white shirt and jeans, her hair tied in a simple ponytail, reminiscent of a neighborly girl, innocent and captivating. From a distance, Xianjian observed the scene, feeling a twinge of discomfort in her heart. What could Xianjian possibly see in that person? Why couldn't she see through it? Fang Ye had already sensed countless murderous glares directed at him. Even Lu Long beside him looked at him with a pitiful expression. Let us change the location for our conversation. In the next moment, he strode over, taking Xianjian's hand and leading her outside. Wait. Are they holding hands? Damn Fang Ye, I won't let him get away with this. He has taken my goddess. Aha, what does my goddess see in him? The entire class erupted in lamentations. Li Haiwen gritted his teeth. I will soon bring you back to your true form. Is there something you need? Fang Ye released her hand and turned to Xianjian. Xianjian scrutinized Fang Ye closely, showing no sign of shyness, and smiled. Actually, I'm participating in a music competition and I would like to invite you to be my partner for the next round. Would that be alright? A music competition. Fang Ye was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. In his previous life, Xianjian indeed participated in a music competition. She had quite a reputation in school, and many believed she could potentially become a future diva. However, if his memory served him correctly, that was the only competition she had ever entered. Later on, something seemed to have happened, and she never touched music again. What had transpired in her life, Fang Ye had long struggled to recall, as it had been too long and too unfamiliar. Fang Ye, why are you spacing out? Xianjian's hand gently nudged him. This brought him back to reality, and he quickly replied, it's nothing, I was just pondering. Xianjian chuckled, so, what have you decided? Can you agree to partner with me? From the depths of her gaze, he sensed a glimmer of hope. If we advance, will it lead to fame? Fang Ye suddenly inquired. Of course. Then I agree. You set the time. Next Saturday, at 5 in the afternoon, we'll meet at school, Xianjian said excitedly. Okay, no problem. Fang Ye readily accepted, as he needed a platform to shine. Only by achieving fame could he earn money and provide a better life for his father and sister. Thank you, you're so wonderful, here is a gift for you. Xianjian exclaimed, jumping in delight. Afterward, she pecked him on the cheek, her face flushing as she quickly retreated several steps. Fang Ye stood frozen in place, somewhat dazed. What are you staring at? I merely left my mark on you. Goodbye. With that, Xianjian flusteredly dashed away. Watching the girl depart, Fang Ye touched his face, feeling an inexplicable sweetness lingering upon it. He found himself strangely reluctant to let go. Fang Ye, you are not a middle-aged man in his 40s, but a young student in your 20s. Isn't this what youth should be like? He silently mused, as a barrier within him seemed to slowly break down. Right, my song. He quickly recalled a more pressing matter and hurried home. Upon arriving, he found Xiao Zhejia engrossed in a television show. Clutching her teddy bear, Fang Ye greeted her before retreating to his room, turning on his computer. The teacher has already heard this song, so it seems it's gradually gaining traction? Fang Ye muttered to himself. He opened the platform and discovered the message count had skyrocketed to 99. Clicking on the post, he found new couple's Butterfly Dream had amassed 5,000 listens, and the number was still climbing. It's so beautiful. I thought Little Carp was just a boastful singer, but he has stunningly proven me wrong. This song is undoubtedly the finest I've ever heard, at least the best of this year. Big shot. I used to ridicule you, my apologies. Please release the song quickly, I want to download it. After hearing it once, I'm hooked and want to listen again. The comments poured in, clearly enchanted by the song. A smug smile crept onto Fang Ye's face. Success. He noticed a private message from director Luo Feihong. He quickly replied, well then, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Within seconds, Luo Feihong responded, yes. We can sign the contract now. What type of contract would you prefer, buyout or revenue share? A bronze-level buyout offers 50,000 yuan per song. The revenue share would yield 10,000 yuan plus a portion of future music sales, with other rights retained by Fang Ye. Naturally, many opt for a one-time buyout, as the revenue share from television dramas typically yields little. However, Fang Ye understood the song's value and would never choose a buyout. Revenue share. He replied without hesitation. Luo Feihong was not surprised. It would be strange not to opt for a revenue share on such a hit song. Before long, they applied for a contract with the platform. After signing, Fang Ye also received a transfer from Luo Feihong. Thank you, teacher Little Carp. Let us collaborate again when we have the chance. Luo Feihong sent another message. Fang Ye casually acknowledged it.as for the song. According to Luo Feihong, it would be uploaded to the platform after the drama aired next Monday. Only 10,000 yuan. Not enough. Fang Ye silently shook his head, adding the listenership revenue, which amounted to 5,000 listens at 0.05 yuan each, yielded only 250 yuan, with the platform taking a cut. His first earnings totaled just over 11,000 yuan. It seems I must quickly level up. As a bronze musician, I have no rights. Fang Ye sighed. If he upgraded to a silver musician, the price for a song would rise from 10,000 to 50,000, and the revenue share would increase as well. At the gold level, it would reach 100,000 per song. Of course, the true transformation occurs at the platinum musician level, where a song starts at 1 million, with an 80-20 split. Star-level musicians would begin at 10 million with a 90-10 split. As for the king-level musicians, there are no more than 10 in the entire music platform, or rather, in the entire music industry. They possess their own pricing power, also with a 90-10 split. Even top-tier artists must behave respectfully in their presence, and they certainly won't have to worry about money. Becoming a king-level musician is my goal. Fang Ye clenched his fist, determined to be relentless in his pursuit. Ding ding ding, at that moment, a sound emanated from his computer. Who is looking for me? It wouldn't be her again, would it? The image of Su Jiayin popped into Fang Ye's mind, stirring a sense of anticipation. Upon opening it, he found it was Lu Long. What could that guy want? Fang Ye, how do I write the assignment? Have you heard the song New Couple's Butterfly Dream? What do you think? Give me some pointers. Upon seeing this message, Fang Ye suddenly recalled right, he had an assignment to complete, he had to critique his own song. He replied, I haven't figured it out yet. Lu Long, you haven't written it either? That's great, it's all that little Carp's fault. If it weren't for this song, we'd be fine. I can't fathom what grievance he must have endured to write such a song. It drives me mad. I suspect he is a masochist in real life. What a mix of sorrow and madness. He has got issues. Fang Ye, Lu Long are right, your thoughts align with mine, don't they? I knew it. Fang Ye had lost interest in responding and simply closed the chat window. Damn, can't that guy communicate properly? Post-listening reflections, let me see how to write this. Fang Ye muttered to himself. Done. After 20 minutes, Fang Ye finally completed the post-listening reflections, sufficient for submission tomorrow. He quickly logged back onto the platform to check for any offers. However, as a bronze musician, no offers appeared yet. He directly withdrew the over 10,000 yuan to his bank card. Time to buy something tasty for Jia. Fang Ye cheerfully announced, grabbing his bank card and preparing to head out. Just as he stepped out of his room, he noticed his father had returned. Hey, Dad, you're back. Why does your face look a bit pale? As soon as Fang Ye spoke, he realized his father's complexion was not very good. At that moment, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Chapter 10 Decision. Within the tranquil confines of a modest room, Fang Ye sat upon a chair. His complexion was pallid, and his hands rested on the table, propping himself up to stave off the impending collapse. His breathing appeared somewhat labored, yet upon seeing Fang Ye, he managed to muster a semblance of strength, forcing a smile as he remarked, It's nothing, Dad, just a bit tired. A short rest will suffice. At that moment, Fang Ye's heart weighed heavily, recalling the tragic fate of his father in his past life, who had succumbed to overwork. It seemed as though a similar trajectory was unfolding. Dad, I'm taking you to the hospital. He swiftly rushed forward, draping his father's arm over his shoulder. No need for that, it's merely a trivial matter. I've endured worse before, I'll be fine soon. No hospital, don't waste money, Fang Ye protested, attempting to free himself from his son's grasp. Dad, what's wrong, Dad? Fang Jia, clutching a teddy bear, dashed out of her room. Upon witnessing her father's frail state, her little face tightened with concern. Daddy, please don't scare Jia. It's alright, darling, Daddy is fine, just needs a bit of rest, Fang Ye said with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. Fang Ye, however, was undeterred by their reassurances. The hospital isn't far, I'm taking you there now. Jia, stay at home and make sure to lock the door, I'll be back soon. Okay, brother, Daddy, you both must come back together. Jia nodded obediently. Fang Ye felt a pang of sorrow, remembering how his mother had said her goodbyes last year and never returned. Perhaps the child was reminded of that moment. Rest assured, we will return together, he assured her before hurriedly hailing a taxi. To the hospital, Xiao Yi, there is no need for such fuss. Dad is fine, just an old ailment. Fang Ye continued to struggle against their course of action. Fang Ye understood well that for families like theirs, seeking medical attention was an extravagant endeavor. Yet, he was acutely aware that if they did not act now, should a similar incident occur again, it might be too late for recovery. After all, in his previous life, his father had departed just 6 months later. Dad, I have money, you need not worry, just focus on getting better. You are the pillar of our family and cannot falter. You must see me graduate, watch Jia grow up, study, and eventually marry. Fang Ye grasped his father's hand earnestly. Before long, they arrived at the hospital. Fang Ye's condition had indeed improved considerably, his complexion was no longer as ashen, and his breathing had steadied. However, Fang Ye insisted on a thorough examination. He promptly paid for the hospital stay, securing a room for one night. Xiao Yi, you really shouldn't have. Dad, please rest easy, I will handle the financial matters, Fang Ye responded solemnly. Not long after, the results of Fang Ye's examination were revealed. Fang Ye entered the doctor's office. Are you Fang Ye's son? Yes. How is my father? The patient's health is concerning. Despite being in his 40s, his physical condition resembles that of a man in his 60s or 70s. This incident was due to insufficient blood supply to the heart, nearly resulting in sudden death. If he does not take proper care of himself, I cannot guarantee he will survive another episode, the doctor explained. Listening to the doctor's words, Fang Ye felt no surprise. It was a bitter truth he had already faced in his past life. This time, the tragedy must not repeat itself. With parents alive, life has a purpose. What steps should we take to restore my father's health? Fang Ye inquired. It is possible, but it requires medication. This will not come cheaply. Given his condition, it may cost several tens of thousands a month for proper care. Money is not an issue, doctor. I entrust the rest to you. Additionally, please check if my father has any other underlying issues, Fang Ye stated earnestly. Very well, you can settle the payment at the front desk. We will arrange everything else, the doctor nodded. As he slowly returned to the ward with a payment slip, the figures had already accumulated to 2,000 or 3,000. At this moment, he truly could not afford such an expense. Xiaoyi, I have already told you, I'm fine. No need for hospitalization. Go tell the doctor to refund the fees. We leaving, Fang Li insisted, attempting to rise from the bed, fully aware that the hospital costs were exorbitant. Fang Yi firmly pressed him back down. Dad, I've already paid in full. It cannot be refunded. Please do not worry. I can earn money now. Just focus on recuperating. You stubborn boy. I've told you, I'm fine. Truly. Fang Li's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Fang Ye refrained from further discussion, fully cognizant of the inevitable future. He could not allow this situation to unfold once more. With great effort, he ensured Fang Li remained in the hospital. Immediately, Fang Ye contacted Chen Yaru in dire need of funds. With the money from the platform not arriving promptly, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Chen Yaru. Upon learning of the situation, Chen Yaru promptly provided Fang Ye with 50,000 yuan to cover the costs. Thank you, Teacher Chen, Fang Ye expressed sincerely. It's but a small matter. Have you thought about my proposal, Fang Ye? I truly admire your talent. If you wish to join us, I would be delighted to have you. I will offer you my utmost support, Chen Yaoru replied. He held Fang Ye in high regard, especially after researching his background, coming from an impoverished family yet persevering to attend a reputable university while consistently receiving national scholarships was no small feat. Such a person, endowed with both talent and diligence, possessed an unlimited future in Chen Yaoru's eyes. Then I shall trouble you, Teacher Chen. Let us visit the company. Fang Ye nodded. Upon hearing this, Chen Yaoru's expression brightened immediately. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a company named Feihong Entertainment. This is an entertainment firm I established with friends, primarily focused on music and advertising, also training artists. However, we have yet to produce any notable talents, unable to compete with top-tier entertainment companies. Please do not take offense, Chen Yaoru explained as they walked. Fang Ye followed behind, recognizing that Feihong Entertainment was indeed a small-scale operation. Chen Yaoru's honesty was commendable. Old Xian, you're back. A middle-aged man emerged, appearing to be in his 40s, wearing glasses and exuding a friendly demeanor. Indeed, Fang Ye, this is my old friend and the president of Feihong Entertainment, Li Xianjian. Hello, President Li, Fang Ye greeted with a nod. You must be the Fang Ye that old Qian has been talking about. You're indeed young, a prodigious talent, Li Xianjian exclaimed, giving Fang Ye a hearty pat on the shoulder, laughing jovially. After exchanging pleasantries, they gradually made their way into the company. This floor houses the music office of Fang Ye. Should you choose to join us, we will reserve a position for you here, Li Xianjian stated earnestly. The music office was abuzz with activity, populated predominantly by individuals in their 30s and 40s. Upon Fang Ye's arrival, they momentarily halted their tasks, turning their attention toward him. President Li, who is this? One person inquired. This is Fang Ye, our company's newest member, Li Xianjian announced with a smile. This, the others exchanged glances of confusion. A newcomer, may I ask, how old are you, Mr. Fang? Another person ventured. 21, in my third year of university, Fang Ye replied with a smile. A wave of astonishment rippled through the room. 21, a university student yet to graduate, was he truly joining their company? They refrained from voicing their doubts, instead offering polite smiles and welcomes. Very well, Fang Ye, please come by later to sign the contract. You need not come in during your classes. Just join us when you are free, Li Xianjian said, patting Fang Ye's shoulder with encouragement. Fang Ye nodded and soon proceeded with Li Xianjian to sign the contract. Once they had exited, the others could no longer contain their curiosity. What is going on? Our company is already small. Why would President Li allow a student to join? Exactly what is President Li thinking? Who knows? Perhaps he has a connection based hire. These days, connections are paramount. Maybe he is a genius. Let us observe before drawing conclusions. The murmurs of the music office buzzed around them. The contract was swiftly signed, binding Fang Ye for a year, with the option to renew after graduation. He understood well that even with the resources of the Earth Library, without financial backing, success would be elusive. This society is unforgiving. Even the finest wine fears the depths of the alley. Whether pursuing independence or not, he needed to accumulate enough capital within this year of Fang Ye. Being new here, you may encounter some challenges. If anything arises, please let me know, Chen Yaoru advised with a smile. Thank you, but I am aware that respect must be earned through capability, Fang Ye replied with a calm smile. Chen Yaoru regarded him with surprise, eventually offering a deep nod of approval. Clearly, Fang Ye's maturity had left a profound impression on him. Just as they arrived at the music office, an agitated voice broke through the air. When Tianwang, it's not that we don't want to earn this money, but the time frame for your custom song is exceedingly tight, only 2 or 3 days, and the difficulty is quite high. We simply cannot take it on. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye and Chen Yaoru exchanged glances. Was business finally coming their way? Chapter 11. The king seeks a song. The two hastened their steps and soon arrived at the office. There stood a man by the entrance, appearing to be in his mid-40s, with a slick-back hairstyle reminiscent of a bygone era, exuding a certain charm of an older handsome gentleman. The expressions of the others in the office were tinged with unease. When Tianwang, what brings you here? Chen Yaoru inquired, stepping inside with a hint of surprise. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye also came to a realization.
When Tianwan, the superstar who once dominated the entertainment industry, Wen Fei, however, 5 years prior, Wen Fei had abruptly announced his marriage and subsequently retreated from the limelight. As the entertainment industry shifted into the era of internet celebrities, Wen Fei's attempts to make a comeback had faltered, leaving him out of touch with the current trends.
Teacher Qian?
I have come seeking a song. I wish to produce a comeback album, but I am missing a theme song. I thought it would be easy to find, yet after approaching several companies and numerous musicians over the past 2 to 3 months, I have been unable to locate a suitable track. With only a few days left until the promised release date for my fans, I hope to find something here, Wen Fei explained with a smile upon seeing Xianjian.
I see. What kind of song is Wen Tianwang looking for? Xianjian asked.
I cannot quite articulate it. Perhaps I am seeking to rediscover my original state, like in the past, holding a guitar, singing everywhere for the dream of music and for a meal. I wish to reconnect with that version of myself, Wen Fei said, closing his eyes as he reminisced.
Is this a longing for the past?
Xianjian inquired curiously. Wen Fei shook his head with a bittersweet smile. I do not know. I can only rely on my own feelings, alas. Perhaps I truly cannot keep pace with this era.
Fang Ye felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Wen Fei's words.
It was hard to believe that just 5 years ago, Wen Fei was still immensely popular. Time had transformed so many things. Of course, this matter had little to do with him, and he had no intention of getting involved.
Everyone, is there truly no way?
If anyone can help me write such a song, I will offer a personal reward of 100,000 yuan, Wen Fei implored urgently. 100,000 yuan, Fang Ye's eyes lit up.
Wen Tianwang, you only have 2 days.
To customize the lead song for an album, even the most stellar musicians might struggle to complete it in time. This is no longer merely a matter of money. Perhaps only a top-tier musician could manage such a feat, one musician remarked, shaking his head. Wen Fei appeared disheartened by this response, but he remained silent. After all, he had been unable to find a suitable song for 3 months. How could he possibly achieve it in just 2 days? The release date was fast approaching, and he could not afford to wait. It seems I must delay and apologize to my fans, he said resignedly.
Is Wen Tianwang serious about the 100,000 yuan reward?
A voice suddenly interjected. Wen Fei turned, momentarily startled to see a young man gazing at him with hopeful eyes.
And you are? Wen Fei asked, intrigued by Fang Ye.
Fang Ye, an unremarkable third-year student. If Wen Tianwang trusts me, I am willing to give it a try, Fang Ye replied with a smile. Wen Fei stared at Fang Ye in disbelief. How could a third-year student possibly compose the song he desired? In his mind, such a piece would require considerable experience. The other musicians in the office were equally taken aback.
Fang Ye? Do not be foolish, this is not a task for you.
Indeed, as a newcomer, do not tarnish the company's reputation for a mere sum of money.
2 days is far too short. Do not act impulsively.
They all admonished Fang Ye, aware of the importance of reputation in their industry. Xianjian remained silent, though he regarded Fang Ye with a mixture of surprise and hope.
This young man did not strike him as frivolous. Could it be that he truly had the ability to accomplish this task? Wen Tianwan, perhaps you should consider giving Fang Ye a chance.
This young man possesses considerable musical talent. If it does not work out, I will cover the deposit, Xianjian suggested slowly. Hiring someone to write a song typically required a deposit to ensure the musician's efforts were not wasted. However, some musicians did exploit deposits, and to reassure Wen Fei, Xianjian felt compelled to mention this. Wen Fei did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Fang Ye carefully. He was well aware of Xianjian's discerning eye. Few singers in the entertainment industry could impress him. The fact that he was now praising a young man indicated that Fang Ye must possess genuine talent. Fang Ye, is it? If you are willing to give it a shot, I will gladly pay the deposit, Wen Fei said, taking a deep breath and smiling. The others stared in astonishment. Had Teacher Qian and Wen Tianwan lost their senses? Fang Ye beamed. 100,000 yuan was a sum he desperately needed. Absolutely. Before we proceed, I would like to request Wen Tianwan to share some stories from the past, Fang Ye suggested with enthusiasm. Of course, Wen Fei nodded. They settled down in the office as Wen Fei began to recount tales of yesteryear with a hint of nostalgia. Fang Ye listened attentively, while the others gathered at a distance, occasionally glancing in their direction. Teacher Qian, is this university student perhaps a bit too arrogant? One remarked. Perhaps he is simply too young, having never faced real setbacks, leading him to believe that money is easily earned. He will need to experience some hardships. The world is not the ivory tower of academia, they murmured, shaking their heads, convinced that Fang Ye was still too inexperienced. Yet Xianjian smiled faintly and replied, young people should dare to strive. What if he truly succeeds? The others exchanged glances but ultimately fell silent. Before long, Fang Ye and Wen Fei concluded their discussion.
So, Wen Tianwan's daughter must be absolutely adorable, Fang Ye remarked.
Indeed, she is nearly of school age now, Wen Fei replied, a blissful smile gracing his face. Seeing this, Fang Ye stood up suddenly, exclaiming, I have an idea. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. Wen Fei, equally taken aback, asked, so soon? Yes, listening to Wen Tianwan's stories has sparked something within me. Allow me to play what I have in mind. If it does not meet your expectations, I will not consider it a waste of the deposit, Fang Ye said with a grin. He quickly made his way to the piano. The onlookers watched, their faces a mixture of surprise and intrigue. Has he truly come up with something? Writing a song is one thing, whether it fits is another matter. We shall see. He is still too young. They observed Fang Ye, shaking their heads silently. Xianjian, however, fixed his gaze on Fang Ye, noting the confident smile on his face, which instilled a sense of faith within him. "Let us listen," he remarked with a smile. Seated at the piano, Fang Ye activated his skill, sound in the moment, allowing anyone who heard the music to be enveloped by its essence. After tuning, he took a deep breath and began to play. The melody commenced with a gentle cadence, imbued with a hint of nostalgia. Soon, Fang Ye began to sing. "Do you remember the spring many years ago? Back then, I had yet to cut my long hair. No credit card, nor her by my side, no home with hot water available 24 hours, yet I was so blissful back then, though I possessed only a worn wooden guitar, singing on the streets, beneath the bridges, in the fields, chanting those neglected ballads. If one day I find myself alone and forgotten, please leave me there, in that moment of time. If one day I quietly depart, please bury me in this springtime." His voice, imbued with a sense of weariness, resonated, as if recounting a tale from the past. Upon hearing this song, the eyes of those present widened in astonishment, their faces a canvas of shock. Meanwhile, a complex expression emerged on Wen Fei's face. It was as if he saw his former self reflected within the song. His hands slowly clenched into fists. Xianjian gazed at Fang Ye in amazement, his mouth slightly agape, murmuring to himself, "A genius, a true genius." Chapter 12 Conviction. The office was enveloped in an extraordinary silence, as everyone turned their gaze towards Fang Ye, quietly absorbing the melody of his song. For reasons unbeknownst to them, they felt as if Fang Ye's voice possessed an enchanting power, transporting them into the world woven by his lyrics. "Do you remember those lonely springs? Back then, I was yet to sprout a beard. There were no Valentine's days, no gifts, and no charming little princess by my side, yet, I felt that everything was not so bleak. Though I was merely lost in fantasies of love, I sang my unheeded ballads in the morning, at night, and in the wind." As the song unfolded, Wen Fei's eyes gradually glistened with unshed tears. The melody stirred memories of his youth, a time before he had established a family. That spring, he had set forth with dreams of music, a guitar slung over his shoulder, leaving his hometown behind. He encountered countless challenges, yet he never contemplated surrendering, forever dreaming of the day when his songs would resonate across the vast expanse of the land. Ultimately, through unwavering effort, he reached the pinnacle of success. Ah, those days are truly nostalgic. His eyes brimmed with tears that began to trickle down his cheeks, which he hastily wiped away. The song had penetrated the depths of his soul, articulating the tumultuous years of his wandering existence. Unbeknownst to him, several seasoned musicians present were also moved by the performance. After all, they had traversed similar paths, enduring numerous trials before arriving at their current station. As the song played, they found themselves reminiscing, uncertain whether they were longing for their past selves or the bygone days. Even Xianjian shared this sentiment. As Fang Ye sang, he recalled echoes of his former life, having wandered aimlessly for half a lifetime, only to find himself still without a home. He felt as if he were the one buried amidst springtime. Once the song concluded, he inhaled deeply, whispering to himself, "In this lifetime, I must not leave behind a trace of regret." Regaining his composure, he smiled and inquired, "Was that satisfactory, Wen Tianwan?" He glanced at Wen Fei, who was dabbing at his tears with a tissue. The immersive quality of the performance had transported him back to his own past. "Splendid, absolutely splendid, Fang Ye." "No, Mr. Fang Ye, what is the title of this song?" Wen Fei asked eagerly, having come to regard Fang Ye not merely as a student, but as a true musician. "Springtime," Fang Ye replied with a smile. This song was a creation of his previous life, composed by the esteemed Wang Banbai, but in this transformed world, it had ceased to exist. "Springtime, what a magnificent title. I debuted in that very spring. This song encapsulates my early years. Ha, I want it, I must have the song." Wen Fei exclaimed, bursting into laughter, thoroughly pleased. The others present were suddenly engulfed in a wave of complex emotions. What had happened to the supposed trials of society? What had become of the promised struggles? This young man had truly penned such a piece. Hadn't he merely been an inexperienced novice? How could he produce such a remarkable song? Such compositions, it was believed, could not be effortlessly crafted even by musicians of diamond or star caliber. Could he be a hidden prodigy? Their gazes towards Fang Ye now bore a hint of awe and admiration. Before long, Fang Ye signed a contract with Wen Fei, granting him exclusive rights to the song, with a 50-50 revenue share. Additionally, Fang Ye received a personal reward of 100,000 yuan from Wen Fei. "Ha, Mr. Fang, a delightful collaboration. I had thought all hope was lost, yet you have bestowed upon me this tremendous surprise, allowing me to maintain my word before my fans. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to let me know," Wen Fei said with a hearty laugh. "Thank you, Wen Tianwan," Fang Ye responded with a smile. It was a favor from a titan of the industry. Although Wen Fei may not have been as popular as in his heyday, he still held considerable value. Soon after, Wen Fei departed, leaving Fang Ye with the 100,000 yuan, of which he promptly returned 50,000 to Qianjian. "Thank you for your support, Teacher Qian," he said with a grin. "Ha! No need for thanks. I consider myself fortunate to have discovered such a treasure. Your talent surpasses my expectations," Xianjian replied, laughing heartily. The other musicians in the office observed this exchange with mixed feelings. Fang Ye's prowess was undeniably formidable. Fang Ye, I apologize for doubting you at first. My sincerest apologies," one of them said. "I too, initially thought you were merely coasting through life as a student, but it appears you far surpass me," another chimed in. "Ah, it's a trivial matter. We must support one another and progress together. I have much to learn," Fang Ye humbly replied. He understood the nuances of human relations well, having lived for 40 years. After all, society differs significantly from family life. At home, one is the center of attention, yet, in the world outside, without skill, earning respect and recognition from others is a distant dream. Everything must be earned through ability. Upon hearing these words, the others were left to reflect deeply. This young man possessed remarkable talent. In the chairman's office, Li Xianjian mused, Fang Ye managed to impress when Tian Wang with a single song. I've heard that several diamond-level musicians have penned songs for him, only to be rejected. Who would have thought this young lad would succeed so effortlessly? Truly remarkable. Our company may have acquired a genius. Indeed, Fang Ye is an exceptional talent. If possible, I intend to allocate more resources to him, Xianjian said, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Old Xian, it has been ages since I've seen you exhibit such excitement. It seems you have truly developed an appreciation for talent, Li Xianjian joked, well aware of his friend's notoriously high standards. Xianjian sighed and shook his head. Oldly, you know the state of our entertainment industry. Everyone is frantically chasing after traffic and profit. How many are genuinely devoted to creating music? You are aware of last year's annual chart. There were hardly 2 decent songs. Now that a true talent has emerged, I cannot allow him to stray. He continued, by the way, I've also discovered a musician named Xiao Liu on the platform. I wonder if there's a way to bring him on board. Hearing his friend's words, Li Xianjian shook his head in amusement. You, forever preoccupied with such matters. We ought to focus on making money. However, Xianjian shook his head earnestly. Oldly, in this peaceful era, we are engaged in a cultural battle. The entertainment industry is a battlefield. If we do not claim the cultural high ground, others will. Have you not noticed how our circle has changed? In the past, I had no choice. Now, I see a glimmer of hope in Fang Ye. The light in Xianjian's eyes was unmistakable. Li Xianjian gently brought him back to reality. Alright, let us not speculate on the future. We must focus on the upcoming July chart competition. That is our immediate priority. Let us allow him to participate and see if he can secure a good start. The July chart competition. If memory serves, when High Entertainment has enlisted diamond musicians to support Li Haiwan, preparing to pave the way for him. It should be quite the spectacle, Xianjian remarked meaningfully. Elsewhere, Fang Ye did not linger at the company, as he was concerned for his sister, who was home alone. He hurriedly purchased some snacks and made his way back. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he was suddenly startled by a loud bang, followed by the sound of crying. Fang Ye's expression shifted instantaneously. What had transpired? He swiftly tossed the snacks to the ground and rushed inside, calling out, Jia, are you alright? Chapter 13. Are you free this Sunday? Fang Ye felt an overwhelming sense of urgency in his heart, utterly perplexed as to what might have transpired. The door seemed to be locked securely. He retrieved his key and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of a chair toppled on the floor. Jia was slowly getting up, her little bear backpack slung over one shoulder, while behind her rested a teddy bear left by her mother, giving her the appearance of someone on a grand mission. Biting her lip tightly, she murmured to herself, Jia won't cry. Jia is a strong good baby, yet the tears glistening in her eyes betrayed her resolve. Jia, are you alright? Fang Ye hurriedly scooped her up, concern etched across his face. I'm fine. Woo. The little girl had barely uttered that she was fine when she immediately clung to Fang Ye's neck. Sobbing, Fang Ye gently stroked her head, saying, no more tears, no more. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Why aren't you being good? Through her sobs, Jia replied, Jia is afraid she won't see Daddy again. Jia wants to go see Daddy. Brother, please take Jia to see Daddy. I have candy here. Daddy will surely get better if he eats it, and then he can come home. The teddy bear said so. She patted her little bear backpack, speaking earnestly. Fang Ye glanced at the backpack, which contained nearly 10 pieces of candy, likely all the little girl had saved. He understood that the departure of her mother had left a deep psychological scar on her. She feared that her father might also leave and never return. What security could a child possibly have? Alright, brother will take you to see Daddy, but first, let's clean your face. You look like a little raccoon with all those tears. Fang Ye set her down and took out a tissue. That's not true, Jia is not a little raccoon. Jia hasn't cried, she's very strong. Jia hastily defended herself. Hearing this, Fang Ye sighed softly. This little girl had already begun to learn the art of resilience at the tender age of 4. Yet, for it's truly meant to be the age of innocence. Okay, come on, brother will carry you. No need. I can walk. After her bout of crying, her speech had become slightly less articulate. Fang Ye chuckled and said, then we'll walk together. Come, little hand in big hand. Fang Ye locked the door and suddenly remembered, oh right, I bought some snacks for Jia. He had dropped them in his earlier state of anxiety. But as he looked ahead, he was startled to see a black and white dog dash toward him, snatching the bag of snacks in its mouth and sprinting away. Hey! Pirate dog, don't run! Fang Ye shouted, but the dog only sped up. Jia watched and burst into laughter. Brother, you're so silly. Seeing his sister finally smile, Fang Ye couldn't help but laugh as well. Soon, he and Jia were seated in a taxi, on their way to the hospital. In the hospital room, Daddy, Jia is here to see you. A voice startled Fang Ye. He turned to see Fang Ye and Fang Jia standing at the door. What brings Jia here? The smell of medicine is so strong, Fang Ye said, trying to sit up. Fang Ye rushed to assist his father. Daddy, here, quick, eat this, and you'll feel better, then we can go home. This is Jia's treasure. Jia said mysteriously, retrieving a piece of candy from her bear-shaped shoulder bag and holding it out to Fang Li. Upon seeing the candy in his daughter's hand, Fang Li felt a lump in his throat. These candies were those he had bought for her, yet she always liked to save a few, never consuming them all at once. Each time he felt weary, she would mysteriously produce one for him. To him, it was the sweetest gesture. He gently caressed Jiajia's face, saying, "Good girl, once daddy is discharged, I'll buy you more candy. Dad, you should stay in the hospital for a few days, and Jia will keep you company. I'll arrange for a comprehensive checkup for you," Fang Ye suggested. "That won't do, Xiaoyi, I know my own body, no need to waste money on that." Fang Li's expression shifted slightly. He had no idea how much it would cost, but he was certain it would be substantial. "Don't worry about the money, I'm currently working at Teacher Qian's company, earning a decent salary each month. As you know, those stars in the entertainment industry make quite a fortune. Although I'm not a star yet, I can certainly manage this medical expense," Fang Ye reassured him. He then showed Fang Li his earnings record. Upon seeing the 10,000 yuan entry, Fang Li was taken aback. It exceeded his understanding. What a staggering sum. He looked at his son with concern. "What is this?" "Rest assured, Dad, all of this is legitimate income, no illegal activities involved," Fang Ye replied with a smile.
Teacher Qian can vouch for that.
Only then did Fang Li relax, saying, "We must never accept ill-gotten gains. We cannot betray our conscience. Yes, now you can comfortably stay in the hospital for a couple of days. After you're discharged, I'll arrange a special regimen for your recovery, and you should stop working on the scrap collection," Fang Ye said cheerfully. He felt a bit of luck. Fortunately, the issue had been discovered early, and everything could change. Fang Li gazed at his son before him, feeling a swell of emotions.
"Alan, do you see?
Our child has grown up, capable of supporting a family that if you were still here, our family would truly be whole. Rest assured, I will watch over them as they grow and flourish." A smile crept onto his face as a tear trickled from the corner of his eye.
"Dad! You're crying, how embarrassing, and you're such a grown man."
Jia rushed over to tease him upon seeing his tears. At Fang Li's laughter, Fang Ye joined in as well. Such warmth, he hoped, would persist indefinitely. "Mom, I'm sorry, we can't let Dad go see you just yet.
Jia and I haven't fully grown up," he silently vowed.
The next day, Fang Ye attended classes as usual while Jia remained in the hospital with their father, which eased his worries. As the teacher entered the classroom, an immediate silence enveloped the room. "I've reviewed the reflections you all submitted, and some have analyzed the works quite astutely, while others, well, quite nonsensically. Fang Ye, why don't you share what you wrote?" he reprimanded. Fang Ye was taken aback and stood up. The other students looked on in astonishment. What was happening? Although Fang Ye was poor, he had always been a top student in class. Now he was the first to be singled out for criticism. Li Haiwan and Xianjian exchanged glances. Stifling laughter serves him right for embarrassing himself.
"Explain yourself. Are you suggesting that Teacher Little Carp's songwriting background is merely due to poverty and a desire to earn money? How could you come up with such a rationale?" the teacher exclaimed, exasperated. Fang Ye scratched his head. "Isn't that the case? He engages in all that marketing online just to attract attention and make some money." This was indeed his thought. But as soon as he spoke, the whole class erupted in laughter. "Wow, that's hilarious. He really thinks everyone is like him. This is what we call a limited perspective. A poor person can never imagine that others are not in need of money, starting everything from a financial standpoint. So vulgar. Teacher Little Carp's songs are so exquisite, clearly a literary genius. Yet he reduces it to something so base. It's truly unfortunate," a few students whispered. Li Haiwan sneered. "I see that all he cares about is money. He clearly doesn't understand what art is. Teacher Little Carp's marketing artistry, his songwriting artistry, is far beyond someone like him." The others burst into laughter once more. Seeing this, the teacher quickly intervened. "All right, enough, this matter ends here. Fang Ye, you are usually an exemplary student. How could you write something like this time? I understand your family is going through difficulties, but you should be even more diligent in your studies. Take this reflection home, revise it well, and submit it again." "Okay," Fang Ye shrugged nonchalantly. "Li, do you really think someone like that could attract Su Jian's attention?" a student nearby asked in a low voice. Mentioning this matter made Li Haiwan feel irked. "How would I know? But it doesn't matter. At the Father's Day Gala the day after tomorrow, just wait and see how I make him uncomfortable. By then, his so-called talent will be rendered insignificant, and Su Jian will see through him." Li Haiwan scoffed. He had already secured the assistance of a renowned music producer to help write a song, and on that day, he was confident he would be the brightest star in the room. Time flew by. Over the past couple of days, Fang Ye had been shuttling between school and the hospital. Before he knew it, Saturday evening had arrived, the day of the Father's Day Gala. Around 7 o'clock that evening, Fang Ye set off for school. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he spotted someone waiting for him. "Su Jian?"
"Yes, Fang Ye, are you free this Sunday?" Su Jian approached, her expression earnest. Fang Ye noticed her eyes were slightly red, as if she had been crying. What could possibly be the matter? Chapter 14 of the Gala, a spectacle of attention. Is something the matter?
Fang Ye inquired.
Su Jian pressed her lips together, seemingly forcing herself to regain composure before finally responding. "Have you forgotten that we are to participate in a music competition next weekend?" Fang Ye suddenly recalled, nearly letting it slip his mind amidst the busyness of recent days.
"Apologies, I've been rather preoccupied. Do we need to practice?" "Yes, how about tomorrow? If the morning doesn't work for you, the evening is also fine."
As she spoke, Su Jian gradually lowered her head, her eyes occasionally darting towards Fang Ye, as if fearing he might decline her request. Although Fang Ye was uncertain of what Su Jian had undergone, he nodded in agreement. "All right, tomorrow it is. I will contact you when I'm free."
"Thank you so much, Fang Ye."
Su Jian exclaimed with palpable excitement, then ran up to embrace his arm. "Let us head inside quickly."
Time is of the essence.
She tugged at him, urging him towards the school. Hey, don't pull me like that, you might knock someone over, be gentle.
Observing Su Jiayin clinging to Fang Ye's arm as they entered the school, several students watched from a distance, their faces reflecting nothing but envy. At the school gate, Li Haiwan slowly descended from his car, witnessing the scene with a countenance full of jealousy. He let out a cold huff. Let us see how long you can remain so pleased with yourself.
What's wrong, Haiwan?
A voice called out.
Xianjian hurried towards Li Haiwan. Whenever he saw Xianjian, Li Haiwan's thoughts inevitably drifted to Su Jiayin, which soured his mood considerably.
Nothing, let us go. The Guangdong Provincial Music Academy was bustling this evening. Hurry! The gala is about to commence. Is the school's live broadcast channel ready?
Students from the cultural department were preparing to live stream the gala to promote the school. In the grand playground, students gathered at the scene, the vibrant lights illuminating the stage beautifully.
Hurry! I heard Su Jiayin will be performing tonight. Just hearing her sing would make my life worthwhile. Please, you're only here to gawk at the ladies. The real talent lies with Li Haiwan. Rumor has it he has already advanced to the top 4 in the music showcase and is on the verge of reaching the finals. That level of skill is impressive. I heard Su Jiayin's rumored boyfriend will also take the stage, and he apparently lost to Li Haiwan before.
I truly don't understand what she sees in a loser.
Rumors, they're merely rumors. Backstage, Fang Ye sat on the side, clutching a battered wooden guitar, slowly tuning it.
He hadn't requested any accompaniment, intending to perform solo.
Ha, still struggling, are we?
Fang Ye, I advise you to tell the host you're not feeling well and withdraw now. Otherwise, when I take the stage, it may shatter your confidence. Li Haiwan remarked with a sarcastic tone. Fang Ye shot him a glance, but before he could respond, a voice chimed in. I wonder how that will play out?
Just like last weekend, will you need a whole panel of mentors to bring you down?
Li Haiwan turned to see Su Jiayin standing behind him, hands clasped behind her back, smiling. In Fang Ye's presence, Li Haiwan felt he had the upper hand, yet, standing before Su Jiayin, he felt diminished. He could not fathom why this universally acknowledged campus goddess held such affection for Fang Ye.
We shall see soon enough.
I hope you can maintain your calm. Li Haiwan glared at Fang Ye before hastily departing. Fang Ye remained silent throughout. Su Jiayin leaned closer. Aren't you angry at what he said? If you wish to return to the stage, I can assist you. Fang Ye wiped the guitar, smiling. No need.
By the way, this is a live broadcast, isn't it?
Indeed, every year, our Guangdong Provincial Music Academy gala is live streamed to the public. You know how it is, everyone seeks exposure, Su Jiayin replied with a smile. While other schools might not engage in such practices, theirs did so annually, even purchasing exposure on Weibo to provide students with opportunities to shine. Fang Ye put away the cloth, smiling. In that case, that is sufficient. Su Jiayin gazed at him in surprise, noticing the immense confidence radiating from his face. This instilled in her a fleeting illusion of his brilliance. Esteemed teachers, fellow students, and friends watching the livestream, greetings. It is that time of year again, Father Este. Tonight, we celebrate this occasion with a gala at the Guangdong Provincial Music Academy, expressing our gratitude to fathers everywhere. The host's voice soon echoed through the venue. The gala had commenced. They're here. Alumni from years past have arrived. Freshmen, give it your all. I adore watching these future stars sing. Let us see how many will emerge as the next celebrities.
Current singers in the entertainment industry are quite mediocre.
Let us witness the talents of these professional students.
The front row is stocked with snacks and drinks.
Rumor has it there will be several original songs tonight, with diamond musicians crafting tunes specifically for this event. Many netizens flocked to the livestream, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Following a lengthy introduction and opening remarks from the leadership, the performances swiftly began. One after another, songs and comedic sketches filled the venue, transforming the ambience into one of exuberance. After a skit concluded, the host stepped onto the stage. Next up is student Su Jiayin, who will grace us with her song. As the hostess' words hung in the air, countless male students perked up at the mention of Su Jiayin. When she appeared on stage in a white dress with her hair in a ponytail, the crowd erupted with excitement.
Go, Jiayin. Wow, she is breathtakingly beautiful. Ah, finally, we can hear our goddess sing. The applause was thunderous, the cheers resounding. Viewers in the live stream were equally astounded. Wow, what a stunning junior, did I graduate too early? Her looks are unparalleled, eclipsing many young starlets. If she debuts, she will undoubtedly be a goddess. Su Jiayin's entrance ignited the atmosphere immediately. Fang Ye listened quietly to her performance from backstage. He realized Su Jiayin possessed remarkable vocal skills, reminiscent of a blend between Stephanie Sun and Fei Wong. As her song concluded, she was met with an avalanche of applause, and the audience reluctantly watched her exit the stage. So, how did I do? Su Jiayin approached Fang Ye with eager anticipation.
Fang Ye smiled. You sang beautifully. With a little less distraction, it would have been even better.
Watching the two converse, Li Haiwan, not far away, wore a displeased expression. Why?
Li Haiwan jumped up, ready to take the stage. He desperately craved to showcase himself and garner applause to restore his confidence. As he stepped onto the stage, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch.
Li Xiao. Li Xiao, unparalleled in the world. Li Xiao is magnificent. Woo, woo. Fang Ye's classmates began to cheer wildly.
Hello everyone, I am Li Haiwan. This song is a collaboration with diamond musician Zhao Weiwen, created especially for you.
I hope you enjoy it.
Li Haiwan smiled at the crowd. Applause erupted once more. Soon, Li Haiwan began to sing, his voice resonating throughout the venue. Do you remember when I was just learning to speak, you were right by my side, teaching me words, guiding my learning, imparting countless lessons? Many listeners were captivated, their expressions reflecting admiration.
This song is beautiful. No wonder it's by Zhao Weiwen.
Indeed, it surpasses the previous student compositions by leaps and bounds. Professionals truly excel.
The skill speaks for itself, a diamond musician indeed. Moreover, Li Haiwan's voice is quite impressive. This song is bound to be a hit. The best performance of the night, no doubt.
Netizens flooded the livestream with enthusiastic comments. The disparity between professional musicians and students became glaringly apparent.
After Li Haiwan finished his song, the applause was thunderous. That was amazing. This is the best song I've heard tonight.
Listening to this song brings me to tears. Li Xiao is extraordinary.
No doubt about it.
This song is undoubtedly the best of the night. It might even trend. 666. This is what a song from a diamond musician sounds like. Simply incredible. Many voices rang out in admiration. Hearing the accolades, Li Haiwan smiled. Thank you all for your support.
Don't forget to call home and wish your fathers a happy Father's Day.
With that, he turned to leave, modestly concealing his achievements. Upon reaching backstage, he cast a glance at Fang Ye, smirking. Did you see that? You'll be on stage soon, with an identical song titled "It may not go well for you, but it's too late to run now." As his words faded, the host's voice resounded, a heartfelt thank you to Li Haiwan for his rendition of Father. I believe many were touched by this song. Now, let us invite student Fang Ye to the stage. He will perform an original song titled Student Fang Ye's song is also titled Father. Let us welcome him with applause. The host appeared somewhat taken aback.
Many audience members were equally astonished. Another father? What a coincidence.
This is troublesome. With the same title, whoever falters will feel embarrassed. That fellow Fang Ye is likely doomed. How can he compete with a diamond musician? Such misfortune to encounter this situation.
He truly is unlucky.
A song by a diamond musician versus a regular student's song, no need to compare, we'll just watch. The netizens in the livestream were equally caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Fang Ye, guitar slung across his back, slowly ascended the stage. The audience offered him some applause. Same title, change it, brother, there's still time. Exactly, otherwise, you'll be crushed. It'll be quite embarrassing.
Ha!
With the same title, I'd be too ashamed to step on stage. Li Haiwan's sycophant stirred the crowd, drawing laughter from many. Xianjian sat in the audience, her expression one of disdain as she regarded Fang Ye. You shouldn't have come up here. If you had remained in your rightful place, you wouldn't be subjected to ridicule, she silently mused, seemingly foreseeing the outcome. Unfazed by the jeers, Fang Ye calmly addressed the audience. Esteemed teachers and fellow students, good evening.
The song I'm about to perform is titled Father.
I was born into a humble family, and throughout my life, my father has provided for me. Therefore, I dedicate this song to my father, as well as to all fathers around the world.
Chapter 15, a song that moved the entire audience. Guangdong Provincial People's Hospital. Dad, happy festival.
Jia held out a candy in front of Fang Li, her dimples adorning her cheerful face.
Staring vacantly at the candy in his daughter's hand, Fang Li was momentarily taken aback. Happy festival?
Yes, today is Father's Day, brother told me. Jia nodded earnestly, revealing that she had lost 2 teeth. Indeed, today was Father's Day. Fang Li regained his composure. He had never paid much attention to such holidays. After all, for him, each day was a struggle for survival, leaving little room for such contemplations. He accepted the candy from his daughter's hand, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. Thank you, my darling, Fang Li said with a smile.
Brother said we should watch television.
Jia exclaimed immediately. Watch television. Fang Li recalled that Fang Ye had mentioned a live broadcast of their school's Father's Day gala. He was to present a special gift to him. With this thought, Fang Li fished out the phone his son had bought for him, only to realize he had forgotten how to operate it. Fortunately, a patient in the adjacent bed was adept with technology and quickly assisted him in accessing the live stream.
Oh, this is the Father's Day gala from Guangdong, right?
Old Fang, isn't that your son up there? The elderly gentleman remarked with a chuckle. Of Fang Li, who had recently been visiting the hospital, recognized him. A proud smile crept onto his face as he replied, yes, that is my son, Fang Ye.
It's brother. He is on television.
Jia shouted with excitement. Fang Li listened intently as Fang Ye spoke. This song, I will dedicate to my father, and to all fathers around the world. Fang Li's heart swelled with emotion as he held the phone, listening intently. This was the song his son had gifted him, and in his heart, it was the most beautiful song in existence. On stage, Fang Ye appeared to be searching for something, and soon, he spotted the camera and flashed a gentle smile at the lens.
What sympathy are you trying to invoke?
I am curious to see what nonsense you can produce. Li Haiwan, backstage, scoffed as he watched through the screen. Of Fang Ye slowly strummed the guitar strings, and soon, soft melodies began to resonate. The music was incredibly gentle, akin to a soft breeze brushing against one's face. Gradually, he began to sing. Always asking of you, yet never expressing gratitude, only upon growing up did I understand your hardships. Each time I depart, I feign ease, smiling as I say goodbye, turning away with tears brimming in my eyes. How I wish to hold your warm hand as before, but you are not by my side. Sending my regards through the gentle breeze. The music gradually enveloped the entire playground. The immersive sound drew everyone into the song's essence. The audience listened quietly, feeling the sincerity woven into the lyrics. Holding the guitar, Fang Ye sang quietly, yet his mind was flooded with countless memories shared with his father. His father was an ordinary worker, lacking formal education. Throughout his life, he imparted many invaluable lessons about integrity and humanity to in Fang Ye's memory. His father was always stern and serious, yet he silently bore the weight of the family. Especially after his mother passed away, Fang Ye had scarcely seen a smile grace his father's face in his previous life. Even until the moment of his death, his father's thoughts remained with his children. He recalled his father's final words, "It seems I can no longer witness your growth, forgive me, for I truly love you." The recollection of those words reddened his eyes.
At this moment, Fang Ye's voice grew louder and more resonant.
"Time, oh time, slow down, do not let you grow old. I would trade everything for your eternal youth. Strong-willed father, what can I do for you? Please accept this trivial concern." Fang Ye inhaled deeply, a smile breaking through on his face. "Thank you for everything you've done, for holding our family together with both hands. Always giving your all to provide me the best. Am I your pride? Do you still worry for me? Your beloved child has grown up." Fang Ye's song, imbued with profound sincerity, echoed throughout the venue.
He glanced at the camera and winked.
"Dad, did you hear that? Thank you for all the sacrifices you've made for us over the past 20 years. From now on, everything will be in my hands." The little boy of yesteryears had grown up, ready to stand on his own. At that moment, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Under the spell of the emotive performance, the audience became fully immersed in the song's atmosphere, with some eyes glistening with unshed tears. A chorus of soft sobs began to rise from the crowd.
"Oh my, I can't believe I'm hearing such a song at a school gala. I hope no one sees me crying. This song is truly magical. I found myself crying, thinking of my dad.
Sigh, my father is just like the one described in the song, always silently supporting our family. I think I'll call him later."
Is this really a song composed by a student? I feel that even a master musician would struggle to match this. In this gala, I've discovered a true dark horse. Countless viewers in the livestream were left bewildered.
Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Fang Li gazed silently at his phone, absorbing Fang Ye's song. His eyes were completely red. This was his son's heartfelt gift.
"Xiao Yi has truly grown up," he murmured, taking a deep breath.
Suddenly, a sound of weeping broke the silence, and Fang Li turned to see a brother in the adjacent bed, roughly his age, with tear-streaked eyes. On stage, Fang Ye continued to sing, seemingly pouring forth every suppressed emotion from his heart. The playground was filled with scattered cries. Teachers and the principal alike were touched, their defenses crumbling. Mentally, Ru wiped her eyes and looked at the stage. Silently, she took out her phone and stepped aside to make a call.
Soon, a trembling voice came through on the line. "Is that you, Xiao Ru? Aren't you supposed to be working tonight? Have you been wronged?"
Hearing that voice, tears streamed down Li Ru's cheeks. This was a father, always concerned for her no matter where she was.
"Why are you crying? Who bullied you?"
"No, it's nothing, Dad. I just wanted to call to wish you a happy Father's Day," Li Ru quickly replied. At this moment, countless others, like Li Ru, were calling home. Backstage, listening to the song, Li Haiwan's expression shifted dramatically. He felt his mind go blank.
What? How can he sing such a song? He was arrogant but not foolish.
He could discern the weight of this composition. Fang Ye's tribute to his father had utterly eclipsed the one written by a so-called diamond musician. The same title was no longer intimidating. It was the inferior one that felt awkward. At that moment, this thought flashed through his mind. So, the one who felt awkward was him. Instantly, he became restless. Likewise, Xianjian was in disbelief.
"No, this is impossible. How could he possibly sing such a song?"
How could? Xianjian's expression was one of bewilderment. The current Fang Ye continuously redefined her perceptions. She inexplicably recalled the day Fang Ye had told her, "Missing me is the biggest mistake of your life."
Chapter 16.
Trending first, a song, which had swiftly captured the audience's attention, gradually drew to a close. On stage, Fang Ye felt a slight moisture in his eyes. Nevertheless, he maintained his smile, for there was still hope.
Thank you, everyone," Fang Ye exclaimed loudly. Soon, the audience below regained their composure. Was it over? Had this song truly ended? I felt like those 5 minutes stretched on forever.
"Yes, I kept thinking of my father. I really want to call him right now," a few students murmured. In the next moment, an eruption of thunderous applause filled the venue. The sound was immensely fervent. With reddened eyes, the audience gazed at Fang Ye on stage, their palms stinging from relentless clapping.
"So beautiful. Absolutely magnificent. Fang Ye. Thank you for your song."
Many students were wildly applauding and shouting. A few school leaders also joined in with quiet applause. The principal took a deep breath and remarked, "This student, Fang Ye, has truly delivered an exceptional song. The tree desires tranquility, yet the wind refuses to cease. A child wishes to care for their parents, yet time does not wait. The song reminds me of my late father." Fang Ye bowed slightly. He then turned and exited the stage. "We are immensely grateful to Fang Ye for his performance." The host slowly ascended the stage. Meanwhile, backstage, Fang Ye had just descended when a figure dashed forward, grabbing his arm.
"Fang Ye, you were absolutely incredible,"
Su Jiayin exclaimed, overflowing with excitement. Realizing she was being overly affectionate, Fang Ye responded, all right, you're going to create misunderstandings about our relationship.
Let go.
Why should I let go? What relationship do we have? There's no need for misunderstandings."
At that moment, other students backstage looked on in bewilderment. The goddess Jiayin, who had been so poised and reserved on stage, was now exhibiting such a clinginess?
Cuteness, their gazes towards Fang Ye were tinged with envy. Li Haiwan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. His plans had been shattered by Fang Ye's song.
Damn it!
How could this happen? He gritted his teeth. Fang Ye's eyes fell upon Li Haiwan. Li Haiwan snorted coldly. Are you here to gloat? You've won this time, but it changes nothing. Boring, Fang Ye simply retorted before turning to leave, seemingly indifferent to Li Haiwan. Li Haiwan's expression darkened to an extreme. To him, this was a blatant disregard, a tremendous insult. What are you so proud of? It's merely a song. The gap between us cannot be bridged by this, he scoffed, drawing solace from his own background in contrast to Fang Ye's. The gala continued, yet no other song emerged that could electrify the crowd like Father. In stark comparison, Li Haiwan's rendition of Father had become a mere joke. Within Fang Ye's class, laughter erupted.
Ha, did you see that? This is the strength of my brother. Does anyone have any objections? That Li Haiwan, how dare he sing the same song as Fang Ye? What a joke.
Lu Long boasted. However, the others fell silent, unable to refute the fact that Fang Ye's song had indeed eclipsed Li Haiwan's performance.
What is there to be proud of? It's just a song, a sycophant sneered. Look, it's Fang Ye.
Suddenly, a classmate shouted. They turned to see Fang Ye exiting the backstage, accompanied by the stunning Su Jiayin.
A talented man and a beautiful woman. Lu Long laughed. Unlike some people, who are blind to the obvious.
Xianjian's face turned a shade of anger as she retorted, humph.
It is just a song, not a life-changing event. What is there to be proud of?
Yet, deep down, she felt a complex swirl of emotions. Not long after the gala concluded, Fang Ye's song Father began to soar in popularity online.
The most touching song of the year. A song for fathers.
Music enthusiasts exclaimed, it has been ages since I encountered a song that could move me to tears. Fang Ye's Father has filled me with profound emotion and made me realize that perhaps there is hope for the Chinese music scene. Sharing this song with everyone has been the greatest surprise of my summer.
Additionally, with Father's Day approaching, don't forget to give your dad a call.
A prominent music influencer edited together Fang Ye's performance, and soon after, Father exploded across the internet. In person, truly, I've listened to so many songs without being moved, but this one broke my defenses.
This song is truly a divine melody. Thank you, Fang Ye, for your performance. I'm going to sing it to my dad.
Initially, this song shared a title with another diamond musician's work, and I feared it would fail, but it has astonished everyone.
In the presence of this song, even the greats must bow down.
The best song for Father's Day, Fang Ye is truly remarkable and quite handsome. I hope he debuts.
Numerous netizens chimed in with their comments.
Soon after, several music industry artists began to share and promote Father, catapulting it to the top of the trending charts. Fang Ye's name began to emerge slowly into the limelight. Many were curious about who Fang Ye truly was, yet the information available online was scant. Subsequently, some individuals claiming to know Fang Ye unveiled snippets of his background: a family in poverty, a deceased mother, and a father raising the family alone. This revelation sparked an outpouring of sympathy from countless netizens. No wonder he can write such heartfelt songs. He has endured such hardships. His father must be incredibly moved upon hearing this song, I'm sure of it. A truly great song can only come from the most genuine emotions.
Keep pushing forward, Fang Ye. Supportive messages flooded the internet, yet Fang Ye remained unaware of them. Not long after, a video surfaced.
Breaking news, I discovered that Fang Ye has more than just one song.
He previously sang another beautiful piece in a competition. Everyone, let us listen.
This song was none other than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, which Fang Ye had performed during a music competition. Initially, it had not garnered much attention on a local channel and had been suppressed by the production team, failing to create any ripples. However, this time, following Fang Ye's rise to fame with Father, the popularity of Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart could no longer be contained. It was finally brought back into the spotlight. Meanwhile, in a villa, in a room painted a soft pink, Su Jiayin lay lazily on her bed in a lace-trimmed nightgown, engrossed in her phone. Her exquisite figure was unmistakable. Her phone buzzed with a new message. Mr. Fang's song Father has completely taken off online, and the dark history of another song has also been revealed. Thank you for your hard work, Su Jiayin replied quietly, sending a message before closing the information page and returning to her home screen. The wallpaper displayed a photo of Fang Ye playing the guitar on stage. She murmured, I know you won't accept my direct help, but this way, you'll remain unaware. With that, a smile graced her lips. Chapter 17. The veil is lifted. The song Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart has been thrust into the limelight. A video from the music competition has also been released. At this moment, many netizens eagerly clicked on the video. DCU was among them. As a professional journalist, her eyes had already turned red after listening to Fang Ye's song Father. She had just finished a phone call to her own father. Upon returning, she intended to organize some information about Fang Ye to see if she could create a news piece. At that moment, she stumbled upon another song by Fang Ye.
There is actually another song? Chasing Dreams with a Childlike Heart?
Is it any good? She quietly clicked on the video. The sound of Fang Ye's voice soon filled the air. Before long, her expression grew serious. This song evoked an extraordinarily unique feeling within her. It was a melody that refused to succumb to fate, especially when she witnessed Fang Ye's expression as he sang this song on stage, along with his powerful vocal delivery. She realized that this young man was defying his destiny. After reviewing Fang Ye's background, she understood that he was a child from a poor family. This society is harshly realistic. It is often quite challenging for children of impoverished backgrounds to turn their fortunes around. However, she sensed an undeniable charm in Fang Ye run forward, braving the cold gazes and mockery. The vastness of life cannot be truly appreciated without enduring hardships. Fate cannot compel us to beg for mercy, even if our blood spills profusely. As she listened to Fang Ye sing the most resolute lyrics with unwavering conviction, DCU felt a wave of emotion wash over her. He is truly impressive. This song is so beautiful, surely it should advance, right? She murmured to herself, yet, soon enough, she saw the results. Among the judges, only Xianjian awarded high marks. The other judges seemed to have an unspoken agreement to give low scores. This left her bewildered. How could this be? This song is undeniably delightful. It is far superior to the previous performance by Li Haiwan. Could it be that her taste was flawed? She immediately glanced at other comments. What the heck? I thought Fang Ye's song would definitely advance. It's so good and so invigorating. How could it not advance? Exactly, I'm completely dumbfounded. Are those judges blind? Only Teacher Qian gave him a chance? Chasing dreams with a childlike heart is incredibly uplifting. I can't believe Fang Ye has such an amazing song. How could it not advance? Indeed, in this song, I see Fang Ye's unwavering determination to stand tall against fate. It truly moves me. If such a song cannot advance, what else can I say except that it reeks of foul play? The sentiments of the netizens echoed her thoughts. Foul play. Upon reading that comment, DCU suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, there was no doubt about it. This must be foul play. Such unspoken rules are not uncommon in the entertainment industry. It appeared that her initial suspicion was correct. Fang Ye had likely fallen victim to these underhanded tactics. Who exactly is this Li Haiwan? She muttered. The power of the internet is immense. Before long, someone unearthed the truth. Foul play. Fang Ye has undoubtedly encountered underhanded tactics. After my investigation, I discovered that his competitor, Li Haiwan, is the son of the president of One High Entertainment. Clearly, they colluded with the production team to eliminate Fang Ye. A netizen directly exposed the information online. The music competition program soon found itself under scrutiny from numerous netizens. One High Entertainment's official Weibo account received a flood of visits and inquiries. A storm was brewing on social media. Meanwhile, at the Music Dream Show, we cannot obtain the copyright for Fang Ye's song. Although we have managed to suppress its popularity for now, this is still a significant headache. The producer and director were holding a meeting. The Dream Show was approaching its finals, set to begin next weekend, and they worried about the sudden resurgence of the song's popularity. If they couldn't suppress Fang Ye's song, the reputation of their program would inevitably suffer. What if we invite him back to perform another song? I believe he can't possibly have another song as good. If he gets eliminated again, it could silence everyone, someone suddenly proposed. No way. This suggestion was immediately met with a firm rejection from Ding Long. Mr. Ding, do you have any solutions? Everyone turned their gaze to Ding Long, recalling the moment when Fang Ye had thrown himself out of the competition. Ding Long felt a surge of displeasure. He gritted his teeth and said, if all else fails, we can resort to some tactics. If he refuses to be sensible, I believe that for a penniless boy with no background, not graduating would be a death sentence for him, wouldn't it? The others exchanged glances. Wasn't this a bit too harsh? Not graduating would be tantamount to completely severing a person's future. That doesn't seem right. What does it matter? Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us. In any case, I won't go ask him back. Ding Long snorted coldly. Bang! As Ding Long's words fell, a phone clattered to the ground. Everyone froze, looking towards the source of the sound, where the director of the production team was lost in thought. What's wrong? Do you have an opinion? Ding Long asked coldly. The director picked up the phone and sighed softly. Now it might already be too late. What do you mean? I mean, that song seems to have already exploded in popularity. You should check Weibo. Upon hearing this, Ding Long quickly took out his phone and logged onto Weibo. The next second, his face turned ashen. Now, are we left with no choice but to personally invite him back? Someone spoke up. The room fell into a deep silence, no one daring to utter a word. All eyes turned towards Ding Long. Bang! A fist slammed heavily onto the table. Li Haiwan's face was ashen. Of Fang Ye. Fang Ye, is this truly your goal? He realized it now. Fang Ye had evidently taken the bait of his provocation to participate in the Father's Day gala. He hadn't understood why this was the case before, but now everything became clear to him. He had thought he was ensnaring Fang Ye, but in reality, Fang Ye had used the gala as a springboard to ignite this incident. At this moment, his Weibo was flooded with people criticizing him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It's your lack of skill that has led to this, sulking one T change anything. A voice interrupted his thoughts. Li Haiwan turned to see his father, Li Banghua, had arrived. Li Banghua's expression appeared somewhat indifferent, as if the criticism directed at One High Entertainment had no bearing on him whatsoever. Who says I'm not as good as he is? He just got lucky. Li Haiwan retorted in a low voice. Observing the dark expression on his son's face, Li Banghua said coolly, I've arranged for Diamond Musicians to support you. Secure the newcomer chart for July and silence everyone. Remember, losers do not deserve to be remembered. As long as you top the July newcomer chart, the doubts will gradually fade, while the pests will remain in the sewers. After saying this, Li Banghua turned to leave, fixating on his father's departing figure. Li Haiwan took a deep breath and clenched his fists. The July chart, exactly. He should set his sights on the July newcomer chart. As long as he secured the top spot, all dissenting voices would vanish. Fang Ye, I will soon show you that no matter what you do, you cannot alter your fate, he muttered to himself. With Diamond Musicians backing him, the outcome was essentially predetermined.
I will ensure you are cast back into the sewers. Of course, that night, Fang Ye remained oblivious to the events unfolding online, nor did he know that Li Haiwen was driven to madness by his actions. Otherwise, he might have reveled in the moment. After the gala concluded, he hurried to buy some late-night snacks and treats before returning to the hospital. Wow, brother, you bought so much delicious food. It smells amazing. Jia Jia exclaimed with delight. Fang Ye smiled, ruffling Jia Jia's hair as he said, yes, I promised to treat Jia Jia to something nice, so feel free to indulge. MHM. Jia Jia quickly grabbed a jelly and turned to her father, saying, Daddy, eat. Thank you, Jia Jia, Fang Li replied with a smile as he accepted it. Fang Ye then noticed Jia Jia stealthily stashing several jellies into her little bear backpack. Watching this scene, he felt a mix of amusement and heartache. Whenever she came across something delicious, Jia Jia would always hesitate to eat it immediately, opting instead to save some for later to cheer up her father or brother when they were feeling down. Jia Jia, you don't need to save them. If you like them, you can eat them all, Fang Ye gently patted her little head. But if I eat them all, then there won't be any left. Jia Jia protested. She remembered that their home seldom had such treats. Fang Ye's heart ached, and he replied softly, don't worry, after you finish them, I'll buy you more. In the end, Jia Jia still ended up stashing a few jellies away in her backpack. Dad, I made some porridge for you. Fang Ye placed a bowl of porridge in front of his father. MHM. Fang Li silently accepted the porridge and began to eat slowly. Fang Ye was accustomed to this. His father had always been taciturn. At this moment, both father and son shared a silence, one eating while the other watched. After a while, Fang Li said, this porridge is good. Eat more. If it's not enough, I'll go get you more, Fang Ye replied with a smile. As Fang Li continued eating, he suddenly remarked, I really like that song. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye's expression softened. He took a deep breath and said, Dad, happy Father's Day. From now on, this family will be entrusted to me. Fang Li remained silent, merely bowing his head as he drank the porridge. Tears rolled down the corners of his eyes and into the bowl, but he did not wish for his son to see. On the weekend, Fang Ye brought home the clothes Jia Jia had changed out of, preparing to wash them. When he arrived at the doorstep, he noticed someone standing at their door, looking as though they were hesitating and struggling. What are you doing here? Fang Ye instantly recognized him as Ding Long, the producer from the music competition. Chapter 18 A Failed Negotiation. Once again the arrival of Ding Long took Fang Ye by surprise. After all, it was not long ago that they had a falling out. How could he possibly come seeking him again? Could it be because, Ding Long was startled by Fang Ye's voice. He turned around, his expression darkening as he gazed at Fang Ye before him. Initially, he had no intention of coming. However, the public sentiment that had escalated overnight was now pressing down on him. He had to address this issue. He never anticipated that the young man he had previously dismissed would cause them such trouble. Fang Ye, after discussions within our production team, we believe that your song from earlier still holds the potential for advancement. Thus, you are welcome to return and continue participating in the talent show. We are making an exception to allow you to directly enter the semifinals. This is an opportunity to change your fate, so I hope you seize it well, Ding Long stated, forcing the words out. Recalling the night he had declared Fang Ye would be permanently blacklisted, his face felt sore at the thought of Fang Ye shot him a glance, scoffing lightly, is this your form of charity towards me? What do you mean by that? Let me guess, it's because that song from last night has gone viral online, placing pressure on you, which is why you had no choice but to seek me out? Fang Ye retorted coldly. He was not an inexperienced university student, easily swayed by a few flattering words. The soul within him had endured much, and he could see through the masks people wore in this society with a single glance. Ding Long stared at Fang Ye, somewhat astonished, yet, he did not feel angered. He shrugged and approached Fang Ye slowly, saying, since you've already figured it out, I won beat around the bush. You're fortunate to return and continue in your talent show. Here is your contestant card, just come by next week to participate. I hope by then, luck will still be on your side for further advancement. With that, he casually tossed the card bearing Fang Ye's name onto the ground. Watching as Fang Ye slowly picked it up, a smirk of disdain crept onto his lips. A hungry dog will indeed return. As far as I know, your father should already be hospitalized, right? You must be in dire need of money now, huh? This time, we are offering you a chance, you should be grateful. What are you doing? Ding Long spoke confidently, believing that having come this far, the impoverished youth would be overwhelmed with excitement. However, before he could finish, he watched in disbelief as Fang Ye slowly picked up the card and gently folded it. The plastic card snapped into two pieces instantly. He was utterly stunned. How dare this guy? Fang Ye casually tossed the broken card into the trash bin, laughing, though I may be poor, I am not so lowly as to obey like a dog. Ding Long's expression immediately soured. Do you know what you are doing? Are you aware of the consequences of turning against us? Not interested in knowing, you can leave now, Fang Ye replied indifferently. Had Ding Long's attitude been a touch more sincere, he might have considered it. However, that air of superiority, as if bestowing charity, was something he found utterly distasteful. Seeing that Fang Ye was not inclined to compromise, Ding Long had no intention of negotiating further. He scoffed disdainfully, do you really think that just because you've had 2 hit songs, you can act so arrogantly? Such short-sightedness, you will come to regret your decisions. With that, he turned and walked away. Regret? Ha! Fang Ye chuckled softly, then silently took out his phone and made a call. I'm free this afternoon, I can come to school. On the other side, he refused? What is going on? Music talent show executive producer Hu Wei looked toward Ding Long.
It's his arrogance, thinking that because he has 2 hit songs, he can dismiss us. Ding Long embellished the story. Hui's expression shifted between uncertainty and concern. He truly had not anticipated things would unfold this way. He initially thought it was merely a trivial matter of eliminating a contestant, but he had not expected it to escalate to this extent.
Today, Mr.
Li called to inquire about this matter. I was planning to offer Fang Ye some compensation to silence him, but I never imagined he would be so ungrateful. Producer, I believe we need not worry about this matter at all. After all, he is just an ordinary person, posing no threat to us. For those online mobs, they can say whatever they wish, they have no evidence. Fang Ye thinks this issue will continue to escalate, but he is unaware that the memory of online mobs is fleeting, and they will soon forget about this. Ding Long hastily replied. Upon hearing this, Hui found it reasonable. After all, there was no evidence in this situation. As long as Fang Ye did not escalate the matter further, it would eventually fade away without impacting them.
However, Fang Ye remains a nuisance.
I believe we should completely blacklist him to prevent him from speaking out. Exactly, as long as no company is willing to sign him, he will never be able to resurface.
Ding Long's gaze turned cold.
Fang Ye, you are still too naive, completely unaware of the consequences of opposing capital. With this thought, a smirk of disdain appeared at the corners of his mouth. The teaching building on Sunday was quite empty. Fang Ye arrived alone at the music room. He had arranged to practice singing there with Su Jian, but she had yet to arrive. He quietly sat at the piano, waiting in silence, reflecting on Ding Long's visit earlier that morning. He found it almost laughable. Ultimately, it was due to his current weakness that they regarded him with such disdain. Had he possessed even a modicum of fame or a hint of background, they would not dare act in such a manner. Strength, only by becoming stronger could he escape bullying and provide a good life for his father and sister. He instinctively clenched his fists, but quickly relaxed them. My mentality has been affected. I must remain calm. He silently urged himself, gazing at the piano before him. He hoped that through playing a piece, he could find peace. Upon opening the piano, a myriad of world-renowned compositions flooded his mind. Of course, not from this lifetime. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ye began to play. The melodious music gradually filled the air, and he slowly lost himself in the ocean of sound, a smile unconsciously gracing his face.
Music has a way of soothing the soul.
Meanwhile, in the corridor on the same floor as Fang Ye, 2 individuals were engaged in discussion. Teacher Lu, have you selected the student to represent our school in the upcoming International College Youth Piano Competition this summer? An older gentleman inquired. Beside him, a bespectacled female teacher adjusted her glasses and replied slowly, Professor Qin, we are still in the selection process. There are many candidates, but since this is an international competition, we must choose the most outstanding students. The elderly man nodded in agreement but sighed slightly. Alas, it seems we will once again be stagnant, watching as those prestigious foreign institutions snatch away the rankings. Hearing his sigh, Teacher Lu shook her head, feeling helpless about the situation. After all, the piano skills of foreign institutions far surpass theirs. However, we must give it our all. This time the host is in our own country. Even if we cannot secure first place, we must at least achieve a ranking. Otherwise, we will be ridiculed by those foreigners. Professor Qin stated earnestly. Yes, I understand. I will select the most talented students for the competition. Moreover, with participation from other schools, I believe we still have a chance. That's debatable. Sigh. I wonder when our nation's music will finally rise.
Professor Qin lamented.
At that moment, a wave of music slowly drifted into their ears. The serene melody seamlessly slipped into their awareness, causing both to pause momentarily.
Who is playing the piano? Teacher Lu exclaimed.
As Professor Qin listened to the music, his expression gradually turned serious.
This piece, why does it seem so unfamiliar to me?
Chapter 19 of The Hidden Virtuoso in the School. At this moment, the corridor was enveloped in a profound silence. Teacher Lu dared not utter a sound, fearing that she might disturb Professor Qin. Simultaneously, she found herself captivated by the melody that filled the air. Just as Professor Qin had remarked, she had never encountered this piece before, yet it was extraordinarily beautiful. It immersed her in a sea of music, and her spirit soared with uncontainable joy. She was utterly astonished. Who could be playing the piano? An eternal classic indeed. Professor Qin suddenly exclaimed, his hands trembling. He was a musician hailing from a family steeped in musical tradition. He could discern that this piece had never been performed before. It was a wholly original composition. Moreover, the quality of this work surpassed countless pieces he had previously encountered, elevating it to the realm of timeless masterpieces. Who could it be who was playing the piano? Did their school harbor such a hidden talent? Just as he intended to approach, the music abruptly ceased.
What happened? Why did they stop playing? He murmured, momentarily taken aback.
Then he quickened his pace. Let us go and investigate. His footsteps quickened. Who could it be playing the piano? A teacher, or perhaps a student? There were several music rooms on this floor, yet after visiting several, they found no one inside.
That music room is open.
Teacher Lu pointed to the third room from the end. Professor Qin's pace hastened. He was eager to uncover which esteemed individual resided within their school. Upon entering, however, they discovered the room to be completely empty. This left them exchanging bewildered glances. It seems they have already departed? Professor Qin remarked, somewhat disheartened, for he yearned to ascertain the identity of this talented individual.
The surveillance cameras, surely our classroom has them?
Teacher Lu suddenly suggested.
Today, all school surveillance is under maintenance. Such unfortunate coincidences are seldom fortuitous.
Never mind, I believe we shall have another opportunity to witness their brilliance. A talent like this will inevitably shine forth one day, Teacher Lu. If you have the time, perhaps you could look into it.
Yes, I understand.
The two then gradually made their way out.
Phew, what a relief. Fang Ye emerged from the restroom, feeling inexplicably lighthearted.
Just moments ago, while performing the imprint of rain, he had suddenly felt the urge to relieve himself and hurried to the restroom. It was only shortly after that he returned to the music room. Wait, I distinctly remember closing the door earlier.
Why is it open now?
He pondered, a touch puzzled. Fang Ye, my apologies for keeping you waiting. A voice suddenly called from behind. Turning around, he spotted Su Jiayin approaching with a guitar slung over her shoulder. Dressed in a white t-shirt and blue jeans, she remained undeniably beautiful. However, why are your eyes a bit red? Fang Ye inquired, somewhat confused. He recalled noticing Su Jiayin's reddened eyes the previous night, as if she had been crying.
It's nothing.
I just came here in a hurry, and some sand got into my eyes. Su Jiayin quickly wiped her eyes and explained. Fang Ye smiled, knowing full well he could not accept that explanation. Yet, seeing her reluctance to elaborate, he chose not to press further. Perhaps the timing simply wasn't right. What song do you plan to practice? I should prepare as well, Fang Ye asked with a smile. In situations like this, they typically rehearse songs suitable for duet performances. Su Jiayin replied, let us practice Asking the Wind.
Asking the Wind?
Fang Ye paused, slightly taken aback. That song, it seemed he had never heard it before. After listening for a moment, he realized it was rather subpar.
Wait a minute, this song is far too terrible, isn't it? Are you auditioning for a competition?
Fang Ye exclaimed, bewildered. A song like that would hardly lead to advancement. Su Jiayin, upon hearing this, appeared flustered and hastily replied, I currently have no other songs to sing.
Fang Ye gazed at Su Jiayin in confusion. No other songs to sing?
What could this mean? Typically, music competition programs would acquire song rights for contestants to perform. I cannot obtain the rights to any other songs, Su Jiayin murmured, lowering her head in a somewhat aggrieved manner. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye began to connect the dots regarding her reddened eyes. There seemed to be a deeper story at play. Taking a deep breath, Su Jiayin said, perhaps it's best to let it go. Singing this song indeed won't lead to advancement, but maybe I'm just not cut out for singing. Fang Ye, I apologize for wasting your time. With that, she dejectedly picked up her guitar and prepared to leave, a tear escaping the corner of her eye.
Wait! Fang Ye suddenly called out.
Su Jiayin paused, standing silently. She blinked hard to push back her tears and turned to reveal a smile adorned with dimples. What is it? I assure you, I'm fine, I just don't seem suited for singing.
Who says you're not suited for singing?
Your voice was delightful at the party last night. If that is not suitable, then people like Li Haiwan might as well jump off a building. Fang Ye replied casually. Su Jiayin looked up at Fang Ye, but my singing, promises made must be kept.
Since I promised to duet with you on stage, I shall fulfill that promise. Fang Ye smiled gently as he stepped forward to take the guitar from Su Jiayin. But there are no buts. With me around, there will be no issues.
Fang Ye pulled out a tissue and handed it to Su Jiayin. Observing this scene, Su Jiayin trembled slightly. She gazed up at Fang Ye, her tears gradually blurring his figure. Memories flooded back to a day many years ago, recalling the stubborn young boy standing before her, resilient despite being battered and bruised.
With me around, there will be no issues.
That youthful voice still resonated vividly in her memory.
Why are you crying again?
Women are truly made of water. Hurry and wipe your tears. Fang Ye tossed a pack of tissues her way, somewhat exasperated. Su Jiayin, feeling flustered, accepted the tissues and, after dabbing her tears, suddenly asked, do you remember about 10 years ago, when you fought for someone?
Fang Ye was momentarily taken aback, looking up at Su Jiayin, and waved his hand dismissively. Fight?
I often got into fights when I was younger. I don't recall the details. In his childhood, having grown up in poverty, he faced disdain and bullying, thus accumulating a wealth of fighting experience.
Su Jiayin, upon hearing this, appeared slightly despondent. Oh. Have you calmed down now? Once you're composed, we can begin, Fang Ye remarked nonchalantly. All right. Su Jiayin took a deep breath and responded earnestly. Very well, I will first perform it, and then you can listen attentively to see if you can sing it. Fang Ye settled at the piano and began to play. Oh, wait. Aren't we singing Asking the Wind?
Asking the Wind, that dreadful song is a waste of time. It won't lead to advancement. If you wish to progress, we must change the song.
But the rights, although I am unsure why you cannot obtain the rights, it doesn't matter.
If you can't secure them, just sing my song. No rights are necessary, just remember to give me a portion of the performance fee later.
Fang Ye stated casually. Upon hearing this, Su Jiayin was momentarily taken aback. Sing your song? What song?
As soon as she asked, enchanting piano notes began to resonate, sounding exceptionally melodious. Chapter 20. Aren't you going to kiss me? Su Jiayin had just been enjoying the music when it abruptly ceased. Why did you stop playing all of a sudden? She asked, perplexed, as she looked at Fang Ye. Although she had never heard this piece before, it had brought her immense comfort. I believe it is time for me to play a different song, one that is more suited to you, Fang Ye replied slowly. He had been playing Joyful Worship, but felt that the style did not quite resonate with Su Jiayin.
A song that suits me, what song could that be? Su Jiayin inquired, her curiosity piqued as she blinked at Fang Ye. Fang Ye scrutinized Su Jiayin before him. Feeling his prolonged gaze, Su Jiayin began to feel a bit shy. Why are you staring at me?
Fang Ye remained silent, gradually rising from his seat and stepping closer to Su Jiayin. The distance between them diminished from 2 meters to 1, then to 50 centimeters. Finally, it was less than 10 centimeters apart. Su Jiayin could almost feel the breath escaping from Fang Ye's lips. Her heart began to race. Why are you getting so close? Shoo, don't say a word, just smile for me. Fang Ye instructed, confused. Su Jiayin managed a somewhat rigid smile. Make it sweeter, he added. At his words, Su Jiayin took a deep breath, casting aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Hee, she giggled. In that instant, Fang Ye unexpectedly reached out to touch her face, closing the distance between them once more. Su Jiayin felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Close your eyes, Fang Ye suddenly commanded. Su Jiayin's heart tightened. Could it be that he wanted to kiss her? This would be her first kiss. She felt butterflies in her stomach. However, if it were Fang Ye, she instinctively closed her eyes, leaning her lips slightly forward, silently awaiting Fang Ye's next move. 1 second, 2 seconds, can you hurry up, she said, her voice tinged with anxiety. Yet no sooner had the words left her lips than she felt a gentle poke on her cheek. Ah, yes, there is indeed a dimple, and your eyelashes are quite long. But what's with that expression? Why are your lips coming so close, trying to take advantage of me? Fang Ye's voice rang out. Su Jiayin was left utterly bewildered. She opened her eyes to find Fang Ye gazing at her with a wariness that suggested he was watching a potential predator. You! Didn't you tell me to close my eyes? Su Jiayin exclaimed, exasperated. Yes, but what of it? Then did you not wish to kiss me? What are you always thinking about? I thought you were a pure girl. Fang Ye shook his head, looking utterly perplexed. Su Jiayin's eyes turned red with indignation. You, she fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Alright, no need for explanations. Those who understand, come now, I've already chosen a song. Fang Ye waved his hand dismissively, as if he were uninterested in hearing her explanation. Su Jiayin felt utterly flabbergasted. This was not how it was supposed to be. Let me explain. She rushed forward, but Fang Ye had already seated himself at the piano and began to play once more. The music resonated again, and she gradually fell silent. This piece enveloped her in a remarkably sweet feeling. The melody was exquisitely beautiful, and she watched Fang Ye with wide eyes, clearly astonished by his talent. How could he play such a splendid piece with such ease? Soon, Fang Ye began to sing. I'm still searching for a place to lean, and a warm embrace, who prays for me, who worries for me, who gets angry for me, who causes a stir. Happiness begins to show signs, fate draws us closer together. As his voice filled the air, Su Jiayin felt as though her ears were enveloped in a blissful haze. Gazing at Fang Ye, she was utterly captivated. His singing was so melodious, so enchanting, it felt as if he was whispering sweet nothings to her. In that moment, she felt herself succumbing to the charm of the melody. Soon, she noticed Fang Ye's gaze resting upon her as well. As their eyes met, his voice continued to flow. Dimples, long eyelashes, are your most beautiful marks. I can't sleep at night, missing your smile. You have no idea how important you are to me. With you, my life feels perfectly complete. Dimples, long eyelashes, irresistibly enchanting. I've slowed my pace, feeling as if I'm intoxicated, finally discovering the beauty of mutual understanding, a lifetime of warmth to cherish. I will love you until old age. The melodious and heartfelt song reached Su Jiayin's ears, causing her heart to race even faster. At that moment, Fang Ye seemed to transform into the Prince Charming of her dreams. Dimples, long eyelashes, wasn't he singing about her? Could it be he was confessing his feelings for her through this song? The self-delusion of a woman can be quite formidable. At that moment, Su Jiayin found herself lost in her own thoughts. After singing Dimples for about 5 minutes, Fang Ye finally relaxed and looked at Su Jiayin. Let us go with this song. Nowadays, everyone loves a love song, so you should use this for the competition. As for the performance fee, you can decide. I'm granting you the rights to this song. Huh, wasn't this your way of confessing? Su Jiayin emerged from her reverie, staring at Fang Ye. Confess? What confession? This is simply the song for you to use in the competition. What on earth are you thinking? Quickly remember the lyrics. We need to practice, Fang Ye said, looking at her with mild bewilderment. Su Jiayin's face turned crimson. She was on the verge of losing control. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Alright, I'll memorize the lyrics right now, she said, smiling brightly at Fang Ye. Before long, the two began to practice diligently. Wait, when you sing, you need to infuse more emotion. Why do I feel like there's a lot of resentment in your voice? Fang Ye interrupted Su Jiayin, puzzled. Su Jiayin shot him a glare in her mind. Wasn't this his fault? I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous, let me adjust. Alright. An afternoon passed. By the time Su Jiayin sang, she had finally managed to satisfy Fang Ye considerably. Alright, we'll leave it at this for tonight. A few more days of practice should suffice. Fang Ye nodded, appearing quite content. Your musical ability is quite impressive, and your capacity for comprehension is high. However, remember to focus your thoughts on the music, and refrain from letting your mind wander to irrelevant matters, Fang Ye said earnestly. Well, what irrelevant matters? Su Jiayin's face flushed once more as she stomped her foot in inquiry. I want to elaborate further on that. It's dark now, let us leave and not linger here, Fang Ye said before swiftly departing. Hey, wait, clarify what you meant. Su Jiayin hurried after him, unwilling to let Fang Ye misunderstand her. What kind of situation was this? Before long, they found themselves in a large restaurant. I'll treat you to this meal, thank you for agreeing to help me, Su Jiayin said earnestly as Fang Ye waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small matter. It's mutually beneficial. Helping Su Jiayin also served his own interests, as he was well aware that he needed exposure as well. As Su Jiayin ate, her expression revealed a hint of hesitation.
Fang Ye, there is something I feel I must tell you.
Otherwise, I won't feel at ease, she suddenly declared, looking at Fang Ye with utmost seriousness.
What is it?
Fang Ye lifted his gaze from his meal to meet hers. In her eyes, he detected a trace of fear and concern. What had this girl gone through? Chapter 21 of The Little Carp gains popularity. The restaurant was bustling with activity. A television hung on the wall, its purpose unclear, whether for the patron's entertainment or the proprietor's own. Fang Ye sat beside Su Jiayin, who, with her head bowed as if summoning her courage, finally spoke. This matter concerns my father. Fang Ye nodded, listening intently. It soon became evident to him that Su Jiayin's father had long been opposed to her entering the entertainment industry. Despite this, she was resolute in her desire to pursue a career in music, ultimately making a wager with her father to participate in a singing competition. If she succeeded, he would allow her to debut. If she failed, she would return home obediently. Initially, she believed everything would unfold smoothly, but soon realized the reality was far from her expectations. Just as she approached the finals, her father covertly sabotaged her efforts, obstructing her access to numerous valuable song copyrights in an attempt to eliminate her from the competition. This led to a heated argument between them, yet ultimately, she found herself powerless to change the situation. It's no wonder you've been singing such mediocre songs. Clearly, your father is quite determined, Fang Ye remarked slowly. He insists on me following his prescribed path, completely disregarding my aspirations.
That is why I'm determined to secure first place to prove him wrong. Fang Ye, I need your help this time. He might come looking for you, but don't worry, my father isn't involved with any underworld figures. He wouldn't resort to violence. Instead, he'll likely offer you money to stay out of my affairs. When the time comes, just accept his money. I'll figure out the rest on my own, Su Jiayin stated earnestly. At that moment, Fang Ye fell silent, reminiscing about his previous life when Su Jiayin had vanished after that competition. He had been puzzled by her sudden disappearance, but now it all made sense. He smiled and assured her, I understand, I'll keep an eye on things, so there is no need for you to worry about me. Well, regardless of the outcome, thank you, Su Jiayin replied with a silent nod. In the depths of her gaze, Fang Ye perceived a flicker of dejection. If you secure first place, will he cease to hinder your path? He inquired abruptly, surprised by his own question. That damned instinct to protect the vulnerable. Yes, but that is highly unlikely right now. I'm in the quarterfinals, and I suspect he'll arrange for some troublesome competitors to block my way, making it nearly impossible to clinch first place. I've come to terms with it. As long as I can perform on stage, that is sufficient. As for future matters, I prefer not to dwell on them. Honestly, my passion isn't for the entertainment industry but merely for the stage of music, Su Jiayin confessed, a serene smile gracing her lips. Fang Ye nodded thoughtfully, absent-mindedly picking at his teeth with a toothpick. Who knows what the future holds? Let us focus on taking one step at a time. Agreed. Goodness, what an atrocious show, boss. Could we change the channel? Came a sudden outburst of complaints. Indeed. Is there not a more captivating program available? What is this nonsense?
Several diners began voicing their discontent. Fang Ye and Su Jiayin exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the television, which was airing a historical drama, the title displayed in the corner reading, The Romance of Mandarin Ducks.
Wait, this drama is airing now? Fang Ye exclaimed in surprise. Are you familiar with it?
From the looks of the audience's reactions, it appears to be quite a poor production, Su Jiayin remarked. Fang Ye scratched his head. I've heard of it, indeed. This was the very drama for which he had penned The New Romance of Mandarin Ducks.
My apologies, my apologies. I'll change the channel immediately.
The owner hurried over, just as the episode concluded, the ending theme starting to play. Yesterday flowed like the eastern river, drifting away without a trace. Today, my heart is troubled and distressed, drawing the sword to cut the water, yet the water flows evermore. Raising a cup to dispel sorrow only deepens the gloom, as tomorrow's gentle breeze drifts away. This was the very melody from The New Romance of Mandarin Ducks. Upon hearing it, many in the restaurant were visibly moved. Wait. Don T changed the channel. Boss, please don't, someone shouted loudly, causing others to perk up and listen intently.
Wow, this song is surprisingly melodious. Drawing the sword to cut the water, yet the water flows evermore.
Raising a cup to dispel sorrow only deepens the gloom. These lyrics are truly profound, they murmured. At that moment, Su Jiayin too was captivated by the song, savoring its beauty. The word love carries such weight. This song is truly wonderful, she thought, glancing at Fang Ye. Suddenly, she felt that the song mirrored her current emotions perfectly. She longed to clarify her position in Fang Ye's heart, yet hesitated. The mere thought of it brought forth the feeling of raising a cup to dispel sorrow only to deepen it further. The entire restaurant fell into a hushed reverie, each face reflecting sheer enchantment, as if they were the protagonists of the music. However, this was merely the ending theme, and within 2 minutes, it came to an abrupt end.
What? It's over? Surely not. This song was too beautiful. It's undoubtedly the best I've heard in years. What is its title? I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention, too engrossed in the music. This song.
I believe it's called The New Romance of Mandarin Ducks, written by a musician named Little Carp, someone mentioned, prompting a collective realization among the diners. I must download this song when I get home and savor it slowly.
It's simply magnificent.
I can't believe such a poor show would feature such a beautiful song. It's utterly astonishing. Exactly, thank goodness the boss delayed the channel change. I'll search for this song when I return. They were all utterly enthralled by the new romance of Mandarin ducks.
Little Carp?
I don't think I've ever heard of this musician, but someone capable of composing such a masterpiece must surely be a remarkably talented individual, Xianjian mused, resting her chin on her hands, admiration evident on her face.
Didn't your class assign this as homework?
Ha?
What homework?
Never mind, the person who wrote this song might not necessarily be an older gentleman, it could very well be a young and handsome lad.
Fang Ye chuckled. Let us be realistic.
Someone with such deep understanding is likely to be seasoned in years, who knows, they might be an eccentric genius from somewhere, perhaps even a pseudonym for some renowned musician, Xianjian replied, shaking her head.
Fang Ye could only remain speechless.
After finishing dinner, he parted ways with Xianjian and made a brief visit to the hospital to check on his father before finally returning home. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. The Romance of Mandarin Ducks had aired, judging by the audience's reactions, they seemed thoroughly pleased with the new Romance of Mandarin Ducks. If that were the case, his alias Little Carp should soon gain traction. Oh, right, this song, it's about time I uploaded it to the Longwen Music Network, Fang Ye mused to himself. He quickly powered on his computer and logged onto Weibo. Almost immediately, he was greeted by trending topics. Frowny face, the new Romance of Mandarin Ducks. From bad films come great songs.
Who is Little Carp, really? Various discussions filled the Weibo homepage. Clearly, Little Carp had begun to rise to prominence. Chapter 22 of the Toolman. It all began with a post from a renowned diva on Weibo, the melodious Ding Yao, who adores singing, expressed today, while indulging in a drama, I stumbled upon a song that is truly enchanting. To relish it once more, I even went out of my way to watch another episode. The song is titled The New Dream of Butterflies and Lovers, and it is particularly delightful. I wonder who the esteemed teacher Xiao Liu is. I would love the opportunity to collaborate with them someday.
Within the entertainment circle, Ding Yao is an immensely popular diva, boasting millions of followers on Weibo. Once this post was shared, it instantly garnered the attention of countless individuals. The rising star, Yang Fei, also retweeted Ding Yao's post. Did Sister Yao listen to this song as well? I did too. I absolutely adore it. The lyrics are truly beautiful. Drawing a knife to sever the water only makes it flow more.
Raising a cup to drown sorrow only deepens it.
This line has now become my signature. Subsequently, many other celebrities began to mention the song. Gradually, the number of fans drawn to this melody continued to swell. Has Yao also noticed that song? It's incredibly captivating. However, the drama itself is truly dreadful. If it weren't for this song, I wouldn't have the slightest desire to watch this series.
Indeed.
After watching a single episode, I had no intention of continuing, yet it was only because of hearing this song that I begrudgingly persisted. Historically, poorly made films give birth to divine melodies. But who exactly is this teacher Xiao Liu? It has been years since I've encountered such a song. It's remarkable.
The Longwen Music Exchange platform lists Xiao Liu as a bronze-level musician.
Perhaps they are merely an alias for some prominent figure. Meanwhile, at that moment, Luo Feihong was at home, having just received a call from the producer.
It's a hit. Director Lu, our drama's viewership has skyrocketed, it has surpassed 1, and it continues to rise.
The producer's voice carried a hint of excitement.
What is the viewership rating? Luo Feihong inquired eagerly.
In truth, he had never anticipated any significant ratings for this drama. He was merely fulfilling his contractual obligations. He was acutely aware of the script's quality. Even a score of 0.5
would be worthy of reverence. Yet, now it had actually exploded in popularity?
It has surpassed 1, and it continues to rise. Upon hearing the producer's words, Luo Feihong found himself somewhat bewildered.
What has transpired? Could it be that song?
His immediate response was not to marvel at the drama's brilliance, but rather to ponder the song. That particular piece, New Butterfly Dream, seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Indeed, it is currently trending on Weibo. You can take a look. Many are flocking to watch this drama because of that song.
Director Lu, we have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. Who on earth is that teacher Little Carp, do you know?
I have no idea. I don't know him either. However, this is a fortuitous situation. You all should keep an eye on it, he replied. After hanging up, Luo Feihong felt a surge of excitement. A single song had propelled a television drama's ratings. Such feats could only be accomplished by musicians of stellar caliber. Moreover, the quality of this song was incredibly impressive. Who exactly is this teacher Little Carp? Is he a pseudonym for a renowned musician, or perhaps a newcomer in the industry? If he is indeed a newcomer, then it truly, regardless, I must establish a good relationship with teacher Little Carp. Luo Feihong resolved firmly. Whether he is a newcomer or not, anyone capable of composing such a song must be a person of genuine skill. In the entertainment industry, the broader one's connections, the better. Soon, he logged onto the platform to reach out to Little Carp.
Nonsense, how could Little Carp possibly be an older man? Clearly, he is a handsome young lad. What the hell? Who is this fool, just grabbing any old picture to impersonate me?
Fang Ye was still at home scrolling through Weibo, reveling in all the comments about Little Carp. At that moment, he felt exceedingly pleased. The Little Carp persona had become a sensation. This meant that soon, more and more offers would come knocking at his door, and those were all potential earnings. At present, he was in desperate need of such opportunities. He quickly logged into the music exchange platform. As expected, he found his private messages had already exceeded 99. Some were inquiring about his identity, others were adoring fans, and there were also several requests for collaborations. However, there were no invitations from top-tier artists, most were from ordinary singers. Fang Ye took a deep breath and promptly closed those notifications. Stay calm, do not rush, first, I must elevate my status, he quietly asserted. Currently, he was merely a lowly bronze-level musician, and even if he accepted offers to create songs, he wouldn't earn much at first. He needed to boost his level, making contracts increasingly valuable. It seems I must release the single new Butterfly Dream first, he murmured to himself. Should he sing it himself? He logged onto the Longwa Music Network to check. He discovered that he couldn't operate 2 accounts simultaneously. This meant that if he sang it himself, he would lose his little carp identity. For now, he had no intention of shedding this persona. He was surrounded by potential threats, having had conflicts with Ding Long, and Li Haiwan's One High Entertainment was not to be trifled with. He was also uncertain about the situation with Su Jian's father. At present, he lacked the means to resist any party and needed to leave a retreat available. It seems I need to find a proxy, Fang Ye mused silently. What kind of proxy should he seek? Ideally, someone with lower contractual demands. At that moment, a name sprang to mind, Lu Long. That guy has decent singing skills and is also quite loyal. He will do. Fang Ye concluded silently. Lu Long was one of the few close friends he had in school. He recalled how, during the time of his father's passing in his previous life, he had lived in dire straits. Ultimately, it was Lu Long who came to his aid, having secretly taken money from his own family to help him. He had even been scolded by his father for that act. Their bond remained strong even into their 40s. How many people in one's life can be such steadfast friends? Rather than let someone else profit, I might as well ask Lu Long. Fang Ye chuckled. The next day, upon arriving at school, many classmates instinctively lowered their heads upon seeing him. Clearly, his song father had proven his capabilities. This group of people now felt somewhat guilty. Ah, Fang Ye, you're here. That song from Saturday night was incredible, it brought me to tears. Lu Long swaggered over to Fang Ye, throwing an arm around his shoulder. He then smugly glanced towards Li Haiwan's direction, and that song of yours, Chasing Dreams with a Passionate Heart, didn't even advance. I wonder if those mentors are blind, letting some terrible songs progress instead. What do you mean by that? Li Haiwan slammed his hand on the table, fuming. TSK, what dog is barking? I wasn't even talking to you, and you're already on the defensive. Li Haiwan, you know very well how you advanced, it's just because your father is a big shot. Shameless. Lu Long scoffed, disdainfully. Lu Long, clean up your language. What's wrong? Not happy? Want to settle this with a duel? Meet me on the playground. Lu Long glared at Li Haiwan with a fierce demeanor. Li Haiwan's forehead was now bulging with veins. After being crushed by Fang Ye last Saturday, his mood had already been quite foul. He hadn't anticipated that the scandal would later erupt, and now his Weibo was flooded with insults. This left him feeling miserable with no outlet for his frustration. He glared at Lu Long, fists clenched, ready to speak when a voice interrupted. Enough. The crowd turned to see Xianjian approaching. She walked over slowly, fixing her gaze on Fang Ye. Fang Ye, I admit you have some level of skill, but winning once doesn't give you the right to be so arrogant. You don't truly believe this puts you on par with Haiwan, do you? If I were you, I would choose to be discreet, rather than behave in a manner that increasingly annoys others. Fang Ye felt utterly perplexed. He hadn't even spoken, however, he wasn't petty enough to retaliate over such trivial matters, as his soul was no longer that of a hot-blooded youth. He turned to Lu Long and said, Lu Long, come with me for a moment. Fang Ye, you're not going to hit her? Can you really endure this? You don't still have feelings for her, do you? Su Jian is 1,000 times better than her. Upon reaching the corridor, Lu Long gazed at Fang Ye incredulously. What are you talking about? Do you think winning an argument is meaningful? If you want to win, then take real action to silence them, Fang Ye replied calmly. Oh, look at you, becoming an action-oriented person, by the way. I have something for you, take this. As he spoke, Lu Long pulled out an envelope from his pocket. What is this? My pocket money. I heard your father is in the hospital, and you must be short on cash right now. Take it quickly, otherwise, I might regret giving it to you later. Lu Long hurriedly thrust the envelope into Fang Ye's hand. Observing this scene, Fang Ye felt a twinge of emotion. Indeed, whether in this life or the last, Lu Long was always someone he could trust. All right. I appreciate your kindness, but you should keep this money for yourself. I've already sorted my father's hospital expenses, he insisted, pushing Lu Long's hand away, yet, he noticed Lu Long was looking at him with utmost seriousness. Are we not brothers? Of course we are, but why are you asking that? If so, just take it. My family isn't particularly wealthy, but I can manage this amount. I know you value your dignity, but in front of a brother, you can let that go. Lu Long said earnestly. Fang Ye stared at him, momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. He patted Lu Long's shoulder and gently said, I'm not lying, I've already paid the 50,000 yuan for my father's hospital fees. Otherwise, when have I ever been polite with you? Lu Long stared at Fang Ye in shock. You actually paid it all? Where did you get the money? Wait, you didn't sell yourself, did you? You may be handsome, but you shouldn't treat yourself that way. Don't worry, I will definitely keep this a secret from Su Jian. Fang Ye kicked him in the shins, laughing as he scolded, what are you talking about? You re the one who sold out, I'm making money with my skills, this time, I'm here to help you soar.
What, you didn't hook up with a rich woman and plan to drag me along, did you? Lu Long looked at Fang Ye in horror. I won't accept. Get lost. What kind of nonsense are you thinking about all day? Now I ask you, do you want to become famous, do you want to be a star, or are you planning to inherit your father's breakfast shop after graduation? Fang Ye fixed his gaze on Lu Long, slowly inquiring. Chapter 23 I am the little carp. Lu Long also noticed that Fang Ye's expression was exceedingly serious. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed with a complex look on his face. Of course, I want to. I think about it every day, otherwise, I would have listened to my father and become a chef long ago, but dreams, they always remain just that, dreams. My abilities are evident. I know I'm not cut out to be a star or a singer. Sometimes, I wonder if I should have followed my father's advice and learned to cook. Inheriting the breakfast shop would have been much more comfortable. Alas, ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. Fang Ye gazed at Lu Long. He recalled that in his previous life, Lu Long had indeed returned to take over his father's breakfast shop after graduation, only to eventually go bankrupt due to various circumstances. Stick with me, and I'll help you debut, Fang Ye declared earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lu Long looked at Fang Ye with disbelief. Don't joke around, you already have 2 songs that have become hits, you have a tremendous chance to debut, but if you take me along as a burden, it would be over. Fang Ye, I appreciate your kindness, but everyone has their own fate. Once you become a big star, just don't forget your brother. He waved his hand with a smile. Do you know there's a song that just went viral yesterday? It's called New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream. Fang Ye said directly. Of course, didn't we write our reflections on it? Besides, you performed poorly. The background of the author's song practically turned into your own story. It cracked me up. Lu Long recalled, unable to suppress his laughter. That song is mine. I am the little carp, Fang Ye stated with utmost seriousness. Ha, you're not joking, are you? That is not a funny joke. Everyone says the little carp is a pseudonym for some renowned musician. Wait a minute, with that expression, are you serious? Are you really the little carp? Lu Long stared at Fang Ye in shock. He knew that when Fang Ye wore that expression, he was undeniably serious. I truly am the little carp, but I cannot reveal this alias for now to avoid trouble. Therefore, I need to find someone I can trust to sing this song for me. What do you say, brother, care to join me? Fang Ye said earnestly. Lu Long immediately composed himself, looking at Fang Ye with seriousness. Are you serious? You want me to sing New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream? You're not kidding? Of course not, take a look at my account, Fang Ye replied, pulling out his phone and showing Lu Long the backend. Wow. You really are the little carp. You probably forgot that I roasted you a few days ago, right? Lu Long said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he looked at Fang Ye. What do you think? So, are you in or out? If all goes well, I will continue to release many songs under the name Little Carp in the future, and I can guarantee there will be plenty of songs that will need your voice. Do you think I can make you famous? Fang Ye asked with a smile. Regardless of whether that happens, at least I'll get to sing. Not if you believe in me, then I'm in. Lu Long replied earnestly, his heart racing with excitement. He never imagined that his brother was, in fact, the very popular Little Carp online. Do you have an account registered on Dragon Country Music Network? If not, you can register right now. I do. I even released a few songs before, let me check. He pulled out his phone and handed it to Fang Ye. Little Dragon Man? Fang Ye's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit shy. Lu Long said, yes. I was just worried someone might recognize me, that would be so embarrassing. I'm not a big star, do I need to change my name? No need, this works too. You can go by Little Dragon Man. If you get recognized, it's likely I will be implicated as well. Fang Ye nodded, speaking slowly. He needed to act with caution. The identity of Little Carp must remain concealed for now. Okay. When are we recording the song? I can hardly wait. Lu Long exclaimed excitedly. Let us do it after school. We can use the music room at school, Fang Ye suggested after some thought. Sounds good, a Little Carp and a Little Dragon Man, there is a strangely perfect vibe to it. Lu Long said with a grin. He was overflowing with excitement, having thought he would be distanced from music after graduation. Get lost, I don't like men, we'll talk more after class. Fang Ye retorted, giving him a playful kick. After school, Fang Ye and Lu Long went directly to the music room to record the song. They didn't use too many complicated instruments, and the recording went swiftly. Those who could get into a music academy were naturally not lacking in singing talent. While Lu Long's singing skill wasn't top-notch, it surpassed that of many popular stars. Under Fang Ye's guidance, they finished recording a song in no time. When will we release the song? Lu Long asked nervously after the recording was complete, looking at Fang Ye. What are you so anxious about? We'll release the song tonight, just follow my instructions. Regarding the contract, I'll send you an electronic version later, we'll split the profits 50-50, Fang Ye said slowly. Once a song is released, the platform takes a 1/cut of the earnings. The remaining 90 is divided according to the contractual agreement among the singer, lyricist, and composer. Since Lu Long is the singer and Fang Ye is responsible for the lyrics and composition, they would split it between just the two of them. 50-50? No way, absolutely not. Lu Long shook his head vehemently. Why not? I'm just responsible for singing a bit. This song is your brainchild, I can't comfortably take away half, just give me one share.
I'll take one as a token of hard work, you keep the rest, Lulong stated earnestly, yet he understood that Fang Ye needed the money more than he did. Fang Ye looked at Lulong, both amused and touched. Rest assured, we 1T just have this one song to profit from. There will be more in the future, so I 1T always be short on money to ITS 50-50. However, Lulong remained stubborn, the ratio kept decreasing. 70-30, that's my bottom line. Not if you're still unwilling, I'll find someone else, and you can just go back to inheriting the breakfast shop, Fang Ye said nonchalantly. Then, fine, thank you, Fang Ye, Lulong replied seriously. Fang Ye shook his head with a smile. Thank you, it was he who should be expressing gratitude. After all, in his past life, Lulong had helped him immensely. This share of the profits truly didn't amount to much. Alright, after you go home, follow my instructions to release the song. Starting tonight, your name as Little Dragon Man will gradually spread throughout the entertainment circle. Who knows, you might even become a superstar, Fang Ye said with a grin. And you, Little Carp. I see the potential of a king in you. Ha, let us encourage each other. The two burst into laughter. By the way, no one can know you are the Little Carp, right? Not even TZ and the others? Yes, it must be kept confidential for now. Understood. That night, Fang Ye made another trip to the hospital. The doctor said you can be discharged in 2 days, he said. Yes, after you get out, Dad, take good care of yourself at home and spend time with Jeja. Don't go collecting scrap anymore, Fang Ye said earnestly. Fang Li looked up at Fang Ye, but even if you can earn money now, it must be tiring for you, right? I can still manage. Not at all, Dad, just trust me, you have no idea how much a song can earn. Just a couple of days ago, I wrote a song for a superstar and earned 100,000 yuan. Once his song is released, I'll have a share as well, so there will be plenty of money. You don't need to do those laborious jobs anymore. If you really find yourself idle, just find something light to do, Fang Ye said earnestly. It was imperative for him to change his father's fate, and now, it was gradually changing. He could never allow his father to return to that arduous life. 100,000? Fang Li was taken aback by the figure. 100,000 was an immense sum for him. Yes, and this is just the beginning. Now I will write more and more songs and earn more money. We can move out of this house and provide Jeja with a better learning environment, especially since she'll be starting kindergarten soon, Fang Ye nodded seriously. Seeing his son's earnest demeanor, Fang Li fell silent for a moment before nodding. Alright then, we'll talk more about it when we get back. Fang Ye knew that his father still harbored some reservations and wasn't entirely at ease. It seemed he needed to expedite Lulong's release of new Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream that would bring in another income and reassure his father. That evening, Fang Ye returned home. He logged onto the music platform, cleared his private messages, and changed his status to currently not accepting orders. Then he posted an announcement. New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream original track is about to be released, tonight at 9 o'clock, stay tuned. After this post went live, it quickly became a hot topic on the platform. Soon, numerous fans flooded in. Finally, the song is being released, congratulations, Great One. Great One, whose pseudonym are you hiding behind? I'm so curious, are you really a complete newcomer? A newcomer this impressive? I can hardly believe it. May the carp god bless me to pass my finals. 9 o'clock, I'm waiting eagerly, finally, I can loop the song, huh? Countless fans were eagerly anticipating. Fang Ye carefully checked the levels among the ranks of musicians. Bronze, silver, and gold required relatively little experience, categorizing them as ordinary musicians. He felt confident that one song would suffice for him to climb the ranks. However, reaching the platinum musician level marked the first significant transformation. The profit-sharing contracts for platinum musicians improved, and the earnings from each song could reach millions. Of course, the requirements for upgrading were different. To elevate from a gold musician to a platinum musician, one needed 2 chart-topping songs, and the total downloads of their songs had to reach 2 million. As for diamond and star-level musicians, the bar was set even higher. Becoming a reigning musician required a year of continuous chart-topping, a hellish challenge, which is why the number of reigning musicians in Dragon Country was scarce. Let us see if I can upgrade to gold musician in one go. Fang Ye thought silently. Below platinum, everyone else was insignificant. Time ticked away. Lulong received Fang Ye's instructions, preparing to release the song at 9 o'clock. Meanwhile, many fans were also awaiting the hour. Fang Ye sat at home, quietly watching the clock. 8 o'clock, 8:30, 8:50. It's 9 o'clock. The first opportunity to change my fate has arrived, Fang Ye murmured. New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream, release. Lulong gritted his teeth and pressed the release button. Chapter 24. A song, a record 9 o'clock in the evening. New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream is released punctually. It's finally here. A flicker of joy graces Su Jian's face as she sits in front of her computer. She adores the song, feeling as if it resonates with her own experiences alongside Fang Ye. Without hesitation, she pays to download it for 50 cents. It's so beautiful. I wonder if teacher Little Carp has experienced such things too. He must have, given that he is probably over 50, he must have endured quite a bit. How pitiful. I absolutely cannot end up like Fang Ye. She exhales softly, then quietly immerses herself in the music, listening repeatedly. It has been ages since she encountered such a melodious tune. After several loops, she contentedly removes her headphones. Huh, the download count? She suddenly fixates on her computer screen, staring at the download numbers. Instantly, her expression shifts. Astonishment, utter astonishment. 50,000 downloads already. How could it be so fast? It's only been 10 minutes, right?
She murmurs to herself, wholly unable to believe her own eyes. A song, in 10 minutes, achieving 50,000 downloads? This is an unfathomable figure. Wait, how much experience does a bronze musician need to upgrade to silver? Is it 100,000 downloads worth of experience? She gradually realizes a crucial point. This song, New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream, is highly likely to set a record for the fastest ascent from bronze to silver. Of course, this presupposes that Little Carp is not an alias. If it is an alias, the experience would accumulate to the primary account. Previously, there were musicians who managed to rise from bronze to silver with a single song, but they took quite some time. The fastest among them took 2 hours. However, this time, Little Carp's song amassed 50,000 downloads in merely 10 minutes, with another 50,000 needed. Would 2 hours suffice? Xianjian inexplicably grows anxious, sensing that she might witness the emergence of a terrifying record. Not just her, but other fans have also caught on to this phenomenon. Wow, everyone, look, Teacher Little Carp's song has reached 50,000 downloads in 10 minutes, this is outrageous. If he is not an alias, he will definitely break the record. The fastest musician to ascend from bronze to silver. Damn, this download count is indeed quite alarming. Could a record truly be on the horizon? Countless pairs of eyes on the forum are glued to the screen, eager to see how the situation unfolds. At 9 o'clock, Xianjian is still at home, also monitoring the platform. After downloading and listening to the song a few times, he is equally stunned by the data. A record, could it really be happening? He murmurs, a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Apart from Fang Ye, has another prodigious musician emerged? He can only hope that this is not an alias. Fang Ye, quick, look, the download count is skyrocketing, it's soaring. I can't believe this is the song I sang. It has an astonishing download count. Lulong exclaims over the phone, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Alright, calm down, this is just the beginning, don't worry, the numbers will continue to rise. Fang Ye replies with a smile. In truth, he too is astonished by the data. After all, this is merely an unknown rookie. Suddenly achieving such download figures is indeed frightening. 15 minutes after the song's release, the download count is still on the rise. Here it comes. 80,000 downloads. Fang Ye, did you see that? 80,000 downloads. Lulong shouts excitedly. Fang Ye clenches his fists, gritting his teeth. I'm watching, stay steady. It seems that the silver musician status is just around the corner. Finally, at 21 minutes past, the download count for New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream surpasses 100,000. Hooray, Fang Ye, it's 100,000, I've never sung a song with such a high download count in my life. Lulong's voice quivers with emotion. Fang Ye picks up on it, smiling, alright, don't get too carried away, there will be more opportunities in the future. From today onward, not just Little Carp, but you too, Little Dragon, will rise alongside him. Lulong on the other end falls silent for a moment before saying, thanks, brother. Of Fang Ye, understanding the weight of this statement, says nothing further. This is a person's musical dream. Just remember to treat me to a meal later. Fang Ye chuckles before hanging up. He can already see on his back end that his musician level has upgraded from bronze to silver. Moreover, he has earned a badge of the record-breaking badge. Wait, how much experience does a gold musician require? He quickly shifts his gaze to the next level. A silver musician needs 100,000 experience points, while a gold musician requires 500,000. This means that to earn the title of gold musician, the download count for his songs must reach 500,000. By that time, he could sell a song for 100,000. Looks promising. A smile breaks across Fang Ye's face. 100,000. 21 minutes, his level has truly increased. This Little Carp is not an alias, he is a genuine newcomer. Xianjian exclaims excitedly as he observes the Little Carp ID, which has transitioned from bronze to silver musician. His hands tremble slightly, however, he quickly regains his composure, fully aware that both Little Carp and Fang Ye could be fleeting phenomena. After all, it is not unusual for a musician to suddenly compose a great song. I hope this is not a flash in the pan. I hope it truly signifies the revival of the Mandarin music scene. He murmurs to himself. On Weibo, Little Carp has also surged onto the trending topics. Frowny face, a miracle of a song. The fastest ascent to silver ever. Incredible. Little Carp, what a legend. Turns out he is genuinely a rookie, not an alias. Impressive, but Little Dragon singing is also quite delightful. Does anyone know their relationship? Who knows, they might be relatives, they should be quite familiar. Regardless, I truly witnessed a miracle tonight. Someone actually ascended to silver musician status in just over 20 minutes with a single song. Remarkable. Countless individuals engage in discussions about this event as if they themselves had achieved a record. On Weibo, Little Carp also trends. Fang Ye, observing the back end, notices numerous requests for collaborations. Just hold on a little longer, perhaps we can aim for gold musician status? A thought flickers through his mind. The pursuit of gold musician status isn't impossible. An hour has passed, and the download count is nearing 200,000. Moreover, having trended on Weibo will surely attract significant traffic. He quietly monitors the download figures on Dragon Kingdom Music Network, which continue to rise steadily. Meanwhile, the group who had just relaxed suddenly realizes a crucial issue. The conversion rate for Little Carp's song is remarkably high. Wait, could it be that this guy is going to ascend to gold musician status with a single song? Xianjian, who had just relaxed, tenses up again.
He quickly checks the download data and discovers that the download count for New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream is still climbing at an impressive pace. The conversion rate is extraordinarily high. Many have taken notice of this.
Have you all noticed? The download count for Little Carp's song is somewhat terrifying. I noticed 200,000 downloads in an hour. Could it be aiming for 500,000? One song, directly becoming a gold musician? Achieving 500,000 downloads, is that even possible?
It seems unlikely. The download rates have significantly decreased, and they will likely continue to dwindle.
What a shame, but there is still a slight chance. Many people are filled with a sense of disbelief.
Such a feat has never been accomplished by any musician. Even the top-tier musicians, during their rookie phase, showcasing their talent by writing a hit song, have not managed to achieve 500,000 downloads with a single song to become a gold musician. Thus, they had not considered it initially, but now the download count for New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream seems to be suggesting that anything is possible. Many are glued to the data, their emotions taut with anticipation. If a single song manages to leap 2 tiers, it would indeed be phenomenal. 2 hours pass, the download count reaches 250,000, and the rate of increase is slowed somewhat. Still 25,000 to go. Sigh, it appears a single song still poses some challenge.
Fang Ye observes the data, shaking his head.
Achieving gold musician status with one song is indeed a bit ambitious. However, he is unperturbed. After all, if one song doesn't suffice, 2 songs will do, and it's not a major issue. By now, it is already deep into the night, yet, Xianjian remains awake. Wearing headphones, he quietly listens to a song. Drawing the knife to sever the water only makes it flow more. Raising a cup to drown sorrow only deepens the grief. Such wonderful lyrics, truly splendid. He has listened to New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream multiple times. He particularly appreciates the melody and lyrics of this song. Our Dragon Kingdom's music scene needs more songs like this. As the president of the Music Association, he bears the responsibility of fostering the rise of Dragon Kingdom music. He is acutely aware that today's battles are cultural battles. If Dragon Kingdom fails to seize cultural heights, others will. Thus, the resurgence of Dragon Kingdom music holds immense significance. Regrettably, the current music scene is stagnant, offering him little hope, with only a handful of top-tier musicians.
This Little Carp, this song, it won't do.
I must arrange some tasks. Such a song must not go to waste. Soon, Xianjian formulates a plan that he has no idea who Little Carp is. However, to him, this song has already become one of the finest in the current music scene.
Therefore, it must be made meaningful.
The next morning, as soon as Fang Ye wakes up, he immediately checks the song's download count. He discovers it has plateaued at 310,000, and the rate of increase has significantly slowed.
Sigh, it really poses some difficulty. He exhales, shaking his head.
After all, many people think, having heard a preview, why would they download it? He tidies up his belongings and prepares to head to school. Just as he arrives at school, Luo excitedly gives him a bear hug.
Brother, amazing. Your song is too divine. Keep it down.
Fang Ye gestures for silence. Luo chuckles and gives an okay sign. With such a high download count, you're truly incredible, he whispers.
It's a pity it didn't reach gold musician status. We'll just have to wait for the next song.
Fang Ye shakes his head, feeling a bit regretful. Luo gazes at him in astonishment. You want a single song to reach gold? That's quite a tall order. He shakes his head, speaking very seriously. Meanwhile, in the teacher's office, have you all heard? Last night, a divine song emerged, called New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream.
Yes.
It is indeed very beautiful, and that Little Carp broke the record for the fastest ascent to silver musician. I'm envious. I'm still just a bronze musician, and my songs hardly attract any downloads. The music teachers engage in discussions about the song.
There is nothing we can do.
They are professional musicians, and we are merely teachers. While the teachers converse, the academic system suddenly issues a message from the Ministry of Culture. Several teachers check it immediately, as this is a directive from the highest authority and is of utmost importance.
What? What is this?
The song New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream, the higher-ups want us to turn it into a teaching plan to properly discuss it with the students.
My goodness, could it be that the higher-ups value this song so highly? It seems so.
We should talk about it with the students later, as this song is indeed remarkable.
The teachers quietly agree. To them, such a song could indeed serve as a teaching resource.
In Fang Ye's classroom. Have you listened? Last night, that song New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream suddenly exploded in popularity. It's incredibly beautiful. Yeah, I also heard it. It's truly wonderful. I still don't know who teacher Little Carp really is, just a newcomer, so low-key that I have no idea what he looks like or how old he is. Little Dragon also sings this song with great feeling, but when I listened to his previous songs, they were just average.
Many students in the class are discussing this song.
Xianjian casts a mocking glance at Fang Ye and his friends, saying, "Isn't that right? Teacher Little Carp's song is so popular, yet he remains low-key, unlike some people who, after just a bit of fame from 2 songs, act all high and mighty. This is the difference." The crowd bursts into laughter at this remark, fully aware of whom she is referring to.
Damn. Why is that woman acting like a mad dog? Do you think if she knew Little Carp was actually you, she'd defaint from anger?
Luo says to Fang Ye, visibly displeased. Forget it, there is no need to bicker with her.
Our current plan is to gain fame and make money.
Fang Ye waves his hand dismissively. The class bell rings. The first class has commenced. The teacher arrived promptly.
Before we begin, I would like to share something with you all.
Tomorrow, I will be presenting a new song, which happens to be the new Butterfly Dream, the very piece you have previously worked on for your homework. Therefore, I encourage everyone to download it and review it."
Upon hearing this, Fang Ye and Lu Long were taken aback.
Could it be that discussing his song? Chapter 25 Acknowledgements from the King of Heaven. After the conclusion of today's lesson, Fang Ye hurried home without pause. The events of the class had been utterly fascinating. The teacher had surprisingly assigned them to prepare for an analysis of the song The New Butterfly Dream for tomorrow. Was this mere coincidence? Upon returning home, he swiftly logged onto the music platform, and the data that greeted him caused his pupils to widen in astonishment. An explosive surge. The download count for this song had skyrocketed. It had already surpassed 500,000 downloads, and the pace was still accelerating. A glance at his backend revealed that his musician status had transitioned from silver musician straight to gold musician.
What on earth has happened? Fang Ye exclaimed incredulously. He had even earned a record-breaking badge, advancing from bronze musician to gold musician in just 18 hours. This was indeed a record on the music platform.
Good heavens, what has transpired? He murmured to himself.
He noticed his comment section was inundated with replies.
Wow, congratulations, teacher Little Carp, this record will likely stand unchallenged for quite some time.
Goodness, what am I witnessing? This is more miraculous than a miracle. In less than a day, from a novice musician to a gold musician, what sorcery is this?
I only discovered this song because of the teacher's assignment today, and it's absolutely delightful.
Here to pay homage to the maestro.
Me too, our teacher asked us to listen to this song and prepare for tomorrow's discussion. Are you a music student? It seems the Music Association has decided to use the new Butterfly Dream as a model lesson plan, a perfect blend of lyrics and melody.
Upon reading these replies, Fang Ye finally realized.
His song had been selected as a teaching material, and it had even been highlighted by the Ministry of Culture. This was truly absurd. If Chasing Dreams with a Child's Heart were to be uploaded to the music platform, would it also receive such recognition? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the persona of Little Carp was gradually gaining traction. My next goal is to become a platinum musician. I need 2 chart-topping songs with a total download count of 2 million. It seems I must produce 2 more songs. Fang Ye mused silently. Accepting commissions was the most straightforward choice. As a gold musician, each song was worth around 100,000 yuan. The mere thought uplifted his spirits considerably. He promptly updated his status. Little Carp is now open for business. The posts resumed, and with this newfound fame, opportunities would naturally abound. Initially, I sought to earn money. Now that I have established some renown, I can afford to pursue contracts with major artists to elevate my download counts, Fang Ye reflected quietly. For artist commissions, the singers would perform the songs themselves. However, for television or film commissions, Fang Ye would either assign them to Lu Long or compose a couple of songs for Lu Long to help boost his visibility. In this day and age, earning a living is no easy feat.
The position of gold musician was somewhat awkward, straddling the line between full-time and part-time.
Major artists would not seek him out, while lesser-known artists might hesitate to engage him. He browsed through several job listings but ultimately found none suitable. Indeed, it appears that without professional status, the opportunities remain limited. I shall continue to wait. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He blinked in surprise at the caller ID.
King Wen, good evening, what brings you to call me?
The caller was the illustrious Wen Fei. Previously, he had penned the song in spring for Wen Fei and exchanged contact information.
I hope I'm not intruding. Teacher Fang, I'm calling to inform you that my album will be released tomorrow. An assigned edition has already been sent to your company. Once the album launches, I'll treat you to dinner, Wen Fei chuckled. Thank you, wishing you great success with your album, Fang Ye replied.
Thank you for your kind words.
After hanging up, Fang Ye exhaled deeply.
Wen Fei's new album was set to launch. Indeed, the trending topic on Weibo was the release of Wen Fei's new album, Newborn. The lead track was his composition, In Spring, generating immense anticipation among fans. If only I had used the Little Carp persona to write this song. I could have profited handsomely. What a missed opportunity, Fang Ye lamented, shaking his head. And now, he could no longer register as a musician on the platform, rendering his efforts in vain.
At least it's not a waste of money. Otherwise, even if my persona were exposed, I'd have to take it down.
Fang Ye chuckled ruefully. Little Carp was a full-time musician, whereas he was a freelance artist. Time swiftly passed to the following day. The album by King Wen Fei had officially been released, both in physical commemorative editions and online digital formats. Li Chao was an ordinary office worker, and his idol was Wen Fei. This year, he had turned over 40, having admired Wen Fei for 2 decades. Although Wen Fei's popularity had waned over the years, for fans like him, he represented a cherished memory of youth. Consequently, upon the album's release, he rushed to purchase it. There were no throngs of people competing for copies. The physical commemorative edition was swiftly in his hands. Newborn after 5 years, I can once again listen to King Wen. How nostalgic, he remarked with a hint of sentimentality. He recalled the year he had arrived alone in Yu City, becoming a drifter. At that time, he had been homeless and financially strained, feeling utterly despondent. It was only upon hearing Wen Fei's song, a motivational anthem, at a roadside music shop that he gradually regained his zest for life. Now, he was married with children and enjoying a stable life. Wen Fei had become his pillar of strength. With a heart full of excitement, he quietly placed the CD into his player. Soon, the title of the first song appeared on the screen. In Spring. A smile crept across his face at the song's title. Wen Fei had debuted in the spring, a fact well known among his fans.
Lyrics and music by Fang Ye, who is this Fang Ye? He single-handedly penned the lyrics and music for King Wen's lead song?
Li Chao mused in surprise. In truth, he hadn't anticipated how many classics might be on Wen Fei's album. He merely sought to relive the sounds of yesteryear. After all, the king was aging. In the music video, a young man was seen quietly strumming a guitar, the visuals rendered in black and white, as if recalling something from the past. The scene shifted between street corners and beneath bridges, depicting what appeared to be a wanderer. At this sight, Li Chao felt as if he were gazing at his younger self. The song soon began to play. Do you remember the spring many years ago? Back then, I had yet to cut my long hair. I had no credit cards, nor did I have her. I liked a home with hot water around the clock, yet, I was so blissful back then, despite only having a battered wooden guitar, singing songs that went unheard, on the streets, under bridges, and in the fields. Wen Fei's voice, imbued with a sense of weariness, resonated. As the song began, it struck Li Chao's heart like a blade. This song, he murmured, the imagery, the lyrics. He suddenly felt that this song was telling the story of his own past. Arriving in Yu province as a drifter, was that not his reality, without a wife, without a home, only a dream to pursue? The song instantly transported him back to his memories of that time, causing him to tremble slightly. He sat in silence, quietly listening to the entire song. Afterwards, he replayed it, wishing to absorb every note. As he listened, he noticed his eyes growing moist. This song evoked countless memories of his own past. "20 years had slipped by in the blink of an eye, yet, it felt so close. However, the reality was that the once 30-something Wen Fei had grown older, and he himself had transformed from a 20-year-old youth into a 40-year-old man. Time, how swiftly it passes. This song is truly beautiful. King Wen still possesses that unique charm." A smile graced his face. Following this, he chose not to replay the song but instead decided to listen to each of the King's songs in succession. The subsequent tracks did not captivate him as in Spring had, yet they still carried the essence of the past. An entire album, 10 songs, it took him an hour to complete the listening experience. As the album concluded, there was a message from Wen Fei to his fans, visible only to those who had purchased the physical commemorative edition. "Hello, everyone, I'm thrilled that you've bought my album. After all these years, it's heartening to know that there are still people who appreciate my work. I sincerely thank you for your support. Additionally, I would like to extend a special thanks to one individual. Fang Ye, a young man who has yet to graduate from university but possesses extraordinary talent. I shared my debut story with him, and after listening, he composed In Spring for me. I believe this song encapsulates my journey over the years, hence its designation as the lead track. Without Fang Ye, this album would not have reached you so soon. Therefore, I express my heartfelt gratitude to Fang Ye and to all my fans who have always supported me. It's wonderful to see you all again." With that, the album officially came to a close. Indeed, it's wonderful to see you again. Who exactly is Fang Ye? How can he compose such songs before even graduating? Li Chao pondered curiously. Meanwhile, countless fans who had acquired the album were equally intrigued. As summer approached, In Spring began to gain traction online alongside the song's rise to popularity. Both Wen Fei and Fang Ye found themselves in the spotlight. Chapter 26, Do You Regret It? King Wen's career blossoms anew, with special thanks to him. A song In Spring touches thousands of netizens, and the creator is surprisingly a college student. Wen Fei's new song In Spring moves countless middle-aged listeners. A plethora of topics has emerged. Clearly, the release of the song In Spring has sparked an intense reaction online. "I was brought to tears. Truly, this song is simply magnificent. A song so genuine, it made me tear up as I listened, reminding me of my struggles 20 years ago. Reflecting on it now, it brings a wave of nostalgia. Wen Fei's song is absolutely phenomenal, and the composer is a college student. Incredible. Congratulations to King Wen for reclaiming his throne. A true king, his song surpasses the offerings of today's pop idols by far. We must also remember the person King Wen specially thanked, classmate Fang Ye, who crafted this song for him. What a youthful genius." Indeed. A heartfelt thank you to classmate Fang Ye. This sentiment will be cherished by us, the fans of the king. By the way, why does this name sound so familiar? When Fang Ye's name resurfaced, everyone felt an uncanny familiarity. Soon, they recalled. Does everyone remember the viral sensation Father from a few days ago? That was classmate Fang Ye's song, and his other piece, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Wow, so it's him? This classmate Fang Ye is simply a genius, producing 3 such remarkable pieces in quick succession? I was moved to tears by Father. Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart ignited my passion, and now within Spring, I am once again overwhelmed with emotion. How extraordinary! Indeed, moreover, classmate Fang Ye sings beautifully. When he debuts, I will undoubtedly be a fan. Ha, a certain TV station in Guangdong disqualified classmate Fang Ye due to shady practices. It's disgusting. Exactly, just thinking about it infuriates me. It was simply because classmate Fang Ye comes from a less affluent background, unable to combat their underhanded tactics, and ultimately got eliminated. It's utterly revolting. At this moment, Fang Ye was once again brought into the conversation. 3 songs, each exceptional, had left many in the industry astounded. The dark undercurrents of the entertainment world stirred immense anger. Ding Yao, a singing enthusiast, remarked each of the 3 songs possesses its unique charm and is exceptionally talented. If classmate Fang Ye is interested in debuting, he can reach out to me.
Wen Fei, no longer just a king, no underhanded tactics can stifle the rise of true talent. I believe one day classmate Fang Ye's brilliance will illuminate the entire entertainment industry. Yang Fei, what's going on lately? After listening to teacher Little Carp's song, classmate Fang Ye's music emerged. Both are my absolute favorites. Does classmate Fang Ye have a Weibo? Can we follow each other? Teacher Little Carp too. The kings, queens, and rising stars of the industry began to post on Weibo. In fact, compared to teacher Little Carp, Fang Ye had quickly risen to fame. 3 songs, all of such high quality, it was clearly a sign of a future star's emergence. An outstanding musician is indeed a captivating presence. Fang Ye quickly gained popularity online, and meanwhile, the music competition show faced a fresh wave of scrutiny from numerous netizens, yet they continued to feign ignorance. Speaking out at this juncture would only validate the rumors. Fang Ye, do you have Weibo? Xianjian approached Fang Ye, inquiring. Yes, but it's not verified, just a small account with only a couple thousand followers, Fang Ye replied slowly. Then you should create a new account and get it verified. It would be beneficial for you, allowing you to start building a fanbase. Wen Fei's song has already brought you considerable traffic, which will help elevate your status, Xianjian advised. Fang Ye nodded, realizing the potential for profit. He promptly registered a Weibo account and completed the verification process, which took little effort. Afterward, he contemplated for a moment before slowly posting, "Hello everyone, I am Fang Ye. If you enjoy my music, then we are friends." He accompanied it with a handsome photo. Shortly after he posted, he noticed someone had retweeted him, none other than Wen Fei. Welcome classmate Fang Ye to Weibo. I look forward to your future contributions. After Wen Fei retweeted his post, Fang Ye's notifications exploded, reaching 99. Classmate Fang Ye has arrived, his real photo was so handsome. Indeed, I didn't notice much at the gala due to poor lighting, but now, wow, he is incredibly handsome. Screen licking. So talented and charming, are you available? Get lost, don't steal my boyfriend. Following now, I'll be a dedicated fan from here on. Countless fans erupted into a frenzy in the comments. Fang Ye stared at the flurry of exuberant messages, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, he was merely an innocent young man. Before long, he noticed another individual mentioning him, an influential figure, singing enthusiast Ding Yao. Classmate Fang Ye, congratulations on joining Weibo, perhaps we could collaborate in the future. Fang Ye. The diva herself was reaching out to him? Have I gained such renown? Fang Ye pondered silently. Currently, the only industry figures following him were 3: Qianyao, Wen Fei, and Ding Yao. On the very day he registered on Weibo, his follower count soared to 30,000. Although his songs were popular, he himself was not widely recognized as an artist just yet. Nevertheless, it was indeed a promising beginning. The following day at school, Fang Ye sensed a distinct shift in how his classmates regarded him. Many seemed to deliberately avoid eye contact, leaving him perplexed. As he approached the classroom entrance, Xianjian arrived just in time. However, upon seeing him, her expression paled slightly, and she instinctively turned away, hastily departing. How strange, Fang Ye muttered. That woman should have been more confrontational with him. Today, everything felt different. Only after Fang Ye had moved out of sight did a few classmates whisper amongst themselves. Damn, that kid has hit the jackpot, making it onto the trending list. Indeed, and it's his second time. He has amassed 30,000 followers, luck must be on his side. Well, it's hard to believe he could write 3 such fantastic songs in one go. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have looked down on him. Perhaps he could have penned a couple for me. I think it's actually Xianjian who should be regretting. Let us not forget, she used to date Fang Ye, and now that he is gaining fame, she is likely to be devastated. These murmurs reached Xianjian's ears, leaving her face ashen. What's wrong? Regretting it, a voice suddenly interrupted. Xianjian turned in surprise to find Li Haiwen wearing a frosty expression. She could see that Li Haiwen was visibly displeased at that moment, prompting her to quickly respond, I don't regret it. What is there to envy? He can only bask in temporary glory. Just wait, once the July charts commence, I will decisively overshadow him, then everyone will know who the true powerhouse is, Li Haiwen scoffed. Currently, Fang Ye's rising popularity irked him, yet he remained patient, biding his time for the July charts to flip the script. At that point, what would Fang Ye amount to? Li Haiwen was the genuine future star. Upon hearing this, Xianjian felt a surge of confidence. She smiled slightly, wrapping her arm around Li Haiwen's, saying, You're right, young Master Li. Compared to you, Fang Ye will always be a mere cockroach in the gutter. He can never rise. Li Haiwen chuckled. Of course, what qualification does he have to compare with me? None. Xianjian's gaze solidified with determination. There would be no mistakes. My choice will undoubtedly be right. Chapter 27, The Arrival of a Rival? Wow, Fang Ye, you're simply astounding. You've managed to produce so many remarkable songs in one go. Even the king of pop is expressing his gratitude to you. Luo exclaimed excitedly, directing his enthusiasm towards Fang Ye. Fang Ye chuckled softly, replying, It's nothing extraordinary. Don't worry, stick with me, and I can help you soar. Luo, touched by his words, patted his chest and declared, From now on, you are my brother. Whether you ask me to climb a mountain of blades or walk through fire, I won't flinch. Fang Ye recognized the sincerity in Luo's expression. There's no need for such extremes. After all, I owe you from my past life. Fang Ye smiled as he spoke. Huh, what past life? I'm not quite following you, Luo responded, puzzled. It's nothing.
In a past life, if there were such a thing, I believe I must have been quite the handsome gentleman. Hee. After the morning classes concluded, Fang Ye began to pack up his belongings in preparation to leave. Just then, a series of excited shrieks echoed from the direction of the corridor. Ah, look, it seems Lu Xian has returned. Is that for real? Is it really Lu Xian? Where is he? At the school gate. I heard he represented our school in the National College Student Piano Competition and even secured third place. Is that true? That's fantastic, truly, our school's piano prince. I must go see him. Wait for me. A throng of girls squealed, rushing towards the school gate. Fang Ye exchanged glances with Lu Long. Who is Lu Xian? Fang Ye suddenly inquired, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name, yet unable to recall. No way, you genuinely don't know who Lu Xian is? Lu Long looked at Fang Ye in disbelief. Fang Ye scratched his head. After his rebirth, his memories had become fragmented, leaving him with some recollections and others forgotten. He's the piano prince from our department. During his freshman year, he won first place in the school's piano competition, then represented us at the national level, where he consecutively placed in the top 3. Lu Long elaborated. Oh, now I remember. Fang Ye's eyes widened as he recalled the individual. Lu Xian, it was indeed him. If memory serves, the Lu Xian from my past life became quite an accomplished pianist, did he not? However, they had never crossed paths before, hence he retained no impression of him. After all, they were not from the same world. Are you planning to go and see him? Not interested. That makes sense, he resides in a different realm from us. The piano prince is destined for greatness. A hint of envy surfaced on Lu Long's face. Stick with me, and you too shall achieve remarkable heights, Fang Ye replied with a smile. He then resumed packing his belongings, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, at the school gate, a black Mercedes-Benz came to a halt. The person stepping out stood at 6 feet tall, with short, tousled hair, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers. His sun-kissed, handsome visage undoubtedly attracted attention. Lu Xian, welcome back. Congratulations on securing third place in the national piano competition. A distinguished elder approached him, extending a warm greeting. It was none other than Professor Qin, accompanied by Teacher Lu. Lu Xian appeared quite polite, offering a slight smile as he responded, "Thank you for the warm welcome, but, I'm sorry, I still couldn't surpass those 2 individuals." His expression bore a hint of disappointment. Professor Qin patted his shoulder, smiling as he reassured him, "But you performed consistently well, didn't you? Both Wang Hui and Zhou Xinyu are among the top talents in the collegiate sphere. The fact that you managed to keep pace with them is already commendable. The competition has concluded. Don't dwell on it. Instead, focus on stabilizing your mindset and preparing for the upcoming International College Student Piano Competition this summer, aiming for an excellent outcome." Although Lu Xian felt a bit reluctant, he nodded silently, fully aware that there were still battles to be fought. Junior brother Lu. Congratulations. You're simply remarkable, Junior brother Lu, our school's hero. You truly are the piano prodigy of the past decade, consistently placing in the top 3. Lu Xian, you're so handsome. At this moment, numerous classmates were vociferously applauding him. Upon hearing these words, a smile graced Lu Xian's lips. A girl rushed forward, presenting him with a bouquet of flowers. Lu Xian smiled gently, expressing his gratitude. He's truly extraordinary, have you all noticed? Junior brother Lu is simply the epitome of a refined gentleman. Indeed, I admire him so much, but I lack the courage to confess. Who could possibly be worthy of someone like Junior brother Lu? Perhaps only a celestial beauty would suffice. Some girls gazed dreamily at Lu Xian, then quietly shook their heads. They were self-aware, recognizing the vast chasm between themselves and Lu Xian. Look at how well liked you are. Are you considering finding a girlfriend amidst all this attention? Teacher Lu approached, teasingly inquiring. Teacher Lu, you're jesting again. The junior sisters are wonderful, but my heart has long been claimed, Lu Xian replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. That woman, graceful and ethereal, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, the eye in his eyes, only she could be deemed worthy of him. As he pondered this, a stunning figure suddenly entered Lu Xian's line of sight. His heart fluttered slightly, and he strode confidently towards the woman, bouquet in hand. Jiayin, have you come to congratulate me? He asked directly upon reaching her. Su Jiayin stood frozen momentarily, gazing at Lu Xian in astonishment. Ah? Lu Xian, is that you? I heard you participated in a music competition. Are you still in need of a partner? If so, I would be delighted to accompany you, Lu Xian continued, his face radiating confidence. Su Jiayin, the campus goddess, exuding an aura of purity, untouched by the mundane world. Only someone of her caliber could match an exceptional man like him. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed upon the pair of them. Some girls looked at Su Jiayin with envy, while some boys regarded Lu Xian with peculiar expressions. It's actually Su Jiayin ESI, it's hopeless. I never imagined that Lu Xian's crush would be her. Indeed, but it seems only Su Jiayin could be worthy of Lu Xian. They truly make a perfect pair. Though it pains me, I must concede that Su Jiayin is indeed well suited for Lu Xian. Many silently sighed in resignation. The youth of today, Professor Qin observed the scene from a distance, shaking his head. Isn't this a classic case of beauty and talent? Teacher Lu smiled subtly, as if she could already foresee the birth of the most beautiful romance on campus. However, Su Jiayin, somewhat taken aback, looked at Lu Xian and said, "No, thank you." Lu Xian was momentarily stunned, not expecting to be rejected, yet it mattered little that he maintained a soft smile, saying, "All right then, Jiayin, do you have time tonight?"
I'd like to take you out for dinner. Additionally, this bouquet is for you.
It was a clear declaration of his feelings. Many students, witnessing this moment, began fervently urging Su Jiayin to accept.
Say yes. Say yes. Get together, get together.
Soon, voices rose in chorus. A faint smile appeared on Lu Xian's lips as he dropped to one knee, exuding unparalleled gentlemanly charm.
Jiayin, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? I will. I will.
They cheered once more. Su Jiayin took a step back, bewildered as she gazed at Lu Xian.
Please stand up first.
If you don't agree, I won't rise, Lu Xian stated. Su Jiayin's expression began to darken. Was this a form of moral coercion? Hearing the crowd urging her to accept made her increasingly uncomfortable.
Hey, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be practicing your songs? If you can't advance later, don't blame me.
At that moment, a voice unexpectedly interrupted. Everyone froze. Who would dare to disrupt such a romantic moment? Chapter 28. The falling flowers have intentions, but the flowing water is indifferent. Lu Xian found himself somewhat bewildered. Who could be causing such a disruption at this moment? Turning around, he spotted a young man in the distance, casually observing them while carrying a bag on his back. Hey, isn't that Su Jiayin's rumored love interest?
Yes, it's him. My goodness, how did he get here? This is going to be interesting. But he is certainly no match for Lu Xian, right? Although they are both quite handsome.
Many students whispered among themselves. Upon hearing their murmurs, Lu Xian suddenly realized that this individual might very well be his rival. However, he felt little panic. After all, Su Jiayin was far too aloof. Even someone like him might not be deemed worthy of her attention, let alone this seemingly unremarkable student before him. It was simply impossible. Oh, he is coming, Su Jiayin suddenly exclaimed, interrupting his thoughts. At that moment, he watched as Su Jiayin turned to him, apologizing. I'm sorry, my boyfriend is looking for me. With that, she swiftly turned and dashed away. Lu Xian stood frozen, flowers in hand, utterly stunned. What do you boyfriend? When did Su Jiayin even get one? Jiayin, he called out hastily, only to hear a voice of complaint in response. What nonsense are you spouting? Who is your boyfriend? Don't you dare tarnish my reputation with unfounded accusations. I don't care, the whole school knows now. If you don't take responsibility, who will? It's settled, I won't hear any more of it. Keep your distance. Fang Ye quickened his pace. I won't. Su Jiayin hastily followed him. Lu Xian, standing there, found himself at a loss for words, his mind swirling with the recent phrases. Su Jiayin is the aloof goddess, she surely wouldn't spare him a second glance. Surely, why is this happening? Lu Xian murmured to himself, feeling disoriented in the breeze. The woman he had pursued for so long was now desperately chasing after that ordinary student. The surrounding students observed the scene, their faces tinged with sympathy. How tragic. Indeed, I thought Su Jiayin and Lu Xian were a perfect match, but why would she take an interest in Fang Ye? Who knows, I can't see how Fang Ye compares to Lu Xian. He has merely sung a couple of good songs to exactly, he is just a celebrity at best. Lu Xian is destined to become a musician. They all found the situation perplexing, questioning why it was so. Teacher Lu, what is going on? Professor Qin glanced at Teacher Lu, both amused and exasperated. I have no idea how it turned out like this. I don't understand the emotions of young people, but you must take care of Lu Xian's feelings, otherwise, we won't find a suitable candidate for the piano competition. Teacher Lu could only nod silently. He approached Lu Xian, who was muttering, Fang Ye, what gives him the right? Fang Ye, let me explain, there is really nothing between Lu Xian and me. On the way back, Su Jiayin followed closely behind Fang Ye, explaining as they walked. Fang Ye looked at her, puzzled. You don't need to explain anything to me, are you mistaken about something? Su Jiayin replied matter-of-factly, not at all, but if we're together, we should be honest with each other. Fang Ye, but what was wrong with this woman? Wasn't she a bit too direct? Where is the place? Didn't you say you wanted to meet your manager first? Alright, just a moment, we'll be there soon, at the villa just outside my school. Before long, they arrived at a residential area. Fang Ye recognized it as Starlight Community, where all the houses were villas, each valued at tens of millions. It was evident just how wealthy Su Jiayin truly was. Here we are, my manager is actually my aunt, she has quite a fiery temper, so let us try not to provoke her too much, and we'll keep our relationship a secret for now, Su Jiayin whispered. Fang Ye, do they even have a relationship? Aunt, I'm back, guess what, I found a partner and brought him along. After changing into slippers, Su Jiayin rushed inside. Fang Ye followed suit. The villa was luxurious, with a spacious front yard featuring a small rockery and a lawn where a German shepherd lay sleeping. A large orange cat sprawled on its back, basking in the sun contentedly. If Jia Jia saw this place, she would be thrilled, right? Now that I have money, I should also improve my father's living conditions, Fang Ye thought silently as he stepped into the house. Jiayin, you're back, how did it go with your partner? I have some not so great news to share. A woman in her 30s, still possessing charm, hurried over, her gaze landing on Fang Ye. Wait a moment, this young man can't possibly be your partner, can he? Su Jiayin nodded with a smile. Yes, aunt, let me introduce you, this is Fang Ye, my classmate, and also my partner. Fang Ye, this is my aunt, Su Road, you can call her aunt or Ou. Su Jiayin, what do you mean by that? Do you think I look old? I'm only 33, okay? Just call me sister or Ou. Su Ro immediately retorted, giggled. Su Jiayin stuck out her tongue. Fang Ye chuckled, hello, sister Ro. Jiayin, Su Ro quickly pulled Su Jiayin aside, casting a cautious glance at Fang Ye to ensure he wasn't eavesdropping before speaking. Things are a bit complicated. What is so complicated that you can't just say it? Su Jiayin asked, somewhat exasperated. I heard that your opponent for the top 8 battle has invited a first-tier singer to assist them. I am afraid your partner might not measure up, Su Ro whispered. Upon hearing this, Su Jiayin's expression shifted slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. She had Fang Ye's songs in hand. She wanted to believe in him, however. A first-tier singer? Could it be my father again?
she said, her face darkening. It's quite possible, you know my brother, he is an old-fashioned man. Whenever I bring two artists, he insists on checking them out, let alone when you're personally involved. He'll surely try to stop you. In truth, you never stood a chance in this bet with him, Su Ro sighed, speaking slowly. Su Jian sighed slightly, he is just that kind of person, wherever I can go, I'll go, I refuse to compromise with him, perhaps you'll fail this time. If not, I can try to help you find a couple of first-tier singers, Su Ro suggested. No need, I'll collaborate with Fang Ye, no swapping partners. Su Jian shook her head resolutely. This surprised Su Ro. She discreetly assessed Fang Ye. Their gazes met, and Su Ro cleared her throat before speaking loudly. So, you're Fang Ye? Wait a moment, that name sounds familiar. Upon calling out Fang Ye, she suddenly felt a jolt of recognition. After observing him for a while, she exclaimed, Fang Ye, you can't be the one that the king, Wen Fei, specially thanked online before? Well, if there is no other, then it should be me, Fang Ye nodded, somewhat taken aback. Is it really the same Fang Ye who produced 3 extraordinary songs in one go? Su Ro inquired further. Should be a. Fang Ye replied, feeling somewhat speechless. At this moment, Su Ro's expression grew increasingly animated, as if she had discovered a treasure. Your partner is actually Fang Ye? Su Jian, you're amazing, you've quietly hooked a big fish, I believe we have a chance this time, Su Ro exclaimed, cheerfully patting Su Jian's shoulder. Fang Ye opened his mouth, then ultimately shook his head with a wry smile. How could she call him a big fish in front of him? Ahem, so you're Fang Ye, since you and Jian are partners, I need to discuss some upcoming matters with you. Although you've gained some fame recently, your opponent this time is quite formidable, and there is still a chance you may lose. You need a good song, but Jian currently can't secure the rights to many good songs due to certain reasons. So if possible, could you provide one? Of course, the compensation will be generous, we'll pay according to the platinum musician contract. What do you think? Su Ro coughed lightly, her eyes gleaming as she stared at Fang Ye. Fang Ye was somewhat astonished. This was quite generous as, moreover, he could see that although Su Jian's father didn't support her, her aunt was very much in her corner. Alright, aunt. You don't need to worry about this matter, Fang Ye has already prepared songs for me, and I'll cover the costs from my allowance, so you don't need to fret. Su Jian hurriedly interjected, have songs? What songs? Let me hear. Su Ro's eyes lit up. She was genuinely curious about this Fang Ye, who had been spoken of with such reverence. Su Jian glanced at Fang Ye, who nodded in affirmation. We came here to practice singing. In the Villa's recording studio, to be honest, Fang Ye truly envied Su Jian. She had everything she desired. In this recording studio, they recorded Little Dimples once more. Upon hearing it, Su Ro's expression transformed into one of excitement. Wonderful, this song is truly delightful, I believe we have a fighting chance. She said with a beaming smile. Su Jian nodded silently, a hint of bitterness crossing her features. Right now, I'm merely hanging on by a thread. Even if I advance this time, I will ultimately still be eliminated. Seeing her pained expression, Fang Ye felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Chapter 29. The piano duel. The school's piano room was enveloped in a profound silence. After leaving Su Jian's villa, Fang Ye did not return home immediately. Instead, he sought refuge in the piano room. He relished the solitude, as music bestowed upon him a sense of tranquility. Today, he had listened to Su Ro share various stories about Su Jian. He learned that if Su Jian failed to secure the championship this time, her father would promptly send her abroad for further studies. Meanwhile, Su Jian had quietly withdrawn, shedding tears for a prolonged period, yet, when faced with him, she wore a smile, seemingly unwilling to reveal her other side. Contemplating these matters, his thoughts became tumultuous. He sat silently before the piano and began to play. This time, he did not choose any renowned classical piece but rather a simple piano composition. As the music flowed, Fang Ye's heart gradually found its calm. Everyone has their destined fate, yet, fate can be reversed, he murmured, his gaze sharpening with determination. He yearned to alter destiny, and he also wished to assist Su Jian in reshaping her own fate. Truthfully, everything is predetermined from the moment one is born. No matter how hard you strive, you shall never hope to change it. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Fang Ye looked up to find a young man seated before him. Lu Xian, he inquired. Lu Xian smiled and began to play the piano slowly. This piece is called Fate, a classic by a renowned foreign composer. It conveys that a person's destiny is ordained by the heavens and cannot be altered, he explained as he played. Fang Ye, in turn, played his own piece, titled Rebellion, a celebrated work from this lifetime. Lu Xian seemed aware of this fact, stating, during my high school years, I grew up abroad. Our teachers recounted numerous tales of those who defied fate, yet most ended in dismal failure. In the slums abroad, nearly all those born there attempted to change their destinies, yet, as they reached a certain age, they resigned themselves to their fates. They understood all too well that no matter how hard they tried, they could never escape such places. Thus, those who attempt to resist fate are essentially fools, don't you agree? At this moment, the music took on a slightly melancholic tone, reminiscent of the lament of one who had failed in their rebellion against fate. Fang Ye replied coolly, all I know is that if one day you find yourself dissatisfied with your life, then you have the right to stand up and strive for a better existence. At that moment, the tempo of his piece began to quicken. The composition exuded an indomitable spirit of defiance, as if it were battling against all injustices of the world, seeking the light he yearned to behold. I must say, you are truly a naive person. However, it is only natural for you to think this way, as you have never glimpsed the world beyond. A frog at the bottom of a well will always believe the sky is only as large as the well's mouth, thus remaining blissfully unaware of their own insignificance. Lu Xian's piece intensified, echoing with a sense of impotent rage, seemingly aimed at influencing Fang Ye's mindset. Fang Ye discerned the sarcasm woven within Lu Xian's words. However, having lived 2 lives, he would not be daunted. His playing transformed into a more tenacious and fervent expression.
If that is the case, then find a way to leap out and behold a broader horizon. I fear that by then, you will be too ashamed to lift your head. You must know that Xianjian is not a person you can aspire to be with, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, while she is a swan soaring through the skies. Only someone like me is worthy of her. At that moment, Lu Xian's music brimmed with fury, the voice of one rebelling against fate, yet, shortly thereafter, that anger morphed into a rage of impotence, as if the wrath of the heavens had quelled the rebellious spirit. Lu Xian's gaze turned piercing, fixated intently on Fang Ye. Give her up, you are unworthy of her. Fang Ye merely smiled at these words, remaining silent, yet, at that moment, his music erupted with newfound vigor, as if poised to shatter the very confines of existence. The essence of rebellion surged forth, akin to a figure straining to lift a mountain that bore down upon them. The two contrasting styles of music clashed with unprecedented intensity. Lu Xian stared, astonished, at Fang Ye. He truly did not anticipate that this young man could possess such formidable piano skills, having practiced since childhood under esteemed mentors abroad. He was known as the piano prince at school. Why, at this moment, was he unable to overpower a seemingly unremarkable peer? He refused to accept it. With a stern expression, he gradually quickened his pace. The heavens were exerting their force to suppress the one who dared to defy them. He unleashed a formidable crescendo, as if to crush the rebel beneath the weight of fate. Yet, at this moment, Fang Ye's tempo also escalated. The figure rebelling against destiny grew increasingly resolute, as if nothing could bring him down. Lu Xian's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, becoming increasingly frantic. He dared not let his guard down. He had initially thought he could leverage his advantages to suppress this individual, yet how could it have turned out like this? There is a saying I wonder if you have heard, Fang Ye suddenly declared. What is it? Lu Xian inquired, unwilling to allow his focus to waver. Fang Ye smiled and replied, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. As these words fell, his playing quickened even further. The rhythm of rebellion seemed to coalesce into a barrage of sharp blades, charging towards Lu Xian. In that moment, Lu Xian felt a seismic shock within him. His eyes widened as he gazed at Fang Ye, feeling as though he had witnessed a radiant light breaking through the darkness. In the next instant, his own rhythm became unraveled. He attempted to readjust, but Fang Ye's melody completely disrupted him. Ultimately, he despondently withdrew his hands from the piano, silently listening as Fang Ye concluded his piece. Rebellion. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ye felt a sense of relief wash over him. He cast a glance at Lu Xian and said softly, in this world, what is truly fearsome is not being oppressed by fate, but rather, resigning oneself to it. With that, he rose slowly, preparing to leave. As he reached the doorway, Fang Ye paused, glancing back at Lu Xian. Your piano playing is commendable, however, it lacks a certain spirit, perhaps due to your excessive faith in predetermined fates or established rules. Finally, he departed quietly. Lu Xian, struck as if by lightning, lifted his head abruptly towards the entrance, only to find it utterly empty. I have lost to a peer who has not practiced since childhood and lacked the guidance of esteemed mentors? His eyes held a vacant expression, as if his thoughts had come to a complete standstill. Apologies for my tardiness, Lu Xian. Lu Xian, are you crying? Teacher Lu rushed in, noticing Lu Xian seated in silence, tears streaming down his cheeks, and felt a pang of concern. Could it be that he was affected by Xianjian today? Lu Xian, I understand you are hurting, but there are countless opportunities beyond the horizon. With your talent, I believe you will undoubtedly shine in your own right and find your true partner in life. Teacher Lu hurriedly consoled him, yet Lu Xian silently raised his head to meet Teacher Lu's gaze. I am not distressed over a lost love. What is it then? You aren't feeling unwell, are you? Teacher Lu inquired hastily. Lu Xian replied quietly, I lost to him at the piano. What do you mean? Teacher Lu's expression changed. You don't understand. I just had a piano duel with him, and I thought I could easily overpower him, but he felt like a towering mountain. No matter how much effort I exerted, he effortlessly countered it, rendering me incapable of surpassing him, Lu Xian explained quietly. What? You lost a piano duel? Teacher Lu was astonished. Who did you lose to? Was it a professor? No, just a student. His name is Fang Ye. Chapter 30, is Fang Ye a master? Fang Ye, is it? Teacher Lu momentarily paused, suddenly recalling something from her previous scroll through Weibo while on her phone. Isn't that the Fang Ye who was particularly acknowledged by the renowned singer Huang Feihong? The one who sang on stage? At this instant, her mind began to clear significantly. Lu Xian, what are your thoughts on Fang Ye? Could it be that your emotional state today caused you to lose to him? Teacher Lu inquired hastily. Though Lu Xian was feeling downcast, he still managed to maintain his composure. He silently shook his head. It's hard to say, while my emotions played a considerable role, he may not have exerted his full strength either. After a brief silence, Teacher Lu remarked, I understand. Please practice on your own for a while, I will step out and return shortly. With that, she quickened her pace and departed. Lu Xian sat quietly in his seat, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. The individual that Xianjian had taken a liking to appeared to be far from the dismal figure portrayed in rumors. Moreover, he was indeed quite formidable. No, this time it was merely my emotional state. Next time, I will undoubtedly triumph. He clenched his teeth, his gaze resolutely firm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Qin, I believe I have discovered the identity of the master. Teacher Lu rushed towards the office, her face alight with excitement. Professor Qin had just returned from a night class, looking astonished as he regarded Teacher Lu.
What, are you serious? Who is the master? Have you seen him?
His hands began to tremble slightly. For days, he had been preoccupied with the melody he had heard a few nights ago, tirelessly searching for the hidden master within the school. He had nearly questioned every teacher and professor, yet none had been the one he sought. This had left him feeling somewhat despondent, especially with the piano competition approaching and the master still elusive. Now, with a lead in hand, his hands quivered with anticipation as he gazed expectantly at Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu slowly replied, I haven't seen him in person, but I believe the master is likely named Fang Ye.
Fang Ye? How do you know?
Professor Qin quickly inquired. Just now, Lu Xian faced him in a piano duel and lost. Lu Xian described his prowess as formidable, akin to an insurmountable mountain.
Hearing Teacher Lu's account, Professor Qin was taken aback. You cannot be jesting. Lu Xian's skill is already among the best in our school. Could it be that his emotions swayed his performance?
That is indeed a possibility, but I still maintain that Fang Ye is very likely the master.
Elaborate.
In no time, Teacher Lu succinctly recounted the details regarding Fang Ye, including his performances of Father, Chasing Dreams with a Passionate Heart, and the renowned song in Spring. Upon hearing this, Professor Qin's expression grew increasingly complex.
So, it was he who sang Father, he murmured.
He had not attended the evening gala but was aware that a song titled Father had surged in popularity within the school. Listening to it had even brought tears to his eyes.
Indeed, I do not believe this is mere coincidence.
Fang Ye has composed 3 such exceptional songs in succession, which clearly attests to his extraordinary musical talent. Although this is not piano, he has just defeated Lu Xian through his piano skills.
Could this truly be so simple as a coincidence?
Teacher Lu spoke with utmost seriousness. As she voiced her thoughts, Professor Qin furrowed his brow. If that is the case, it is highly probable that he is indeed the one. We must ascertain which department and class he belongs to and inquire with him tomorrow.
Understood.
The following day, in the classroom, hey, have you heard, there is still one spot available for the international piano competition this summer.
What?
It hasn't been filled yet. Oh, right, I remember Teacher Lu was searching for someone. Finding someone for this is no easy task. Many can play the piano, but few are capable of competing at an international level. Our school already has Lu Xian, and finding another of his caliber is no small feat. Who knows? Several students were engaged in this discussion. Fang Ye listened in, though he felt little interest.
Piano, huh?
That instrument seems rather pretentious, but unfortunately, my skills are merely mediocre. I can't handle it. Lu Long shook his head, expressing a hint of regret. Instead of wasting time on the piano, you should focus on improving your singing skills.
Once I land more gigs, there will be plenty of songs for you to sing, Fang Ye retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. Lu Long chuckled, you have a point, singing is far superior to piano. TSK, only the ignorant would utter such words. A mocking voice interrupted. Fang Ye and his companions glanced over to find Li Haiwan, the source of the derision. What do you mean, Li Haiwan, are you looking for a fight? Lu Long's expression darkened, his temper flaring once more.
Li Haiwan disdainfully regarded him, reclining in his chair, casting an appraising look at Fang Ye and the others as though they were mere country bumpkins.
In this day and age, singers are everywhere. Even a dog could be one. However, true pianists are not so easily found. They are not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry, but then again, people like you probably never had the opportunity to engage with such a refined art as the piano. You wouldn't understand its inherent nobility. Thinking that singing a couple of decent songs makes you remarkable, you are no more than a frog at the bottom of a well.
Li Haiwan scoffed mercilessly. The others erupted in laughter.
Li Xiao is right, those who can't even distinguish between musicians and singers are indeed frogs at the bottom of a well. Speaking of which, Li Xiao, your piano skills must be impressive too, right? I believe the school might consider you for the other competition spot. Exactly, if you manage to participate in an international competition and accidentally secure a ranking, Li Xiao might just become famous.
The students surrounding Li Haiwan quickly flattered him. Li Haiwan reveled in the adulation, then remarked with a smile, I have indeed practiced piano since childhood. I once had a friendly contest with Lu Xian and narrowly lost. Should I compete in such an international contest, it would indeed be a challenge. One must possess self-awareness, otherwise, one risks becoming just like certain frogs at the bottom of a well. Once more, the group erupted in laughter. Xianjian sat silently nearby, observing Fang Ye and Lu Long. A trace of disdain appeared on her face. Indeed, a frog at the bottom of a well would never comprehend the true nobility of a swan.
Unbelievable, you needn't be so aggressive.
Lu Long clenched his fists, preparing to rise. Fang Ye placed a hand on Lu Long's shoulder, his gaze fixed on Li Haiwan. Li Haiwan met his stare, a smug expression gracing his face. He aimed to provoke Fang Ye, waiting for him to lose control. However, just as Fang Ye was about to speak, a voice suddenly echoed. Everyone, please return to your seats. The crowd fell silent, realizing it was their mentor, Li Ru, who had arrived. Li Haiwan let out a huff, taking his seat without uttering a word, feeling somewhat disappointed. Fang Ye's attention shifted to the entrance, where he saw 2 individuals accompanying Li Ru.
An elderly man and a middle-aged woman. Ah, Professor Qin, Teacher Lu, what brings them here? They can't possibly be here to seek another contestant from our class, can they? I can't believe it, could it really be Li Xiao? Many students recognized the two and were taken aback.
Li Haiwen clenched his fists tightly, his excitement palpable. The appearance of these two indicated they were indeed searching for another contestant. Within the entire class, he considered himself the best pianist. Who else could they possibly be looking for? A smile crept across his face as he awaited the teacher's announcement, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Ye, a glimmer of triumph in his eyes. Professor Qin, please come in, Li Ru said promptly. Professor Qin nodded and swiftly entered the room, his gaze ultimately locking onto Fang Ye. He slowly inquired, "Are you the Fang Ye who defeated Luo Xiaohong last night?" Chapter 31 The professor's invitation. As Professor Qin's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire classroom. The faintest sound, like a pin dropping, could be heard with crystal clarity. Li Ru stood in stunned disbelief, her expression one of utter astonishment as she gazed at Fang Ye. She was well aware of Luo Xiaohong, the school's piano prince. How could Fang Ye, from their class, have possibly defeated Luo Xiaohong? It was simply unbelievable. Li Haiwen's eyes widened in shock as he rubbed his ears, questioning whether he had misheard. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. What did Professor Qin just say? Fang Ye defeated Luo Xiaohong? This can't be a joke. I don't think my ears are deceiving me, it seems to be true. No, it's impossible. For the students, this was nothing short of a miraculous event. Luo Xiaohong, the celebrated piano prince of the school and a bronze medalist in the National College Piano Competition, was not someone easily overcome. How could Fang Ye have triumphed over him? Lu Long stared at Fang Ye as if he had seen a ghost. You actually defeated Luo Xiaohong? Fang Ye remained silent, merely looking curiously at Professor Qin and the others. Is there something you need from me? Teacher Lu stepped forward, asking, Fang Ye, last night Luo Xiaohong mentioned that he lost to you in a piano duel. Is that true? All eyes turned to Fang Ye, hoping he would shake his head in denial. If not, it would shatter their understanding of reality. This Fang Ye, could he truly be that formidable? I encountered him last night and just played around a bit. That doesn't really count as a duel, does it? Fang Ye scratched his head and replied. In an instant, he felt the surrounding gazes turn into piercing stares. He merely played around and yet defeated Luo Xiaohong? How could he so nonchalantly say he was just playing? Li Haiwen was utterly flabbergasted, feeling a burning sensation on his face that he had just mentioned his narrow loss to Luo Xiaohong, and now Fang Ye had turned the tables and beaten Luo Xiaohong. How could he possibly be so publicly humiliated, and so swiftly too? It was unbearable. With a sullen expression, he lowered his head, too embarrassed to look at Fang Ye. Yang Yan's emotions were a whirlwind of disbelief as she looked up at Fang Ye, feeling as though this was no longer the same person she had once known. Had he been hiding his true talents all along? She felt an unsettling sense of discomfort. Teacher Lu was equally at a loss for words. Young man, is this how you flaunt your prowess? Professor Qin, however, was oblivious to such thoughts, his expression animated as he stepped closer to inquire, was it you who played in Piano Room 9 last Sunday morning? Fang Ye, slightly puzzled, wondered how such details had become known. That was indeed me, but... I hope I didn't damage any public property. If anything is broken, it certainly isn't my fault. You must investigate thoroughly, he quickly responded. He certainly did not want to be unjustly blamed for any mishaps. Professor Qin and Teacher Lu exchanged glances, surprised that Fang Ye would say such a thing. They soon broke into laughter, with Teacher Lu chuckling, No, of course not, you've misunderstood, Fang Ye. By the way, could you step out and chat with us? We wish to discuss something with you. Fang Ye nodded and soon followed them out. Once he had departed, the classroom erupted into chaos. What just happened? Fang Ye defeated Luo Xiaohong? Is this real? If Professor Qin said so, it must be true. Good heavens, how is this even possible? How did he do it? A multitude of students began to chatter excitedly, their composure unraveling. Meanwhile, Li Haiwen's followers hesitated to speak, aware that their leader was not in a good mood. Fang Ye arrived at the piano room with Professor Qin and Teacher Lu. Fang Ye, please sit. Can you play the piece you performed that day? Professor Qin asked. Which one? The one, I'll play a bit, and you'll recognize it. Professor Qin soon began to play. The melody filled the air, and Fang Ye instantly recognized it as the rain's imprint. Wait. You aren't planning to ask me for this piece, are you? He immediately became wary, yet he had heard many tales of professors taking students' compositions and publishing them as their own. If a student raised objections, they would be denied graduation, left to suffer in silence. He would not allow such an injustice. Come now, what are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I swear on my honor, I would never do such a thing, Professor Qin said, half amused, half exasperated by Fang Ye's excessive caution. Rest assured, Fang Ye. Professor Qin is not like those academic charlatans. Besides, there are cameras here, and you could register the copyright as soon as you return, Teacher Lu added, chuckling. Oh, I believe I have already registered the copyright. Fang Ye suddenly recalled the day he had registered several copyrights. Teacher Lu and Professor Qin exchanged incredulous looks. Fang Ye grinned and sat at the piano, gradually beginning to play. The two listened quietly. The rain's imprint soon resonated beautifully. Professor Qin's eyes sparkled with delight as he felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over him, as if walking under an umbrella on a gentle rainy day, listening to the rain and becoming one with nature. The world around them faded into silence. Teacher Lu also found himself immersed in the music, feeling his spirit uplifted. After several minutes, the piece concluded. Is that satisfactory? Fang Ye asked softly. Yes. Absolutely, Fang Ye, how did you come up with this piece? Professor Qin eagerly inquired. To ask if it was his original composition would be somewhat impertinent. Fang Ye, wide-eyed, fabricated a story. Oh, I just played it when I was feeling a bit restless, piecing together bits and pieces over time. I suppose I stumbled upon a semblance of pattern, culminating in this composition. It's rather unrefined, and I hope it doesn't embarrass the teachers. Professor Qin and Teacher Lu exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable urge to reprimand him.
Unrefined? What about the 99 of piano compositions that aren't worthy of the stage?
How could he be so modest? It felt somewhat off, yet, seeing Fang Ye's earnest demeanor, they chose not to push further. Perhaps he simply did not grasp the true brilliance of his own work. By now, it was clear that the hidden genius at the school was indeed Fang Ye. Professor Qin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He had looked into Fang Ye's background, a child from a struggling family, attending university on student loans. Achieving this level of success was no small feat, especially without any formal training. Truly remarkable. A genius, if he were to describe Fang Ye, that was the only term that seemed fitting. Perhaps even more of a genius than Lu Xian. Taking a deep breath, Professor Qin slowly inquired, Fang Ye, are you aware that an international college piano competition will be held in our country this summer?
Oh, that? Yes, I am aware. What's up? Fang Ye nodded, indicating his understanding. Well, would you be interested in participating? If you're keen, I can offer you another spot. You would represent our school in this piano competition. Professor Qin looked at Fang Ye with eager anticipation. With both Lu Xian and Fang Ye, there might just be a chance for a notable victory. He couldn't fathom why Fang Ye would refuse such an opportunity. This was a chance to bring glory to the school and gain international recognition. For a student of piano, it was an enticing proposition. Fang Ye regarded Professor Qin intently and replied, Summer, where will it be held? In the capital, Longdu. Professor Qin quickly responded. I won't go, Fang Ye stated decisively. In an instant, both Professor Qin and Teacher Lu were left dumbfounded. He turned it down. He actually turned it down. Chapter 32, Some friendships are priceless. No, this script seems somewhat amiss. Typically, students are very obedient to their teachers, especially when it involves a prestigious competition. How could one simply say they would not attend? Fang Ye, could you please repeat that? The teacher did not quite catch it, inquired Teacher Lu, hurriedly. Fang Ye shrugged and replied, I'm sorry, but I don't have the time to go. Going all the way to Longdu, who would take care of my father, who would look after my sister? If it were in Yu province, it might be manageable, but traveling such a distance holds no interest for him. Classmate Fang Ye, this is an event that brings glory to the school and the nation. Your piano skills are exceptional. It would be a tremendous pity to waste such talent by not showcasing it, Teacher Lu implored earnestly. Professor Qin also regarded Fang Ye with a look of surprise. He had not anticipated that Fang Ye would decline, considering how coveted such opportunities are. After a moment of silence, Fang Ye slowly articulated, if anything were to happen to my father because I went, I would regret it for a lifetime. I apologize, perhaps you will blame me for lacking a sense of collective honor, but I have only one father. With that, Fang Ye turned and left. His father was just preparing to be discharged from the hospital, yet his recovery was not complete. Fang Ye understood that with his father's character, if he were not vigilant, who could say what misfortunes might arise? After all, his father was never one to place all the burdens on his son. He did not know how long the piano competition would take, but if something were to happen to his father during that time, he would regret it eternally. Watching Fang Ye depart, Teacher Lu and Professor Qin exchanged glances. They could tell that Fang Ye was serious, extremely serious. Sigh, I originally thought he would agree immediately, Professor Qin lamented. After a moment of silence, Teacher Lu remarked, classmate Fang Ye comes from a challenging background. I've heard his father has been hospitalized recently. The school should pay him some attention. Indeed, someone capable of singing a song like father surely reveals a lot about his character, Professor Qin sighed. Then, shall we concede? No, finding someone of his caliber is not an easy task. We must help him alleviate his concerns. Professor Qin stated earnestly. Fang Ye's talent ignited a flicker of hope within him, and thus, he was unwilling to give up just yet. Upon returning to the classroom, Fang Ye noticed an unusual silence enveloping the entire class. Everyone averted their gaze when they looked at him, seemingly too timid to meet his eyes. However, he paid little mind to it. Fang Ye, why did Professor Qin and the others call for you? Were they inviting you to participate in that piano competition during the summer? Lu Long asked boisterously, casting a sweeping glance around the classroom, almost as if to boast. Many classmates perked up, eager to hear. This was juicy gossip. Yes, they did indeed invite me, Fang Ye nodded in response. Upon hearing this, a wave of envy washed over his peers. Li Haiwan instinctively clenched his fists, feeling somewhat powerless. Did you accept? Does this mean the title of the school's piano prince is yours to claim? Lu Long pressed eagerly. Many students felt a complex mix of emotions. How could one refuse such an opportunity? I don't have the time to participate, so I turned it down, Fang Ye replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the classroom fell into a profound silence. Numerous faces turned to Fang Ye in astonishment. He declined? He actually declined? Are you insane? Lu Long exclaimed, utterly shocked. Fang Ye remained silent. Utterly foolish. Li Haiwan muttered under his breath. Many students in the class felt their emotions were at odds. An opportunity they had only dared to dream of was simply dismissed by Fang Ye. Comparing themselves to him was infuriating. After school, Fang Ye headed straight to the hospital. He was there to pick up his father and bring Jia back home. What are you doing here too? As he arrived at the hospital, he noticed Lu Long had stealthily followed him. Upon being discovered, Lu Long did not shy away. He chuckled, holding a bag of fruit, and said, since your dad is being discharged today, I had to come and see. I just bought some fruit. It's not a big expense.
Seeing him, Fang Ye sighed, alright then. In the hospital room, but as soon as Fang Ye entered, he sensed something was amiss. His father's bedside was adorned with a plethora of fruits and flowers. Jia was perched on another bed, her small eyes glued to a tablet, occasionally prodding at the screen with her tiny fingers, as if afraid to break it. Beside her lay a large teddy bear.
Dad, where did all this come from? Fang Ye asked hurriedly. Xiao Yi, you're here.
A beautiful girl just visited, claiming to be your classmate. She brought all these things and said hello before leaving. You should return these items, they're far too extravagant, Fang Li insisted, looking at Fang Ye earnestly. Upon noticing Fang Ye, Jia immediately hopped down from the bed with her short legs. Brother, this is a gift from a pretty sister for Jia, and this bear too. I only poked it a bit, I didn't play with it. She seemed to be making a valiant effort to defend herself, her eyes sparkling with innocence, as if to say, I am truly not lying. Fang Ye glanced at the tablet. It was the latest model, likely worth 5,000 or 6,000. The teddy bear looked exquisitely crafted, its price was unknown, and then there were the fruits and flowers. A gift from a beautiful sister. He could already picture who it was. Who else could it be but Su Jiayin? His phone buzzed. Checking it, he found a message from Su Jiayin.
Fang Ye, this is a small token of my appreciation. Refusal is not an option. If you try to return it, I'll simply throw it away.
Reading the message, Fang Ye understood that he had no choice but to accept the gifts. After all, Su Jiayin was genuinely capable of such gestures.
Thank you, he replied.
No need, you've helped me so much, this is nothing.
Su Jiayin responded. Fang Ye took a deep breath, then turned to Jia. Do you want these gifts?
Upon hearing this, Jia shifted her attention from the tablet to the teddy bear.
Fang Ye could see the unmistakable glimmer of affection in her eyes, yet she quickly shook her head, resolutely stating, No, I don't want it. Jia doesn't like teddy bears. I've grown up, no more playing with toys.
However, her eyes still lingered on the bear with a hint of longing. Observing this, Fang Ye couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was so mature it was heart-wrenching. If Jia doesn't want it, then I'll have to throw it in the trash.
Fang Ye teased.
Jia's face paled at this, and she leaped onto the bed, clutching the teddy bear tightly. No, that would be so mean to the bear. Seeing her distressed expression, Fang Ye gently ruffled her hair and said, Alright, Jia, as long as you don't want me to do that, you must take good care of this bear.
Can I really? Absolutely. Really?
After their exchange, Jia's face lit up with excitement, and she embraced the bear tightly.
Yay!
Her little voice was incredibly endearing.
Xiao Yi, Dad, these are gifts from my classmate.
Just accept them. I've helped her quite a bit, and it's nothing to worry about now. Let us not dwell on this. I've completed the discharge procedures, so let us head home, Fang Ye cheerfully declared. Seeing this, Lulong quickly chimed in, I'll help carry some things. Fang Li was discharged. The once quiet home was lively once more. To Fang Ye's surprise, a sofa set and a television had been delivered to their doorstep.
Where did these come from? Fang Li exclaimed, staring at the furniture in astonishment.
Fang Ye's expression mirrored his father's surprise, but he quickly realized who was behind this. He shook his head helplessly. That young lady truly had no shortage of money.
A friend sent them.
I couldn't refuse. Dad, congratulations on your discharge, Fang Ye said with a smile. As the delivery personnel carefully moved the furniture inside, Lulong rushed over to assist. Xiao Yi, your father may not have much education, but I must tell you, some friendships are indeed priceless.
Fang Li remarked with sincerity. Fang Ye smiled and replied, I know.
Having lived a second life, he perceived things more clearly than before. Whether it was Su Jiayin or Lulong, he appreciated their significance in his life. Meanwhile, in another location, a villa. A photograph of Fang Ye and his information was displayed on a table. A middle-aged man gazed at the documents, murmuring, Fang Ye, truly an intriguing young man.
Chapter 33. The competition approaches, all eyes on the event. Are you planning to interfere again? Su Weishan, I must inform you, if you continue to press her, your daughter may very well confront you.
A regal woman elegantly stepped forward, revealing herself to be Duan Yuru, Su Jiayin's mother. Upon hearing this, Su Weishan chuckled and shook his head. Rest assured, I shall not interfere. It's merely two children playing in the mud.
Not interfering? Ha, how charmingly you speak. Who was it that forbade any singer from collaborating with Jiayin?
Who severed her copyright? I truly cannot fathom why you are so unwilling to let Jiayin enter the entertainment industry. With your protection, who would dare cast their eyes upon her?
Duan Yuru's expression was a complex blend of emotions. What does a woman understand? The entertainment industry is a treacherous abyss. It teems with temptations, where various interests intertwine. Even I, in the face of such a chasm, am but a minor player. I do not wish to see my daughter gradually descend into darkness.
Su Weishan admonished.
If that is the case, why wager with her?
I merely wish for her to abandon that laughable dream entirely. Only by walking the path I have laid out for her can she progress further. I do this for her own good.
Su Weishan replied nonchalantly.
For my own good, yet you have never considered my feelings, nor have you ever asked me whether I am fond of this.
Is this truly for my good? Am I merely your puppet, to follow whichever path you dictate? Just then, a cold scoff echoed through the room as Su Jiayin pushed the door open and entered. Both Su Weishan and Duan Yuru were taken aback.
Duan Yuru looked at her daughter, her body trembling slightly. She felt a pang of sympathy, fully aware of how much her daughter had been suffering during this time. Su Weishan cast a glance at Su Jiayin and remarked indifferently, "You are still young and do not grasp my intentions. In time, you will come to understand." "I do not wish to understand, nor will I. I refuse to relinquish my aspirations, nor do I intend to succumb to you." Su Jiayin glared at Su Weishan, gritting her teeth as she spoke. With reddened eyes, she turned and left.
Su Weishan, why must it be this way?
This is her fate. Born into the Su family, she is destined to accept such a fate, one that no one can alter, Su Weishan declared with utmost seriousness.
What if she wins? Duan Yuru suddenly inquired. If she wins, will you still forcibly send her away?
At her words, Su Weishan fell silent for a moment before shaking his head.
She cannot win. No one can resist fate. I mean, what if? There are no what ifs.
When Fang Ye encountered Su Jiayin once more, he noticed her eyes were red again. It was evident, without a doubt, that this was once more due to her father's actions. During their vocal practice, Su Jiayin lost focus several times and made mistakes. "The competition begins tomorrow, you must concentrate," Fang Ye urged. Su Jiayin nodded.
"I apologize, Fang Ye, may I ask you a question?" "What is it?" "If your fate were predetermined, would you acquiesce or resist?" "I have already provided my answer to that question, have I not?" "I never believe in such notions."
Fang Ye smiled upon hearing this. Su Jiayin also broke into a smile and nodded. "Then, please lend me a portion of your courage, I wish to advance."
"I will assist you," Fang Ye replied quietly. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. The music battle royale was the program in which Su Jiayin was participating. The singers began from preliminary rounds, battling their way up to the finals. By the time they reached the top 8, they were allowed to invite guest performers for their battles. Su Jiayin's opponent was a newcomer named Zhang Meiwen, who was no slouch in terms of talent. This time, her invited guest performer was the top-tier star, Zhang Qingyu. The top 8 battle had commenced, broadcasted live. By 7 o'clock in the evening, the live studio of the Guangdong Province television station had erupted into a frenzy, teeming with countless fans. "It has finally begun, the top 8 battle is upon us. Who do you think will secure a spot in the final 4? Su Jiayin, she must win, my goddess."
"I think it's a bit precarious. Su Jiayin's opponent is Zhang Meiwen. Although her singing is average, she has invited Zhang Qingyu to assist her."
"I heard that Su Jiayin hasn't managed to secure any guest performers."
"It seems to be true. I've heard that no top tier or even other singers are willing to assist Su Jiayin, and it appears she can't even obtain a single song with copyright."
"I'm feeling a bit uneasy about this. Could it be, my goddess is going to be eliminated like this?"
"The chances of elimination are as high as 99.
"Who said that? It's not a certainty."
"Perhaps Jiayin can find another singer, and there are still songs." "Ha, don't kid around, good songs aren't so easily obtained. Even if she finds a singer, her opponent is Zhang Qingyu, a top-tier artist.
How can she compete?"
"Alas, it's somewhat regrettable, but it seems Su Jiayin's journey may come to an end here." In the live studio, many recognized Su Jiayin, as she was undoubtedly the most visually striking contestant, coupled with her sweet voice, which had garnered her a substantial fan base. Yet, they also understood her predicament, and the discussions among them were rife with speculation.
"Jiayin, you finally made it, quickly prepare to enter, it's about to start."
Su Ro had been waiting for Su Jiayin and her team. Upon their arrival, she hurriedly pulled them towards the stage. In the backstage area, many singers had gathered. "Qingyu, I am truly grateful for your support this time. If I win tonight, I'll treat you to a drink." Zhang Meiwen smiled brightly at Zhang Qingyu, wrapping her arms around his. She spoke in a tone of endearment. She found it utterly incredible. As she considered herself an ordinary singer, she recognized she was no match for Su Jiayin and had failed to enlist any formidable support. To her surprise, a top-tier star like Zhang Qingyu had voluntarily come to her aid. She assumed perhaps Zhang Qingyu was attracted by her beauty. She was mentally prepared for this, as she understood that entering the entertainment industry often required sacrifices. However, Zhang Qingyu merely glanced at her, showing little reaction, and replied coolly, "You have practiced the song I assigned, correct? Do not falter now." "He, with brother Qingyu's help, I definitely won lose." Other singers looked on in bewilderment at Zhang Meiwen, who would have thought she could invite Zhang Qingyu. Most of the singers they had managed to secure were merely average second or third-tier artists.
Alas, it's really unfortunate for Su Jiayin.
She has come so far to the top 8, only to encounter this situation. Indeed, I wonder who Su Jiayin managed to invite for support. If she had also secured a top-tier artist, she might have had a chance to win.
There's no chance.
I just overheard the director discussing it. It seems the one she invited is merely a newcomer. The outcome appears to be predetermined. The remaining singers shook their heads slightly, though they felt a twinge of glee. After all, without Su Jiayin as a formidable opponent, the pressure for the final 1v1 battle would be significantly reduced.
Look, Su Jiayin has arrived.
At that moment, many noticed Su Jiayin's entrance. Beside her stood a young man, looking quite youthful and somewhat handsome, giving off a vibe of a match made in heaven.
She is indeed a newcomer, looking so fresh. Could he be her boyfriend? Perhaps she is simply throwing caution to the wind, but doesn't he seem somewhat familiar? Do you feel that too?
Who knows? Well, that's not our concern. Let's focus on the competition. The other singers quietly remarked.
Jiayin, is this your guest performer? He looks like quite the handsome young man.
Good luck. You may not win against me in the end, but don't give up.
Zhang Meiwen cheerily greeted Su Jiayin.
Thank you, Su Jiayin nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Meiwen snorted inwardly, still attempting to maintain her composure. Wait until I defeat you, let's see if you can remain so calm then. She turned and walked away. Fang Ye placed a reassuring hand on Su Jiayin's shoulder. Relax, the outcome is still uncertain. Fang Ye, do you think he is watching the live stream now? Su Jiayin suddenly asked. Fang Ye nodded silently. I imagine so, he might even be here in person. Upon hearing this, Su Jiayin's expression hardened with determination. Then we must give it our all. Dear fans and viewers watching the live stream, welcome to our music battle royale. Next, we will commence the top 8 competition. As per the rules, each participating singer is allowed to invite their guest performers. Now, let us meet the contestants. The host, microphone in hand, spoke with palpable enthusiasm to the camera. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were captivated by the unfolding events. First, in the first group of the top 8, we have Su Jiayin and Zhang Meiwen. I believe everyone is quite familiar with these two singers, and now, I will introduce their guest performers. The host's words were met with a resounding applause. First, I believe everyone should know the guest performer for Zhang Meiwen. He is known as the Little King, the top-tier singer, Zhang Qingyu. As soon as the announcement ended, the studio erupted into a chorus of cheers. Qingyu, Qingyu, I love you. Go, Qingyu. The shouts were endless, and Zhang Qingyu stood on stage, waving to the crowd, which triggered another wave of deafening screams. His popularity was unmistakable. Wow, it really is Zhang Qingyu. Zhang Meiwen's guest is actually a top-tier singer. I feel like Su Jiayin is done for. Yes, Su Jiayin's guest performer seems to be an ordinary person. What is she thinking? Why is this happening? It feels so unfair. In the live broadcast room, many viewers felt a sense of indignation. The host continued, next, Su Jiayin's guest performer is a newcomer, but I believe many of you may have heard his name. He has composed the excellent songs Father, Chasing Dreams, and In Spring. He is also the fortunate benefactor of the king. When fate let us welcome Fang Ye with a round of applause. In that instant, many were taken aback. Countless gazes turned towards Fang Ye, a student. At this moment, Fang Ye slowly stepped into view of the camera, welcoming the multitude of attention, all eyes upon him. Chapter 34 of Fang Ye's vocal prowess. Many gazes were fixed upon Fang Ye's handsome visage. Fang Ye, is it really him? This is intriguing. So it turns out that Father was penned by this young man. My heavens, that song brought me to tears. Goodness, he is so dashing. Standing alongside Jiayin, they truly embody the perfect pairing of talent and beauty. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, sparking animated discussions. In the school dormitory, Lu Xian stared at the screen in disbelief. So, he is actually Su Jiayin's guest performer? A tinge of bitterness welled up within him. What can you possibly offer Jiayin against a top-tier singer, he murmured to himself. On the judging panel, the 4 music professionals turned their attention to Fang Ye. Ah, so this is Fang Ye. I've heard his songs, and I must say, they are remarkably exceptional, certainly on par with us. What do you think, Lao Li? Inquired a man in his 40s, known as Su Wenkai, a diamond-level musician whose peers were of equal caliber. Indeed, upon first hearing those songs, I assumed only a diamond musician could compose such masterpieces. To think he is merely a student, our music industry truly harbors a wealth of talent. Lao Li, another diamond musician, nodded in agreement. Since he is a musician, he should focus on songwriting. What is he doing aspiring to be a singer? Does he believe that writing well allows him to compete with top vocalists? Grumbled a man in his 60s. Alright, let us reserve judgment for now. Perhaps he is a polymath, the 4 mentors whispered among themselves. So this is Fang Ye ditching you, we might be feeling the heat now, Zhang Meiwen remarked, astonished as she observed Fang Ye. She had been diligently practicing and had not kept up with the latest news, only having heard of Fang Ye without truly seeing him. However, she was aware of his 2 songs, which were indeed remarkable, adding a hint of pressure on her. It's no cause for concern. He is merely a talented songwriter. In terms of vocal ability, I doubt I would fall short against a student, especially since the songs we have are not lacking, Zhang Qingyu replied, shaking his head dismissively. Though Fang Ye was well known, his fame stemmed from his songwriting talent rather than his vocal prowess. Soon, the introductions concluded, and the competition commenced. The first duo to perform was Zhang Meiwen and Zhang Qingyu, prompting Fang Ye and the others to retreat backstage. Su Ro rushed over. Jiayin, your mother just called me, saying your father should be present at the venue. Su Jiayin showed no sign of surprise, merely offering a cold smile. He is here to witness my potential defeat and to prepare to take me home, isn't he? Su Ro sighed softly, my brother is quite the capricious one. Fang Ye, Jiayin, you must give it your all and prove him wrong. Fang Ye smiled but remained silent. Su Jiayin nodded, I shall endeavor to disappoint him. On stage, the lights flickered, accompanied by the cheers of the fans. Zhang Qingyu and Zhang Meiwen performed Shouqing, one of Zhang Qingyu's signature pieces. Their duet ignited an exuberant atmosphere in the venue, prompting the 4 judges to nod in appreciation. Su Wenkai exclaimed, Zhang Qingyu's singing, with its heartfelt resonance, captivates one effortlessly. He truly is a powerhouse vocalist. It seems our dear Fang Ye may find himself in a precarious position, Lao Li remarked, nodding thoughtfully. This ought to serve as a reality check for him. He shouldn't presume that a modicum of success equates to universal capability. Before long, Zhang Qingyu and Zhang Meiwen concluded their performance, transitioning to the judges' feedback segment. Su Wenkai smiled, Shouqing is a classic. However, upon hearing Qingyu, the essence of its former charm remains. Meiwen, you still have room for improvement. Infuse more emotion into your performance. I grant you an 8 out of 10. Zhang Meiwen's face brightened at this. Thank you, Teacher Su. With a total of only 10 points available, it was a considerable feat for these esteemed musicians to award such a score, reflecting their high standards. The other judges followed suit, bestowing scores ranging from 8 to 9. Well, the mentor evaluation segment has concluded, with an average score of 8.5. Now, let us transition to the audience scoring segment. Please direct your attention to the large screen. Many gazes were fixed upon the display, the scores from the audience steadily accumulated. Ultimately, an average score of 8 was revealed. With a total of 16.5 points, let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Zhang Meiwen. Upon the host's proclamation, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Zhang Meiwen's face instantly illuminated with a radiant smile of excitement. Thank you, everyone. As she made her way back, her expression still brimming with joy, she exclaimed, it appears we are destined for victory.
Thank you, Qingyu.
She felt a profound sense of confidence in this score.
With a score of 16.5. Only 3.5 points away from the perfect score of 20, Zhang Qingyu truly lives up to his reputation. I recall that in the previous round, Zhang Meiwen could only manage a total of 15 points, while Jiayin scored 15.8. Su Ro let out a faint sigh. She turned to Su Jiayin and Fang Ye, smiling as she said, do not feel pressured. Simply do your best. If things do not go as planned, I will do my utmost to negotiate with your father. Su Jiayin pressed her lips together and nodded, saying, all right, Fang Ye, let us proceed. The two then slowly made their way to the stage. As Su Jiayin stood under the spotlight, numerous fans began to call out her name, and the applause from the audience was fervent. Zhang Meiwen, observing from backstage, cast a disdainful glance and smirked. She has merely a pretty face. What is so remarkable about that? I shall eliminate you shortly. Fang Ye and Su Jiayin stood together on stage. Su Jiayin gazed out at the audience and, at last, spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. Taking a deep breath, she announced, the song that Fang Ye and I will perform is titled Little Dimples. This piece is also an original composition by Fang Ye, and I hope everyone enjoys it. As her words concluded, the audience erupted into applause, many visibly taken aback. Fang Ye has another original song? Wow, how does he manage to create so many original pieces? This is the fourth one, I'm quite curious. Indeed, let us listen closely. Many gazed at Fang Ye with expressions of intrigue. Another original, I find myself curious about the quality of this song, Su Wenkai remarked, his interest peaked as he observed Fang Ye. Soon, the music began to play softly. The crowd strained their ears, attentively listening, as new songs always evoke a sense of novelty. Fang Ye and Su Jiayin held their microphones and traversed the stage. With a gentle smile, Fang Ye looked at Su Jiayin and began to sing, I am still searching, for a support and an embrace, who prays for me, who worries for me, who gets angry for me and creates a fuss for me. As he opened his mouth, his captivating vocal prowess instantly enveloped the audience. Many listeners widened their eyes in instinctive surprise. In an instant, they were immersed in the musical ambience, feeling as if they had heard the song countless times before, despite it being their first encounter. Su Jiayin watched Fang Ye and sang along. Happiness begins to show signs, fate draws us closer, then loneliness is swallowed whole, and boredom transforms into conversation, bringing about change. Below the stage, numerous gazes were fixated on the duo. Smiles appeared on their faces, as if they sensed that at this moment, the two were a perfect match of talent and beauty. Backstage, upon hearing Fang Ye's voice, Zhang Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. He slowly rose to his feet, listening intently. After a moment, he silently shook his head, I've lost, my vocal skills pale in comparison. Brother Qingyu, what are you saying? Zhang Meiwen asked in bewilderment, her eyes wide.
Zhang Qingyu shook his head and replied, his singing ability is astonishing. Though he is merely a newcomer, he is truly a polymath, and I suspect he has yet to reveal his full potential. Upon hearing this, Zhang Meiwen's complexion paled slightly, as if drained of color.
This newfound confidence was slipping away. Good heavens, his voice is simply exquisite.
Su Wenkai exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Fang Ye. The other mentors furrowed their brows, surprised by the unfolding scene.
Not only does he write beautifully, but his performance level is astonishingly high as well? Old Li murmured.
The musician who had previously mocked Fang Ye was now flushed with embarrassment, rendered speechless. This vocal talent seemed to rival that of top-tier artists. On stage, the cheers were incessant.
Fang Ye! Fang Ye! It's so beautiful.
They began to shout enthusiastically. Fang Ye smiled faintly, continuing to sing while waving to the audience. Before long, the song gradually came to an end.
Thank you all. Su Jiayin called out.
Her gaze swept across the stage, only to find that the familiar figure had vanished. Alright, a heartfelt thanks to Su Jiayin and Fang Ye for their performance of Little Dimples. Next, let us invite the judges to provide their scores, the host announced loudly. At this moment, Su Jiayin felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Chapter 35 of the Unexpected. The moment for the mentor's evaluation commenced. I truly did not anticipate that you, Fang Ye, not only excel in songwriting but also possess such a melodious voice. As I listened to your song just now, I felt as though I had experienced a wondrous romance. The sole shortcoming might be that Jiayin could not quite keep pace with your vocal prowess, which rendered the performance somewhat lacking in flavor. Thus, I have decided to award you a score of 9. With those words from Su Wenkai, Su Jiayin appeared slightly embarrassed. Thank you for the score, Teacher Su.
Was it truly her who held them back?
Fang Ye, I have come to realize that you are indeed a remarkable treasure, and I hope you continue to soar to greater heights.
I, too, shall grant you a score of 9, Jiayin, the issue lies with you, Oldly chuckled.
A perfect 10, Su Jiayin has given her utmost effort, and only a top-tier singer could match Fang Ye's vocal ability, the old man suddenly interjected. Su Wenkai and the others looked at him in astonishment, caught between amusement and disbelief. Just moments before, he had been relentlessly critiquing Fang Ye's overconfidence, yet now he bestowed the highest score. Ultimately, the final musician also awarded a perfect score of 10. At this moment, the mentor's evaluation has reached an impressive score of 9.
5.
The mentor awarded a remarkable score of 9.
5.
This is the highest rating we have witnessed thus far. It is also the pinnacle score achieved in this musical extravaganza. Congratulations to the Jiayin and Fang Ye duo, the host exclaimed with great excitement. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, shouting, 666, incredible, absolutely phenomenal.
Wow, a score of 9.
5, that's truly astonishing. However, Fang Ye truly deserves it, his songs are exceptionally melodious.
What a comeback against the odds. I thought Jiayin would be eliminated, but Fang Ye is remarkable.
Those watching the live broadcast were fervently flooding the screen with comments. Lu Xian cast a deep glance, feeling an undeniable pang of discomfort in his heart. Why had he never perceived the existence of someone like Fang Ye before? During the audience rating segment, it achieved an impressive average score of 9.
7. The total score was 19. 2. Upon seeing this score, Su Jiayin's face flushed crimson.
Let us congratulate contestant Su Jiayin for successfully advancing to the top 4. Congratulations, Jiayin, the host exclaimed loudly. As Su Jiayin heard these words, her eyes brimmed with tears.
She had made it.
Thank you, Fang Ye, she said earnestly. Fang Ye said nothing, seemingly still contemplating something.
Yes.
In the background, Su Ro clenched her fists. Advancing from 8 to 4 was a success. The next challenge was progressing from 4 to 2. Alas, finding a supporting singer for the 4 to 2 round will not be an easy task. With this thought, she felt a pang of frustration. However, if I could persuade Fang Ye to compose 2 more songs, perhaps there might be hope. At that moment, her heart brimmed with optimism. Fang Ye and Su Jiayin gradually made their way back to the backstage area. Zhang Meiwen's complexion was still somewhat pale. Had she truly been eliminated just like that, she had believed her chance for a turnaround had come, yet it unfolded in such a manner.
Congratulations, Jiayin. Uve succeeded in advancing from 8 to 4. Su Ro joyfully rushed over to embrace Su Jiayin. She then turned to Fang Ye with sincerity, saying, "Thank you too, Fang Ye." Fang Ye smiled lightly. It was nothing. Just then, a voice interrupted. "You must be Fang Ye, right? We need to talk." Su Jiayin turned around and her expression darkened instantly. "What do you want?"
The speaker was none other than her father, Su Weishan. He did not answer Su Jiayin's question but instead fixed his gaze on Fang Ye.
"I'll be waiting for you outside." With that, he turned and walked away.
Su Jiayin's expression was far from pleasant, yet she still managed to say, "Fang Ye, remember what I told you before, thank you this time."
"All right." Fang Ye nodded and slowly followed him out. Watching Fang Ye leave, Su Jiayin's expression soured. Big brother is going too far, he likely wants Fang Ye to stop concerning himself with you.
Su Ro gritted her teeth. He seeks to forcibly dictate my destiny. If Fang Ye continues to assist me, he might even find a stellar musician or even a king musician to intervene. Aunt, do you think my fate is truly predetermined?
Am I really fated to be estranged from the stage for the rest of my life?
A hint of desolation graced Su Jiayin's face as a tear slipped down her cheek. Su Ro, seeing this, felt a profound ache in her heart. Having such a domineering father was indeed burdensome. The corridor was rather secluded. Fang Ye stood behind Su Weishan. For the music battle royale, I actually sponsored around 10 million.
Su Weishan lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said nonchalantly.
Fang Ye remained silent, leaning against the wall. Su Weishan continued, Jiayin has always been quite obedient, but now that she has entered her rebellious phase, she has begun to disregard my words.
The entertainment industry is a den of iniquity.
I do not wish for her to venture into it. My initial plan was to have her stop at the top 8 and return home with me, but your emergence has caught me off guard. I am grateful for the songs you have written for my daughter, but let this matter conclude here. I shall offer you 1 million as compensation, and I request that you refrain from composing any more songs for her. Is that agreeable? Of course, I do not oppose your relationship. If Jiayin has feelings for you and you both end up together, that is fate. I would also be more than willing to nurture you as my successor. However, I truly do not wish to see her entangled in the entertainment industry again. With that, Su Weishan slowly produced a check and extended it towards Fang Ye. His expression bore a hint of confidence, as if everything was under his control. He was well aware that Fang Ye came from a humble background. The sum would be a fortune for him. Moreover, his demands were not unreasonable. Fang Ye had no reason to decline. Gazing at the check, Fang Ye remained silent, merely smiling.
What are you laughing at?
Su Weishan furrowed his brow and inquired. Fang Ye glanced at him and replied, You must understand that Jiayin is no longer a child. She has her own interests and passions and does not wish for her fate to be dictated by you. I know you love her, like any ordinary father would, but I wonder if you realize that your love is excessively forceful, as if you desire to control everyone around you.
Such love makes it difficult for one to breathe, rendering it unbearable.
In response, Su Weishan merely scoffed, "You have never been a father, so you cannot possibly comprehend my feelings. I do this solely for her own good. I do not wish for her to suffer real harm only to slowly lick her wounds and regret later, an emotion you will never understand. For now, you simply need to do as I say." He spoke with a commanding tone, placing the check before Fang Ye. Fang Ye regarded the check, and after a prolonged silence, stated, "What if I say I refuse?" Su Weishan's eyes widened slightly as he looked up at Fang Ye. "What do you mean? You believe that because my family is impoverished, I must desperately need the money, and thus, in the face of this 1 million, I would inevitably be swayed to comply with your wishes?" Fang Ye chuckled, his gaze sharpening. "A gentleman values wealth but acquires it through proper means. I promised Jiayin I would help her advance, so I'm afraid I cannot go back on my word." Su Weishan observed Fang Ye, truly taken aback by his resolve. He understood the allure of $1 million check to an ordinary individual. "I advise you to abandon this notion. You are indeed talented, but even if you continue to assist her, the outcome will only be one: you will not advance, and will inevitably face elimination." He spoke in a deep voice, his tone still brimming with confidence. Fang Ye, however, quietly shook his head. "I believe otherwise." "Ha, you are still too young. Do you genuinely think you can help her all on your own? There is still time for you to reconsider." "Then let us see," Fang Ye replied earnestly. Su Weishan scrutinized Fang Ye for a lengthy moment before finally exhaling a soft sigh and retracting the check. "To be honest, I have encountered many young individuals like you who refuse to accept their fate. Regrettably, they all eventually bow down to destiny, without exception." With that, he let out a cold laugh and turned to leave. Watching Su Weishan depart, Fang Ye said nothing but quietly returned backstage. Accepting fate, such a notion had ceased to exist in his vocabulary since his rebirth. Upon seeing Fang Ye return, Su Jiayin forced herself to muster her spirits and cheerfully asked, "Did you do as I instructed?" "If I said yes, what would you do next?" Fang Ye inquired. Hearing this, Su Jiayin feigned nonchalance. "What's the big deal? I can always gather more songs and give it another shot. If it comes to the worst, I'll just run away. I refuse to go abroad. He was the one who cheated first." As she spoke, her voice dwindled, filled with grievance. Observing this, Fang Ye felt a twinge of sympathy for the girl. Her greatest adversary turned out to be her own father. "Rest assured, I did not acquiesce to him. I will stand by you until you claim the championship. I will fulfill the promise I made to you." Chapter 36. The mentor challenge. Upon hearing Fang Ye's words, Su Jiayin's face registered a hint of astonishment. She lifted her gaze to meet Fang Ye's eyes and hurriedly inquired, "You declined? How could you?" The incredulity was palpable within her. The notion that Fang Ye would refuse, especially for her sake, was almost unfathomable. Contemplating this revelation stirred a sense of warmth within her heart, and her gaze softened considerably as she regarded him. He was, as he had been many years ago, according to the rules. "Does this mean I can no longer assist in the next round?" Fang Ye suddenly posed the question. Su Jiayin nodded in affirmation. "Typically, that is indeed the case. The music battle had its own set of regulations. In the round of 8-4, and then 4-2, contestants could invite support singers to participate. However, a support singer was permitted to assist in only one match, unless understood. Fang Ye responded, having already mentally prepared himself for this eventuality. Half an hour later, the current match concluded. All the contestants returned to the stage once more. After a fiercely debated competition, the quarter-finals of our music battle have finally drawn to a close, and now, I shall announce the singers who have advanced to the semifinals. The host proclaimed loudly from the stage. In the audience, Su Weishan slowly made his way back to his seat. "So, did you succeed again? I truly do not understand. Why must you be so cautious?" His wife, Duan Yuru, couldn't help but ask. In this matter, she felt utterly powerless. Su Weishan maintained a composed demeanor as he replied, "He has refused, yet again, another soul striving against fate. Without suffering some losses, one will never awaken." "And what do you intend to do about it?" Su Weishan did not respond to this question, his eyes fixed intently on Fang Ye on stage. "Su Jiayin, congratulations on advancing to the semifinals," the host announced with enthusiasm. A surge of joy swelled within Su Jiayin as she stood up slowly, smiling as she expressed, "Thank you all for your support." Zhang Meiwen watched the scene unfold, feeling a mix of unwillingness and resignation. What could be done? She had even invited a top-tier singer, yet still faced defeat. Once the results of the semifinals were revealed, the draw for the semifinal opponents commenced. Ultimately, Su Jiayin's opponent turned out to be a male singer named Qin Yuan, approximately 25 years old, sporting a pair of black-framed glasses that lent him an air of gentility. "Please treat me well," Su Jiayin said with a slight smile as she approached him. The semifinals would be held concurrently with the finals, scheduled for the upcoming weekend. Qin Yuan looked at Su Jiayin and joked, "Jiayin, I look forward to your performance. Honestly, if you had invited Fang Ye to assist you in the semifinals, I might have felt a bit concerned, but now, you should be careful." He appeared exceedingly confident. Su Jiayin nodded, "I will give it my all." Once the draw concluded, the music battle approached its climax. "Alright, since the opponents for the semifinals have been determined, you all have 1 week to seek out your support singers. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the mentors for their assistance. Now, I declare this episode of the music battle officially concluded." "Wait." Before the host could finish, a voice suddenly interrupted. The crowd momentarily paused, turning to find that it was Fang Ye who had spoken. Su Jiayin looked at him in surprise. What was he about to do? "What are you planning?" Su Jiayin whispered. "Excuse me, Fang Ye, do you have any objections?" the host inquired, gazing at him. Fang Ye replied slowly, is there not a special challenge known as the Mentor Challenge? I would like to attempt that, if possible. At his words, an immediate silence enveloped the room. The Mentor Challenge? Su Jian's expression changed slightly as she stared at Fang Ye in astonishment. He actually wished to undertake the Mentor Challenge. The four mentors, on the verge of departing, were equally taken aback by Fang Ye's declaration. They exchanged bewildered glances. My goodness, did I hear that correctly? He actually wants to take on that challenge? Is he serious about such a challenge? Su Wenkai and the others felt utterly confounded. The audience, too, was in a state of shock, murmuring amongst themselves. What is the Mentor Challenge? It is essentially a guest revival challenge. Since each support guest can only participate in one round, the program stipulates that if they wish to continue in the next round, they must pass the Mentor Challenge. If successful, they can serve as a support guest once more. After so many seasons, I have yet to hear of a singer succeeding through the Mentor Challenge. The viewers in the live broadcast room were equally astonished. It is well known that the Mentor Challenge is exceedingly stringent. Singers are required to challenge the mentors with their original compositions, the songs must be of diamond-level quality, and their vocal skills must be exceptionally proficient. Moreover, the mentor's professional ratings must exceed 9 points for success. In today's entertainment industry, singers and musicians are generally considered separate entities. Even if a singer can compose their own music, the quality often pales in comparison to that of professional musicians. To require a song of at least diamond-level quality is, for a singer, a formidable task. Thus, when Fang Ye proposed this Mentor Challenge, many were taken aback. Fang Ye, are you truly serious? Are you certain you wish to initiate the Mentor Challenge? The host inquired, looking at him intently. Countless gazes turned toward Fang Ye. Fang Ye nodded earnestly. Indeed, I wish to initiate the Mentor Challenge. Is that permissible? Of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter a special segment of our music battle of the Mentor Challenge. Let us see if Fang Ye can prevail in this assessment, the host proclaimed exuberantly. As his words echoed, a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. It seemed that everyone was eagerly anticipating this moment. Poof. Su Weishan took a deep breath, letting out a cold snort, yet remained silent. The crowd quickly retreated backstage. Fang Ye approached the staff, producing a USB drive. This contains my recorded piece. You may verify the copyright online. It is my original work. Understood. The staff member promptly departed. Fang Ye, you really need not go to such lengths. The Mentor Challenge is not easily surmountable. The scrutiny is far stricter than what we faced previously, Su Jian said as she stepped closer to him. Fang Ye smiled. This is also an opportunity for me, so it is not solely for your benefit, hence you need not feel overly touched. Su Jian found herself both amused and perplexed, sensing a hint of pride in Fang Ye. Then I shall refrain from saying more. Best of luck, she said gently. News of Fang Ye's intention to undertake the Mentor Challenge quickly spread. Music Battle Mentor Challenge may not have topped the trending list, but it surged into the top 10. Everyone, hurry to the music battle. Someone has initiated a Mentor Challenge. Fang Ye has launched a Mentor Challenge. This is incredible, everyone must check it out. Oh wow, Fang Ye, isn't he the one from before? I must go and see. I believe he has a chance at success. Indeed, his songs are excellent, and I sense his vocal skills are not lacking. Go for it. Many netizens were intrigued and swiftly made their way to the live broadcast room. The Mentor Challenge is not limited to the music battle, it exists in other musical competitions as well. However, the level of professionalism is exceedingly high, which is why no one has succeeded thus far. In an instant, the live room's viewership surged dramatically. On stage, Fang Ye picked up a guitar. Next, Fang Ye will present an exciting segment of the Mentor Challenge. What kind of song will he bring us? Let us welcome Fang Ye, the host announced. Fang Ye took a deep breath, stepping forward onto the stage. Chapter 37 of the Night of Madness. After the raucous cheers of the crowd subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. The sound of footsteps echoed, marking the slow approach of Fang Ye towards the stage. The passage leading to the stage was shrouded in shadows, with only the front illuminated, as if patiently awaiting his arrival. For him, this moment represented a pivotal opportunity to alter his destiny. Initially, he intended to use the music competition as a springboard, yet fate had other plans. This time, however, not only would it serve as a launching pad for Su Jian, but it would also become his own. Step towards the light, he murmured softly. Moments later, he embraced that light and ascended the stage. With his guitar in hand, he stood alone beneath the vast expanse of the stage, which was significantly larger than that of the music competition. Countless gazes fixated upon him. The instant he appeared, a wave of cheers erupted. Fang Ye, Fang Ye. Go for it, Fang Ye. Keep it up. Many spectators began to shout exuberantly, intrigued by the Mentor's Challenge. The enormity of the stage and the cacophony of voices from all directions enveloped him, igniting a sense of exhilaration within. His gaze swept across the stage, finally resting upon a familiar figure, Su Weishan. The father of Su Jian, a man known for his somewhat unreasonable demeanor. Su Weishan regarded Fang Ye with an impassive expression. Why must he be so resolute, he murmured. I do not believe in fate, Fang Ye thought with a quiet smile. Next, I will present a song titled Unyielding. Fang Ye proclaimed loudly to the fans in the audience. Thunderous applause erupted. Unyielding, is he mocking me? Su Weishan glared at Fang Ye, contemplating. What a bold title, what kind of song is this? The mentors, including Su Wenkai, also expressed curiosity. Fang Ye smiled faintly, closing his eyes as he stood before the upright microphone, memories flooding back. This song was a classic from the band Beyond, a powerful anthem of rebellion that he had always cherished it, feeling as if it sang his own truth. In the face of destiny, one can only resist. In the audience, Su Jiayin and the others watched Fang Ye, their fists clenched in anticipation. Soon, the music began to swell. Fang Ye took a deep breath, flicked his wrist, and the sound of his guitar filled the air. Who dares to suppress the rage within, cursing this facade and deceit, never believing in kneeling before life, even without aid, I rely solely on my own hands, let me scream out in madness. His voice resonated with a profound sense of repression and fury. As he began to sing, many felt a tremor in their hearts. When they gazed upon Fang Ye on stage, he appeared as an indomitable warrior. Never had he contemplated kneeling before life or fate. Even if he stood alone, he would battle against this hypocritical destiny. Beyond embodied this spirit, and so did he. With Su Weishan fixated on Fang Ye, feeling a subtle stir within himself. It was as if he could see an unyielding spirit standing beside Fang Ye. As Fang Ye sang, his gaze drifted, and he seemed to envision the legendary figure of Akiu by his side. A slight smile graced his lips. Fate, whether it belonged to Su Jiayin or himself, he resolved to reject the predetermined path. In the next moment, his eyes gleamed with intensity, he unleashed an explosive declaration. Today, he commands the winds and alters the rains, unyielding, too arrogant to be tamed. What a nuisance you are. We don't need you anymore, go to hell. His voice ignited the entire venue. The rock-infused backdrop, combined with Fang Ye's defiant vocals, forged a powerful force that surged deep into the hearts of all present. They beheld a resilient youth fiercely battling against his destiny, forever refusing to yield. Oh my heavens, this song! Su Wenkai and the others stared in astonishment, their eyes riveted on Fang Ye. Clearly, the song had delivered an immense shock. Kuafu chasing the sun, Yugong moving mountains, Jingwei filling the sea. I feel as though the spirit of these mythological tales is embodied in him, Oldly murmured to himself. He regarded Fang Ye with a complex expression, deep in thought. This song, he has managed to craft something so profound. Xianjian was similarly transfixed by the live broadcast. He reflected on Fang Ye's origins and upbringing, sensing that this song was Fang Ye's furious roar against life. He would not accept being suppressed. This song will become a beacon of hope for countless individuals. Professor Qin from Yuan also watched the broadcast, murmuring to himself. The darkness of life is inevitable, and this song serves as a glimmering firefly, illuminating a path for those engulfed in shadows. Countless viewers tuning in felt a flicker of light in their eyes as they witnessed the indomitable spirit of Fang Ye growing ever more formidable, as if striving to break free from the shackles of fate surrounding him. Keep going. Fang Ye, you can do it. Go for it, charge ahead. In the audience, some spectators suddenly erupted into loud cheers and shouts, rallying behind Fang Ye. He turned to them, a smile gracing his face, and continued to sing with fervor. Who wishes to live life as a hero, facing the storms and shared wounds? Is there truly no justice in this world? Even without others to call out, I refuse to be silenced. Today, he commands the winds and alters the rains, unyielding, too arrogant to be tamed. What a nuisance you are. He soared into the next high note, his voice brimming with anger and defiance, reverberating throughout the venue. Countless audience members were swept up in his fervor, cheering and clapping loudly. Backstage, Su Jiayin stared intently at Fang Ye, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. She felt that this song was Fang Ye's encouragement to her. Who would willingly kneel before life? She would not, even if she stood alone, she would resist. Oh my heavens, this song is bursting with energy, simply extraordinary. Su Ro gazed at Fang Ye on stage, her eyes alight with excitement. As his manager, she recognized the sheer strength of this song. It was a declaration of war against fate and injustice. Fang Ye seemed to be launching a passionate indictment against destiny through this performance. This song is phenomenal. Fang Ye, you must release it, I want to loop it all day long. I have always followed the path my father laid out for me. He wishes for me to become a chef, yet I have no interest. I yearn for painting. I do not wish for him to interfere with my future. I know he means well, but I too wish to fight for my dreams. If life is lived on a predetermined trajectory, it becomes an exceedingly dull affair. So, break the shackles of fate and live for yourself. Thank you, Fang Ye. Thank you, Fang Ye. At that moment, the entire livestream was inundated with countless comments. Many people had spent their lives on a preordained path, leading a tranquil existence. Yet this song seemed to rekindle their fervor for life. As time passed, the audience's gaze towards Fang Ye brimmed with passion. They cheered loudly, applauding fervently. However, to Su Weishan, these cheers and applause sounded jarring. Fate is not so easily overcome, Su Weishan scoffed. His own destiny had been meticulously orchestrated by his father, Su Jiayin's grandfather. It had always been this way. He had contemplated resistance, yet had failed thus. Upon hearing Fang Ye's song, he felt it was a mockery aimed at him. You will never be able to resist, he murmured, watching Fang Ye from a distance. Fang Ye seemed to perceive his sentiments, offering a cold smile as his voice rose even higher. Today, he commands the winds and alters the rains, unyielding, too arrogant to be tamed. What a nuisance you are. We don't need you anymore, go to hell. As he reached this climactic moment, he raised his guitar high and smashed it forcefully onto the ground. A resounding crack echoed as the instrument shattered into two. The audience stared in stunned silence at Fang Ye on stage, utterly taken aback by his audacity. This was indeed Fang Ye's first act of such reckless abandon, and with that single act, he had unleashed the very essence of the song. Fate, to hell with fate. Chapter 38. For the future, the atmosphere in the venue was profoundly silent. Countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the young man on stage. In that moment, they perceived an unwavering and tenacious expression etched upon Fang Ye's face. At that instant, he appeared remarkably towering to them. Many found their breaths quickening, and soon, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the entire venue. Fang Ye, go for it, so cool. Absolutely stunning, oh my goodness, that fall was incredible. From this day forth, I am a fan of that man. The audience erupted in exuberant cheers. They did not regard Fang Ye's guitar mishap as a sign of rudeness. Rather, it was precisely this incident that illuminated his determination to them, his resolve to resist. To this group of young people, Fang Ye seemed to have ascended to the status of an idol in their hearts. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Fang Ye for presenting us with Unrivaled. This song has stirred my very soul. Now, let us invite the mentors to provide their evaluations. The host proclaimed loudly. Countless gazes converged upon the mentors. Ultimately, the success of the Mentors Challenge hinged on the judgment of the 4 musicians present. Su Wenkai cast a deep glance at Fang Ye and spoke slowly. Throughout my life, I have listened to a multitude of inspirational songs. Originally, chasing dreams with a pure heart was your pinnacle, yet this Unrivaled has unveiled to me your unwavering determination. Your vocal skills possess a remarkable emotional resonance, effortlessly transporting others into your musical realm. Such a feat, even for a singer of the highest caliber, is not easily attainable. I have sensed your sincerity, which is why I bestow upon you a score of 9. 9. I refrain from granting you a perfect score, merely to prevent any arrogance on your part. Strive diligently, and I hope you will secure your place in the future of the music industry. Thank you, Fang Ye said earnestly, offering a slight bow. I award you a perfect 10, unreservedly, as I am not concerned about your pride. While I initially considered a score of 9, your recent fall convinced me that you truly deserve a 10, as old Su has already mentioned. I shall not reiterate. Old Li remarked with a smile. The elderly man's gaze settled upon Fang Ye, and a faint smile graced his visage. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the upcoming semifinals. I hope you will surprise us and not let me down. I award you a score of 9. 5. That little incident with the guitar startled this old man quite a bit. One must respect their elders and show affection to the young, he remarked, prompting a chorus of laughter from the crowd. Thank you, teacher Yu, Fang Ye replied with a smile. This venerable gentleman, surnamed Yu, was known as Yu Huayuan, and he stood as the sole starring musician in the competition, holding a position of great esteem. Beside Yu Huayuan was a female mentor in her 40s. Keep it up, I eagerly await the moment you rewrite your destiny. I would rate this song a remarkable 9. 8. Zhang Juan remarked with a smile. This left Fang Ye's face slightly flushed, feeling somewhat bashful. Thank you, teacher Zhang. He took a deep breath. Indeed, he had flawlessly passed this mentor assessment. The scores awarded by the 4 mentors were 9. 9, 10, 9. 5, and 9. 8 respectively, thus, the average score emerges as 9. 8. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to Fang Ye for successfully passing the mentor assessment, the host proclaimed loudly. As the words resonated, the venue erupted into a thunderous applause. All eyes, filled with fervent admiration, were fixed upon Fang Ye, as if they had already witnessed the rise of a future star. Fang Ye! Fang Ye! The crowd of fans began to chant enthusiastically. Among them were many who were previously unfamiliar with Fang Ye, yet at that moment, they appeared utterly captivated by his charisma, their faces adorned with expressions of exhilaration. It seems the protagonist of this evening is indeed him, Su Ro remarked with a smile from backstage. Tears welled in Su Jian's eyes as she responded, indeed, it is him. She had observed Fang Ye for an extended period, fully aware of the challenges he had faced in the past decade. Therefore, she deeply understood the tumultuous emotions that resided within him at this moment. The world is a harsh place. For an ordinary person to alter their destiny is no simple feat. Yet, at this very moment, Fang Ye had taken that pivotal first step, profoundly impacting her. If you are defying fate, then, I cannot allow myself to be outdone, she silently resolved. Her father's words, no, in this instant, she had cast them aside. What of the path laid before her? Now, her only desire was to forge her own way. At home, Fang Li gazed at his son, his eyes slightly reddened, a trace of a proud smile gracing his face. He silently turned to the photograph of his wife hanging on the shrine, inhaling deeply. Alan, do you see, that is our son, that you know, at this moment, I am truly proud. Daddy, why did brother break that thing? Little Jia Jia tugged at Fang Li's hand, her face a picture of innocence. She thought the object was beautiful and felt it was a pity it had been shattered. Your brother is fighting, battling for our future, Fang Li replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, a look of confusion crossed little Jia Jia's face. She was still young, unaware of the concepts of destiny or the future. In the school dormitory. Oh my, I think Fang Ye looks a bit handsome at this moment. Indeed. Yang Yan, how could you ever break up with him? I think he is incredibly handsome. He must have a bright future ahead. Several roommates, while watching the livestream, couldn't help but glance at Yang Yan. They all knew that Fang Ye was her former boyfriend. Yang Yan, her complexion pale, remained fixated on the broadcast, her gaze locked on Fang Ye. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, what does this matter? Tomorrow, I will watch Li Haiwan's livestream, he is even more handsome. The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Is this the reason for his remarkable prowess? Lu Xian muttered to himself, astonished by Fang Ye's wild and captivating singing style. He recalled the intense piano duel. Perhaps Fang Ye was feeling something similar back then? The music battle concluded. Fang Ye returned backstage. Many singers regarded him with newfound respect. Their admiration stemmed not from his vocal skills or other talents, but from his indomitable spirit. Congratulations, Fang Ye!
Fang Ye, may we exchange contact information, we might have the opportunity to collaborate. Fang Ye, I look forward to seeing you at the next event.
Numerous individuals approached Fang Ye, speaking to him with infectious enthusiasm. His star had eclipsed even Su Jiayan's Zhejiang Qingyu quietly approached Fang Ye, extending his hand. I hope we can spar again next time.
Fang Ye met his gaze and shook his hand. There will be opportunities. Lastly, he approached Su Jiayan. For the semifinals, would it be alright if I serve as your assistant? Hearing this, Su Jiayan's eyes glistened with tears once more.
She interpreted his words as a gesture of support for her.
Of course, that is perfectly fine. I want no one else but you.
Then let us prepare, we have a week ahead of us, Fang Ye smiled.
May I give you a hug? Fang Ye was momentarily taken aback but nodded in agreement.
Su Jiayan embraced him. Observing this, Su Ro's face reflected a hint of satisfaction. Fate, brother, perhaps this time, you truly cannot stop them.
Outside the arena, a Rolls-Royce stood idling.
A middle-aged man sat quietly inside, taking a drag from his cigarette. What do you think? Jiayan seems to have surpassed your expectations, advancing to the top 4, while you still wish to impede her. Duan Yuru smiled at her husband, inquiring. Su Weishan exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head. This childish game should come to an end.
He then silently retrieved his phone and made a call.
Please contact Xianjian, King Qin, and also find me a top-tier musician.
If that is not possible, then a stellar musician will suffice. Understood. After hanging up, Duan Yuru looked at her husband in shock. Su Weishan, your actions will only hurt our daughter.
I merely wish to spare her from deeper heartache in the future.
You cannot fathom my intentions. Su Weishan scoffed. Drive.
Yes, boss. The car swiftly took off. Duan Yuru gazed at Su Weishan with a complex expression, never expecting her husband to be so unwilling to relent. Su Weishan sighed heavily, observing the scenery outside, whispering to himself, Forgive me, Jiayan, I only wish to prevent the past from repeating itself in your life. I hope one day you will understand. The vehicle gradually vanished into the darkened streets. Meanwhile, this music battle, marked by Fang Ye's dramatic moment, surged onto Weibo's trending topics. Fang Ye's name re-emerged before the public after a 2-day absence. I kindly request everyone for free gifts, encouragement for updates, and 5-star reviews.
Chapter 39. Trending again, song teasers, The Resistors of Fate, Classmate Fang Ye. Classmate Fang Ye releases another golden melody. Classmate Fang Ye angrily shatters his guitar to make a statement. One topic after another surged onto the trending list.
Although not in the top position, it remained within the top 10, garnering the attention of numerous individuals. The renowned superstar Wen Fei posted a Weibo message that soared to the top of the comments.
The song Unyielding is truly inspiring.
Classmate Fang Ye's final guitar smash transported me back to my youth. Life is but a fleeting century. We are all striding against the current. If we refuse to bow to fate, then let us rebel against it. Keep pushing forward, Classmate Fang Ye. Beneath the Weibo post, countless comments poured in. They ranged from ordinary bystanders to devoted fans of Wen, as well as newcomers to Fang Ye's fanbase.
I was there.
Classmate Fang Ye's performance and that final smash were simply magnificent. I could feel his determination. Classmate Fang Ye was born into poverty, yet he has persevered through sheer effort. I truly admire him. He is a fighter, a warrior resisting fate. I feel incredibly fortunate to know him. He has inspired me greatly. Indeed, I initially followed Classmate Fang Ye because of Wen, but upon learning more about him, I discovered he is an extraordinary person. I am now a fan. I hope Classmate Fang Ye keeps it up. I, too, come from humble beginnings, yet I succumb to despair. Honestly, Classmate Fang Ye's music has given me the courage to resist.
Let's keep pushing forward together.
Fang Ye's story resonated with countless individuals. Ultimately, this world belongs to the common people, and many share experiences akin to his, yet feel powerless to confront such realities. Fang Ye's rise has ignited hope within them, illuminating their future. In no time, Fang Ye's Weibo followers began to soar, climbing from an initial 30 to 40,000 to over 1 million, and still rising. At that moment, Fang Ye, along with Su Jiayan and Su Ro, had just exited the chaotic music competition venue.
Fang Ye, how about we celebrate with a meal tonight?
Su Jiayan gazed at him with eager anticipation.
Su Ro, sensing the situation, wisely chose silence, recognizing Su Jiayan's interest in Fang Ye. Ah, a meal?
Yes, we could even enjoy a little drink. Su Jiayan winked. Su Ro's expression brightened slightly at this.
Should I not be here?
Perhaps I should make an excuse to leave. Why is no one calling me? She mused internally. Just then, a phone rang. A spark of joy crossed Su Ro's face. A call meant distraction. She quickly retrieved her phone.
Ah. It seems someone is looking for me. With that, she prepared to step aside. However, I'll take a call. Fang Ye's voice suddenly interrupted. Su Ro?
Puzzled, she glanced at her phone, finding no incoming call.
Fang Ye answered his phone. Okay, I understand. I'm free now. I'll be there shortly. He hung up.
I have something to attend to. You two go ahead and eat without me.
With that, he turned to leave. This left Su Jiayan bewildered. Ah, you're not joining us for dinner? No, see you later. Fang Ye departed swiftly. Su Jiayan was left in a daze. Why did he leave so quickly? Perhaps he has an appointment with a beauty?
Jian, you must act quickly, I have an eye for men, and Fang Ye is bound to succeed if you don't seize the moment, some alluring temptress will whisk him away, Su Ro sighed, speaking earnestly.
With your talent for reading men, why are you still single? Pfft, it's because I have high standards.
Su Ro scoffed.
Auntie, did you change your ringtone? Ah.
This, Su Ro felt embarrassed. Shortly thereafter, Fang Ye arrived at the company. It was late, and everyone had finished work. However, Xianjian was still waiting at the entrance. Apologies for the wait, Chen Laoshi.
No problem, I just arrived myself. How are you feeling, ready to record?
Xianjian inquired, examining Fang Ye. Fang Ye nodded, patting his chest.
No issue, I'm ready anytime, but is it really necessary to rush? Absolutely, you must understand that time waits for no one.
Especially when it comes to trending topics, we must act swiftly. You're currently at your peak, we need to capitalize on this momentum and release your 3 songs. There are few tracks on the charts that can compete with yours, and releasing them now could yield significant profits.
Xianjian nodded earnestly, imparting wisdom about navigating the entertainment industry. Fang Ye acknowledged, you make a valid point. Follow me.
Xianjian clapped Fang Ye on the shoulder, smiling. Fang Ye nodded, realizing that his decision to forego dinner with Su Jian was merely due to Xianjian's call. After all, what could be more important than earning money? Under Xianjian's guidance, they soon arrived at a private recording studio.
Teacher Qian, you've arrived, is this classmate Fang Ye? I watched the live broadcast tonight. It was simply fantastic.
A middle-aged man in his 40s emerged, smiling broadly at Fang Ye and giving him a thumbs up.
Yes, Fang Ye, this is my friend, Zhong Wenin, you can call him Uncle Zhong.
Whenever you wish to record, feel free to come here, it's far more professional than the company's studio, Xianjian beamed.
Greetings, Uncle Zhong, I'm preparing to record 3 songs. Of course, no problem.
Teacher Qian has briefed me, but we still need the sheet music for Unyielding, you'll have to provide that.
Sure.
That night, Fang Ye recorded in the studio, laying down tracks for Father, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, and Unyielding. Initially, Xianjian and Zhong Wenin anticipated a lengthy recording session. However, they were astonished when the 3 songs were completed in under half an hour. A genius, what defines genius, Teacher Qian? This classmate Fang Ye is remarkable.
I've never seen anyone record so swiftly and so well, even some superstars take an hour or more.
Zhong Wenin exclaimed in awe. Xianjian's face beamed with uncontainable joy as he proudly declared, of course.
Just look at who discovered him. Speaking of which, do you think the music competition where you're currently a mentor has any regrets about letting such a talent slip away? Zhong Wenin inquired quietly.
Xianjian chuckled, shaking his head. Tomorrow is the finals, we'll soon see. Zhong Wenin nodded knowingly, understanding Xianjian's implication. Fang Ye's departure had significantly tarnished the reputation of that music competition. Initially, it was of little concern, but as Fang Ye's fame grew, the pressure on them intensified.
Teacher Qian, what were you discussing? Fang Ye returned, holding a USB drive. Oh, nothing. Not by the way, do you have the songs ready?
First, post a Weibo update to reignite the buzz, then release them at midnight.
Xianjian instructed earnestly. Yes, I have them. I'll post a Weibo update now. Fang Ye retrieved his phone. Wow. I have 2 million followers now?
He was taken aback, not expecting such rapid growth.
You don't realize it yet, but you're becoming a beacon of hope for many facing adversity. Go ahead and release those songs, they could propel you to stardom.
Zhong Wenin chuckled, patting Fang Ye's shoulder. Fang Ye sighed slightly within. There were countless others like him, some even worse off, in this world. He considered himself exceptionally fortunate. Soon, he meticulously crafted a Weibo post, sharing, "Thank you all for your support, I am truly humbled. After midnight, I will release Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, Father, and Unyielding on Longwu Music. I hope these songs can bring a measure of strength to your lives."
Once the Weibo post was made, Fang Ye's name surged to the top of the trending list. I'm trending first. Fang Ye took a deep breath, clenching his fist. Yes, give it your all. This will be your first step in changing your destiny, Xianjian encouraged, patting Fang Ye's shoulder earnestly. Chapter 40 of The King Makes Way, a turning point of destiny. Fang Ye held the USB drive containing his song, Ready to Return Home. His heart was tinged with a hint of trepidation. Being at the top of trending searches was already a clear signal. His fate was on the brink of a monumental transformation, and all the experiences of his past life would soon become mere history. Could the past life have merely been a dream, he murmured. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by his father, Fang Li, who looked at him with concern. Xiao Yi, you're back, are you tired, do you want to take a break? He understood the weight of responsibility his son bore. Brother, you looked so handsome just now. Jia Jia, wearing an oversized t-shirt, bounced over to him with her sweet voice offering compliments. Fang Ye glanced at his father, then at his sister, a smile gracing his face. Dad, I'm home, Jia Jia, brother's back, come here, let me hug you. Slowly, he knelt down, and Jia Jia immediately opened her little arms, wrapping them around his neck. Oh no, brother smells funny, she exclaimed, pinching her nose with one hand. Fang Ye froze momentarily, then burst into laughter. Sorry, I'll go take a shower first. He had indeed worked up quite a sweat on stage and rushed to record songs, leaving him feeling sticky all over. He set Jia Jia down and surveyed the house. Fang Li placed a hand on his shoulder. Go wash up and take a rest. Though the house isn't large, it still provides shelter from the wind and rain.
Fang Ye nodded and made his way to the bathroom. Watching his son's retreating figure, Fang Ye suddenly realized, this kid has already outgrown me. After his shower, Fang Ye returned to his room. The clock showed just past 11. There was no rush. Xianjian sent him a message. So you went to record a song? Good luck. I'm looking forward to the release of your new songs.
Fang Ye replied simply, thank you. On Weibo, countless fans awaited his release.
His trending topic had not lingered long at the top but remained within the top 3. Finally, Fang Ye is releasing songs. I absolutely adore Father and can't wait to download it to teach my dorm mates to sing.
Ah. So happy, all 3 songs are my favorites. I can hardly wait. My wallet is ready. Go for it, Fang Ye. From today on, I am your die-hard fan. Every second before midnight feels like torture.
Fang Ye, like you, I was born into a poor family. Your songs give me the courage to face destiny. I hope you succeed. Keep it up. Many netizens left messages online, offering encouragement, with some even regarding Fang Ye as a small mentor in life. As he read through the various comments, Fang Ye felt a profound sense of happiness. It seemed he was no longer fighting alone. 2 minutes later, another trending topic surged to prominence. King Wenfei withdraws his song.
Did anyone notice that when Tian Wang's song has left the June charts? It seems he is making way for Fang Ye.
Wow, I noticed too. When Tian Wang's song has dropped off, it means he is paving the way for Fang Ye. The king is magnificent. His generosity is simply astounding.
Many netizens recognized this development.
When Tian Wang's song In Spring had exited the charts, apart from In Spring, there were no other notable songs in June. The departure of this song indicated that Fang Ye would face no obstacles. Upon receiving this news, Fang Ye was taken aback. He immediately called Wenfei.
When Tian Wang, you really didn't have to do this. What is the big deal? This song was originally written by you as my comeback piece. Without you, there wouldn't be the song.
Moreover, it's merely a gift for my fans, not a tool for competing on the charts. I'm already old and have achieved my success. These charts hold no significance for me. You, however, are still young and just starting out. You need this recognition more than I do. Work hard. I'm looking forward to the moment you rewrite your destiny. After saying that, Wenfei seemingly cut off any chance for Fang Ye to argue, hanging up the phone. At that moment, Fang Ye felt deeply moved. Throughout one's life, everyone encounters their benefactors and opportunities. As long as one can seize them, there is a chance to break through. To Fang Ye, his benefactors were Qian and Wenfei. Time swiftly approached midnight. His phone emitted a series of beeps. At this moment, countless netizens were prepared, eagerly waiting for the music to be released. After registering his singer account, Fang Ye began uploading his 3 songs. As soon as he uploaded them, he noticed a slight lag in the backend. When it returned to normal, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the backend interface. The download numbers for the 3 songs surged dramatically. In that instant, the total downloads had already reached 100,000. My goodness, that was fast, he murmured. Each song cost 50 cents to download, which meant that 100,000 downloads equated to 50,000 yuan. According to the platform's rules, they would take a 10% commission. The remaining 90% would be divided among the singer, lyricist, and composer. All 3 roles were filled by him, meaning he would retain 90% of the revenue. As for the company, he had signed a cooperation contract, not a subordinate one. He only needed to share commissions for jobs he accepted from the company. Apart from that, all personal songs belonged solely to him. What a pity the songs are priced so low.
Fang Ye shook his head.
Of course, a lower price had its advantages. In his past life, songs were priced at 2 yuan each, which discouraged many from purchasing and led them to opt for pirated versions. Now, at 50 cents, many were willing to spend that amount, and the singer's income increased as the listener base expanded. Watching the download numbers rise, Fang Ye clenched his fists. He knew that, at this moment, his destiny had reached a turning point. Once the 3 songs were released online, they drew countless downloads. Late into the night, someone in a dormitory listened to Chasing Dreams, letting out a wild howl. Someone else, working overtime, listened to Unyielding, cursing their boss under their breath. Meanwhile, another person, curled up in a rental apartment, listened to Father multiple times before slowly pulling out their phone to call home.
Some calls connected, allowing them to call out Dad.
Others found their calls met with silence, the line never connecting. The joys and sorrows of humanity were not shared. This night, the 3 songs resonated with countless souls. In a luxurious villa, Duan Yuru quietly listened to Fang Ye's songs.
I think the child Fang Ye is exceptionally talented. He is both filial and tenacious. What do you think?
After listening to all 3 songs, she turned to Su Weishan. Though Su Weishan held a newspaper, he too was engrossed in the music. Upon hearing Father, he was indeed moved, reminiscing about many past moments with his father. As for the other 2 songs, he smiled gently and shook his head.
When I was young, I was once as naive as he is now.
I too believed that destiny could not force me to beg for mercy, that one day I would shine. I thought I could rely solely on my own hands without bending before life. However, I later realized that was merely youthful fervor. Reality is not as simple as a song.
Duan Yuru put down her phone, gazing earnestly at Su Weishan. If this time, Jiayin can secure first place, will you refrain from interfering in her future?
Hearing this, Su Weishan slowly lowered the newspaper and replied, there is no if in such matters.
She will stop at the top 4, even with Fang Ye's assistance.
He remained confident, believing that with the king's intervention and the backing of Xinjiang music, Fang Ye could not possibly help his daughter break through.
I said if, Duan Yuru reiterated gently. If she truly breaks through, then in the future, free as a fish in the sea and soaring like a bird in the sky, I will not interfere in her career. Su Weishan chuckled, well, you must keep your word this time. Otherwise, I will step in. Duan Yuru nodded firmly, saying, you must follow through on your promise. Su Weishan shrugged. There are no possibilities in such matters, thus, there is no need for discussion. I in the past. I too considered resistance, but did I not ultimately succumb to the old man's grasp? They too are the same, the wheels of history perpetually turn in cycles, and no one can break free. Seeking a 5-star review, as well as gifts for advertising, urging for more updates, Chapter 41. Standing up for Fang Ye. Why, how can his songs be so powerful? Li Haiwen glared at the music charts, his face a shade of iron as he beheld Fang Ye's 3 songs occupying the top spots. He realized that Fang Ye had risen an unstoppable ascent. He had never imagined that Fang Ye would achieve fame overnight through the platform of the music brawl. Even he, at this moment, was still a mere newcomer. How could Fang Ye, a person without any background or identity, justify such success? What is the point of being angry now? His father, Li Bangua, approached him calmly. Dad, he's already taken over the June charts. Li Haiwen turned to his father, his voice tinged with frustration. Li Bangua remained unfazed. The facts of the situation cannot be altered. Do not forget, tomorrow is the final of the music talent show. You just need to rise through this competition, and then, in July's charts, you will surpass him. The ultimate victor will be you. Your current rival is merely an inconsequential figure. He will only serve as your stepping stone. If you cannot even surpass him, how can I entrust One High Entertainment to you in the future? Listening to his father's words, Li Haiwen quickly regained his composure. Yes, Dad, you are right. It is my perspective that is too narrow. He took a deep breath, his expression sharpening. Indeed, he was the son of the chairman of One High Entertainment. The resources he possessed and the future that lay ahead of him could not be compared to someone like Fang Ye. Why should he compete with such a trivial character? Fang Ye was merely his stepping stone. With these thoughts in mind, the tension on his face eased considerably, and he smiled once more. Tomorrow will be my stage, my home ground. He said with a grin. Tomorrow, the 27th, in just 3 days on July 1st, he would stand atop Fang Ye. That was his goal. After a night had passed, Fang Ye's 3 songs had aggressively claimed the top 3 positions on the music charts. Many fans and netizens were left astounded. I can't believe it. I haven't seen something like this in ages. Who can argue, a single person dominating the charts with 3 consecutive songs is nothing short of a spectacle. Fang Ye is simply incredible. The Chinese music scene has a successor. The last time we saw such grandeur was when a king of music reigned supreme. Exactly, the last time was 3 years ago when the genius musician Gu Changdong dominated the charts for a whole year. 3 years later, we have another Fang Ye. Comparing like this is a bit exaggerated. Let us not elevate him too high. A Fang Ye is indeed impressive, but he still pales in comparison to the true kings of music. Numerous netizens were engaged in discussions about this matter. After all, Fang Ye's rise had left an indelible shock. Soon, the conversation shifted to another topic. Does anyone remember how Fang Ye was eliminated from that music talent show? Today is their finale. What, is that for real? Do they even have the face to hold a finale? The truly talented were driven away, leaving a bunch of amateurs to squabble. Let us go cheer for Fang Ye. Yes. Let us support Fang Ye. I'm eager to see which of the finalists can compete with him. What gives them the audacity to eliminate the June chart topper, chasing dreams with a passion? In an instant, countless netizens flocked to the live broadcast of the music talent show. At the music talent show, live, once the top 4 had been established, the competition began to be streamed live. Li Haiwen had successfully advanced to the finals. At this moment, he sat backstage, calmly observing the proceedings on stage. Win the championship, rise in July, he silently vowed. This was his plan moving forward. Fang Ye had already been cast aside from his thoughts. Next, we will commence the championship match. Li Haiwen vs Xianjian. Please welcome both contestants to the final stage, the host announced loudly. At these words, Li Haiwen's eyes sharpened. The time had come. He stepped onto the stage with deliberate strides, wearing a slight smile. Hello, mentors, hello, audience, he greeted with a grin. 3 mentors nodded with smiles, while only Qianyaoru remained expressionless. In the audience, many fans cheered, chanting Haiwen, go for it. Shortly thereafter, the final showdown commenced. I in the dormitory. Look, that's my boyfriend Li Haiwen. What do you think he lacks compared to Fang Ye? The entire venue is cheering for him. Yang Yan boasted proudly, showing her phone to her roommates. Seeing the countless fans cheering and shouting, a smile crept across her face. The shadow cast by Fang Ye's rise had begun to dissipate, allowing sunshine to return to her heart. Fang Ye's ascent had turned her into the subject of ridicule, and she had momentarily questioned her life choices, but at this moment, she could flaunt Li Haiwen's live performance. She, Yang Yan, had not made the wrong choice. A few roommates exchanged awkward smiles. Wow, so many comments are flooding in. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. What, are they all praising Haiwen? Yang Yan's face lit up with excitement as she hurriedly inquired. It seems, you better take a look for yourself. Her roommates exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Yang Yan quickly focused on her phone, only to find the live chat inundated with comments. Trash, is this the caliber of the championship match? Fang Ye would crush both of you. What a pathetic production team. With such low standards, how dare you eliminate Fang Ye? No wonder your ratings are in the gutter. Li Haiwen is the one who eliminated Fang Ye, right? Hey, aside from Qianyaoru, are the other 3 mentors blind? Seriously.
How has this terrible show survived? Li Haiwen's singing is unbearable. Out, losing Fang Ye is the show's loss, a bunch of losers. As she read these comments, Xianjian's expression darkened. How could this be? They're all hired trolls, bought by Fang Ye to take revenge. She gritted her teeth.
That doesn't seem likely.
Many of these commenters are platform VIP members. Would trolls invest so much? One roommate chimed in upon hearing this. She quickly covered her mouth. Ahem, I didn't say anything. Just ignore me. I said nothing. Watching the barrage of comments, Xianjian wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. Just as she had begun to gloat, how could she be so thoroughly embarrassed? As she continued to watch the livestream, she could hardly resist the urge to turn it off. Meanwhile, on stage, Li Haiwen narrowly defeated his opponent, claiming the championship title. Let us congratulate contestant Li Haiwen for winning this music talent show. Congratulations, the host announced loudly. The applause reverberated throughout the venue. A confident smile spread across Li Haiwen's face. Thank you all for your support. The championship was secured, everything was going according to plan, all that remained was to trample Fang Ye in next month's chart battle.
Haiwen, our music talent show is being broadcast live, and many viewers are watching.
Do you have any words of gratitude for the fans tuning in? The host inquired with a smile. Of course, I have much to say. Alright, let us switch the live feed to the big screen so our champion can interact with the fans. Anyone with questions, feel free to post them in the chat, the host announced loudly. However, when the host finished speaking, the big screen did not immediately display the live feed. This caused Li Haiwen to pause slightly. Ahem, it seems the backstage staff are not quite ready.
Please hold on for a moment. Backstage. What is going on? Why haven't you started the feed?
Producer Ding Long rushed in, visibly anxious. If this continued, it would lead to a live broadcast disaster.
Mr.
Ding, it's not that we don't want to start the feed, it's just, several staff members exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Ding Long, oblivious to their unease, exclaimed in frustration. Just what? You all a bunch of useless people. I've spent so much money to have you here, and this is how you repay me. Hurry up and get it going, or don't expect your salaries this month. A bunch of incompetents, creating chaos at a critical moment. You'd better not show your faces here again. With that, he stormed off. The staff looked at each other in bewilderment. What should we do?
Humph. He has insulted us so badly. Should we continue to indulge him? Let us just start the feed. If he wants to see it that badly, let us give it to him. I'm fine with quitting. With that, one of the supervisors pressed the feed button.
Soon, the big screen displayed the content of the live stream. Alright, it seems the staff has prepared the feed. A Haiwen. You can now see the questions from the viewers in the live chat, the host said with a smile. Li Haiwen nodded. It was time for him to shine. Fang Ye, you will ultimately be left behind, he thought to himself. He raised his head to look at the big screen, only to be rendered speechless the next moment. Simultaneously, the audience and mentors in attendance were equally bewildered as they stared at the live chat. Blood pressure soared. Chapter 42. The most notorious incident in history. The atmosphere in the venue was eerily quiet. On the screen, a stream of comments from netizens continued to scroll by. Terrible production team, pathetic champion, not even in the same league as Fang Ye.
Finally, someone is standing up for Fang Ye. The production team should just shut down. Champion, really? They dare to eliminate Fang Ye?
What a farce of a championship. All I hear are wails of despair. Li Haiwen is trash. He doesn't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Fang Ye. One after another, the comments flooded the big screen. Li Haiwen's face turned a deep shade of fury. With a clatter, the microphone fell to the ground, emitting a harsh electromagnetic buzz. The host, momentarily at a loss for words, was experiencing such a situation for the first time. Ahem, it seems there has been a glitch with the live stream data. Perhaps we should turn off the projection for now. Staff, please, he called out to the backstage crew. The awkwardness was palpable. I really miss Fang Ye, one audience member whispered.
Indeed, that song from Fang Ye last week was simply electrifying. After that, I couldn't even listen to the other songs.
Sigh, we all know about the hidden rules of the production team.
Exactly, how can Li Haiwen even compare to Fang Ye?
Whispers of agreement filled the air, and Li Haiwen, overhearing them, felt his temper rising to the brink.
Why is it still on? Backstage?
The host, flustered, continued to shout. After several desperate calls, the projection finally ceased. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the host stammered, Ahem, that was an unexpected occurrence, please don't take it to heart. Now, let us invite Haiwen to share his acceptance speech.
He turned to Li Haiwen. Haiwen, do you have anything to say?
Li Haiwen had not yet left. He took a deep breath, held back his anger, clenched his fists, and slowly asserted, I have reached this point through sheer talent. If you don't believe me, let Fang Ye and me compete on the music charts. I will prove myself with my strength.
With a haughty snort, he turned and walked away.
The host stood dumbfounded on stage, casting a distant glance towards the director, whose expression was as dark as a storm cloud.
What on earth happened? Who allowed that to be shown? He stormed backstage, berating the staff. Can't you review the content? Are you all fools? What on earth are you doing?
The staff exchanged bewildered glances until their supervisor spoke up. It was producer Ding Long who instructed us to air that. He wouldn't listen to our explanations. If you want to find someone to blame, it's him. Damn this program, it's a mess, and I'm done with it.
Exactly, I'm out of here.
Several staff members threw down their tools and left. The remaining director stood frozen in place.
A live broadcast incident, a definite live broadcast incident. Fans stand up for Fang Ye. The biggest disaster in history. Such topics surged to prominence.
Many witnessed the events unfold today, however, sympathy was scarce. Instead, a throng of spectators reveled in the misfortune. Ha, this is hilarious, serves them right, may this terrible show die sooner. Exactly, with the quality of that champion, how can they even compare to Fang Ye? They eliminated chasing dreams with a passion, and they think they can succeed? If you can't handle it, don't play the game, and stop with the hidden rules. Trash, don't pretend you weren't involved.
It's obvious to everyone.
At the scene, Li Haiwan threw the microphone down and challenged Fang Ye. Where does he get the audacity, just because he is the prince of One High Entertainment?
Ha, July is going to compete with Fang Ye? Bring it on, let us see what he can achieve.
Countless netizens competed to mock the situation. This year's music competition had nearly ruined its reputation. Soon after, insider information leaked, revealing the mass resignation of the production team and the reality of hidden rules. This caused the show, which had run for 5 seasons, to plummet in popularity.
Ding Long, look at the mess you've created. How will you take responsibility now?
One of the producers confronted Ding Long, pointing an accusatory finger at him.
Ding Long felt his mind go blank. I didn't expect this, didn't he expect it? Aha, when I asked you to invite Fang Ye back, what did you say, that one Fang Ye wouldn't make a difference?
Look at the situation now, our program's reputation has been destroyed because of your selfishness, and you thought Fang Ye wouldn't make a difference. I think you're the one who is useless.
Get out, don't let me see you again.
Drenched in verbal assault, Ding Long was left questioning his existence. How could this happen? How could this happen? He was just a minor character. He muttered to himself as he left the office, tripping on the threshold and landing face first in the dust. The music competition was ultimately cancelled by the television station. Shortly thereafter, the entire production team's scandals were exposed, including the bribery for ranking issues. In an instant, it became a major scandal.
Meanwhile, Li Haiwan, the so-called champion, now appeared more like a joke. Ah, bang, bang. Crack.
In the One High Entertainment office, Li Haiwan, with red-rimmed eyes, furiously smashed various teacups and books. His secretary, witnessing the scene, dared not approach.
President Li.
Turning around, they saw Li Bangguan approaching slowly, prompting them to call out.
Li Bangguan nodded slightly. All right, you can leave now. The secretary exhaled a sigh of relief and quickly exited. Li Bangguan sat down beside Li Haiwan, waiting until Li Haiwan had calmed down enough before speaking. Have you cooled off? Dad. I refuse to accept this. If you refuse to accept it, then go reclaim your honor. Is this minor setback enough to crush you? But the internet is filled with insults directed at me. The memory of those online trolls lasts only a few days. By next month, when you rise again, they won't hold the previous events against you. Is it useful to be angry here? Think carefully about what you should do. I have found a star musician for you. Next month, make sure to conquer the charts. Don't let me down. With that, Li Bangguan slowly departed. Li Haiwan's once dazed eyes regained their determination. Right, it's not over yet. I have a star musician of Fang Ye. Let us see what you can compete with. The July charts are mine. He snorted coldly. Achoo, achoo. What's wrong with you? Su Jiayin looked at Fang Ye in confusion. I might be allergic to women, so you should probably not follow me around. I just need to buy some things, Fang Ye replied, rubbing his nose, somewhat exasperated by Su Jiayin trailing him. I'm helping you. Do you know how to bargain when you buy things? With me around, you'll definitely get a better deal. Su Jiayin insisted, refusing to leave. Fang Ye looked at her incredulously. Can you even bargain? Ah, I've never eaten pork, but I've seen pigs run, so just leave it to me. Don't worry. Su Jiayin patted her chest confidently. Fang Ye was speechless. He realized he was temporarily stuck with this woman. What to do with being so popular? He thought he might need to look up some strategies online. Why don't you look at me more? Am I not pretty? Su Jiayin chirped in Fang Ye's ear. Fang Ye glanced at her and replied, women only slow down my earning speed. With that, he quickened his pace. Hey, wait up. The two arrived at a large square when suddenly a voice called out, Hey, Jiayin, is that you? Su Jiayin paused, turning to see a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man running towards her. You are Carl? After a moment of recognition, Su Jiayin exclaimed, Aren't you in America? Why are you here? Fang Ye also curiously sized up the young man, finding him somewhat familiar but unable to recall where he had seen him, as he suffered from face blindness when it came to foreigners. Oh Jiayin, don't you remember? Next month, there will be an international college piano competition in your country. I came early and thought I'd visit Guangdong and see you. How have you been? I've missed you so much. Carl said warmly, gazing at Su Jiayin. Su Jiayin took a step back, feeling overwhelmed, and retreated to Fang Ye's side. You've seen me now, I'm doing fine, no need to worry. Carl's gaze then fell on Fang Ye, noticing that Su Jiayin was still holding onto his arm. He frowned slightly. Sir, hello, my name is Carl Nikov, a student at the Juilliard School in the United States. May I ask who you are? Fang Ye frowned. This foreigner had a strong scent. Help me out. This guy's father does business with mine, and he won't stop bothering me since we met. It's so annoying. Su Jiayin whispered urgently. If I help you, you'll stop following me? Fang Ye countered. Let us negotiate. Then I'll leave? Wait. I promise. Su Jiayin quickly agreed, satisfied. Fang Ye nodded. Hello, may I ask your name? Can we get acquainted?
Carl asked again. Fang Ye regarded him briefly, then cleared his throat and replied, Hello, I'm Fang Ye, and my English name is Ye, so you can just call me Yi.
Please support with gifts and urge for updates. Chapter 43.
The piano game Ye. Carl paused for a moment, but he didn't dwell on it. Considering his Chinese was rather clumsy however, Su Jiayin beside him stifled a laugh, nearly bursting into giggles. She cast a glance at Fang Ye, thinking him somewhat mischievous. Is he skilled at the piano? Fang Ye inquired softly. Su Jiayin nodded. Indeed, he attends a prestigious school in America, and his teacher, Richard, is a renowned pianist. It is said that he is a formidable competitor in this piano competition against our country. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye silently acknowledged it with a nod. Just as he turned to look at Carl, the latter couldn't help but speak up. Ye, hey, is there something you need of? Fang Ye replied decisively. Su Jiayin couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. What a peculiar conversation this was. What is your relationship with Xianjian? Carl asked. We don't have any particular relationship. By the way, let us not discuss that. Carl, I heard you were quite adept at the piano. Fang Ye swiftly shifted the topic. Carl was taken aback, then nodded, confidently proclaiming, I'm not at the top tier, but I believe that among your peers in Dragon Country, none will be my match. Wow, how prideful. His tone carried a hint of disdain, but then again, it was hard to blame him. The music scene in Dragon Country was rather underdeveloped at the moment. Fang Ye chuckled. Shall we play a game? Let us use the piano for a little challenge. Each of us will play an improvised piece, and then the other must imitate it. Whoever mimics it accurately wins. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Su Jiayin looked at Fang Ye in astonishment. She tugged on his sleeve and whispered, Are you really going to compete with him in piano? A fistfight would be better than this. Carl's piano skills are genuinely impressive. Fang Ye smiled without addressing her concern. To keep Carl at a distance without offending him, the best strategy was to confront him directly. Ye, are you suggesting a piano contest? Are you serious? As Carl asked, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. It's not a contest, just a bit of fun. Not if you're uninterested, we can forget about it, Fang Ye replied with a smile. Although Su Jiayin didn't understand Fang Ye's intentions, she nodded along. Fang Ye's piano skills are exceptionally high. This remark provoked Carl. The woman he admired was praising another man? Alright then, I accept your challenge. I'm curious to see how skilled you are at the piano. Ye, I must remind you, my level is quite different from that of students in Dragon Country, Carl said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Fang Ye. Let us just play casually, Fang Ye replied. Before long, they arrived at a nearby shopping mall. There is a piano available for trial. Let us use that. You go first, Fang Ye suggested, pointing to the piano displayed at the entrance of the music store. Of course, no problem, Carl grinned. As they approached the store, a salesperson promptly approached them. Sir, are you interested in purchasing a piano? Our pianos are of exceptional quality and constructed from top-grade materials. Fang Ye interjected with a smile. We'd like to try playing it first. Certainly, please feel free to test it out, the salesperson replied cheerfully. Fang Ye turned to Carl. You go ahead. Are you serious? Ye, if I go first, you might not get a chance to perform, Carl said, somewhat surprised by Fang Ye's suggestion. Fang Ye chuckled. If that is the case, wouldn't you be the winner? Go ahead. Carl, feeling no need for courtesy, sat down and began to play. The salesperson watched in bemusement. Fang Ye and Su Jiayin stood to the side. Are you really okay with this? Carl's piano skills are quite formidable, Su Jiayin whispered. Just watch, and by the way, in front of Carl, please call me by my English name, Fang Ye said earnestly. She playfully kicked him on the calf. Stop taking advantage of me, Fang Ye smirked inwardly. Women, a fluid melody filled the air as Carl played. Fang Ye began to listen intently. This piece was Carl's improvised arrangement. Within it, he discerned traces of the world-famous tune The Flower World. He couldn't help but marvel at Carl's exceptional piano skills. During the performance, Carl incorporated some challenging modulation techniques, enriching the piece's complexity. His skills have improved significantly, Su Jiayin said, her expression serious. Fang Ye smiled. Indeed, he is quite a bit better than Lu Xian, such beautiful music, who is playing, it seems to be a foreigner. Wow, as expected of one, their musical talent is simply remarkable. Mom, this sounds amazing. Gradually, a number of onlookers gathered, forming a small circle around Carl. The salesperson's face lit up with delight as she realized that these two might just be the legendary maestros she had heard of. The music resonated, and Carl's tempo quickened. The transition from C major to D major occurred seamlessly. A genius, that foreigner must be a genius. The arrangement of The Flower World is extraordinary, exclaimed a musically knowledgeable passerby, astonished by Carl's performance. Soon, the piece came to a close, and the room erupted with enthusiastic applause. Bravo, beautiful, exceptional, very good, Bagailu. Many showered praises, some even using their broken foreign languages to commend Carl. After finishing, he stood gracefully, glancing at the audience, and bowed slightly. Thanks. Thank you all for listening. Afterward, he turned to Fang Ye, slowly stating, Ye, it's your turn now. Would you like me to play it again? His face radiated confidence. After all, he had invested considerable time in arranging this piece during practice. To expect someone to replicate it immediately after a single hearing was nearly impossible. He merely aimed to deflate the morale of this Ye fellow who stood so close to Jiayin. Fang Ye, are you alright? If it becomes too much, I can pretend to have a stomachache and you can carry me out, Su Jiayin whispered. Though her piano skills weren't remarkable, she understood that such a piece could not be improvised on the spot. Carl had likely practiced it for quite a while. She was concerned that Fang Ye might struggle this time. Fang Ye didn't respond to her concern, simply smiling at Carl. No need, this piece is relatively simple. Carl was taken aback. Relatively simple? What was this Ye all about? Was he a genius with perfect pitch or simply a fool who didn't comprehend music? Well then, please begin. I'll be here to point out any mistakes. If your errors don't exceed 3, I'll consider you the winner this time, Carl said earnestly. Fang Ye nodded. I appreciate your generosity. He then slowly settled at the piano, the eyes of many fixated on him. Is he preparing to replicate? He only heard it once. Is that what he means? My English isn't great, so I didn't catch it. Yes, it seems that way. They appear to be in a competition? Replicating after just one listen, surely, that's a joke. I'm a music teacher, and I know the difficulty of this arrangement. It's absolutely impossible to succeed after just one hearing. It's laughable, yet, he has begun. If he can pull it off, as the crowd murmured, the sound of the piano began to flow. Fang Ye officially started to replicate Carl's arrangement of the flower world. Carl stood to the side, grinning as he watched Fang Ye. Think someone could successfully replicate it after just one listen? Impossible. The melody resonated, closely mirroring Carl's version. The necessary modifications were made. Not bad, it seems he has indeed retained some of it, but this is just the beginning, Carl thought, maintaining his calm demeanor. Soon, the piece reached its climax. This section has a very high modulation difficulty. There is no way you'll remember it, huh? How is this possible? Carl's expression shifted, staring incredulously at Fang Ye. He had employed numerous techniques for this modulation, constantly altering it to convey his inner joy. It had taken him a long time to perfect this section. How could this guy seemingly succeed after just one listen? Not only that, Fang Ye's playing speed began to accelerate, becoming increasingly rapid. It was as if this piece was his original composition. Wow, why do I feel like he is playing even better than that foreigner? Don't say that. I feel the same. During the modulation, that foreigner seemed a bit stiff, but this guy's rendition is incredibly smooth and pleasing. Such beautiful music. This replication is even more enjoyable than the original. Many audience members nodded in agreement. Carl's mouth hung open in disbelief as he gazed at Fang Ye. How can he play so fluidly? Xianjian initially appeared shocked, then her expression transformed into one of joy and pride. Truly, this was the man she had chosen. Achoo! Fang Ye suddenly sneezed. Fortunately, the piece concluded just in time. How peculiar, who was so wicked as to be thinking of me? He mused, rubbing his nose. Suddenly, the room erupted into applause. Bravo, young man, you played beautifully. What a delight. Indeed, it's exhilarating. It sounds absolutely wonderful, impressive. He outplayed that foreigner. Many applauded, gazing at Fang Ye with admiration. Fang Ye smiled and waved at the crowd. Thank you all for your appreciation. Afterward, he turned to Carl, asking, how was my replication? Actually, the author cannot play the piano, so this is merely a fanciful depiction. Kindly refrain from exposing the truth, for pride is at stake. Additionally, Carl spoke entirely in English, not Chinese. Why does everyone understand? Because they are all little geniuses. Chapter 44. The Dragon Kingdom is terrifying. I want to go home. Carl gazed at Fang Ye, his mouth slightly agape. For a moment, his mind went blank, leaving him at a loss for words. After devoting so much time to adapting his piece, was it possible that this individual could master it after merely one listen? Hadn't the teacher mentioned that the musical standards in the Dragon Kingdom were rather low? Wasn't it said that any random person from their country could easily outshine a group of peers? Had the teacher been deceiving him? How could an ordinary peer emerge so fearsome? Cold sweat began to bead on Carl's forehead as he swallowed hard. Eventually, he managed to utter, so good. Absolutely splendid. Yay, your piano skills are truly astonishing. Now, it's my turn. Carl, you should be prepared, Fang Ye replied with a subtle smile, gradually making his way to the piano. Carl nodded anxiously, feeling the pressure mounting upon him. If he couldn't replicate Fang Ye's piece, he would lose, defeated by an unremarkable peer. Excuse me, sir, but we cannot allow the piano to be played like this, a sales associate suddenly interjected, rushing forward. Fang Ye looked up at the salesperson, a hint of confusion on his face. No, it's perfectly fine, sir, please don't mind us. If you enjoy playing, feel free to play as much as you like. Our pianos are at your disposal. The salesperson's words were abruptly cut off by the store manager, who emerged with a broad smile. Please do your best. Thank you, Fang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Are you out of your mind? Do you realize how much business they're bringing us by playing here? Why would you let someone leave at a time like this? Do you even know how to sell? The manager scolded the salesperson in a low voice. But manager, this is an old piano, and I worry it can't withstand such treatment. I noticed it heating up while that gentleman was playing, the salesperson replied, his voice hushed. What are you afraid of? It's a piano. Even if he is exceptional, he won't damage it. Once this is over, our business will thrive even more. Just watch and learn, the manager reprimanded. The salesperson dared not utter another word, remaining silently at the side. Fang Ye sat before the piano, contemplating carefully. Carl was also lost in thought, wondering what piece Fang Ye would perform. He had mastered most of the world-renowned compositions and had nearly completed the pieces from his textbooks. Surely, there wouldn't be a problem. No worries, Carl, you're a genius, he reassured himself inwardly. This piece is called Flight of the Bumblebee, an original composition. To help you understand, I will play it several times, Fang Ye said with a smile. An original composition that would indeed elevate the difficulty, but Carl was too proud to allow Fang Ye to play it twice after merely hearing it once. Such a shameful act was beyond him. No need, once is sufficient, he declared firmly. Let's listen before making any judgments. There is no rush, Fang Ye replied with a grin. Carl huffed, feeling that Fang Ye was underestimating him. Nevertheless, he quickly focused his attention, fearing any missteps. Before long, the melody began to resonate. Flight of the Bumblebee, one of the renowned compositions by the former Soviet composer Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov, was a piece frequently showcased by musicians even in modern times. Performing it here felt somewhat unfair. However, a faint smile graced Fang Ye's lips. For reasons unknown, Carl found that smile rather unsettling. The music soon filled the air. Many listeners felt a subtle tremor in their hearts. The rhythm was vibrant, and the tempo was exceptionally swift, almost as if it had slipped by in an instant, yet, it left them with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Upon hearing the piece, Carl's expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. My goodness, how is it so fast, was his immediate thought. This wasn't just speed, it was a rhythmically swift tempo, the key changes were handled with near perfection, listeners exchanged excited remarks. So beautiful, truly enchanting, I've never heard anything like it before. I told you it was his own composition, but that tempo was astonishingly fast. Many felt themselves swaying in time with the rhythm, overwhelmed by pure exhilaration. As the tempo intensified, Carl's expression grew increasingly grave. Good heavens, he couldn't keep up. How could he possibly memorize this? The pace was too rapid. Before long, the piece concluded, in a mere 2 minutes. I'm done, Fang Ye announced with a smile. The audience slowly regained their composure. Wait, it's over already? So quick, it feels like it was just getting started. That piece was so engaging. Indeed, it's as if every cell in my body is dancing to the rhythm, they exclaimed. Fang Ye's gaze turned to Carl. Mr. Carl, would you like to hear it again? Carl silently nodded. Then, please play it again. The sensation felt like an invisible slap to his face. Yet another round? Okay. Fang Ye nodded, noticing Carl's incredulous expression. It seemed his goal was nearly accomplished. The second rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee commenced, and the audience was once again immersed in the music. This time, the tempo was noticeably faster than before, and it flowed even more smoothly. Many listeners widened their eyes, fixated on Fang Ye, their expressions growing more animated. Behind Fang Ye, Xianjian gently placed her hand over her mouth, feeling the rhythm echoing in her heart, enveloping her in a uniquely pleasurable sensation. Moments later, the second round concluded. Finished, did you remember it? Fang Ye inquired of Carl. Carl remained speechless. Would you like to hear it again? After a long pause, he could no longer contain himself and asked once more. The moment the words left his lips, he wished to slap himself. Why ask for another rendition? Wouldn't that imply he had already conceded defeat? Goodness, has anyone timed how long he just played? I was too engrossed in listening to pay attention. I glanced at it. It was under 2 minutes. What? How is that possible? Many in the audience stared wide-eyed at Fang Ye. Under 2 minutes for another performance, they were beginning to doubt whether that foreigner could indeed replicate it. Soon, the third rendition of Flight of the Bumblebee began, and Fang Ye's speed escalated once again. Some audience members pulled out their phones to time the performance. After 1 minute, is it acceptable? Could you play it again? Carl felt his heart sink. He was certain the teacher had deceived him. How could it be true that any random person could easily outshine their peers? This was clearly a case of any peer from the Dragon Kingdom being capable of overshadowing him. At this moment, Carl was teetering on the edge of despair. The fourth round concluded in 56 seconds, even faster. Is it acceptable? Again, once more. Carl forced himself to say. Okay, Fang Ye nodded. The tempo increased further. Goodness, how fast will it be this time? I feel like it might finish in under 50 seconds. I can no longer see his hands, all I see are blurred shadows. My word, this piece is incredible. The faster it goes, the more intriguing it becomes. Many were gingerly timing the performance. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, that it was about to conclude. At that moment, someone shouted, "Ah, it's smoking, the piano is smoking." Suddenly, everyone snapped back to reality, and Fang Ye halted the music, staring at the piano in disbelief. Smoking? What kind of quality was this? Fang Ye looked at the manager, who appeared equally bewildered. How could it actually be damaged? My sincerest apologies, sir, this piano has been here for far too long, exposed to the elements. We can replace it immediately, the manager quickly assured him. They had to replace it, otherwise, this wave of publicity would be in jeopardy. I've never seen anyone play a piano to the point of it smoking. Mainly because his piece was too intense. It left everyone stunned. The speed was beyond calculation. What a pity, it must have been incredibly fast. Truly a genius. Many stared at Fang Ye with wide eyes. Fang Ye turned his attention back to Carl. Just wait. I'll play it once more. No, that's not necessary. Carl exclaimed suddenly. Fang Ye looked at him. But how can we do that? The outcome has yet to be determined. Carl was on the verge of tears. Was this what they called an undecided outcome? His skills were already superior. Ye, I must ask, who are you? Are you a professional pianist? He took a deep breath and hurriedly inquired. If he were, perhaps he could salvage some dignity. Me, I'm just one of the ordinary students from the Dragon Kingdom, not a pianist. Piano is merely a hobby of mine, Fang Ye shrugged nonchalantly. Carl's complexion drained of color. A hobby, this hobbyist was far superior to him, who was nearly professional. This is called a hobby, this is truly a hobby. My teacher has deceived me, my teacher has deceived me. The Dragon Kingdom is far too terrifying. I want to go home right now, he screamed internally. Chapter 45. Are there exceptional individuals in the Dragon Nation? Going all out, Jiayin, I shall take my leave now. Why the haste, aren't you going to have a meal? Su Jiayin blinked and inquired. No, it's quite unnecessary, I intend to return to Longdu and seek some tranquility. Farewell, Ye, we shall meet again if fate allows. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly. You are truly a genius, and you have showcased the formidable prowess of the students from the Dragon Nation. Carl departed, offering a farewell to Fang Ye, seemingly devoid of any resentment, rather appearing quite sincere. As he walked away, there was a noticeable loss of spirit, as if the initial vigor had dissipated, along with his previous arrogance. He almost forgot that he had come to visit Su Jiayin.
His forlorn silhouette was indeed a poignant sight. Goodbye, Ye, farewell, Jiayin.
After uttering these words, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the airport. How honest of him, it's almost embarrassing. Fang Ye waved his hand, watching the vehicle recede into the distance, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Had he perhaps been too harsh? He was unperturbed by others being tough on him, as it only allowed him to be tougher in return. What truly unsettled him were these soft-hearted individuals.
He'll recover in no time. There is no need to worry. By the way, where shall we go for some fun?
Su Jiayin shook her head and then turned her gaze towards Fang Ye.
What do you mean, where to have fun?
We agreed that I would help you resolve your issues, and you wouldn't pester me about it. You can amuse yourself elsewhere. Off you go.
Is that so? When did I ever say such a thing? Ah, you were shopping, weren't you? Allow me to assist you. What about your pride? Where has it gone? Did you consume it with your brain?
That same day, Carl flew from Yu province back to Longdu.
Carl? Did you not say you were going to Longdu to visit a friend? Why have you returned so swiftly?
Teacher Richard looked at Carl with a puzzled expression.
Why do you seem so lackluster?
If you have time, you should practice a bit. The competition is nearly 2 weeks away.
Teacher, can we truly triumph over the people of the Dragon Nation?
Carl suddenly raised his head and asked Richard. Richard was momentarily taken aback, finding Carl's words somewhat incredulous. Oh Carl, what are you saying? Our main competitors are not the individuals from the Dragon Nation, our adversaries are no. I believe the Dragon Nation's contenders are significantly more formidable than the others. Carl shook his head earnestly. Richard appeared perplexed.
What exactly have you experienced? I was defeated today by an ordinary student from the Dragon Nation. What, you cannot be jesting, how did this come to pass?
Richard asked, astonished beyond measure. This was unfathomable. He could not fathom how it was possible for Carl, his most esteemed pupil, who consistently ranked within the top 3 in the National University piano competition, could possibly lose to an ordinary student from the Dragon Nation.
This is the truth.
That individual is terrifyingly talented. He mastered my arrangement of the World of Flowers after just one listen, and even played it better than I could, yet, I have listened to his original composition several times and still cannot replicate it. He recounted the events slowly. As he listened, Richard's expression grew increasingly serious. Are you certain? Is he truly that extraordinary? He asked with sincerity. To learn something by ear and even be able to perform it at a higher level signifies a prodigious gift in the realm of piano.
It is indeed true.
Carl gritted his teeth.
Very well, I understand.
You should take some time to adjust your emotions and rest well. Rest assured, the Dragon Nation does not possess many such prodigies. The one you encountered is likely the pinnacle of talent.
By the way, what was his name?
Ye, he said his name was Ye. Carl replied hastily.
All right, go and rest, adjust your mindset and prepare for the upcoming competition.
Understood. With that, Carl quietly left. Richard's expression turned grave. Such a prodigy cannot possibly be an ordinary student, thus, he is likely to participate in the forthcoming piano competition. The Dragon Nation has concealed such a talent. It seems we cannot afford to remain idle. Saying this, Richard slowly retrieved his phone and made a call. Perhaps we should have Kroger participate in this competition. Kroger, Richard, are you joking? Kroger is currently preparing for the professional pianist assessment. He has no time for such trivial university competitions. A voice on the other end of the line exclaimed in disbelief. No, heed my words, we may have been deceived by the Dragon Nation. They intend to seize the championship of this international university piano competition and are playing tricks on us. We cannot allow them to succeed. Richard succinctly conveyed the essence of Carl's revelation.
Are you serious? Does the Dragon Nation have such a prodigy?
Carl would not deceive me. Regardless, we must exercise caution. If the Dragon Nation secures the championship, we will become a laughingstock. Richard expressed his concerns with utmost seriousness. Listening to this, the person on the other end fell into contemplative silence. Finally, they responded slowly, understood, I will contact Kroger.
After hanging up, Richard exhaled heavily. It appears this piano competition will be exceptionally intriguing.
Regrettably, should Kroger choose to participate, the outcome may be a foregone conclusion. A hint of a smile appeared on his face, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. After all, Kroger was an extraordinary pianist. On the American side, universities had already begun to mobilize. The international piano competition was less than 2 weeks away. Meanwhile, esteemed universities in the Dragon Nation were likewise diligently training. Lu Xian gradually emerged from the shadow of his defeat to Fang Ye, fervently practicing. They were all laden with responsibilities.
Professor Qin, I have some rather troubling news. Teacher Lu suddenly rushed into Professor Qin's office.
Speak.
The American piano prodigy seems to be preparing to participate in this competition. The American piano prodigy? Are you referring to Carl or Sheila and their ilk?
Professor Qin replied with remarkable calmness. They are all anticipated opponents. There is no need for concern. We merely need to prepare adequately.
No, it is not them.
It appears to be Kroger Allison, Teacher Lu said anxiously. Clang, the book in Professor Chen's hand fell onto the desk, and his expression shifted to one of surprise. He looked up at Teacher Lu. Are you jesting? Kroger, how could he possibly participate in such a competition? This is the information currently circulating. It seems they believe a certain Ye from our Dragon Nation will emerge as a formidable competitor, and to prevent us from securing the top spot, they have sent Kroger. Teacher Lu explained hastily. What nonsense! Which genius in our Dragon Nation is named Ye? Is it Long Yin or Long Yi? They are clearly fabricating excuses to humiliate us. Professor Chen fumed, his face turning crimson with anger. Teacher Lu felt it prudent to remain silent, given that the opponent had not violated any rules. Go and find Fang Ye. Think of a way to assist him with his family issues. With Kroger in the fray, even if Fang Ye participates, it might not end well. At the very least, let it be a dignified defeat. Honestly, what kind of ridiculous excuse is this Ye? How could they concoct such a bizarre rationale? Professor Chen sighed, expressing his displeasure. Achoo, achoo. Brother, are you coming down with a cold? Jia Jia looked up at Fang Ye with concern. Fang Ye smiled and shook his head, ruffling his sister's hair as he said, no worries, it's just that someone is thinking about brother. Come, let brother treat you to something delicious. He. You're the best, brother. What would you like to eat, Jia Jia? Kanji, can we add some pickled vegetables? If not, that's fine too, Jia Jia glanced at Fang Ye tentatively, then burst into laughter. Of course, my precious sister can have whatever she desires. Fang Ye scooped Jia Jia into his arms. This girl truly tugs at one's heartstrings when she is being sensible. Perhaps she still does not realize that her brother is now wealthier than before and is still trying to save money for her. As they walked, Fang Ye's phone rang unexpectedly. He paused for a moment. Hello, who is this? Ah, right now, why the suddenness? Fang Ye asked, somewhat bewildered. The house is ready, but he glanced at his sister beside him. Bringing a sister along might not be appropriate, right? Quietly requesting everyone to show support with gifts, urge updates, and leave 5-star reviews. Chapter 46. Entertainment is a circle, the CAF. This is a place where Fang Ye has never set foot. It is also Jejia's first visit, yet fortunately, the atmosphere here is exceedingly tranquil. The tables are arranged neatly along the aisles, and the warm lighting evokes a sense of coziness. A singer is perched on the stage, serenading the audience with heartfelt melodies, which imbues the CAF with an exceptional comfort. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you are alone? The attendant immediately addressed Fang Ye upon noticing him. Jia, bouncing excitedly beside him, raised her small hand and exclaimed, too, my sister has a duck too. The attendant leaned over the table to see a little one looking up and calling out. I see you now, little miss. So, that's two, is it? No, we have a reservation. The room number is. How do we get there? Fang Ye quickly took Jia's hand and smiled. He endeavored to appear less like a country bumpkin, yet the attendant still stifled a smile. Very well, I shall lead you there. Please follow me, it's a good girl who knows the unspoken rules. Fang Ye nodded, guiding Jia to follow the attendant. Soon, they arrived at the room. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Ye promptly knocked on the door. It opened, and a figure peeked out. Upon recognizing Fang Ye, he exclaimed, Fang Ye, you finally made it. Come in, this must be your sister, she's absolutely adorable. My apologies, King Wen, for keeping you waiting. Fang Ye smiled as he ushered Jia inside. The one who had invited him was none other than the illustrious Huang Feihong. Inside the private room, there was another person, a tall woman, likely in her 40s, with wavy hair and an extraordinary demeanor. This must be Sister Mei? Fang Ye instantly recognized her, a hint of surprise gracing his features. Sister Mei, whose full name is Mei Yujun, is a renowned diva from Hong Kong, known for her bold character and having been the most radiant star of her era, affectionately referred to as Sister Mei by her fans. Fang Ye had not anticipated that King Wen would introduce Mei Yujun to him. Hello, Fang Ye. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long admired your reputation, and I must say, your presence is far more mature than I had imagined, Mei Yujun remarked with a smile. You're too kind, Sister Mei. In truth, I have long admired you, Fang Ye replied with a chuckle. Is this your sister? How lovely. What is her name? Mei Yujun gazed at Jia with a look of affection. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Fang Jia, my brother's sister. You can call me Jia. The understanding Jia stepped forward, beaming with her charming smile. One cannot deny the formidable charm of a child's innocence. At that moment, Mei Yujun was utterly captivated. Her face lit up with a smile. Oh my, this little princess is so well behaved. Come here, auntie wants a hug. With that, she scooped Jia into her arms. Fang Ye quickly took a seat. Fang Ye, I have invited you here especially to express my gratitude. Your song in spring has been a tremendous help to me. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly help in any way I can. Huang Feihong said with a smile. Thank you, King Wen. You have compensated me for the song, and besides, your support has already been of great assistance, Fang Ye replied. Well, that minor favor pales in comparison to the impact of your song, Huang Feihong chuckled. Indeed, Fang Ye, do not underestimate your song. When Feihong decided to make a comeback some time ago, he searched high and low for a songwriter but could not find anyone. He sought my assistance several times, and if it weren't for your timely contribution, he would have been utterly despondent, Mei Yujun chimed in. The trio exchanged casual banter. By the way, Fang Ye, I actually have another matter to discuss with you. Suddenly, Wen Fei spoke up.
What is it? Fang Ye inquired. In mid-July, I am in need of a guest for my comeback tour. How would you feel about being my guest artist?
Wen Fei's gaze fell upon Fang Ye, earnest and sincere. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye realized that King Wen was indeed elevating him. In the entertainment industry, it is customary for established stars to mentor their juniors, a tradition that has persisted through the ages. Once you enter the circle, it becomes essential to cultivate your own network. If one operates solo, unless endowed with substantial resources, they risk being consumed by the industry's capital. Thus, celebrities gradually form a circle to exchange resources. Fang Ye understood this well. Although he had gained a modicum of fame, entering this circle would render him akin to a lamb surrounded by wolves. Wen Fei recognized this as well, which is why he introduced Mei Yujun to him, facilitating his gradual integration into their circle. Fang Ye was acutely aware of all this.
Mid-July, where exactly will it be held? Fang Ye asked. He had no intention of declining such goodwill. In Longdu.
Longdu, that Fang Ye felt a twinge of anxiety. Why must it be in Longdu?
What troubles you? Is it impossible for you to attend? Wen Fei astutely noticed Fang Ye's hesitation.
To be honest, my current situation. Fang Ye briefly shared his concerns regarding his father and sister. The issue of medical expenses could not remain concealed from his father. Once he learned of it, he might revert to his old profession. Fang Ye needed to earn some money to resolve his family's predicament first.
Jia will take good care of daddy.
Jia, who was playing with building blocks, suddenly chimed in.
Fang Ye couldn't help but smile. Yes, Jia is the most understanding.
I see, your release schedule is a bit late, and your first payment won't arrive until early August, which would indeed cause you to miss the concert, Wen Fei remarked, furrowing his brow.
Fang Ye nodded.
What's so difficult about this? At that moment, Mei Yujun interjected. Both Fang Ye and Wen Fei turned to her.
Fang Ye, let me lend you 2 million for the time being.
Use it to purchase a decent house, that way, your father will see that you can earn such a sum and won't worry so much, correct?
Mei Yujun proposed with a smile.
Fang Ye was momentarily taken aback. 2 million, just like that, this figure was beyond his wildest imagination. Mei Yujun's generosity truly exceeded his expectations. Wen Fei quickly nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea.
Fang Ye, you need not hesitate. You may feel that 2 million is substantial now, but the profits from your 3 songs will far exceed that amount, so do not fret about this.
Moreover, your career is on the rise, and I understand your considerations for your family. However, you must also contemplate the future. Opportunities are vital for everyone. Once missed, they are truly lost. Fang Ye began to reflect seriously. Wen Fei's words rang true. Missing this opportunity could lead to uncertainties about the next. He was in dire need of an opportunity, a chance to integrate into the circle. Very well, I will first express my gratitude to Sister Mei, he said, taking a deep breath.
There's no need to thank me.
It is your brilliance that caught my attention, Mei Yujun replied with a smile. Fang Ye nodded. In human interactions, apart from those with close kin, there is often a hint of mutual benefit intertwined. He looked up at Mei Yujun and slowly said, Sister Mei, regarding the 2 million, I will accept it, however, I do not intend to borrow it. Upon hearing this, both Wen Fei and Mei Yujun exchanged glances.
Not intending to borrow?
I plan to purchase it with a song, Fang Ye continued. Indeed, Mei Yujun's inspiration has not been mistaken. It is she. Some stars evoke nostalgia and a sense of loss.
Chapter 47. A song worth millions. Purchase it, with a single song?
When Fang Ye's words reached Mei Yujun, both she and Wen Fei were momentarily taken aback, gazing at Fang Ye with astonishment.
Fang Ye, are you truly suggesting that you intend to compose a song valued at 2 million?
That is the caliber of a platinum musician, Mei Yujun remarked, her expression involuntarily tinged with anticipation. By market standards, a song from a platinum artist starts at $1 million, while a diamond artist begins at 5 million, and a star-level artist at 10 million. Therefore, if Fang Ye were to exchange a song, it would need to be of at least an intermediate platinum standard. However, she harbored no doubts regarding Fang Ye's capabilities. After all, those 4 songs served as definitive proof, each one far exceeding the platinum level in quality. Thus, at this moment, she felt a flicker of excitement. Sometimes, possessing wealth does not guarantee the discovery of a good song. Indeed, I am quite serious, Fang Ye nodded in affirmation. He despised the feeling of being in debt. Regardless of interest, once he owed money, he felt as if none of his earnings belonged to him. Thus, rather than being indebted, he preferred to exchange a song for equivalent benefits.
Then I shall eagerly anticipate it. Fang Ye, you are indeed a hot new star.
Mei Yujun said with a smile. Beside them, Wen Fei expressed his envy, saying, good songs are hard to come by. It seems we are about to witness the birth of another masterpiece.
Are you feeling envious? Mei Yujun teased. Fang Ye, in that case, allow me to transfer 2 million to you now.
You can take your time composing the song for me later, no need to rush. Mei Yujun suggested. Fang Ye shook his head. Wait a moment, I believe I have an idea. Mei Yujun's smile momentarily faltered, exchanging a glance with Wen Fei, both astonished. So soon, they dared not disturb Fang Ye further. After all, the creative process is most delicate, hinging upon those fleeting moments of inspiration. If interrupted, the consequences could be dire. The two silently settled at a distance, refraining from interrupting Fang Ye. Seeing her brother in this state, Jia thoughtfully picked up her blocks and joined Mei Yujun and the others.
Is it truly possible to conceive a good song so swiftly?
If so, he truly is a genius in the music world, Mei Yujun whispered with curiosity. When Fei chuckled, it's hard to say for others, but for Fang Ye, the likelihood is quite high. That song, in spring, was created on the spot after he heard my story, without any revisions. If I were to evaluate it, he might very well be a once-in-a-century musical prodigy.
Perhaps even a once-in-a-millennium talent, Mei Yujun added.
Fang Ye was indeed lost in thought, contemplating which song would suit Mei Jie best. A woman is formidable as a resplendent rose. When she stands upon the stage, she embodies royalty. Her aura rivals that of any pop king. While there are many queens of the Hong Kong music scene, Mei Jie possesses the strongest presence and the utmost prestige, yet only she knows the burden she bears behind that facade.
It seems this song will do, Fang Ye quietly concluded. He looked up at Mei Yujun. I've made my decision. So soon? Mei Yujun blinked in surprise. Had it only been 5 minutes? Ha, then I must hear it. What kind of song could it be? Wen Fei said, eagerly approaching, his face brimming with anticipation.
For those of them in the music industry, witnessing the birth of a good song is their greatest desire. Actually, it isn't that quick. Mei Jie is my idol. I've been contemplating this song for quite some time. To finally present it to Mei Jie in person today is a stroke of fate, Fang Ye replied with a smile. He didn't wish to leave the impression that he composed songs hastily, lest he be dissected for it. Even the most gifted musicians require thought and nurturing in their songwriting. Composing quickly is merely an occasional occurrence. Let me hear what it is. Mei Yujun smiled. Fang Ye nodded. I will sing a simple rendition now. Mei Jie, let me know your thoughts. By the way, the title of this song is Woman Flower. With that, he took a deep breath and began to sing. I have a flower, planted in my heart, bud waiting to bloom, in the depths of my longing. Day by day, I eagerly await, for a kindred soul to enter my dreams. Fang Ye's voice carried a compelling emotional resonance, interwoven with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing it, Mei Yujun's expression grew solemn. She looked at Fang Ye, her gaze seemingly lost in a reverie of memories. Everyone regarded her as the queen of the stage. In their eyes, she was magnanimous and approachable, even brotherly. However, few could discern the other side of her being, the one that lay hidden deep within. She, too, was merely a woman, yearning for someone to cherish and love her. Woman flower, swaying amidst the bustling world, woman flower, gently dancing with the wind, I only hope for a pair of warm hands, to soothe the loneliness within my heart. Fang Ye's melodic voice enveloped the entire room with a tender warmth. He was like a living, breathing CD. The moment the song began, it evoked a feeling akin to a gentle spring breeze. As Mei Yujun listened, her heart began to waver. This song unveiled many tales hidden deep within her soul, striking at her most vulnerable defenses. The melody lingered in her ears. I have a flower, fragrant upon the branches, who will sincerely seek its fragrance. Flowers bloom but briefly, one must gather them swiftly, for women are like flowers like dreams. I have a flower, growing within my heart, true feelings and love, no one understands. The wild grass has overrun the hills. To admire one's own beauty is the greatest sorrow. Women, like flowers, evoke the deepest sympathy when they stand alone in their beauty. This passage, combined with the immersive quality of his voice, completely shattered Mei Yujun's defenses. She became utterly absorbed in the world woven by the song. It was as if she glimpsed another version of herself, sitting forlornly among the blossoms, silently grieving. When Fei let out a soft sigh, this song indeed left him awestruck. This song, to call it a royal piece would be an understatement, he mused, shaking his head in disbelief. Observing Fang Ye, he felt a profound sense of shock replace his previous expression. Here was a young man in his early 20s, yet capable of crafting such a regal composition. Beyond the term genius, he found himself at a loss for words to describe Fang Ye. The Chinese music scene is on the brink of revival, he thought to himself. Looking at Fang Ye, he sensed that the future of Chinese music would be nothing short of spectacular. Before long, the song gradually came to a close. Fang Ye took a deep breath and asked, Mei Jie, what do you think of this song? Is it worth 2 million? As he spoke, he noticed that Mei Yujun's eyes had turned red. He silently lamented the overwhelming power of the immersive experience. Mei Yujun quickly pulled out 2 tissues to wipe away her tears. I apologize for letting you witness my tears, she said, then turned to Fang Ye with a serious expression. Fang Ye, are you truly offering to sell this song to me for 2 million? You cannot be joking, can you? Fang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Is it not worth that much? This song is a classic of a generation. Mei Yujun shook her head, her seriousness unwavering. Not at all. 2 million is an insult to the song. In my eyes, this piece is worth 10 million. Chapter 48. A tiny model, a song worth millions. Such was the evaluation given by Mei Yujun. In truth, Fang Ye was not surprised. Indeed, even 1 million seemed insufficient for such a masterpiece. No, I believe 1 million may even be an underestimate. A song from a stellar musician is worth at least that much. However, I perceive this piece as a true champion's anthem. Nonetheless, the cash at my disposal amounts to merely 10 million. How about this, Fang Ye? I will purchase your song for 10 million, and we shall split the earnings 50-50. What do you think? I shan't take advantage of a junior like you, and additionally, I will grant you a spot as a guest at my concert, Mei Yujun declared with a smile. Her affection for the song was unmistakable. Fang Ye chuckled. Of course, that sounds perfectly agreeable. Were it another artist of lesser caliber, they might have already schemed to claim the song for themselves. Only someone of Mei Yujun's generosity could propose such a deal. I will prepare the contract later, likely sending it to you tomorrow or the day after. As for the payment, I can transfer it to you directly right now. Please provide me with your account number, Mei Yujun stated with remarkable straightforwardness. Let's discuss everything tomorrow, sign the contract, exchange the money, and the goods. After all, we aren't pressed for time, Fang Ye replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Mei Yujun regarded him with a hint of surprise. I didn't anticipate you to be so principled. Very well, I shall contact you tomorrow, she responded with a smile. Haha, who would have thought my invitation to a concert would lead to the discovery of a champion's anthem? Fang Ye, you have truly brought me immense joy and unexpected surprises, so, my concert is all set, correct? When Fei chimed in, laughing, Fang Ye nodded. I must also extend my gratitude to you, Wen Tianwan. I will certainly attend the concert. Ha, I am eagerly looking forward to it. By the way, do come over after your holiday, we have rehearsals to attend, and there will be numerous opportunities here in Longdu, Wen Fei said, patting Fang Ye on the shoulder with a smile. The simple conversation concluded, with each party obtaining what they desired. For Fang Ye, it was already a tremendous satisfaction. Before long, they parted ways. Fang Ye continued shopping with Jia. Jia, do you still want to eat something? Fang Ye inquired, glancing at her with a smile. Jia patted her round little belly, exclaiming, I'm full, Jia can't fit anything more. Ha, alright then, let us go buy you some clothes. After all, Jia's current garments were quite worn and moreover, due to their low cost, the materials were subpar, resulting in a rather uncomfortable fit. Though Jia did not voice it, Fang Ye was well aware of this. Upon hearing her brother mention buying clothes, a flicker of joy illuminated Jia's face, yet she quickly shook her head. Isn't that a bit excessive? Jia has plenty of clothes already, no need to buy more. The many clothes you mention are all from before, come now, brother will take you to buy new ones. Fang Ye replied with a smile. He was fully cognizant that the many clothes Jia referred to were indeed quite shabby. The old wardrobe contained numerous tattered garments, some of which had deteriorated further with wear. Alright then, thank you, brother. Jia beamed with a hint of excitement. Indeed, children never tire of new clothing. Brother, over here. Jia dashed to a stall, pointing at a shirt adorned with a bear pattern, her face alight with excitement. This was a lovely outfit she had long coveted. Observing her enthusiasm, Fang Ye gently urged, brother will take you to find even prettier clothes. Prettier clothes? That one was so nice. Jia's face reflected a touch of confusion. In her memory, all clothing was procured from street vendors. However, upon stepping into a boutique, her little face transformed into one of astonishment. Her mouth formed a na shape, clearly overwhelmed by the array of beautiful garments before her. Good day, sir, may I assist you in finding some clothing? A sales associate approached promptly, speaking politely. I would like to browse. By the way, I am looking for a few outfits suitable for my sister. Do you have any recommendations? Fang Ye inquired. The associate glanced at Jia and smiled. What a delightful little princess. Certainly, please follow me. Moments later, Jia had tried on several outfits. The white lace dress paired with white knee-high socks and little shoes made her look like a porcelain doll, adorably enchanting. Wearing a black short-sleeve shirt with little trousers and white canvas shoes gave her a spirited appearance. With each outfit change, every piece showcased unique charm. Oh my goodness, that little girl is stunning. Indeed, she resembles a little model. Other shoppers watched in awe as Jia changed outfits, their faces alight with surprise. After several changes, the associate finally asked, Sir, do you have a particular set in mind? Which outfit does Jia prefer? Fang Ye inquired with a smile. Jia pouted, resting her tiny hands on her chin, pondering adorably. It was such a challenging decision. In truth, she adored each piece but hesitated to express it. Fang Ye, perceiving her struggle, chuckled, let's take them all, choose sizes slightly larger, as children are always growing. The associate exhibited a hint of surprise but nodded in agreement. Very well, sir. Subsequently, he selected some outfits for their father and himself. Before long, everything was wrapped up and ready for checkout. The total amounted to over 10,000 to in the past. Such an expense would have caused him considerable discomfort, yet now he felt at ease. After all, a substantial sum was due to arrive the following day. From this moment forward, his financial concerns were no longer trivial. Just as he prepared to leave, a middle-aged woman approached him. Sir, may I have a moment? Is there something you need? Fang Ye turned back, curious. Sir, I must say, your sister looked absolutely adorable in her outfits. I believe she possesses remarkable potential as a child model, so if you are interested, would you consider collaborating with us? The woman proposed. Thank you, but no, I must decline. Goodbye. With that, Fang Ye took Jia's hand and departed. Wait, sir, she called out once more, but Fang Ye had already walked away, leaving her with a sense of regret. To have Jia so young engage in commercial endeavors, Fang Ye had no such intentions. That he wished for her to grow up carefree and joyful. Upon returning home, Fang Li noticed the numerous bags Fang Ye carried, his expression reflecting surprise. How did you purchase so many things? He couldn't help but ask. Dad, I have money now. I'm changing things up for you and Jia. Tomorrow, we plan to look at houses, and we might as well move in, Fang Ye replied earnestly. Hearing this, Fang Li was taken aback. What did you say? Move? Yes, move. And the house? I will buy it. I've earned a bit, enough to make a purchase. Fang Li was beginning to question his understanding of reality. Earning money to buy a house, when did it become so simple? After taking a shower, Fang Ye returned to his room. Finally having some time to relax, he opened his computer and browsed Weibo. Before long, he stumbled upon a fresh trending topic. Superstar Zhou Jiabing aids Qin Yuan, unleashing the ultimate music showdown. Chapter 49 The King of Heaven, unfazed the news of the King of Heaven, Zhou coming to aid Qin Yuan swiftly spread online, ascending to the top of trending topics and eliciting astonishment from countless netizens.
My goodness, how is it Zhou the King? Wasn't there prior news about Qin Zhang, the king, preparing to assist?
It appears that Qin the King declined, prompting Qin Yuan to seek out Zhou the King. A king-level singer has taken the stage. Can there still be a contest? I fear Su Jian's fate is sealed. Indeed, each king boasts at least one song from a master musician. If Zhou the King performs a song from a master, then Su Jian's chances are utterly extinguished.
This is simply unfair.
Su Jian's supporting guest is still Fang Ye, right? The disparity is too great, how can there be any comparison? The netizens were left bewildered by such an extreme imbalance. Even if a king were to grace the stage, if he were to sing a song from a master, Su Jian would surely be outmatched without a contest. Upon encountering this news, Fang Ye was taken aback as well. It was Zhou, not Qin Zhang. He was aware of Zhou, the newly minted king who had only just risen to fame last year with a song penned by a master musician. Although his prowess paled in comparison to seasoned kings like Qin Zhang and Wen Fei, Zhou the King still commanded considerable popularity. However, such matters held little significance for Fang Ye.
Zhou the King?
I nearly mistook him for Zhou Dong. Since he isn't Zhou Dong, then I hold no fear. Fang Ye chuckled, remaining remarkably composed. He observed that his Weibo comments section was bustling, filled with both his supporters and those of his rival.
Fang Ye, you're amazing. Even if you lose, there rests no shame in it, give it your all.
Exactly, losing to a king is nothing to be ashamed of, we eagerly anticipate your performance. Ha, my Zhou the King is stepping onto the stage.
You should consider surrendering.
Oh, do some fans still cling to unrealistic hopes? I suggest they abandon such thoughts. With Zhou the King in play, the game is already over. As he read the encouraging words from his fans, Fang Ye felt a surge of happiness. Yet, upon encountering disparaging comments, his blood pressure seemed to rise. After scrolling through numerous remarks, he could only shake his head with a wry smile, realizing his cultivation still had much room for improvement. In the villa, Su Rou gazed at Su Jian with concern. I never expected Zhou would be the one stepping up, we might be in a bit of trouble. Su Jian took a deep breath and replied, we shall give it our all, leaving no regrets.
I believe Fang Ye thinks similarly, does he not? Well, it's a blessing rather than a curse. If it's meant to happen, it cannot be avoided. Zhou is indeed a formidable opponent.
We should carefully consider which song to perform next, Su Rou said, shaking her head. In another room, Su Weishan remarked indifferently that Qin Zhang actually turned me down. It seems Fang Ye has some connections.
What? Is there a link to Fang Ye?
Qin Zhang is part of the Hong Kong circle. Fang Ye has some ties to Wen Fei, so perhaps Qin Zhang was influenced by him, Su Weishan explained. It seems you have quite a few allies resisting you.
Who knows, you might very well lose, Duan Yiru said with a smile, yet Su Weishan shook his head dismissively. Impossible. Although Zhou may not match Qin Zhang, he is still a king-level singer, far beyond Fang Ye's capabilities. Moreover, he possesses a song from a master musician. I see no possibility of defeat. He remained exceedingly confident. Duan Yiru furrowed her brow, ultimately sighing. With just a week left, she wondered if Jian and the others would be able to endure. The following day was Monday, and Fang Ye had to attend school. Upon arriving, he noticed a distinct change in the gazes of his classmates. Fang Ye, incredible, you were absolutely stunning on stage the other night. Lu Long exclaimed, slapping him on the shoulder. The scene of him smashing the guitar had already become a topic of much discussion. At this moment, Fang Ye had surpassed Li Haiwan, becoming the most renowned individual in the class. As for Li Haiwan's performance the previous Sunday, it had long since become a source of ridicule for many. Is Li Haiwan absent? Fang Ye inquired, glancing at Li Haiwan's empty seat.
No, he is reportedly preparing for the July rankings and took a leave of absence. You should be cautious, he seems quite determined, Lu Long whispered. Fang Ye nodded, understood. Fang Ye, congratulations, you were incredibly impressive on Saturday night. Yes, smashing the guitar was epic, that song was delightful. I contributed to your download count. Several classmates chimed in. By the way, Fang Ye, your opponent this Saturday is supposedly a king. Do you feel confident? Don't jest, he is a king. No matter how talented Fang Ye is, he cannot overcome that. Just making it to the top 4 is already quite an achievement. True, Fang Ye is gradually becoming a major star. Don't forget about us in the future. Fang Ye merely smiled, casually brushing off their comments without saying much. He understood the reality of the situation clearly. In poverty, one is overlooked in the bustling city. In wealth, distant relatives appear in the secluded mountains. Even during class, the teacher cast him a few extra glances. After the second class concluded, he received a call from Mei Yujun, informing him that the contract was ready for him to sign. Fang Ye promptly requested a leave of absence, as he had already grasped the content being taught. Shortly after he left, Professor Qin and the others arrived.
Fang Ye is on leave? Yes, it seems he has an urgent matter. Well, very well.
The professors returned disappointed. Professor, the list must be submitted soon, but Fang Ye hasn't registered yet.
What should we do?
Teacher Lu inquired. Professor Qin felt overwhelmed. After pondering for a while, he grit his teeth and said, fine, let us put Lu Xian's name down first. Fang Ye can be listed as a substitute. I'll visit his home later to see what's going on. Understood, Teacher Lu nodded. Once Teacher Lu departed, Professor Qin let out a silent sigh. Kroger, recently, he could think of nothing else.
Was there anyone capable of defeating such a monster?
Alas, perhaps the timing is not yet right, he sighed heavily, shaking his head. Not long after, Fang Ye returned home. Mei Yujun had come personally to finalize the contract. When Fang Li saw her, he wore an expression of disbelief. He certainly recognized Mei Yujun. She was a superstar from their era. He never imagined that his son had written a song for her, fetching millions. Yet, as he watched his son slowly sign the contract, he accepted this reality. Upon receiving the million, Fang Ye smiled and said, "Dad, I plan to buy a nice house with this money. The rest, you can manage. You no longer need to work." Fang Li understood that his son had done all this to allow him to enjoy life. He hadn't yet fully adjusted to this shift in roles. Nevertheless, he replied, "You should keep the money, I just need to know you have it." "No need, I'll earn more in the future. You keep this money. I might visit Longdu next month to replenish my nutrients, both for myself and for Jian," Fang Ye stated earnestly. Finally, Fang Li quietly accepted the bank card, saying, "Then consider this money your wedding fund."
"Okay, shall I go house hunting? Would you like to join me?"
Fang Ye laughed. Fang Li nodded, then added, "Wait a moment."
"What is it?" Fang Li slowly turned toward the shrine.
"First, let us pay our respects to your mother and inform her that we're moving, otherwise, during holidays, she won't find her way back." Upon hearing this, Fang Ye felt a pang of sadness.
"Indeed, alright, let us go tell Mom."
At the door, Mei Yujun was still waiting. Suddenly, her phone rang.
"Hello, it's me, what's the update?" "What, alright, I understand, thank you for your hard work."
After hanging up, Mei Yujun's expression turned a shade heavier.
"This time.
Fang Ye is indeed facing some trouble," she murmured, glancing worriedly toward the house. "For updates completed, I kindly request gifts for the advertisement, as well as encouragement for updates and 5-star reviews. New books need nurturing, Chapter 50. Farewell." Past the belongings at home still required some tidying up. Fang Ye and the others offered a stick of incense to their mother before slowly stepping outside.
"I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mei Jia. You seem a bit troubled, is everything alright?"
Fang Ye noticed a hint of concern etched on Mei Yujun's face. Mei Yujun turned to Fang Ye and said, "Fang Ye, I just received some news. It seems a renowned musician from the King of Glory has intervened, composing a song for Zhou Tianwan that may be used in the upcoming semifinals." Hearing this, Fang Ye's expression mirrored his surprise.
"Is that so? That sounds quite intriguing."
Indeed, the involvement of a King of Glory musician is significant. Although not every song they create is a masterpiece, the quality is unlikely to disappoint. You should be cautious during the semifinals and prepare thoroughly. No wonder Zhou Jiabing was suddenly willing to assist a newcomer he had never worked with before. It all makes sense now, Mei Yujun remarked with a serious demeanor. Fang Ye felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that it was indeed challenging to enlist a King of Glory musician, as status mattered more than wealth. Even for a superstar like Zhou Tianwan, persuading them to write a song was no simple task. If his assumptions were correct, it was likely Su Weishan who had facilitated this collaboration, prompting Zhou Jiabing's interest.
"Perhaps I could assist you in reaching out to a few musicians I know personally?" Mei Yujun offered.
Her unwavering enthusiasm for nurturing younger talents was evident. Once she deemed someone a friend, she would go out of her way to support them. Fang Ye glanced at Mei Yujun and was reminded of the extraordinary daughter of Hong Kong. Their personalities were strikingly similar.
"No need for that, I can manage on my own. Did you forget about Woman's Flower from last night, Mei Jia?" Fang Ye waved his hand dismissively. A collaboration with a King of Glory musician carried immense weight, and he felt self-sufficient, bolstered by a vast repertoire of songs. Even if a King of Glory musician stood before him, the outcome of their encounter remained uncertain. Mei Yujun paused, then burst into laughter. "Ah, right, I completely overlooked that. You are no ordinary singer. I look forward to your performance." Indeed, while others may not have been aware, she recognized that Fang Ye had penned a song as illustrious as Woman's Flower. Although he lacked the title of a King of Glory musician, his talent was certainly formidable. "Mei Jia, about the house?" Fang Ye redirected the conversation.
He intended to purchase a property, and upon learning of this, Mei Yujun had readily offered her assistance. "Rest assured, just follow me," she replied with a smile. Fang Ye, accompanied by his father and younger sister, climbed into Mei Yujun's car. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a residential complex. As they walked, Mei Yujun spoke, "Wenqing community, I own a villa here, as does Wenfei, along with several acquaintances. Additionally, there is a kindergarten and primary school nearby, and a hospital isn't too far away."
"Jia Jia is about to reach the age for kindergarten, isn't she?"
Fang Ye surveyed the surroundings meticulously. He was aware of Wenqing community. It consisted entirely of villas. Even in Guangdong province, where housing prices had not yet surged, a property here was relatively costly. However, one gets what one pays for. This location was undoubtedly excellent, with an environment and security conducive to a healthy lifestyle. Moreover, it was not far from the park, allowing his father to enjoy leisurely walks. "Then this shall be the place. I trust Mei Jie's judgment," Fang Ye said with a smile. Of course, his prior experiences also informed his decision. In his past life, once property prices soared, securing a villa here would have required an investment of at least 50 million.
"You can relax.
I'm friends with the owner here. I can negotiate a price for you, and you should be able to acquire a villa for around 8 million, she assured.
Fang Ye nodded in agreement.
Before long, the owner arrived, fully aware of Fang Ye's intention to purchase a property, and he treated him with utmost respect. Without any hesitation, Fang Ye proceeded to buy the villa adjacent to Mei Jun's. The transaction was completed swiftly, payment made, title transferred.
This is our new home, we just bought it?
Fang Ye gazed incredulously at the expansive villa before him, spanning 500 square meters. It resembled a small mansion, complete with a courtyard and a swimming pool. He could hardly believe that someone like him could reside in such a place, yet, everything was laid out before them.
Yes, Dad, from now on, we will live here, along with Jia.
The nights here will be dry, and mornings bright, Fang Ye said, gently resting a hand on Jia's shoulder as he spoke with a smile. Fang Ye observed the house, his emotions a swirling tempest, tears slowly gathering in the corners of his eyes. Noticing this, Fang Ye let out a soft sigh but chose not to say anything. Understanding the thoughts swirling in his father's mind, they did not move in immediately but returned to collect their belongings. For reasons unknown, upon returning to the small house, Fang Ye felt a mix of emotions.
What is wrong?
Mei Jun inquired with a smile upon noticing his demeanor. Fang Ye shook his head. It's nothing.
Just a bit nostalgic, I suppose.
His gaze fell upon the doorway, as if his eyes were traversing years of time. Each summer, he enjoyed playing and cooling off at the entrance, while his mother would fan him with a hand fan, telling him stories. His father would bring out watermelon for the three of them to enjoy together, creating a warm and happy family atmosphere. The old house often leaked during the rains, and his mother would send him to fetch buckets to collect the water. In the cold, the three of them would huddle together under a single blanket for warmth. He recalled a time he had a high fever, and with his father absent, it was his mother who carried him all the way to the hospital. He was only 4 years old and couldn't remember much, except that day was particularly cold, and he could hear his mother's anxious cries. During the Lunar New Year, they would gather joyfully for a meal. Despite their poverty, the warmth of their family was undeniable.
Xiao Yi, what do you want to be when you grow up? His mother once asked.
I want to learn to sing, so I can sing for you every day, he exclaimed brightly.
What's the future in singing?
You're just mimicking what you see on TV, you should become a doctor or a teacher instead, she responded. Fondly, let our son sing if that's what he wishes. Xiao Yi, work hard and pursue your dream of becoming a star.
I will be there for every concert. Yes, it's a promise, let us shake on it.
Shake on it, hang yourself, for 100 years, never change.
You two are such children. Ha 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 ha. The laughter from that night still resonates in his ears.
What an overwhelming sense of happiness it brings, yet, in the end, his mother never lived to see that day, succumbing to the toll of labor. Xiao Yi, work hard, take good care of your sister, watch over your father. I will be listening to you sing from above, watching you grow up. I'm sorry, forgive me for breaking my promise, you must be happy. He remembered those as his mother's last words. Her voice and her final visage remained vividly etched in his memory, an everlasting ache within his heart. Fang Ye gazed at the old house, a montage of memories from the past 20 years flooding his mind. His eyes grew misty as he lifted his gaze towards the house, which held countless cherished stories and sorrowful tales, never to be forgotten. He reached out to touch the wall, momentarily taken aback. There, he found the words he had once written during his youth. Seeing this, a faint smile crept upon his face. Thank you for sheltering us from the storms all these years.
Of course, the house offered no reply. Mom, Jia is going to the new home with Dad and brother.
You must follow her and not get lost. At the doorway, Jia emerged, carrying her little bear-shaped backpack and their mother's cherished teddy bear, conversing with it. Brother, Mommy will definitely come with us, right? She looked up at Fang Ye, her small face earnest as she asked. Of course, she will. Fang Ye inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Not long after, their father emerged with the last of their belongings, his expression clearly reflecting reluctance. This house was assigned to your mother and me when we first started working.
I always said that once I earned enough, I would move her to a new place. Sigh.
With all their belongings packed, the old house now felt eerily empty. Only a few neighbors remained nearby. Fang Ye distributed red envelopes to each of them, requesting their vigilance over the old house. After everything was settled, he locked the door. Fang Ye took a final glance at the house, declaring, farewell, past. As the car started, they gradually distanced themselves from the old home.
Jia leaned against the back seat, occasionally glancing back. Jia, what is the matter? Fang Ye inquired.
I miss Mommy. Fang Ye was at a loss for words, only managing to place the small teddy bear left by their mother into Jia's embrace.
Mommy is right here.
Not long after leaving, a gust of wind swept through the old house, scattering leaves in the air as if bidding them farewell.
Jia's face lit up with a smile. Brother, I think I saw Mommy. Really?
She was waving to us from the sky and smiling. That's because she is always watching over us.
Will Mommy come with us?
Yes, she definitely will.
Chapter 51.
If the mountain blocks my way, I shall split it even in his new home. He remained exceedingly busy. Fortunately, Mei Jun had enlisted a few helping hands, significantly alleviating Fang Ye's burdens. Once everything was tidied up, Fang Ye finally exhaled in relief and retreated to his room for a well-deserved rest. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller was Qian. Fang Ye, the July charts are about to commence tomorrow. Have you decided which song to submit? Oh, I completely forgot about that. Fang Ye snapped back to reality, scratching his head. In the flurry of moving, he had momentarily overlooked this matter. Come on, you should prepare right away. Don't forget, One High Entertainment has Lin Haiwen waiting for you. I've heard he managed to secure a song written by a stellar musician.
Do you need me to help find someone to write a song for you? Xianjian inquired. No, I can handle it myself. Is there enough time? It's not urgent. What is the harm in letting him wait a few days? Fang Ye replied with a faint smile. Of Fang Ye, the other party is a stellar musician, the songs they produce are unlikely to be subpar, so do take heed, Xianjian said earnestly. He was unaware of Fang Ye's circumstances and was genuinely concerned that Fang Ye might become overconfident after releasing a few songs. Fang Ye was fully aware of Xianjian's concerns and reassured him, Teacher Qian, rest assured. This song is the final piece of my Destiny trilogy, and I've been cultivating it for quite some time, it merely requires a little more refinement. Upon hearing this, Xianjian sighed in relief. He spoke solemnly, the entertainment industry can easily lead one astray. No matter the circumstances, never forget your original intent, keep pushing forward. I eagerly anticipate your new song. After hanging up, Fang Ye quietly opened Weibo. He discovered that the trending topics indeed featured news about Li Haiwan's new song. Clearly, One High Entertainment had already begun their promotional campaign, securing several trending topics. The strongest newcomer, Li Haiwan's new song. Sung Humble to the Dust, stellar musician's masterpiece. One High Entertainment declared. Renowned stellar musician Li Chong collaborates with June's strongest newcomer Li Haiwan to present their new song Humble to the Dust, which will debut in July on Longhua Music Network. Stay tuned, as soon as the news broke, it sparked a considerable uproar on Weibo. Li Haiwan, One High Entertainment, just last month, he had been consistently in the public eye, and everyone was well aware of him. Wow, One High Entertainment is really going all out this time, with a stellar musician writing the song. Fang Ye is in real trouble now. One High Entertainment is practically cheating. How can Fang Ye afford a professional musician? Let alone one of stellar caliber. What is the point of securing first place this way? If this counts as cheating, then no singer should ever release a song. How many artists write their own music? Hiring musicians is part of the game. If you can't compete, just admit it. This is truly unfair. Let us hope Fang Ye can produce a good song and give it a shot. After all, his previous few songs were quite impressive. Perhaps he can create another masterpiece. LOL, though the odds seem slim, I'm still somewhat hopeful. However, the pressure on Fang Ye this time is undeniably immense. In a few days, he'll face off against a superstar. There is a chance for a chart-topping hit. If he loses both battles, I hope he can maintain his composure. Is this how capital suppresses the ordinary? Regardless of whether Fang Ye wins or loses, I support him. He has reached this point through his own efforts. Exactly, even in defeat, he retains his honor. Some individuals have the audacity to hire stellar musicians to write songs. Truly shameless, who can blame their circumstances? Luck is also a part of talent. History only remembers the victors. Numerous netizens engaged in heated debates online. Some believed this was unfair to Fang Ye, while others insisted there was no injustice, simply a lack of ability on one's part. In a certain restaurant. This time I must thank Li for his assistance. This toast is for you. Li Bangbo laughed heartily, raising his glass to a man in his 40s beside him. This man was none other than the renowned stellar musician, Li Chong. Li Chong appeared somewhat slender, wearing glasses and holding a folding fan, seemingly embodying the essence of a cultured individual. He displayed little emotion and, upon Li Bangbo's toast, merely picked up his glass and said, Li is being too kind this time. I'm merely returning a favor. However, I would prefer not to be approached for such matters in the future, as I don't wish to be perceived as bullying newcomers. Li Bangbo inwardly cursed hypocrite, yet still smiled broadly and raised his glass, saying, Of course, Haiwan, shouldn't you thank Mr. Li? Thank you, Li Haiwan said, lifting his glass. Li Chong nodded slightly, dismissing his fan and commenting, The only solace I find is that you performed this song quite well. Securing first place should not pose a problem right now. I'm just worried whether Fang Ye will produce any remarkable songs, Li Haiwan expressed with a hint of concern. Li Chong shook his head. You needn't worry about that. His previous songs were indeed commendable. However, a composer's creative energy is finite. It is impossible to continuously generate such excellent songs. Creativity has its cooling-off periods. Upon hearing this, Li Haiwan nodded in agreement. Indeed, even the most talented musicians cannot consistently produce chart-topping hits. If they manage 2 or 3 a year, it is already impressive. As for Fang Ye, he could hardly believe that individual would experience an unending flow of inspiration without a cooling-off period. Taking a deep breath, he quietly pulled out his phone and posted a Weibo update. Li Haiwan, see you in July. I hope some individuals want to act like turtles hiding in their shells. After posting, a slight smile crept across his lips. July would be the month of his resurgence. Fang Ye would serve as his stepping stone. Turtle hiding in its shell. Fang Ye read Li Haiwan's Weibo post, shaking his head without responding. Beneath his own Weibo, numerous individuals were offering him words of comfort, stating that even if he lost, he should not lose heart. They claimed that Li Haiwan was merely cheating and could not truly rival him, yet, he understood well that in this world, fairness was a rare commodity. Winning meant victory, losing meant defeat. However, they might not have realized that behind him stood an entire library of the world. After much contemplation, Fang Ye found an image and shared it. The image depicted a young man wielding an axe, cleaving through a mountain. Yes, it was akin to Chen Xiang splitting the mountain, accompanied by the text, If the mountain obstructs my path, I shall split it. This was his response. The contest among newcomers had seemingly commenced in earnest. With Fang Ye's declaration, Weibo buzzed with activity. If Fang Ye is so imposing, whoever obstructs us, we shall cleave through. Good, so wild, even if we lose, there is no regret. We resisted. Indeed, it's Fang Ye. He never bows his head. Keep pushing forward. Why bother? Knowing you'll lose, why fight? What is the point? It would be better to find an excuse not to show up. That's undeniably bold, but who knows how it will turn out. TSK. Some praised, while others ridiculed, such is the nature of humanity. Before long, the next day arrived, July. The school was on the verge of final exams, and all classes had concluded.
Fang Ye opted not to return to school, instead choosing to study at home. Of course, for him, revising was almost unnecessary, as he possessed an extensive understanding of music theory. That morning, Humble to the Dust was officially released by Li Haiwen. As expected of a stellar musician, the song quickly propelled Li Haiwen to the top of the charts. Fang Ye, not one to be picky, listened to the track. In this song, he discerned a different essence. Humble to the Dust spoke of humanity as insignificance, the inability to resist in the face of absolute power. Ultimately, in order to survive, one must bow their head. It was in stark contrast to his own philosophy, yet the comments section was filled with numerous accolades. Alas, I've played it several times. This is truly a remarkable song that captures the myriad realities of life. Listening to this makes me want to cry. I work in a factory, enduring the boss's wrath without daring to resign. If I quit, I can't support my family. It's truly humbling, very humbling. Everyone lives humbly, for family, for survival. This song expresses reality so authentically. Damn, this has depressed me first thing in the morning. Today's breaks don't feel as good anymore. Truly, Humble to the Dust.
What a great song. I'm a bit concerned for Fang Ye. Can he create something of this caliber? Realistic, it struck a chord deep within. These were the predominant sentiments surrounding the song. As Fang Ye listened, he scrolled through the comments. Had it been his past self, he might have indeed chosen to compromise, just as the song suggested, yet now, that was no longer an option. Rather than being humbled to the dust, I would rather burn passionately.
He murmured softly. Before long, a song began to take shape in his mind. The third song of the Destiny trilogy. This is it, he chuckled to himself, speaking aloud.
Chapter 52. The day of the finals. On this momentous day,
Fang Ye was engrossed in composing a song. Not long after, a phone call unexpectedly interrupted him. He glanced at his phone and saw it was from Xianjian.
Fang Ye, do you have time to step out and clear your mind? She inquired. Initially, Fang Ye contemplated declining, but remembering that they needed to rehearse together, he asked, where to?
Just to the nearby beach, she replied.
The beach, you say? Alright, you go ahead, I'll join you shortly. July had fully embraced the summer.
The azure sky stretched endlessly, with the sun perched high above. As Fang Ye passed the beach parking lot, he was met with a pungent scent of plastic, and the air shimmered under the intense heat. The beach was bustling with people erecting tents and basking in the sunlight, while children frolicked in the sand. Fang Ye and Xianjian found a shaded spot by the shore to sit down.
Do you think we stand a chance of winning the finals? Xianjian suddenly asked.
Fang Ye cast her a glance and replied nonchalantly, you are the one competing, not us. I can only guarantee your advancement to the top 4. The final one-on-one will be without assistance. Xianjian gazed at the vast ocean, a flicker of confusion crossing her face.
The top 4.
I feel a bit lost too. My aunt told me that Qin Yuan not only has the help of Zhou Tianwang but also a renowned music producer writing songs for him. I feel like my dad is going to great lengths to stop me. When I learned this news, I was utterly bewildered. Such a lineup is overwhelmingly extravagant, enough to instill despair. Sometimes I wonder if I should heed his advice and obediently study abroad, yet, I am reluctant, especially after hearing your song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Truth be told, had it not been for your song, I might have acquiesced and withdrawn. But now, I feel like a fish in the deep sea, swimming through darkness, forever out of reach of the sunlight. Since there is no sunlight, then let us shine ourselves. Fang Ye chuckled. Xianjian paused momentarily. Turning to look at him, she noticed a faint smile gracing his face.
Rather than waiting for the sun to shine upon us, why not become a beacon of light ourselves?
Who knows, perhaps then we will glimpse hope. So what if he is a renowned music producer? So what if he is a king of music? How can we know the path ahead is truly blocked unless we try?
At Fang Ye's words, Xianjian's expression shifted slightly.
She looked at him, and as the sun shifted, its rays illuminated his face. In that moment, she felt that Fang Ye embodied hope.
Fang Ye, enough with the melodrama. Instead of wallowing in despair here, let us fight for it.
I am ready with the song. Now, let us prepare diligently for the finals in a couple of days. He turned his gaze towards the sea, a smile tugging at his lips.
The sea breeze swept towards them, tousling Xianjian's hair and dispersing her confusion. Thank you, Fang Ye, she said.
No need for thanks, this competition serves as a stepping stone for me as well.
In truth, his assistance to Xianjian had ulterior motives, for he was no saint.
Initially, he had intended to use the music competition as a launchpad, but alas, that plan had faltered. Xianjian's appearance was fortuitous. The music battle presented an even better opportunity, which was why he had readily agreed to help her.
Upon hearing this, Xianjian blinked in surprise, then a smile spread across her face, revealing her dimples. Alright then, let us strive for the future. Let us go back to rehearsing. I am prepared to tackle their songs, let the kings of music tremble. Fang Ye declared, turning to leave. Xianjian quickly followed suit. Let them tremble.
By the way, have you prepared your song for the finals? He asked. Well, I haven't quite found one yet.
Then sing mine.
I grant you permission to perform it, and I'll charge you a discounted royalty fee. In the following 2 days, Fang Ye practiced singing with Xianjian. After all, the song he had prepared was not easy to sing. Without extensive practice, it would be challenging to perform well.
High note, high note.
Pour more emotion into this part, whereas the passion.
Goodness, how can you be so foolish? Even a pig could sing better than you. Hurry up, let us go again.
Not bad, there has been progress, let us keep it up.
Su Ro often observed from the sidelines, feeling somewhat awkward to say anything. Are they rehearsing? Ah. Sister-in-law, what brings you here?
Su Ro was startled, turning to see Su Jiayan's mother, Duan Yuru, had arrived. Duan Yuru smiled and said, I was worried Xiaoyan might feel upset once she found out, so I came to check on her, but she seems quite optimistic now. Indeed, Xiaoyan was a bit lost at first, but ever since returning with Fang Ye, she has become much more cheerful. I wonder what Fang Ye said to her, Su Ro remarked, casting a distant glance at Fang Ye. Oh, Fang Ye is the one teaching her, he seems quite thoughtful, Duan Yuru responded with mild surprise. Yes, and I feel they look quite compatible together, Su Ro said with a smile. However, Duan Yuru discreetly shook her head. That affection is one-sided. Xiaoyan has feelings for Fang Ye, but I can tell from the depth of his gaze that he harbors no romantic inclinations towards her. He merely regards Xiaoyan as an ordinary classmate, but that is to be expected. At his age, most would choose to focus on their future. She understood well that Fang Ye was an ambitious individual. Perhaps it was due to his upbringing that he dared not pause. She had no idea how long this phase would last, and she had no intention of extinguishing the flame in her daughter's heart. After all, it was her daughter's choice, and she would always respect it. Of course, she hoped everything would unfold positively. I'll be heading back now, you keep an eye on them. Ah? Aren't you going to see Xiaoyan? No need, I've already seen her, and she seems very well, happier than ever. That is enough for me, Duan Yuru replied with a smile. And what about your brother? I've already told him that if Xiaoyan wins, he cannot impede her any longer. Now, it's up to them to turn the tides. With that, Duan Yuru slowly departed. Su Ro watched the scene unfold quietly, murmuring, turning the tides. Brother, you are truly mistaken this time. You have completely misjudged Fang Ye's capabilities. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, the weekend arrived, the day of the music battle finals. The semifinals and finals would take place on the same day. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Fang Ye packed his things and prepared to leave. Before departing, he received a message from Xianjian. Just do your best, winning or losing is not important. Such simple words brought a smile to his face. Yet, he felt it was of great significance. Mei Jie also called him, offering words of encouragement. Soon after, a call from Tian Wang followed, to which Fang Ye expressed his gratitude. The trending topics on Weibo had shifted from Li Haiwen's new song topping the July charts to the music battle. Fang Ye versus Tian Wang, can he defy fate? The finals of the music battle commence. Grassroots newcomer versus Music King. Ah, the day of the finals has finally arrived. Go, Fang Ye, defeat the king. Ha, is someone joking, or rumor has it that Qin Yuan and Zhou Tianwan will sing a song written by the renowned music producer? It seems Fang Ye is doomed. They say it's just a rumor. It isn't necessarily true. Having a song written by a music king isn't a simple feat. How could Qin Yuan have such connections? Even without that, facing off against Tianwan, Fang Ye, and Su Jiayan are in for a tough fight. Tianwan's vocal skills and repertoire are top-notch. It seems there's little suspense, but I am quite eager to see what song Fang Ye and his team will perform. Go for it. An underdog's counterattack, let us go. Fang Ye, you got this. Losing to the king is no disgrace. Winning would be a bonus, charge. Haha, some people are still daydreaming. How naive. Countless netizens awaited the event, hoping Fang Ye would surprise them. Of course, others believed the outcome was already determined. Ha, it's all over. Want to use the music battle as a springboard? Too bad, you've chosen the wrong platform. Li Haiwen sneered as he glanced at Weibo. Meanwhile, a luxury car slowly approached the venue. Su Weishan and Duan Yuru stepped out. Remember what you said, if Xiaoyan wins, you cannot obstruct her any further, Duan Yuru remarked with a smile. Su Weishan shot her a sidelong glance, his expression impassive as he replied, I remember, but can she truly win? The atmosphere at the music battle venue was incredibly lively, teeming with fans. Fang Ye quietly arrived at the scene. He looked up at the sky, a smile gracing his lips. Today is indeed a splendid day, Imam. Are you watching over me? I won't let you down. With that, he strode purposefully towards the backstage, his steps quickening and taking on a lightness. Chapter 53, is the outcome already decided? The topic of the grand music battle has ignited fervent discussions, firmly occupying the top position on trending lists. After all, this time, a superstar is lending his support, and there are rumors of a prestigious musician composing songs for the event. Just the thought of it is enough to evoke despair. Soon, the live stream opened, and countless netizens rushed into the broadcast. Here comes my brother. The ultimate showdown is tonight. Who would have thought a local station's program would feature a superstar singer? This wave of hype is indeed overwhelming, but doesn't that diminish the suspense? The semifinals were only lacking excitement in the match between Qin Yuan and Su Jiayan. There's still one more match to see who will triumph in a 1v1. I feel so sorry for Jiayan. Facing a top-tier singer in the quarterfinals was bad enough, and now she has to contend with a superstar and a prestigious musician in the semifinals. What a hellish challenge. Isn't the prestigious musician just a rumor? Who knows what is true? Regardless of the truth, it seems quite a challenge for Fang Ye to defy the odds this time. In the live stream, countless viewers were sending barrage messages. The popularity surged, and the audience in the livestream quickly reached the millions. Wow, I guess I'm quite lucky not to face Qin Yuan, otherwise, I would truly hesitate to participate in this competition. In the background, a man in his 20s, somewhat handsome, exhaled a sigh of relief. Li Wenfei, another singer in the semifinals, glanced at the competition lineup, noting that his support singer was merely an ordinary second-tier artist, lacking significant fame. His opponent was in a similar position. Logically, this should be the norm. Typically, artists above the second tier wouldn't bother with such a program, let alone lend support. However, he never anticipated Su Jiayin would be so unfortunate, facing not one, but two formidable opponents.
Surely, I should have a fair chance against him?
Li Wenfei mused to himself. As for Su Jiayin and her team, he had no delusions about their chances of reaching the finals. The path ahead seemed utterly blocked. The audience on site quickly filled the venue, music began to play, and the mentor slowly arrived.
Fang Ye, you're here. Su Jiayin greeted Fang Ye with a faint smile.
Yes, it truly is a lively atmosphere, Fang Ye replied, casting a glance at the bustling scene and allowing a slight smile to grace his face. That was the stage. At that moment, a commotion arose nearby. Fang Ye and the others turned to see the superstar Zhou Jiabing arriving, flanked by two assistants and warmly welcomed by the backstage staff.
Is that the superstar? Fang Ye murmured. No matter where he went, he was the focus of attention. One day, he too would stand in that position. Zhou Jiabing made eye contact with Fang Ye as he entered backstage and smiled kindly, to which Fang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, dear audience in the venue and in front of your screens. How are you all? Today marks the semi-finals and finals of our grand music battle. We sincerely thank you for your support, and now, let us welcome today's participating singers and their support artists to the stage. As the hostess' words concluded, thunderous applause erupted. The lights dimmed momentarily, and the pathway to the stage began to illuminate. First, let us welcome the first group of singers, Su Jiayin and her support artist, Fang Ye. As the hostess' announcement echoed, a kaleidoscope of lights burst forth on stage. To the backdrop of music, Fang Ye and Su Jiayin slowly made their entrance. Jiayin, Jiayin. Go, Fang Ye, go. Countless audience members cheered loudly, the applause resonating wildly. The duo waved to the audience as they took the stage. Next, we have the duo of Qin Yuan and support artist Zhou Jiabing. Welcome. As the host announced, the venue erupted in cheers. Brother Bing, Brother Bing. I love you, Zhou the superstar, so handsome. Brother Bing is unstoppable. Qin Yuan's name was nearly overshadowed by the fervor surrounding Zhou Jiabing. He waved to the crowd, inciting another wave of applause. Wow, Zhou the superstar is on a different level altogether. I feel like this truly exposes the flaws of the program. Those with connections can easily recruit these big names for support. How can anyone compete? That is debatable. If one lacks inherent skill, even with a superstar's backing, poor singing could lead to deductions. Ugh, it feels like Zhou the superstar standing here is akin to an adult bullying a group of children. The viewers in the live stream engaged in lively discussions. Soon, all the singers stood on stage and shared their sentiments as the competition commenced. The first group was not Fang Ye and his team, but rather Li Wenfei's. Perhaps the producers intended to save the excitement for last. Give it your all. Backstage, Su Rou handed a bottle of water to Su Jiayin. And, has he arrived? Su Jiayin inquired again. Su Rou knew precisely who Su Jiayin referred to. He has. Do you think he'll back out? He won. Someone like my brother always follows through on his word, especially with me and your mother keeping an eye on him, Su Rou replied with a smile. The first PK round concluded with Li Wenfei emerging victorious, successfully advancing to the finals. His song wasn't composed by an exceptionally renowned musician, yet his vocal prowess was remarkable. The first group has concluded. It's our turn now, are you ready? Fang Ye asked, glancing at Su Jiayin. Su Jiayin, her expression serious, nodded and clenched her fist, declaring, I'm ready. Then let us prepare, Fang Ye replied with a slight smile. Next, let us welcome the upcoming PK singer groups, Su Jiayin's team and Qin Yuan's team, the host proclaimed. As the words echoed, the audience erupted in cheers. Su Jiayin and Fang Ye walked slowly toward the stage through one passage, the sounds growing nearer and more comforting. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan and Zhou Jiabing approached from the opposite side. As they took the stage, the cheers reached a crescendo. Superstar, superstar. Victory, victory. Everyone chanted loudly. Soon, both teams stood on the same stage. After a draw, it was decided that Qin Yuan and Zhou Jiabing would perform first, prompting Fang Ye and Su Jiayin to move to the waiting area. Qin Yuan began, Hello everyone, I am singer Qin Yuan. Today, Zhou the superstar and I will perform a song titled Guidance, composed by the esteemed Wang Feihong. We hope you enjoy it. His words stirred a wave of excitement among the audience. What? The rumors are true, Wang Feihong, the prestigious musician? Oh no, this is game over. My goodness, a prestigious musician is composing for such a competition. It's utterly brutal. There is no suspense left. What is the point? Fang Ye might as well concede, this is unfair. Exactly, well unfair, with a superstar and a prestigious musician together, they might as well hand the first place to Qin Yuan. The producers Haven T stipulated that this isn't allowed, so it's within the rules. If you can't handle it, don't play. Dang, I initially held some hope for Fang Ye, but now it seems impossible. Unfair, alas, but this society is inherently unjust. Fang Ye, we support you, fight until the end. At this moment, countless netizens in the livestream could only voice their grievances, feeling powerless. Initially, everyone believed the prestigious musician was merely a rumor. Who would have thought it was indeed true? A superstar plus a prestigious musician composing songs. What is the point of this competition? It's over, isn't it? It seems everything has been decided. I can't wait to see your disheartened expression. Li Haiwan chuckled while watching the livestream. With such a combination, what chance remains? The outcome is already sealed. Chapter 54 The Night of Ascendancy, The Birth of the King's Melody. A triumvirate chapter. Listening to music while reading this chapter is highly recommended. I truly did not expect that someone of your stature would willingly compose a song for such a modest competition. Typically, you would not acquiesce so readily to a request for a song, remarked Xianjian, lifting a glass of fine liquor as he gazed at the individual of similar age before him. This individual is none other than Wang Feihong, one of the few reigning luminaries of the Chinese music scene. Huang Feihong, sporting a small mustache, appeared somewhat aged despite being in his 50s, as evidenced by the significant graying of his hair. He raised his glass and, shaking his head, replied, "I abhor being indebted to others. This is an exception. It seems it appears you hold Fang Ye in high regard." Xianjian took a sip of his drink and said, "You must be aware of the current state of the music industry. How many reigning musicians remain? If this trend continues, the decline of the music scene is merely a matter of time. I have only just discovered a promising talent in Fang Ye. How could I not prioritize him? If he is disheartened by this setback, where shall I find another? So, you have come to hold me accountable?" Wang Feihong laughed heartily, jesting. Meanwhile, on the television, Xianjian and the superstar Zhou Jiabing had commenced their performance. The opening of their song, Guidance, even in its prelude, resonated with an exquisite comfort. The television was awash with waves of jubilant cheers and applause. Before long, the melodic voices began to fill the air. Upon hearing the song, Xianjian could only shake his head in resignation. It may not be a king's melody, but it undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of musical compositions. What use is it to hold you accountable? I merely hope that the young lad is not discouraged, he lamented with a wry smile. I have listened to his music. I know he is an ambitious individual, yet, this society is not kind to everyone. One does not grow without encountering some adversity. Let this be a lesson for him. If he falters after this, I can only conclude that you have misjudged him, Wang Feihong replied with a faint smile. Xianjian nodded in agreement. Such is the nature of this world, nothing unfolds without its share of challenges. Fang Ye, I hope you can persevere. This failure is, in fact, a valuable experience for you. As long as setbacks do not defeat you, they will fortify your strength, he murmured. On stage, Xianjian took the lead as the vocalist, while Zhou Jiabing provided support. Their collaboration was nothing short of flawless. This piece seemed to illuminate a path for those who had lost their way, garnering thunderous applause and exuberant shouts from the audience. Su Wenkai let out a soft sigh, stating, "Well, it seems the outcome is clear. It is no wonder this is a song by Master Wang Feihong. Performing here feels akin to preying on children. Let us hope that Fang Ye can endure. To be frank, I have a very favorable impression of him. He is a promising young man," Zhang Jiwen remarked with a look of pity, as if everything had come to an end at that moment. This song, in my view, hardly befits the title of a king's melody. Wang Feihong has not produced a true king song in quite some time, came a disdainful scoff. The mentors turned to see that it was the venerable Yu Huayuan who had spoken, and they could hardly contest his opinion. Although he was a stellar musician, his standing was tantamount to that of a king's musician, he simply chose not to ascend to that rank. To be fair, this song can still be categorized as a first-rate piece. Unless Fang Ye can once again unleash a creation akin to chasing dreams with a pure heart or invincible, the outcome is essentially predetermined. Oldly concluded succinctly at this time, no mentors voiced any objections of this song, while not a king's melody, was nonetheless a first-rate composition, and Fang Ye's chances appeared rather slim. Minutes later, the song gradually drew to a close. Thank you, everyone!" Xianjian exclaimed, vigorously waving his arms. A smile adorned his face, and his heart brimmed with exhilaration. Surely, it would be difficult not to advance from this point. Wow! That was incredible. This song is mesmerizing. I was utterly entranced. Indeed, it is no surprise that this is a song by Master Wang Feihong. The thematic depth is unparalleled. I feel as though this song has illuminated my future path. It is simply marvelous. The outcome is clear. The combination of a superstar and a king's musician is truly invincible. Alas, it is a pity for Fang Ye and Su Jiayin, having come this far. There is no helping it. To the victor belong the spoils. They are both exceptionally talented. In the live broadcast room, numerous viewers inundated the screen with comments, evidently expressing their immense satisfaction with the song. Phew! I am relieved my opponent is not Xianjian, otherwise, victory would be utterly unattainable. Li Wenfei exhaled deeply. This song, coupled with such a flawless duet, would have sealed his fate had he encountered Xianjian. As for now, he could only gaze with sympathy towards Fang Ye and his companions. The mentor's scores were promptly delivered. This performance was nearly flawless, earning an impressive average score of 9.3, complemented by the ratings. At this moment, the score achieved by Xianjian and his team stands at an astonishing 18.5 points, a truly formidable high score. It is noteworthy that just moments ago, Li Wenfei's group managed only 17 points. Next up, let us welcome our next contestants, Su Jiayin and Fang Ye, to the stage. The host proclaimed loudly. The applause from the audience erupted with fervor. Go for it, Fang Ye, you can do it. Don't lose heart. Even if you lose, sing till the end. Charge! Countless voices roared in support. It's our turn now, let's go, Fang Ye remarked, maintaining an air of calm, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Su Jiayin nodded in agreement. The two gradually ascended the stage, and at that moment, the spotlight fell entirely upon them. Fang Ye took a deep breath and closed his eyes, as if the clamoring of the audience had vanished entirely.
His state of mind was one of unprecedented tranquility. He could feel the gazes of countless individuals, some filled with anticipation, others with derision, and perhaps a few with something else entirely. Yet at this moment, none of that mattered. Tonight was destined to be his night of ascendance. Ah, are you beginning to feel nervous? It's only natural those who boldly claim to challenge fate may find themselves anxious when the moment arrives, Su Weishan chuckled, shaking his head. They had come so far, this mountain should now be insurmountable for Fang Ye and his companions. Taking the stage, fully aware of the impending defeat yet still putting up a fight, commendable spirit, Huang Feihong remarked, a slight smile on his face as he watched television. Xianjian remained silent, his gaze fixated on Fang Ye on the screen, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. You won't fall so easily, will you? He mused silently. Meanwhile, countless viewers were glued to the livestream. Fang Ye sat before the television, cradling his daughter. As he observed his son under the spotlight, a sense of pride welled up within him. Alan, please bless him, he whispered under his breath. Lu Long, clutching his phone, shouted with excitement, charge of Fang Ye, go for it, show them your strength. The emotions had reached a boiling point, and only then did Fang Ye slowly open his eyes. Hello, esteemed audience and beloved music fans, I am singer Su Jiayin, and this is my accompanying vocalist Fang Ye. The song we are about to perform is titled Under the Sea, composed by Fang Ye himself. Please listen attentively. Su Jiayin declared with great enthusiasm, Under the Sea, indeed, this was the song Fang Ye had prepared for this performance. However, it was not the version by Durian, but rather a rendition reimagined by Phoenix Legend. The audience gazed at the duo with eager anticipation. Shortly thereafter, the lights illuminated them. How intriguing, still composing his own work. He truly embodies both a singer and a musician. Su Wenkai commented with a slight smile. Had he not crossed paths with Wang Weizhong, he might have truly risen to prominence. What a pity. Let us listen first. The outcome is still uncertain. Old Master Yu Huayuan interjected. The crowd promptly fell silent. On stage, the prelude gradually filled the air, melodic and imbued with a gentle warmth, captivating the audience's attention. Countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the two performers. Su Jiayin inhaled deeply and began to sing into the microphone. Scattered moonlight pierces through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, unfurling the ocean's scales. Waves wet the white dress, trying to push you back. Waves sing a lullaby, hoping to warm you. Listen to the depths of the sea, whose lament guides you. As souls merge into silence, no one awakens you. Her voice resonated with exquisite tenderness, akin to a gentle breeze caressing the soul. A vast scroll of the ocean gradually unfurled before the audience, the sound of waves seemingly echoing in their ears, enveloping their spirits in an unprecedented tranquility. What a beautiful song, such a lovely ambience, someone involuntarily remarked. The first stanza alone had already caused the audience's eyes to gleam with wonder. As Su Jiayin singing faded, Fang Ye stepped forward, microphone in hand. All eyes shifted toward him. Dressed in a sleek black suit, he stood behind Su Jiayin, like a steadfast support, and began to sing softly. You relish the salty scent of the sea breeze, treading upon the damp sands. You say that people's homecoming should be to the ocean. You ask where my longing shall go. Is there anyone who loves you? Will the world remain silent? His voice resonated with a rhythmic cadence. In that instant, countless hearts quivered, almost everyone straightened up, gazing intently at Fang Ye. They seemed to witness a figure in despair, standing at the edge of the sea. They could almost feel his desolation. No one needed him, no one loved him, and he didn't even know where to go. The sensation of loneliness and helplessness surged through their beings, chilling them to the core. Just then, Su Jiayin's voice soared once more. Always putting on a smile for the indifferent, on the shore, people's faces are devoid of concern. Life is but a fleeting blossom, everything dissipates like smoke. This stanza gradually pulled the audience's emotions to their nadir. At that moment, on a beach in a distant city, a man stood by the sea, listening to the live broadcast nearby. As he heard this song, a self-mocking smile crept onto his face. Indeed, your existence is of no concern to others. This society is inherently indifferent. No one cares for your life or death. You are merely a beast of burden in their eyes. No one will love you. What meaning is there in such a world? Listening to the song, he felt as if the singer spoke directly to him, the one standing by the sea, waiting to be engulfed by the waves. He was an ordinary office worker, living a grueling 996 lifestyle, striving to support his family. At work, he faced his boss's scorn, and at home, he often clashed with his wife. Each day, he worried about mortgage payments, car loans, and saving for his child's education and future. Under such immense pressure, he began to question the significance of his life. I am merely a tool for earning money. I am but a beast of burden, he mumbled, the grotesque visage of his boss flashing through his mind. He recalled his wife's smile, and for reasons unknown, he felt that smile mocked him. Who will understand my struggles? Who will love me? Perhaps it would be better to end it all. He slowly closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating taking a step forward. At that moment, Fang Ye's deep and resonant rapping continued to flow forth. Scattered moonlight pierces through the clouds, gazing at the crowd, our lonely hearts, sometimes like the depths of the sea. Sadness cannot be conveyed in mere words, it cannot be felt with ease. Tears make no sound, but I wish to hold you tightly. You are an important presence, a star to someone. When you walk alone, when you say being loved is mere luck, child, please don't forget, there was once a gentle voice calling your name. You ask me where the road leads to me waiting for you. Upon hearing this final line, the man's eyes suddenly flew open. He felt his hands trembling uncontrollably, shaking with fervor. He said he wanted to hold me tightly, he said I was his most important existence, and there was a gentle voice. At that moment, a flood of memories surged within his mind of meeting and falling in love with his wife, eventually building a family together. Those times were filled with such beauty. Hey, I like you.
Shall we be together?
Shall we marry? We can work hard together and create a beautiful future, dear. I long to have a child, daddy, daddy. Those voices echoed endlessly in his mind, replaying over and over. At this moment, he felt a shiver coursing through him, and his eyes began to redden. Where does the road lead? He envisioned his home, his wife and child waiting at the door, smiling at him.
Honey, you're back. We've been waiting for you for so long. Daddy, welcome home.
The road leads to me waiting for you. Fang Ye's song enveloped him with an immersive effect, as if illuminating the warmth of his past. In this world, there were still those who cared for him, still someone waiting for him. The road leads to me waiting for you, the road leads to me waiting for you, he murmured. He longed to cry out loud.
On stage, the lights bathed the two in an exquisite warmth. Xianjian gazed silently at the stage, as if searching for something, though the stage was dark, only illuminated by the glow.
Scattered moonlight pierces through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, slipping into the depths of the sea.
There is light searching for you, it wishes to warn you. It says, listen, listen, someone is calling you back. Her gentle voice emanated, as if seeking light in the darkness, searching for a way back. Fang Ye's rapping followed suit.
You relish the salty scent of the sea breeze, treading upon the damp sands. You say that people's homecoming should be to the ocean. You ask where my longing shall go. Is there anyone who loves you? Why is the world so quiet? Subsequently, their voices harmonized. Always putting on a smile for the indifferent, on the shore, people's faces are shrouded in shadows. Life passes year by year. Who dares to claim it is like smoke? They paused, seemingly preparing for the final stanza. The music continued to swell on stage. Countless listeners were entranced by the song, and some who battled inner turmoil found themselves moved to tears. Gazing at Xianjian and Fang Ye, their hearts surged with tumultuous waves. Applause erupted fervently.
Fang Ye, Fang Ye.
Jian, a Jian. They cheered loudly. At that moment, Su Weishan wore an expression of utter astonishment.
Was it gloom, surprise, shock, all emotions intertwined? How could it be? How could that kid be so formidable?
He murmured. Duan Yuru smiled slightly and remarked, it seems Jian is on the verge of winning. Su Weishan inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. The song isn't finished yet, and there's still the finals.
Anything can happen.
Still holding on, desperately clinging to face while suffering, Duan Yuru said, exasperated. At this moment, several mentors had straightened up in their seats.
Did I hear that right? This song was actually composed by a university student who hasn't even graduated?
This is terrifying, truly terrifying. Su Wenkai exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at Fang Ye on stage. Filled with astonishment, he recognized the significance of this song's emergence. This was, to date, the finest music he had ever heard on this stage, bar none. Such a composition should ideally be crafted by a musician of at least stellar caliber. Yet it manifested from a university student. Unbelievable. Even Wang Weijing's guidance pales in comparison to this song. After all, everyone understands the principles, it's just that few are willing to extend a helping hand. Zhang Jiwen interjected, equally astonished.
A king's song is about to be born.
Oldly murmured, gazing at Fang Ye with a complex mixture of admiration. At this moment, Yu Huayuan couldn't help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, what a wonderful song. I bet Wang Weijing never anticipated that his song would fall to a university student. The mentors fell silent. Indeed, no one had anticipated this, including themselves. A song penned by the pinnacle of the music industry had been eclipsed by a university student. Unthinkable. The music on stage continued, while the audience's mindset had completely shifted. Su Jian looked at Fang Ye, feeling that he was the beacon of light during her darkest hour. At that instant, Fang Ye also turned his gaze toward Su Jian, a gentle smile illuminating his face. In a past life, he too had struggled in darkness for an extended period. His mother passed away, and shortly thereafter, his father followed suit. That moment was profoundly bleak for him. That he had contemplated ending it all, but he had a younger sister to care for. He gritted his teeth and persevered for a long time. Perhaps it was heaven's mercy that granted him this second chance. For him, this was his moment of illumination. Soon, the two walked side by side, gradually moving to the forefront of the stage. They began to sing together. No time left, no time left. You once laughed while weeping. No time left, no time left. But I still want to sing for you. Spring rains and summer cicadas. Tomorrow will bring good weather. Autumn winds and light snowflakes. The sea floor reveals no seasons. At this moment, their song seemed to transcend all darkness. The stage lights illuminated fully, as if signaling to everyone that after darkness, sunlight would inevitably emerge. The shadows in countless hearts were dispelled entirely in that instant. The song Under the Sea had officially come to an end. The applause erupted wildly. The four mentors seated at the judges' table stood up in unison, clapping vigorously. A king's song has emerged. Ha ha ha. I never expected to witness the birth of a king's song in this place. How wonderful. A small variety show has birthed such a divine composition. It was worth my time as a mentor. Su Wenkai and the others wore broad smiles. Meanwhile, in front of the television, Xianjian watched in disbelief. It seems a king's song has emerged, he murmured, his heart brimming with shock. He had initially thought that even if Fang Ye lost, he could at least learn a lesson, as winning against a combination of a king and a master musician was nearly impossible. But now, what was happening? It appeared they might truly win. It seems I have lost, old Chen. The person you have your eye on is extraordinary, truly remarkable. Wang Weijing stood up, his demeanor serious as he spoke slowly. With the emergence of a king's song, as musicians, they would naturally rise in recognition. This was a celebration of yet another classic in the Chinese music scene. Oh my goodness, how beautiful. I feel this is far superior to the earlier guidance. Yes, I share that sentiment. Guidance merely conveyed life lessons from an observer's standpoint, but this song feels like an old friend, offering us comfort in our darkest moments.
Wow!
All the mentors are standing, a king song has been born. This is undoubtedly a king song, so powerful, so melodious. I may not fully grasp the significance of a king song, but I know that Fang Ye's rap was simply healing. When I heard "Child, Please Don't Forget," I truly cried. I believe there are still those who care for me in this world. Sob sob, it's alright, tomorrow will bring good weather, so let's all lift our spirits.
Invincible, invincible, wow.
Fang Ye is invincible. With this song, I don't think any other songs need to be compared. Advancement. My heavens, I thought we were going to lose. I never expected such an outcome.
Congratulations, Fang Ye.
Congratulations on the birth of the king song. The livestream chat was now in complete uproar. The birth of a king song always incites exhilarating excitement. Countless individuals battling depression found themselves smiling as they listened to the song. It enveloped them in a feeling akin to a gentle spring breeze. It turns out that even in the dark depths of the sea, there is light searching for oneself. On that beach, the man looked up at the sky. All he saw was a tranquil night sky, clear of clouds, with countless stars twinkling. A smile crept onto his face. Indeed, tomorrow is the weekend. It will be good weather to dry the blankets, enjoy the breeze, and take them out for a trip.
At that moment, his phone rang. Honey, are you back? The baby and I are waiting for you at home. Yes, I'm on my way back.
He put down his phone and prepared to leave. However, he recalled something and turned to the couple nearby who were enjoying the moment. He asked, "Excuse me, may I ask what that song was called?" "Oh, you mean that one? It's called Under the Sea, composed by Fang Ye," they replied.
"Thank you, and I hope you both have a wonderful day."
With that, he turned and departed.
Under the Sea, composed by Fang Ye?
"Thank you for helping me find a glimmer of light in this world," he silently mused. "The eye in the quiet night sky, a shooting star streaked across.
Look, a shooting star.
How beautiful." Chapter 55. Wrath, do the people speak? The applause on the stage resonated for several minutes before gradually subsiding.
Thank you all for your support,"
Su Jian exclaimed, her emotions still somewhat heightened, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. At that moment, she felt an immense sense of relief wash over her, as if the burdens in her heart had been lifted. "And I must also extend my gratitude to classmate Fang Ye for composing this song," she added, casting a glance back at Fang Ye.
He said nothing, merely nodding casually in acknowledgement.
Splendid, wonderful performance, you both sang beautifully. This song truly touched me deeply. I never anticipated that you, classmate Fang Ye, could create a piece on par with the masterpieces of the greats,"
Su Wenkai remarked, his expression one of profound admiration as he gazed at Fang Ye.
"Indeed, I must say, I still hold a fondness for the initial song you performed, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. However, one can never have too many good songs."
Zhang Jiwen chimed in with a beaming smile.
Meanwhile, the mentors began to offer their critiques backstage. However, Qin Yuan stood in bewilderment, staring at the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. "I thought we were destined to win," he murmured to himself. He even took out his phone, ready to send a message to his family to celebrate. Without Fang Ye, victory would indeed have been ours, but alas, it seems you have encountered a prodigious adversary. Zhou Jiabing shrugged, chuckling lightly. He was indifferent to the outcome. Was losing embarrassing? Certainly. However, he realized that it was not a matter of vocal prowess, but of the song itself, a contest among musicians behind the scenes. What astonished him was that even a seasoned professional like teacher Wang Weizhang could be bested by a mere university student, a truly astonishing turn of events. To end this evaluation, the mentor team awarded an impressive average score of 9.8. The audience awarded an impressive score of 9.9, marking a resounding victory devoid of any suspense. "Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to contestant Su Jian for successfully advancing to the finals," the host proclaimed with fervor. The venue erupted in a cacophony of applause and cheers. Upon hearing these words, Su Jian felt an overwhelming surge of excitement.
"Thank you."
Her gaze swept over the audience, knowing full well that her father was watching. "It seems your attempts to thwart her have indeed failed," Duan Yuru remarked, her face beaming as she looked at her husband. Su Weishan remained silent for an extended period, grappling with disbelief. The combination of a heavenly king and a musical maestro should, by all accounts, have been flawless. To obstruct two university students seemed an overreaction. Yet, he had not anticipated that they would actually fail. His eyes fell upon Fang Ye. "I never imagined he would be the variable," he sighed deeply. "You must remember your words," Duan Yuru interjected. "The final round remains. It is not over yet." Su Weishan gritted his teeth, though a sense of resignation began to seep into his heart. He observed his daughter from a distance, witnessing the radiant smile on her face stirred something within him. He understood that this was precisely what she desired most. 666, congratulations Jian, congratulations Fang Ye, keep it up.
I can't believe I was proven wrong, you won.
In essence, this was a duel between Fang Ye and teacher Wang Weizhang, and who would have thought Fang Ye would prevail?
Under the Sea is phenomenal.
The most beautiful song. No way, I actually don't feel much for this song. I prefer Chasing Dreams with a Passion. It's so invigorating. Your lack of feeling is a stroke of luck. It signifies your continuous happiness. Only those who have traversed darkness can truly appreciate the value of this song. Tomorrow promises good weather. When I heard that, I was already in tears. I've battled depression for many years, and truly, I resonate deeply with this song.
Fang Ye's rap segment was extraordinary.
This song is truly powerful. Everyone has their own divine song in their hearts, let's not argue about it. In the live stream, many were showering congratulations while others engaged in spirited debates over the song. Meanwhile, Su Wenkai could no longer contain his excitement. He directly posed a question. Fang Ye, I have a query for you.
Me, please go ahead.
Although you are not a musical maestro, from a certain perspective, whether considering your previous 3 songs or this one, Under the Sea, they rival the works of a true master.
How did you conceive such music? Could you share your insights with us?
Indeed, to be honest, in all my songwriting endeavors, I have yet to create 2 pieces that can compare with your 4, especially Under the Sea.
You must have contemplated it for quite some time?
Oldly nodded in agreement. This was a form of wisdom, invaluable to them. Despite Fang Ye's youth, there is a saying that a master is recognized by their accomplishments. At this moment, Chen Yaoru, Wang Weizhan, and others fixated their attention on Fang Ye on the television screen. This was a musical prodigy. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to be a star of the music world. Such a person must possess incredibly valuable insights. One would presume Fang Ye paused for a moment, pointing to himself. Experience, just feel it with your heart and then take action. Under the Sea came to me after I stood by the seaside with Jian a few days ago. The earlier songs were conceived in a similar manner.
He lacked any profound experience.
He simply chose songs that resonated with the moment and his emotions. As his words settled, the expressions on Su Wenkai and the others' faces momentarily stiffened. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, they felt an overwhelming urge to lash out.
You thought of it just casually, they seemed to want to ask again.
The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, as the audience found themselves at a loss for words. Jin Yuan's face twitched violently, especially as he gazed at Fang Ye's innocent expression.
It felt as though he had just been slapped across the face. So, he was simply defeated by happenstance?
The youth certainly carries a sense of pride, Su Wenkai remarked with a wry smile, shaking his head.
Ahem.
Your standard for casual seems quite high. Do you realize how many songs you have now composed that rival those of a master?
Zhang Jiwen interjected, clearing his throat gently. Yet, what followed in Fang Ye's response would remain etched in their memories for many years to come.
Fang Ye, visibly astonished, replied, Are such songs also considered masterpieces? I had never contemplated that. To be honest, at the outset, I was a bit concerned that this song might not measure up to teacher Wang Weizhang's work. After all, he is a musical maestro. He genuinely had not considered such things. Under the Sea is indeed an exceptional song, yet when it comes to masterpieces, he had always thought of songs like A Man Should Be Strong or Blue and White Porcelain as the pinnacle. If those songs were to appear, what would they be? A nuclear bomb songs? After he spoke, Fang Ye sensed a chilling silence enveloping the venue. It felt as though countless murderous gazes were fixated upon him. Su Wenkai stared at Fang Ye with wide eyes. Listen, is what you're saying even coherent? Such songs also qualify as masterpieces. They are worthy. What the actual heck? At that moment, numerous musicians present, or watching the livestream, felt an uncontrollable urge to lash out. Why did that seemingly earnest young man suddenly seem so infuriating? Chapter 56, This is not arrogance. I see he looks like an earnest person, yet why do I feel an overwhelming urge to give him a beating when he speaks? Wang Weizhan was fixated on the television, feeling a sudden surge of blood pressure. Listening to this young man's words, it seemed as if he casually composed a song and, in the process, claimed to have defeated him. Isn't that a bit too presumptuous?
Ahem, old Wang, calm down, calm down.
Fang Ye is still quite young and lacks the finesse in his speech, Chen Yao said with a cheerful smile. For some reason, he felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction at this moment. This semi-final match had indeed taken him by surprise. His manner of speaking is bound to offend many. That is the Song of Kings, and look at how he trivializes it. Old Chen, if you have the time, perhaps you should educate him a bit. If he can't articulate properly, he ought to speak less. Wang Weizhang snorted coldly. Indeed, Fang Ye's remarks had sparked a considerable uproar in the live broadcast room. As expected, once a poor person acquires wealth, they become like a nouveau riche.
Fang Ye has truly become arrogant. Is he so boastful just for singing a couple of kingly songs? Does he now look down upon them? If you're capable, why not sing yourself? Fang Ye has every right to make such statements. Though he may not be a kingly musician, he undeniably possesses kingly songs. Exactly, if you can't accept it, just deal with it. Clearly, Fang Ye's words were unintentional. Why must they be magnified so?
Within the live chat, many netizens began to engage in heated debates, some supporting Fang Ye while others opposed him. Beneath the stage, whispers echoed, mirroring the discussions in the broadcast room. Ahem, well, perhaps Fang Ye doesn't yet grasp the significance of kingly songs. He will surely understand in due time. Now, let's express our gratitude to Fang Ye for his song and his insights. Su Wenkai hastily interjected. This was also an attempt to alleviate Fang Ye's predicament. However, he was well aware that such a rescue was of little consequence. After tonight, or rather soon, Fang Ye's statement would likely become a trending topic on Weibo, endlessly magnified and distorted by others.
Zhang Jia, what do you think?
Oldly whispered Zhang Jiwen chuckled. What can I say? Young people are like this, otherwise, how could they be so impetuous? I just hope that once this competition concludes, he can withstand the ensuing onslaught. After all, adults must take responsibility for their words.
True, the Song of Kings is not so cheap. That remark was indeed a bit provocative. Oldly nodded in agreement, a bitter smile on his face. Really, I think he has a point, suddenly interjected an unexpected voice. They turned to see the venerable Yu Huayuan speaking. Compared to abroad, the threshold for our kingly songs has significantly lowered, indicating a decline in our music scene.
Yet, a group of people still revel in this so-called kingly song. If this continues, the threshold will plummet further. Kingly musicians, they are worthless, utterly worthless. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Fang Ye on stage, and a hint of hope flickered in his eyes. Perhaps that so-called arrogant young man still has the chance to pull this regressing music scene back up.
Let us wait and see.
Upon hearing Yu Huayuan's words, the other three musicians exchanged glances and ultimately fell silent, not daring to voice any opinions. After all, while old Yu may not be a kingly musician, his stature and songs were certainly not inferior to those of one. His absence from that realm was not due to a lack of ability, but rather a disdain for it. Fang Ye and Su Jiayin gradually made their way back to the backstage area.
The finals would commence after a brief intermission.
Jiayin and Fang Ye, congratulations to both of you. Su Ro was the first to rush over, arms wide open.
Auntie, we won!
Su Jiayin exclaimed, her face lit with delight. She immediately leaped into Su Ro's embrace, both of them displaying exuberant smiles. Fang Ye chuckled, now, you just need to give it your all. I believe there are no more obstacles in your way.
Yes, thank you for your support, Fang Ye, Su Jiayin replied earnestly, nodding.
The upcoming one-on-one finals would be her own battlefield, devoid of any accompanying singers. Fang Ye smiled lightly, don't overthink it, this is also a springboard for me. Well, my goal has been achieved. It is time for me to leave. Do your best. Su Jiayin, hearing this, hurriedly asked, aren't you going to watch me win the championship? That's your song, Even Under the Sea is a kingly song. Its quality is quite comparable, and your vocal skills surpass Li Wenfei's. As long as nothing goes awry, I don't foresee any suspense. Fang Ye shrugged nonchalantly. Su Jiayin was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, there was no suspense. The music brawl primarily hinged on vocal prowess and song quality.
Fang Ye, are you leaving? Can you stay until the finals are over?
A staff member suddenly approached, inquiring.
Is there something I need to attend to? Fang Ye asked, puzzled.
The staff member quickly replied, this is an additional performance we've arranged for our show. We hope you can sing Chasing Dreams with a pure heart once more. At the conclusion, I'm not interested. Before he could finish, the staff member interjected swiftly, of course. We will certainly compensate you for your performance and the song's usage rights. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Fang Ye's face. Not being interested is out of the question. In fact, if possible, I'd love to perform another song on this stage, as it holds special significance for me.
Alright, I'll consider it. The staff member's lips twitched slightly. Should he believe such grandiloquent words? Then thank you, Fang Ye. By the way, can I change to a different song? Fang Ye suddenly inquired.
The staff member hesitated for a moment, glancing back furtively. After seemingly seeing something, he nodded repeatedly, of course, no problem. Alright, I have a USB drive here, take it.
Fang Ye handed the USB drive to him.
The staff member took the drive and promptly turned to leave. Fang Ye cast a distant glance, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. I never expected the program team to invite you individually. This is fantastic. This way, you'll have even more opportunities to stand on stage, Su Jiayin exclaimed, her face brimming with excitement. In truth, she was delighted that Fang Ye would witness her triumph.
Yes, I'm going out for some fresh air.
You prepare well, Fang Ye smiled and said. Su Jiayin nodded, then expressed her concern. If I win, I'm not sure if my dad will keep his promise. Don't worry, he will. Fang Ye paused, turning to her. Su Jiayin looked at Fang Ye in surprise, only to see him smiling faintly as he walked away. She wanted to ask why, but the announcer's voice suddenly resonated from the front stage.
Dear audience, thank you for your patience. The finals of our music brawl will now officially commence.
Chapter 57 Dreams with Wings. As the host's voice faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The finals featured Su Jiayin versus Li Wenfei. Each competitor had their own distinct supporters, fervently chanting their names. This time, it was a true clash of talents rather than a mere contest of compatibility. Fang Ye walked through the backstage corridor, where the shouts from the stage resonated clearly.
Aren't you planning to stay and witness her victory? He suddenly remarked.
Before him stood a man, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Su Jiayin's father, Su Weishan. Su Weishan glanced at Fang Ye and exhaled a puff of smoke.
Did I not mention that her winning is a foregone conclusion? If that is the case, what significance is there in my watching?
Fang Ye regarded him silently, merely listening to the sounds emanating from the stage. It was Li Wenfei who had begun to sing. His song was an inspiring anthem, belted out with such fervor that it seemed to release his very soul. The stage truly is a place that easily captivates us, Fang Ye mused with a slight smile. Su Weishan paused, then understood Fang Ye's implication. He turned to leave slowly. This is your reward for winning. To be honest, I am somewhat surprised. Your determination is far more steadfast than I had anticipated. As for Jiayin, I shall no longer obstruct her path. With you by her side, I believe she can carve out a sky of her own.
Enough with the jesting, I am not your daughter's caretaker.
If you sired her, you must take responsibility for her, Fang Ye retorted with a cold laugh. Su Weishan hesitated briefly. When he turned back, he found that Fang Ye had already departed. Alone in the corridor, he stood in silence. After approximately 30 seconds, he finally turned to leave.
Not going to watch until the end? There's no need, she has one.
Su Weishan shook his head as he settled into his car. Duan Yuru observed her husband and shook her head in resignation. This man was unbearably proud. She shrugged, saying, well, you just keep your promise. The car slowly pulled away. At that moment, however, Duan Yuru suddenly took out her phone and began a livestream. Now, let us welcome contestant Su Jiayin to the stage, the host's voice rang out. Su Weishan furrowed his brows, casting a glance at Duan Yuru. What, we are not even at the venue, and Jiayin cannot see your defeat. Is it so wrong for me to wish to see my daughter sing?
Duan Yuru shot back. On stage, Su Jiayin held the microphone, beaming as she greeted the audience. Hello everyone, I am Su Jiayin. Next, I will perform a song written by Fang Ye, titled Invisible Wings.
Her face radiated with joy, enveloping the audience in a warm spring breeze.
Look at Jiayin's smile. It is far more radiant than before, Duan Yuru remarked with a smile.
It would be good if she could maintain that smile, Su Weishan grunted. He stole a glance but quickly turned away. He understood well that the reason for his daughter's brightness was the absence of pressure from him. However, the pressure of standing on stage is indeed immense, Duan Yuru said, shaking her head. The barrage of comments included both support and criticism. Another new song from Fang Ye, go for it. TSK, Invisible Wings, is it yet another casually crafted anthem? Isn't it obvious Fang Ye would not release a song that isn't a masterpiece? He wouldn't bother. Spare us the sarcasm and just listen to your own songs. Such is the nature of the world, where there are keyboard warriors ready to critique, there are also those who offer support. On stage, Su Jiayin took a deep breath and began to sing. Every time, I grow strong amidst the solitude, every time, even when hurt, I do not shed tears, I know I have a pair of invisible wings, carrying me to soar, to fly beyond despair. Su Jiayin's voice was sweet, filled with gratitude. Countless eyes in the audience were fixed upon her, quietly absorbing her melodies. At that moment, it felt as if the girl standing on stage had truly sprouted wings, lifting her toward the destination she sought. Not thinking of them, who bask in the beautiful sun, I see the sunset change every day. I know I have a pair of invisible wings, carrying me to soar, granting me hope. As she sang, she flashed a dimpled smile, waving to her fans in the audience. She glanced back toward the backstage, to Fang Ye. She had endured countless hardships on this path due to her father's interference, and in her moments of despair, the one who extended a hand was none other than Fang Ye. It was reminiscent of a day from her childhood. Fang Ye, do you know, to me, you are my invisible wings, my source of light. She thought with a smile in her heart. Her gentle singing, imbued with sincerity, soothed the wounds of many. Who among us has not faced setbacks in growth, who has not stumbled on the path of dreams, who has not felt lost and despondent? Su Jiayin's song gradually instilled a flicker of hope within them. At this moment, her voice began to rise in triumph. I finally see all my dreams in bloom, the youth I chase, the songs resounding bright. I finally soar, with my heart wide open, unafraid, wherever the wind blows, I shall fly far and wide. With one hand gripping the microphone and the other waving, her face radiated a brilliant smile, akin to that of an angel. At this instant, the flowers in her heart bloomed. After this competition, she could finally forge her own path, which was a form of happiness for her. Meanwhile, in that luxurious car, Su Weishan, listening to the song, felt the onset of tears in his eyes. He could discern that this song seemingly chronicled his daughter's emotional journey during that time. Because her dreams lacked support, she was left to wander in solitude. Because of his paternal interference, she had been hurt. Perhaps in her eyes, he was the very demon hindering her. The person his daughter relied upon was not him, her father, but rather a classmate. She must have endured great suffering during that time, Su Weishan murmured. Duan Yuru nodded silently. She could hear all the grievances hidden within the song, yet, in this moment, all those grievances evaporated. Not thinking of them, who bask in the beautiful sun, I see the sunset change every day. I know I have a pair of invisible wings, carrying me to soar, granting me hope. From the phone, Su Jiayin's voice slowly filled the air. Her optimism and resilience resonated within each listener's heart. You were mistaken from the very start, Duan Yuru spoke softly. Su Weishan fell silent, letting out a faint sigh. I finally see all my dreams in bloom, the youth I chase, the songs resounding bright. I finally soar, with my heart wide open, unafraid, wherever the wind blows, I shall fly far and wide. Invisible wings make dreams last longer than the sky, leaving a wish for myself to imagine. Su Jiayin's voice soared as if adorned with wings, dancing freely across the stage, beneath the night sky. Chapter 58 of The Champion, Fang Ye's solo performance in front of the television. Xianjian and others sat in silence, intently watching. After a while, Wang Weijing suddenly remarked, Fang Ye makes a valid point. The champion song of today is no longer akin to that of yesteryears. We are merely ensnared in the allure of the title of champion. What does Under the Sea represent as a champion song? What significance does my song hold in that regard? None of these are true champion songs. They are merely a consolation for our collective decline as musicians. Wang Weijing's voice resonated powerfully. Qianyao remained silent, nodding in agreement. The regression of the Mandarin music scene has led to an ever-dwindling number of genuinely great songs. In a bid to maintain appearances, the industry has lowered its standards, yet, it seems Fang Ye's music is gradually shattering that ceiling, simultaneously unveiling the industry's veil of shame. It won't be long before the music industry faces a monumental transformation, he murmured to himself. At that moment, the atmosphere on site was thick with silence. Was Fang Ye arrogant? Previously, they had considered him somewhat so, but now, was the song Invisible Wings inferior to Under the Sea? Not at all, it stood on equal footing. Ha ha, ha ha. A grand transformation in the music industry is upon us. Mr.Yuan laughed heartily, applauding. This song remained as melodious and heartwarming as ever. The other musicians understood as well. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before a new leader emerged in the music scene. How long had it been since the last one? They found themselves struggling to recall. In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were fervently commenting, what the heck, is this yet another champion song? Champion? Fang Ye has already stated that the threshold for a champion song shouldn't be so low. Where are those who were just being sarcastic? Please step forward. How about Fang Ye's song, huh? Speak up. Keep on ridiculing, keep being sarcastic, where are you? This song is so gentle, let's not give in. Perhaps each of us has a pair of invisible wings behind us, guiding us over every abyss of despair. Thank you, Fang Ye, for this enlightening song. Tonight's true star should indeed be Fang Ye. Many were bombarding the comments with enthusiasm. No one was criticizing Fang Ye's earlier remarks anymore, his prowess was evident. How can this be Fang Ye, how could he be so formidable? Li Haiwan, watching the livestream, felt his hands tremble. Initially, he had relished Fang Ye's earlier comments, but now, he found no joy in it. He felt Fang Ye was a monster, an insurmountable force. Wait. Suddenly, he remembered the July rankings were still in play. Although he firmly held the first position now, it was merely due to Fang Ye's lack of new releases. If Fang Ye decided to release a song, could his lead endure? His songs were penned by a renowned musician, but in front of Fang Ye, could they truly hold their ground? He felt uncertain. Once defeated, he would be left in disgrace. He recalled the challenge he had issued on stage last week. He thought of the trending topic he had bought on Weibo. At that point, his reputation would be in tatters. No, I can't lose, I absolutely must win. His eyes, filled with panic, now bore a trace of resolve. At the music brawl venue, on stage, Su Jiayin had just concluded her performance. She appeared remarkably calm, a faint smile gracing her lips. She had sung with such ease that all pressure melted away in that moment. She felt as if she had danced with the soul of the music, witnessing countless beautiful vistas. Thank you, everyone. Su Jiayin smiled softly. And thanks to Fang Ye for crafting this song just for me. She cast a glance towards the backstage, where the crowd erupted into applause, recognizing the formidable talent of the man behind the scenes. Haha, splendid. A truly wonderful song. Su Wenkai applauded, no longer needing to label it a champion song. It was likely that such descriptions would become rare in the future. Backstage, Li Wenfei approached Fang Ye, stating, this time, I concede wholeheartedly. Clearly, he did not believe he had lost to Su Jiayin, but rather to Fang Ye. Fang Ye glanced at him and replied, tell Su Jiayin that. But that song is yours. Even if it weren't my song, you wouldn't have triumphed. Did you not hear? Her soul had completely merged with the music. Her vocal prowess at that moment was perhaps unparalleled. She had been stifled for too long, and just now, she released it all. That moment might well have been her happiest. Fang Ye shook his head. A hint of shock flickered in Li Wenfei's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he bowed deeply to Fang Ye. Thank you. With that, he slowly made his way towards the front stage, fully aware of his defeat. Initially harboring some resentment, he had now relinquished it entirely. Fang Ye's words had enlightened him to the highest realm of music. The outcome of the next decision was a foregone conclusion. Let us congratulate Su Jiayin for becoming the champion of this year's music brawl, the host proclaimed loudly. At that moment, Su Jiayin's eyes welled up with tears. Her face radiated with an excited smile. Thank you, everyone, thank you, mentors, thank you to all my fans. She waved her hands vigorously, shouting with uncontainable joy. She had won. When she heard the result, she could no longer hold back. Jiayin, congratulations. Su Ro dashed onto the stage, enveloping Su Jiayin in a warm embrace. Will he keep his promise, though? He will. Didn't Fang Ye say so? He will. Su Ro smiled. A tear finally fell from the corner of Su Jiayin's eye. Su Ro looked at her niece with concern, fully aware of the struggles Jiayin had endured to reach this moment. She also understood the pivotal role Fang Ye had played in it all. Shortly after the awards ceremony concluded, the audience assumed it was the end. However, the host slowly proclaimed, did you think it was over? Not yet. Many viewers were taken aback, turning their gazes back to the stage, while the mentors exchanged puzzled glances. Is there another segment? Why weren't we informed? I hadn't heard either. Let's see what's happening. Let us find out. The audience members who were preparing to leave returned to their seats. I believe everyone is aware that since the quarterfinals, we have had a very significant artist permeating the entire event, right? Although he is not a contestant, he has influenced the entire competition, the host announced. At that moment, a name sprang to everyone's minds, and they shouted in unison, Fang Ye. Indeed, if not for Fang Ye, the attention on this music brawl would not have been so immense. His songs had dazzled many. Therefore, as we conclude this program, we are fortunate to invite Fang Ye to deliver a solo performance for us. If everyone is looking forward to it, please give a warm welcome, the host continued. At that instant, the entire stage was filled with expressions of astonishment. The next moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue. Fang Ye, Fang Ye, Fang Ye. Countless voices chanted, rejoicing for Fang Ye, for it was finally his turn to take the spotlight. Backstage, Fang Ye picked up a guitar arranged by the production team, gazing towards the stage. He understood that this opportunity was not merely orchestrated by the production team but was facilitated by Su Jiayin's father, Su Weishan, through his influence, as a gesture of gratitude for the final platform he had provided. It's time to go, he said, shouldering the guitar as he slowly walked towards the radiant stage. His silhouette lengthened under the backstage lights. Chapter 59, the final piece of the trilogy. The silhouette of Fang Ye gradually emerged before the audience. At this moment, the spotlight had fallen upon him, transforming him into the singular protagonist of the evening. Countless gazes were directed his way, and soon, a multitude began to chant, Fang Ye, Fang Ye. Let us welcome Fang Ye to perform as we conclude this grand musical showdown, the host proclaimed exuberantly. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Fang Ye steadily made his way to the stage, savoring the cheers from his admirers, relishing this moment he had yearned for since childhood. Before the television screen, Fang Ye observed his son on stage, his expression profoundly moved. "Daddy, my brother looks so handsome," Jia Jia exclaimed, pointing at the screen and tugging at her father's hand. "Indeed," he replied, fully aware that his son was charting a path distinct from their own, gradually transcending the confines of their established social strata. In the dormitory, Xianjian fixated intently on her phone, her heart brimming with myriad emotions. For the first time, she felt as if Fang Ye had truly transformed into a dragon, rendering Li Haiwen somewhat less imposing in comparison. Was she mistaken? Alas, reality offered no antidote for regret. The other roommates, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but display expressions of sympathy. "Fang Ye is truly dashing," one remarked. Indeed, they all echoed in agreement. Xianyao gazed deeply at Fang Ye on the television, stating, "Today marks your moment of metamorphosis, soar forth." On stage, the raucous applause subsided as Fang Ye brought his hands down, restoring silence to the atmosphere. This performance bore no critiques from mentors, rather, every listener was a mentor in their own right. Taking a deep breath, he stood before the microphone and earnestly declared, "I am immensely grateful for your support. Standing here fills me with an almost surreal sensation. I am merely a child born into a humble family, and I have longed to grace a stage such as this. I have tirelessly pursued knowledge, and at last, I have seized this opportunity. Some say our destinies are predetermined, but I am reluctant to accept such notions. Whether it be you or I, if we strive just a little harder, might we not shatter the barriers of fate?" Thus, chasing dreams with a pure heart and unyielding emerged, affectionately known as the Fate Duet, the forthcoming song, which I had intended to unveil during the July chart contest. Well, since I now stand upon this stage, allow me to share it with you first. This is the third installment of my Destiny trilogy, The Life That Blooms in Fury. I hope each of your lives can become extraordinary. Upon concluding his speech, background music began to softly resonate throughout the stage. The audience responded by clapping in unison. "The title carries a certain essence," one remarked. "Indeed, just wait and see," replied Su and Kai and the others, their eyes fixed on Fang Ye. Fang Ye gradually synced with the BGM, strumming his guitar as he began to sing. "How many times have I fallen upon this road? How many times have I broken my wings? Yet now, I no longer feel lost. I yearn to transcend this ordinary desire." His voice, imbued with an almost magical quality, resonated with tenacity, gradually enveloping the audience. Before they could fully grasp it, Fang Ye's voice erupted with fervor. "I desire a life that blooms in fury, just like soaring across vast skies, just like traversing boundless fields, possessing the strength to break free from all." A shiver coursed through the crowd, as if they were hearing the young man's primal roar of existence. Goosebumps rose, and at that moment, the stage lights converged solely on Fang Ye. He smiled, strumming his guitar, reflecting on his past lives. His childhood was filled with aspirations for the future, dreams that seemed so far away. As he matured, he came to terms with the harshness of reality, participating in music competitions, encountering unspoken rules, seeking management companies only to be sidelined by nepotism. His dreams lay in tatters. Romantically, he faced his own struggles, as if the world bore a grudge against him, yet, the countless setbacks he endured never extinguished his passion for life or his hopes for the future. He worked during the day and performed at bars at night, maintaining his ardor for existence. To him, a life devoid of dreams would inevitably be dull, memories of his past replayed in his mind. Perhaps everything that transpired today was heaven's encouragement. How many times have I lost my direction? How many times have I seen my dreams shatter? Yet now, I no longer feel confused. I wish for my life to be liberated. Yes, at this moment, he felt no trace of confusion. Countless tribulations could not defeat him. Instead, they fortified his resolve. Rising from the ashes, this moment was his rebirth. He strummed his guitar with fervor, unleashing a heart-wrenching song. "I desire a life that blooms in fury, just like soaring across vast skies, just like traversing boundless fields, possessing the strength to break free from all. I desire a life that blooms in fury, just like standing atop a rainbow, just like journeying through a dazzling galaxy, possessing the power to transcend the ordinary." His voice pierced through the air. In that moment, it resonated like a resounding bell, echoing in the hearts of all present. Many instinctively clenched their fists, gazing up at Fang Ye, who radiated an undeniable brilliance as he slowly blossomed upon the stage. Under the immersive influence of his performance, they envisioned the arduous journey he had traversed. They could almost see the myriad scars upon him, yet he stood unwavering. At this moment, admiration glimmered in the eyes of many. Fang Ye's journey has truly been arduous. Indeed, he has faced more challenges than many of us. At least we have financial support for college, but for him, it has been a different struggle. I have such admiration for someone like him. If I were in his position, would I have crumbled? I believe I would, but he would not. Hence, he stands here successfully, his life ablaze. In the live stream, many viewers were gradually commenting. This rendition of The Life That Blooms in Fury resonated deeply within their souls. On the streets at night, the large screens atop skyscrapers broadcast this very live performance. "I desire a life that blooms in fury, just like soaring across vast skies, just like traversing boundless fields, possessing the strength to break free from all." His heart-wrenching roar, a declaration of his own fate, echoed in the ears of every listener. In the bustling metropolis, those caught in the rush paused to glance at the screens atop the buildings or listen to the live performance emanating from nearby shops. Many gazed at the young man on stage, feeling their long-forgotten dreams, extinguished by reality, ignited once more. A luxury car passed through the crowded streets. Duan Yuru, observing the screens on the skyscrapers, remarked, "I never imagined you would orchestrate such exposure for him." Su Weishan merely scoffed, "I merely wished to plunge him deeper into that abyss." Duan Yuru smiled, choosing not to respond. Su Weishan, peering through the car window at the screens above, felt a tumult of emotions. "I hope you can prove to me that fate is reversible, rather than succumbing to a deeper abyss," he thought to himself. What lay ahead for Fang Ye? Would he flourish in life, or would he descend into despair? His curiosity was piqued. Meanwhile, there were those who watched Fang Ye on stage, utterly consumed by fear, teetering on the brink of madness. Chapter 60. Completing the first leap in a tranquil room, Li Haiwan was fixated on the screen, or rather, on Fang Ye, who was still singing "At" that moment. His mind was a muddled haze. Was this the song that Fang Ye had brought to the charts? In comparison to this piece, his own song, humble to dust, seemed utterly insignificant. What did it mean to be a star musician? How can this be? How can this be? He gritted his teeth, his body trembling, his fists clenched tightly with the July charts looming. What relevance did this song hold for him now? No, such a thing cannot happen, absolutely not, he declared with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, on stage, all the lights were focused on Fang Ye. His voice resonated throughout the venue. "I yearn for a life that bursts forth, just like standing atop the rainbow's peak, just like traversing the brilliant galaxy, possessing a power that transcends the ordinary." Countless fans stood up, shouting fervently, "Fang Ye! Fang Ye!" Their glow sticks waved exuberantly, as if they could already envision the young man on stage transforming from a cocoon into a butterfly below. Su Jiayin observed Fang Ye from a distance, applauding continuously. She understood that this was also a significant breakthrough for him. "The flower of dreams has blossomed, it will bloom once more," she murmured to herself, and not long after, the song concluded. Fang Ye stood on stage, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast. The cacophony of cheers filled his ears. "Thank you, everyone," he shouted. The applause surged in waves, the audience chanting his name as if their voices could break through the ceiling. "In the end, he will surely shine." Xianjian exhaled deeply, smiling as he spoke. Applause erupted from behind him. When Xianjian turned, he saw Wang Wei clapping, exclaiming, "Haha, what an intriguing young man, I find myself looking forward to his future." At the scene, he might very well be a miracle in the Chinese music industry, the elderly Yu Huayuan quietly remarked as he gazed at Fang Ye on stage, a spark of light emanating from his eyes, released from the depths of his heart. "Thank you. Let us extend our gratitude to classmate Fang Ye for bringing this grand musical battle to a splendid conclusion. The life that bursts forth, may we always believe in the miracles of life." The host ascended the stage, proclaiming loudly. Thus, the musical battle was officially declared over. Everyone departed with hearts brimming with excitement. In the live stream room, congratulations on the perfect conclusion of the musical battle. Classmate Fang Ye is incredible. Even though it wasn't his home ground, he transformed it into his own. Amazing. Haha, classmate Fang Ye is magnificent. Keep it up, keep it up. Indeed, it's been ages since I've enjoyed a variety show this much. Previously, they were filled with old songs, but this time there were several heavyweight new tracks. Classmate Fang Ye is phenomenal. Some music competition must be feeling embarrassed. They expelled classmate Fang Ye, and now they're facing a dismal outcome. I wonder if they regret it now. Haha, it's too late for regret, they've already disbanded. Many people were fervently flooding the comments section, mercilessly critiquing the music competition once more. At this moment, the director of the music competition might truly be blushing. Classmate Fang Ye, we have a gathering for the contestants, would you like to join us? Su Jiayin approached Fang Ye and inquired. At that moment, Qin Yuan, Li Wenfei, and others were watching Fang Ye from a distance, their eyes filled with anticipation. However, Fang Ye merely shook his head, saying, "You all go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Sorry, perhaps another time." After saying this, he turned and left. Watching Fang Ye depart, several contestants felt a pang of disappointment. "It feels as though classmate Fang Ye is quite distant from us," Qin Yuan remarked. Li Wenfei nodded silently. "Yes, aren't we of the same generation? Once we enter the industry, we could support one another." "Perhaps he doesn't need that, considering how exceptional he already is," they muttered to themselves. Su Jiayin gazed at Fang Ye's retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable distance. Upon returning home, Fang Ye found his father and sister already there. "Dad, I'm back," he smiled slightly as he approached. "Welcome back. I am proud of you," Fang Li nodded earnestly. Brother, what about me, what about me?" Jia exclaimed loudly, "I was cheering for you just now." She seemed quite displeased at being overlooked by her brother. Fang Ye bent down to look at the little girl, affectionately ruffling her hair. "You need to thank Jia too." Jia proudly placed her hands on her hips. "No need to thank me." Seeing this, Fang Ye couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You should go take a shower." "I'll heat up the food," Fang Li said with a smile. Fang Ye nodded and promptly headed into the bathroom. In the bathroom, warm water cascaded down, enveloping him in a veil of white steam. Fang Ye let the hot water wash away his fatigue, replaying the events of the day in his mind. Initially, he had merely intended to use the music competition as a stepping stone into the entertainment industry. He hadn't anticipated the numerous twists and turns along the way. However, he had now completed his first leap, and everything was progressing positively. "Next, I must establish a firm foothold in this industry," Fang Ye mused quietly. After showering, he felt much more alert, the excitement having somewhat subsided. He changed into a fresh outfit and stepped out, only to discover that guests had arrived. It was Mei Yujun and Wen Fei. They lived nearby, so it was convenient for them to visit. Mei Yujun was still playing with Jia. Fang Li appeared somewhat reserved, but as soon as he saw Fang Ye emerge, he promptly stood up. Xiao Yi, Miss Mei, and Mr. Wen have come to see you. You two chat. Jia, don't disturb your brother. Congratulations, Fang Ye, it seems you have successfully taken your first step. Mei Yujun said to Fang Ye with a beaming smile.
I honestly couldn't believe you defeated the combination of Zhou Jiabing and Wang Wei.
Those songs were truly delightful, Wen Fei added, grinning at Fang Ye. Thank you, Sister Mei. King Wen, perhaps I was just fortunate, but this is merely the first step. There is still a long road ahead. Fang Ye sighed lightly, speaking earnestly. The musical battle represented his first stepping stone, a launchpad into the entertainment industry. He aspired to continue navigating this realm, realizing that he had a long journey ahead.
What are your thoughts moving forward? I've heard from Ah Fei that you signed with Teacher Qian's company?
Mei Yujun inquired. Fang Ye nodded. Yes, I signed for a year, under a collaborative model.
Mei Yujun gazed at Fang Ye thoughtfully and said, have you considered seeking a proper management company to package you for your debut?
If you're interested, I can recommend some reliable options. Chapter 61 Choices. Mei Yu's question left Fang Ye momentarily speechless. Indeed, the company he had previously signed with Teacher Qian was not a talent agency. It merely operated under a collaborative model, akin to a minor part-time job. To genuinely penetrate this industry, one would still require a reliable company. However, the notion of signing with an agency caused a flicker of resistance within Fang Ye. Signing with a talent agency would mean the artist receives packaging and resources, gradually achieving fame, yet, such agencies often extract a hefty toll, draining their artists as if they were mere cattle. This is why conflicts frequently arise between artists and their management, leading many to establish their own studios. Of course, most newcomers lack resources and options, leaving them no choice but to sign with talent agencies. But he had options. With this thought, he shook his head and said, no, if possible, I would prefer to establish my own company and develop it gradually.
You want to start a company right out of the gate? Mei Yu and Wen Fei looked at Fang Ye in surprise.
I don't wish to be drained dry, nor do I want to be tightly controlled, Fang Ye replied with a smile. Mei Yu regarded this as the youthful exuberance of a young man. After all, many graduates emerging from the ivory tower share similar sentiments, believing that they can wield power after graduation. Yet, they ultimately find themselves battered by the realities of society. Fang Ye, I understand your perspective. Talent agencies do indeed operate in such a manner, but right now, you possess no resources or connections. If you were to establish a studio or company, the likelihood of suffering substantial losses is quite high. Thus, I still advise you to seek a company first, gradually accumulating experience, and sign a short-term contract of 3 to 5 years. With your talents, I believe you can amass considerable resources and connections within that time frame, allowing you to later establish your own company. That would be the wisest course of action, Mei Yu earnestly advised.
Indeed, Mei Jie is correct.
If you can rise to the status of a superstar, you will find that all resources will gravitate towards you, ultimately benefiting you even more. When Fei nodded in agreement, Fang Ye understood that both were concerned about his future, anxious about him choosing the wrong path, a common plight for many newcomers who often stray without understanding their own strengths. With a faint smile, he replied, thank you for your concern, Mei Jie, and when Tianwang Da, I shall contemplate this matter with great care.
Observing Fang Ye's apparent disinterest in joining any company, Mei Yu and the others chose not to press further.
They were merely guides. How Fang Ye would navigate his path was ultimately his decision. They held a deep admiration for him. Mei Yu patted Fang Ye's shoulder and said with a smile, if you decide against joining any company and wish to establish your own studio, do let me know.
I can assist in connecting you with some resources.
I may take a brief hiatus and have limited resources at the moment, but if needed, I can offer some assistance. The rest, however, will depend on you, Wen Fei added seriously. Fang Ye felt a surge of gratitude at their words. After all, neither Mei Jie nor Wen Tianwan were related to him, and they were under no obligation to offer assistance, yet, they chose to extend their help, which he considered a significant kindness. Thank you, Mei Jie and Wen Tianwan, Fang Ye nodded in appreciation.
Expressing thanks feels too formal.
Now, you likely have more pressing matters to attend to. Go on, I'll promote you when I return, Mei Yu said with a smile. The two did not linger further, turning to leave.
Fang Ye escorted them to the door.
Mei, you haven't changed at all, Wen Fei remarked with a grin as they stepped outside. Mei Yu chuckled, in our industry, there are few newcomers as capable and resilient as Fang Ye. If we can support him, we should do so. The entertainment industry is a vital front for our cultural output, and we need outstanding successors. Wen Fei nodded, indeed, but I still hope he finds a company where he can hone his skills and build his resources. Let him choose for himself. Sometimes, encountering setbacks or experiencing losses can also be a form of growth, Mei Yu replied with a smile. As Fang Ye turned around, he spotted his father approaching.
Miss Mei and Mr.
Wen are both influential figures, Fang Li said slowly. Fang Ye nodded, yes, but they do not fully understand my situation. Xiao Yi, you have embarked on a path I am entirely unfamiliar with. I cannot offer you much advice, but I am aware that the entertainment industry is a chaotic place. My expectations of you are not high, regardless of whether you earn money, always remember to stay true to yourself.
Even in poverty, never lose your integrity, Fang Li said earnestly.
That is the most precious advice I could receive, Fang Ye replied with a smile. In the realm of the entertainment industry, far too many individuals abandon their principles. Tax evasion, hidden rules, and various other unsavory practices abound thus. His father's words held immense value. Once back in his room, he quietly opened his computer. At that moment, his Weibo was trending. His 3 songs from the evening, Under the Sea, Invisible Wings, and The Passion of Life, were being discussed by countless individuals. He had undeniably emerged as one of the hottest newcomers in the entertainment industry. He meticulously scanned through each Weibo post. Some debated which of the 3 songs was the most melodious, leading to passionate arguments, with some even suggesting he act as a judge. Others discussed the evening's competition and his personal journey. What do you think? Which company will sign Fang Ye next? Is there a chance he could become a superstar? Who knows, there are countless flash-in-the-pan newcomers like him every year. If the company doesn't make the right choice, it could indeed become troublesome. I know this. A few years ago, singer Chu Cheng faced a dispute after signing with a talent agency and was ultimately sidelined. What a pity. Chu Cheng was indeed a loss. He was truly talented. I hope Fang Ye encounters a better agency, or it would be such a waste. It's tough. Fang Ye has also upset a few people, like One High Entertainment and the music competition's production team. The entertainment industry is a small circle. If they seek revenge, it could be problematic. Given Fang Ye's talent, I believe there will be agencies willing to support and promote him. Many were concerned about Fang Ye's future choices. Observing the discussions, Fang Ye merely smiled faintly. Let's first secure that initial paycheck. Even establishing a studio requires startup capital, and it could also help mitigate that issue. With that thought, he posted on Weibo of Fang Ye here. I'm ready. Are you prepared? Li Haiwan Chapter 62. The release of a new song. A Weibo post by Fang Ye swiftly overshadowed other trending topics. Moreover, his sights were firmly set on the July charts. At this moment, everyone recalled the challenge Li Haiwan had issued to Fang Ye last weekend. They also remembered the spectacle of Li Haiwan's new song release just a couple of days prior, with various trending searches and charts. As it stood, the top song on the Longhua Music Network's July chart remained Li Haiwan's Humble to Dust. Fang Ye had not released any songs until now. Initially, some speculated that he had succumbed to fear. Indeed, there were still comments beneath his Weibo asserting this. However, Fang Ye was now preparing to unveil his song. Why didn't Fang Ye release his song a couple of days earlier? If he had, those trolls wouldn't have had so much to say. Indeed, releasing it so late, can he still catch up? Why not? Does anyone truly believe that Fang Ye's song lacks quality compared to Li Haiwan's? Absolutely not. Exactly, I reckon Li Haiwan must be trembling in fear right now. At this moment, the audience was in full spectator mode, yet, Li Haiwan remained unresponsive. Fang Ye, have you registered on the Longhua Music Exchange platform? I suggest you do so, Xianjian mentioned during a phone call. This prompted Fang Ye's recollection. Wait, the music exchange platform? Oh my, he had nearly forgotten about his alter ego, Little Carp. Initially, he had intended to use this persona as a fallback, yet, he had become so engrossed in other matters that it slipped his mind. I'll check it out later, Fang Ye replied, before ending the call. The music exchange platform allowed for alternate accounts, although all experience would ultimately funnel back to the main account. He logged into the Longhua Music Exchange platform, discovering a plethora of private messages awaiting him. Many users were requesting songs, but after a cursory glance, he closed the window. I'll wait until the studio is fully operational before retrieving Little Carp. Fang Ye mused quietly. Little Carp would temporarily cease operations. He retrieved a USB drive, extracting the previously recorded Bursting Life, and proceeded to upload it in the backend. Once the song was uploaded, Fang Ye exhaled in relief. The competition for the July charts had officially commenced. He posted on Weibo, the final piece of the trilogy, Bursting Life, is now uploaded, feel free to download. Immediately after, Mei Jun retweeted Fang Ye's post. This is my brother's new song, it's incredibly uplifting and inspiring. Please lend your support, go Fang Ye. Following her, Wen Fei quickly retweeted as well. I believe this song will help many who are lost find their purpose. Let's do this, Fang Ye. With the combined promotional efforts of these two stars, Fang Ye's Weibo post quickly ascended the trending charts. Fang Ye's new song released. It's here. Finally, it's here, I've been waiting for so long. The Destiny trilogy has finally arrived. I've downloaded the first 2 tracks, and now the third is here, go Fang Ye. When I heard this song performed live tonight, I fell in love instantly. I'm off to download it. Downloaded. No more words, go Fang Ye. As night fell, the stars twinkled above. Since the implementation of the 996 work schedule, overtime had become the norm for countless workers. They had forgotten themselves, their dreams, leading a monotonous existence between work and home, akin to the living dead. For the sake of mortgage payments, car loans, and family, this was their stark reality. Returning home with a weary body, Li Yao felt pain coursing through him. Lying on the sofa, he often asked himself a singular question. Is this the life I envisioned? Where had the ambitious student with dreams of the future disappeared? After graduation, he had entertained numerous aspirations. He dreamed of entrepreneurship, of creating his own gaming company. Yet, he failed. He sought opportunities in established companies, even joining the gaming department of the largest domestic enterprise, Antarctic Technology. Initially, he believed such a company would provide him the platform to realize his ambitions. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The company's constraints were numerous. Many of his ideas were deemed unfeasible. Executives informed him that such concepts were not profitable. They had no need for ideas that couldn't generate quick returns. In the end, he found himself repeatedly working on pay-to-win mobile games and reskin titles as his performance improved, yet his spirit sank deeper into despair. Was this truly what he desired? When he sought change, he realized he had already lost his passion. Clearing his mind, he lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Soon, a notification from his music player appeared.
Fang Ye's new song Bursting Life released.
Upon seeing this, a flicker of interest sparked within him. Fang Ye, he had previously learned about this individual and held a deep admiration, not for any trivial reason, but because Fang Ye possessed an indomitable drive that Li Yao envied, something he felt he no longer had. He had enjoyed Fang Ye's previous 2 songs immensely. It seems he has succeeded, Li Yao murmured with a tinge of envy, pressing the play button. Bursting Life began to resonate in his ears, echoing with Fang Ye's unyielding spirit and the roar of defiance against life's challenges. I desire a life that bursts forth, to possess the strength to break free from all constraints, to wield the power to transcend the ordinary. As he listened, tears began to gather in his eyes. I too wish to possess such strength. I too long for a life that bursts forth, he whispered. After finishing the song, he quickly sought out chasing dreams with a pure heart and unrivaled.
Never should one bow before life's adversities, fate cannot compel us to beg for mercy. A surge of resolve stirred within him, urging him on. What are you afraid of? You are only 30 years old, you are still young, you can still forge ahead, why bow to reality, why kneel? Fang Ye's voice reverberated in his mind, as if it had struck a chord deep within. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, revealing a fierce defiance. Why? I am still young, I can still fight, he muttered to himself. At that moment, a loud shout erupted from outside the community. A drunken man bellowed, I, too, desire a life that bursts forth. Another round. The shout snapped Li Yao back to reality. I cannot let it all end here. Absolutely not. He felt a long-lost courage, the flickering flame of dreams reigniting within him. Thank you, Fang Ye, Li Yao silently expressed his gratitude. At this very moment, countless others like Li Yao were discovering their true selves while listening to Bursting Life. The song's download numbers began to soar. The following morning, Xianjian rose leisurely. The download count should have skyrocketed to first place by now. He mused that he held high hopes for Fang Ye's song. Such a piece was deserving of being called a kingly track, though after yesterday, he felt it no longer appropriate to label it as such. However, there should have been no song this month capable of hindering Fang Ye's ascent, yet, upon logging into the Longwa Music Network, he was momentarily taken aback by the data before him. How is this possible? Chapter 63. First on the charts, Xianjian could hardly believe his eyes. Upon logging onto the Longwa Music Network, he had anticipated that the song with the highest downloads would undoubtedly be Fang Ye's. However, upon closer inspection, the top song on the July newcomer chart remained Li Haiwan's Humble to Dust. This was not due to the Blooming Life having low download numbers. In fact, the song had amassed an impressive 800,000 downloads in just one night, thanks to the promotion from the pop idols and their performance on variety shows. Logically, such a rate should have shattered records, yet, despite this, it had not reached the coveted first place. He checked the download figures for Humble to Dust, and his expression transformed into one of disbelief. 1 million downloads? Did it really achieve such a high number yesterday? He murmured to himself. If his memory served him correctly, Humble to Dust had only garnered around 600,000 downloads the previous evening. How could it possibly have surged so drastically overnight? At that moment, a thought began to form in his mind. Could he really dare to do something like this? Xianjian whispered. Meanwhile, countless fans were equally astonished. They too had noticed the discrepancy. Fang Ye's song was inexplicably in second place, while the first, Humble to Dust, had reached a staggering 1 million downloads. Furthermore, with each refresh, the download count continued to climb. What on earth is happening? How did Fang Ye not secure the top spot? I noticed that too. What is going on with the first place song? Did it truly have such high downloads last night? No way, I distinctly recall it being only 600,000 last night. How could it have suddenly jumped to 1 million? Isn't it normal? So many people opened their music players last night. Perhaps they also downloaded other songs in the process. Have you noticed that the download counts for several other songs have risen as well? Quickly, everyone became aware of the situation. Several songs on the chart had higher download counts than the previous day. While not as exaggerated as Humble to Dust, there was still a noticeable increase. Could it be that the Blooming Life had truly influenced this? Curiosity surged within countless hearts. This must be chart manipulation. I can't believe it. That scoundrel Li Haiwan must have rigged the charts. Early in the morning, Lu Long called Fang Ye, his voice filled with agitation. Fang Ye had just awakened and was still trying to comprehend the situation. Rubbing his eyes, he asked, "What do you mean, chart manipulation? What are you talking about? Your song, haven't you been paying attention? I just woke up. Damn it. My lord, haven't you realized your song is still in second place? That scoundrel Li Haiwan has manipulated the charts and pushed your song to second." Lu Long exclaimed, exasperated. Well, my song was only released last night. Isn't it perfectly normal for it not to be in first place? What's all the fuss about? Fang Ye replied with indifference. After all, he had released it 2 days late, and not achieving first place in one night seemed entirely reasonable to him. There's no way. It is definitely suspicious. That scoundrel's song only had 600,000 downloads last night. How could it possibly soar to 1 million overnight? It must be rigged. Lu Long continued, infuriated. The consequences of chart manipulation are severe. Li Haiwan must be out of his mind to dare such a thing.
Fang Ye slowly got out of bed and opened his computer to check the data. He indeed discovered the issue. However, he had not anticipated any manipulation. After all, the Longwa Music Network was a state-run site, tightly controlled by officials. Few musicians would dare to tamper with such an official platform. If caught, they would be blacklisted and could forget about making a living in the industry. The repercussions would be dire. Unless Li Haiwan had truly lost his senses, he would not dare to do such a thing, would he? This thought lingered in his mind. He then checked Weibo and found that Li Haiwan had tagged him. "Is this your song? Hee, not too shabby, Fang Ye." It felt boastful, or perhaps even sardonic. Following this, a swarm of comments appeared in his feed, filled with either praise or derision. "I was so scared, I thought I could take first place. Just this? Ah, this is hilarious. Coming in hot, but it ends up like this, or South the first place? After all the hype, still not as good as Li Haiwan. I wonder what those who praised Fang Ye so highly are thinking now. This song is quite ordinary, isn't it?" Such comments flooded in, but there were also fans defending him. Fang Ye, however, chose not to respond. On trending topics, it seemed there was a relevant discussion. Fang Ye's new song only ranks second. Everyone was proclaiming him a genius. I thought he could defy the odds, but it turns out to be just this? Yes, not even as good as Li Haiwan. I never liked his earlier songs, yet a bunch of fools praised him. It's truly unbelievable. Honestly, Fang Ye's music is just average. There was nothing to rave about. I said this before, and people insulted me. Look at the results now. If he can't compare, isn't that a slap in the face? Fang Ye's fans, come take a look. This result is absolutely suspicious. Last night, Li Haiwan's song didn't have such a high download count. How did it suddenly increase by 400,000 overnight? DDDD. Exactly, anyone who believes this is a fool, support Fang Ye. July isn't over yet. Look at this mentality. If they can't win, they cry rigging. TSK. If Fang Ye had won, would we have to say he rigged it too? Double standards, this is what they mean. At this moment, many were embroiled in heated debates on Weibo. Numerous users tagged Fang Ye, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, at One High Entertainment, what have you done? Li Bangui confronted Li Haiwan, his face twisted in anger. Li Haiwan was momentarily taken aback before responding. I just didn't want to lose to him. Indeed, the previous night, he had been deeply stimulated by the competition. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: he could not lose. Absolutely could not lose, thus, he resorted to such measures. Smack, a resounding slap landed on his face. You're digging your own grave. Li Bangui scolded, exasperated. It's just Fang Ye, does it matter so much if he wins once? It matters, at least it matters to me. I refuse to lose to him. I refuse to be outdone by that damned pauper. Do you understand my feelings? Do you know how miserable I felt yesterday? I just don't want to lose, that's all. Li Haiwan shouted at his father, his eyes wide with fury. Do you understand the consequences if this is discovered? Li Bangui sighed and asked. I do, which is why I've taken the best precautions. I won't get caught, Li Haiwan said earnestly. You really are. Li Bangui looked at his son, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Haiwan smirked. You all are just too timid. Too afraid to tear white out as long as you're clever. How could you possibly get caught so easily? Don't worry, they won't find out, Dad. This time, I will win. Just as those words left his mouth, Li Haiwan's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, and his expression paled. Chapter 64 of The Pimp? What's wrong? Who called you? Li Bangui inquired, noticing the peculiar pallor on his son's face. Li Haiwan tremulously produced his phone. It's the official Dragon Country Music Network, he replied. Upon hearing this, Li Bangui's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware that such officials seldom called to convey congratulations for a victory. You should answer it, he sighed softly. Li Haiwan nodded silently, pressing the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Li Haiwan? Yes, it is. Li Haiwan, we have detected anomalies in the download data of your song, and we kindly request your cooperation in our investigation. Upon hearing this, Li Haiwan's face drained of color. Had they discovered everything so swiftly? Hello, is Li Haiwan there? The voice persisted, interrupting his thoughts. After several calls, Li Haiwan finally snapped back to reality. I'm here. Yet, from that moment onward, he could scarcely comprehend what was being said on the other end. His mind felt vacant, as if the world around him had momentarily quieted. Observing his son, Li Bangui let out a quiet sigh. He understood that his son was driven nearly to madness by Fang Ye, having completely lost his initial calm and judgment. The impending official proceedings would undoubtedly be far from straightforward. Li Haiwan stood frozen, his gaze lost in desolation. I merely did not wish to lose, he murmured to himself, slumping weakly into a chair. He was acutely aware that although the officials had yet to reach a conclusion, the outcome was likely already predetermined. Seeing his son so despondently seated, Li Bangui sighed again. You are simply too impatient. Learn from this experience. With that, he turned to leave, a more sinister expression creeping onto his face at the thought of Fang Ye. They've truly stooped to an unscrupulous level, employing such despicable tactics. Lu Long exclaimed, venting his frustrations towards Fang Ye. Calm down, calm down. I, the person involved, am not angered, so why are you so worked up? Fang Ye remarked nonchalantly, sipping on his milk tea. Are you not indignant that bunch of fools online is still lambasting you, claiming Li Haiwan is a cheat lacking in talent?
It's utterly disgusting.
Lu Long vented, drinking greedily through his straw, producing audible gulps. If he did cheat, he won T escape the repercussions from the officials. If he didn't T, then it is what it is. But enough of that, I called you out to help me scout locations for rent.
Locations for rent? Are you finally planning to move? Given your current situation, it seems fitting to upgrade your living conditions.
However, I'd actually advise waiting a bit longer to accumulate more funds and then buy a house outright. With your skills, making money shouldn't be a challenge, Lu Long suggested earnestly after a moment of contemplation. He assumed Fang Ye sought merely to improve his living environment, yet Fang Ye shook his head, replying, "What, moving? I've already relocated. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm planning to rent a place for a studio."
"What? A studio?"
Lu Long exclaimed, his voice rising in surprise. He quickly became aware of the attention drawn to him, relieved that Fang Ye was wearing sunglasses and remained unrecognized. Realizing his outburst, he lowered his voice.
"You intend to open a studio? A celebrity studio, perhaps?"
"That's the current plan. Whether it be a studio or a company, I simply desire a solid foundation, so for now, I need to find a suitable location," Fang Ye stated seriously, nodding.
"This is Guangdong province.
The rent here isn't exactly cheap. If you genuinely wish to start a studio, I suggest you wait a couple of years, otherwise, if you incur losses, they'll be substantial," Lu Long cautioned in a hushed tone.
"I've already considered that."
"You needn't be worried, I'm confident," Fang Ye replied with a smile. With his resources, as long as he managed them wisely, making a living shouldn't be overly difficult. Lu Long regarded Fang Ye with a mix of skepticism and intrigue, noticing that his demeanor was genuinely earnest.
"Well then, alright, I'll assist you in finding a suitable location for your studio." Lu Long nodded quietly. "A reasonably priced space should suffice. By the way, what's your startup capital?" "About $1 million.
Fang Ye replied nonchalantly. Lu Long nearly bit his tongue in shock.
$1 million? How did you accumulate such wealth?"
He stared wide-eyed at Fang Ye, perplexed. This didn't seem right. He thought Fang Ye was relatively impoverished. "I made a profit from selling a song," Fang Ye explained. Initially, he had intended to keep $2 million for his father, to alleviate his burdens, but his father only wished to save $500,000, leaving him with the remaining $1.5 million. Aside from funds for home renovations, he had around $1 million left. "My goodness, that's impressive. I genuinely believe you might succeed," Lu Long said, his eyes brightening with excitement. He could sense a change in Fang Ye. He had certainly matured and become more composed than before. After finishing their milk tea, the two set out. "If we consider renting those lavish office buildings, it would be rather expensive, so I don't recommend it at this point. $1 million won't last a year, so let us focus on ordinary office spaces. There should be plenty available," they discussed while walking down the sidewalk, surrounded by towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, with the occasional roar of motorcycles adding to the lively atmosphere.
"What's the rent like for this place?" $2 million a year, but it's a bargain, boss. We're in a prime location with convenient transportation. Our place is only $80,000 a year. Look, this location is fantastic, right?
How can it be so cheap? Why is the place next door $2 million? Is there something unsavory about it? Don't speak recklessly. The previous owner merely had wages withheld, and the employees retaliated. An afternoon passed as Fang Ye and Lu Long ventured to several locations. The better places are expensive, while the cheaper ones have a history of fatalities. Lu Long lamented, rubbing his temples. Fang Ye shrugged, saying, "That's to be expected. If things don't pan out here, we can always check elsewhere, even if the transportation isn't ideal."
"That seems to be our only option."
With that, they prepared to leave.
Hey, over there are those two brothers, over there."
Suddenly, a voice called out.
Fang Ye and Lu Long exchanged puzzled glances. "Are they calling us?"
They turned around, pointing at themselves, only to see a young man approaching them with a broad smile and a wave.
Yes, come here." He was clad in branded attire, wearing sunglasses.
However, the odd grin on his face gave off an unsettling vibe. Was he perhaps a child abductor, or a pimp? Chapter 65 of The Wealthy Heir. Xianjian. Fang Ye and Lu Long slowly approached.
Even if they were indeed involved in illicit activities, nothing untoward would occur on such a busy street. "Is there something you need?" Lu Long inquired. "Are you two planning to establish an entertainment company? Searching for a location?" The young man adjusted his sunglasses and inquired with a smile. Hearing this, both Fang Ye and Lu Long were somewhat taken aback. How did he know?
"By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xianjian, a professional agent. I overheard your discussion at the milk tea shop and decided to follow you." The young man smiled and promptly presented his business card. A professional agent, he had followed them without them even noticing. Fang Ye was still surprised. Was this young man acting as a talent scout? He took Xianjian's business card, which bore only his name and contact number, with no mention of a company.
"You claim to be a professional agent, but where is your agency?"
Lu Long curiously asked.
I currently do not have a company." Xianjian cleared his throat and quickly responded. "A fraud. Yes, this person was most likely a fraud." This was Fang Ye's initial impression. Was he trying to con them?
"Let's go," Fang Ye said, patting Lu Long's shoulder.
"Yeah, let's leave." Lu Long nodded in agreement, preparing to depart.
"Hey! Wait, don't go, I'm not a fraud. My father is Qin Yicheng. Have you heard of him? He's the real estate tycoon from our Guangdong province. I know you are looking to rent office space. How about I take you to see our properties? I can assure you that there will be something you like, and I can negotiate a better price for you. It will definitely be an attractive deal. Qin Huan hurriedly called out as he ran up to them. Qin Yicheng. Fang Ye recognized that name. He was indeed a real estate magnate. Could this guy truly be Qin Yicheng's son? However, he seemed rather inept. What do you think? Fang Ye glanced at Lu Long beside him. The Changcheng real estate, owned by Qin Yicheng, is located in a bustling area. There's no harm in checking it out with him. We can confirm the details directly with their staff at the entrance, so there is no danger. Lu Long cautiously replied. Fang Ye nodded. Though unsure of Qin Huan's intentions, it seemed harmless to take a look. Alright, but before we proceed, you need to tell me what you aim to gain from us, Fang Ye asked. Yes, you're not after our bodies, are you? Lu Long added. Qin Huan's expression darkened as he shook his head, saying, I only like women. I merely wish to know if, when you establish a studio, you could hire me as your agent. If that's the case, I can arrange for you to have any office from Changcheng Real Estate, and I can waive all your rent. Fang Ye and Lu Long exchanged glances. So, this Qin Huan was merely a wealthy heir aspiring to be an agent? Buddy, no offense, but if you're looking for female celebrities, with your father's wealth and influence, I believe you could easily find one, right? Why would you need to seek us out? There's a saying, a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow, and besides, we don't even have any female celebrities here, Lu Long observed, sizing Qin Huan up. After all, such wealthy heirs were quite common. Each one seemed intent on connecting with female stars, and some, with more peculiar tastes, didn't even spare the males. He naturally categorized Qin Huan as one of those types. Qin Huan's face darkened immediately. What are you even talking about? Do I seem like the kind of person who enjoys chaotic relationships? I'm merely interested in being an agent. I just want to challenge the unspoken rules of the entertainment industry. Qin Huan quickly protested. Then why not just find any talent agency? With your background, which entertainment company would dare to turn you away? I just those lousy companies are blind. Qin Huan huffed, irritated. Regardless, let's head over and take a look, Fang Ye said nonchalantly. Follow me, Qin Huan replied slowly. Fang Ye and Lu Long followed Qin Huan to Changcheng Real Estate. By the way, I haven't asked for your names. Qin Huan turned to glance back at Fang Ye and Lu Long. I'm Lu Long. I'm Li. Fang Ye removed his mask and sunglasses, just about to speak. Fang Ye. No way, are you really Fang Ye? Qin Huan exclaimed, astonished to see Fang Ye, his excitement palpable. You know me? Of course, you were incredibly impressive last night. It's rare for the young people in Guangdong province not to know you. I was even wondering if you would sign with a company or if I should offer to be your agent. I didn't expect you were planning to start your own company. Qin Huan exclaimed joyfully. Fang Ye put his mask and sunglasses back on and nodded. I do have such plans, but the entertainment industry is treacherous. It's hard to predict how things will turn out. Hey, don't worry. If I become your agent, I guarantee there will be no issues. Qin Huan chuckled, already eager to get started. Fang Ye looked at this guy, feeling a sense of unease. An agent? Just him. Changcheng Real Estate is located in the heart of Guangdong City. Upon arrival, several security guards greeted Qin Huan promptly. Young Master Qin. Yes, thank you all for your hard work. Qin Huan replied with a smile and a nod. Fang Ye and Lu Long exchanged glances, now fairly certain that Qin Huan wasn't just talking nonsense. Soon, they reached the customer service center. Good day, gentlemen, are you here to view properties? A saleswoman approached them upon noticing Fang Ye and his companions. They are my friends. By the way, for our Changcheng Real Estate's office spaces, please select the best location for me. The top floor would be ideal, as I fancy that one. Qin Huan stepped forward, waving his hand, speaking with an air of superiority. The saleswoman, upon hearing this, immediately replied, Friends of young Master Qin, my apologies for my rudeness. I will prepare everything right away. It seemed to be genuine. Shortly after, they acquired the keys and headed directly to the location. The office was situated in a prime area on the 50th floor, with a total area of about 500 square meters. The CEO's office featured a massive floor-to-ceiling window, providing a breathtaking view of the bustling cityscape of Guangdong. How luxurious. Oh my goodness, Lu Long murmured in awe. Fang Ye nodded in agreement. This place was indeed extravagant and exceptionally comfortable. What do you think, Fang Ye? If you like it, I can arrange for you to rent it, Qin Huan asked, gazing at Fang Ye. How much is this place? Fang Ye inquired. If you don't hire me, I can offer a 30% discount, so the annual rent would be around 4 million. However, if you hire me, I can waive the rent entirely. Qin Huan looked at Fang Ye with eager anticipation. Lu Long nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. For a million, he looked at Fang Ye beside him. The place was great, but it was exorbitantly priced. As for hiring this guy as their agent, they were still unfamiliar with him. Who knew what kind of trouble might ensue? You're causing trouble again. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed. Chapter 66. The history of scenery. Fang Ye and his companions were taken aback. Turning around, they beheld a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, storming towards Qin Huan with an expression of fury, ready to unleash a torrent of scolding. That's Qin Yicheng. I've seen him on television before, Lu Long whispered to Fang Ye. Nodded in acknowledgement. Why am I being unreasonable, old man? I merely wish to pursue my own interests. Is there a problem with that? I've stated time and again that I have no interest in managing your company. Let my elder brother handle it. I simply want to be a dedicated agent. Why do you insist on thwarting my ambitions? Qin Huan retorted defiantly, raising his chin in defiance. Fang Ye and Lu Long stood silently to the side, observing the intense standoff between father and son. Fang Ye felt a twinge of surprise in his heart. Was this yet another case akin to Su Jiayin? However, Qin Yichang quickly unleashed his wrath, saying, "Am I the one trying to stop you? At first, you expressed a desire to work as an agent in the company, and I promptly found several firms for you to consider. And what was the outcome? Complaints from those companies litter my desk, assaulting clients, slapping directors, and even arguing with superiors. You're quite the troublemaker. If it weren't for the fact that you're my son, do you think you'd still be able to survive in this industry?" Upon hearing this, Fang Ye and Lu Long were left speechless. This Qin Huan was indeed quite formidable. If he were to be an agent, it would lead to utter chaos. No wonder no company wanted him. The two exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief. Yet, Qin Huan was unyielding, directly confronting his father. "I assaulted clients. Ask those vile clients what they did. When I brought my artist to meet them, they couldn't keep their hands to themselves upon seeing her beauty. What was I supposed to do? Stand by and let them? And that despicable director, who initially agreed to a simple bed scene without nudity, then suddenly tried to forcefully undress my artist. A slap was already a lenient response. As for that supervisor, what kind of person is he? Always fixated on my artist, trying to make her entertain this one and that one, even during her menstrual cycle. Do you think he has a shred of humanity? The fact that I didn't directly hit him is already being gracious. Do they even have the right to complain about me to Pop? This is the entertainment industry's unwritten rule. The entire circle operates this way. What do you understand? If you intend to enter this realm, you must be prepared for such realities. Are you still hoping to cleanse this industry single-handedly? Wake up!" Qin Yichang admonished sharply. "Enough, you should abandon this industry altogether and return home with me. Since you were so fiercely opposed to injustice, I'll arrange for you to be a security captain. Do as you please." "I refuse. I want to thrive in the entertainment industry. I want to see just how dark it can get." Qin Huan forcefully shrugged off his father's grip, clearly resolute. Qin Yichang glared intensely at his son Yu. He reached out as if to strike him, but upon seeing Qin Huan's unyielding expression, his hand hovered in midair, hesitating. "Your reputation is already tarnished. Think about it, who would still want to sign you? Even if I were to intervene, you wouldn't find anyone willing to take you on, would you? If you refuse to return with me, what will you do?" Qin Yichang sighed heavily. He understood that his son had been overly influenced by fictional dramas, sheltered under his protection, and had never encountered the darker facets of society. This had fostered his ardent hatred for wrongdoing. However, he was acutely aware that in the entertainment industry, one could not afford to be naive. Such a disposition would lead to inevitable failure. "Who says I can't find someone? Haven't I already found you too?" Qin Huan scoffed, casting a glance at Fang Ye and Lu Long. His eyes glimmered with a hint of yearning, as if hoping Fang Ye might take him in. If Fang Ye suddenly grasped the situation. No wonder Qin Huan had approached them. He had likely been blacklisted by all the major entertainment companies. Thus, he sought to take a gamble with them. Qin Yichang's gaze shifted to Fang Ye and Lu Long. "Gentlemen, I am unaware of your backgrounds, but if you intend to deceive my son," he assumed Fang Ye and his friend were merely leading Qin Huan astray. "It was I who sought them out. He is Fang Ye. Dad, didn't you once say his songs were delightful and praised him?" Qin Huan quickly interjected. At this revelation, surprise flickered across Qin Yichang's face. "You are Fang Ye?" he inquired, fixing his gaze on Fang Ye. He genuinely admired Fang Ye's music, whether it was the poignant emotions evoked by father or the profound impact of the Fate trilogy. He had often wished his son could possess the same maturity as Fang Ye. Yet now, Fang Ye stood before him. Fang Ye gradually removed his sunglasses and mask. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Fang Ye." "I am Lu Long, Fang Ye's classmate," Lu Long added. "Are you two planning to start your own company?" Qin Yichang asked eagerly. "Indeed, that is our current intention, as we feel constrained within the confines of existing entertainment firms," Fang Ye replied earnestly. "That is certainly true, but you must understand that establishing your own entertainment company entails solving issues of resources and connections, which may prove challenging for you," Qin Yichang cautioned. "Yes, but I already have a corresponding plan in place," Fang Ye assured him. True enough. You seem far more composed than my wayward son. I believe you will achieve success. If you wish to rent this space, I can offer you a discount." Qin Yichang nodded, genuinely admiring Fang Ye. He felt as if he were witnessing his own youthful struggles reflected in Fang Ye, a young man defying fate, striving for success. If possible, he would gladly lend a hand, hoping to witness the rise of a miracle. "Dad, I've already said that I should be in charge of this office. As long as Fang Ye is willing to hire me as an agent, deduct the rent from my allowance," Qin Huan exclaimed urgently. He had finally found a suitable opportunity and certainly did not want it sabotaged by his father. "Nonsense, Fang Ye and his friend are earnest entrepreneurs, not like you, who treats this as a mere pastime. Allowing you to enter would only destroy their hard work. You should return with me and serve as a security captain." Qin Yichang scolded. How could you?" Qin Huan's face twisted in frustration, his gaze shifting to Fang Ye, tinged with a plea. He was certain his father was genuinely resolute this time. If Fang Ye truly rejected him, he would inevitably return to being a security captain. Mr. Qin, wait." Fang Ye interjected quickly. Qin Yichang paused, turning to Fang Ye in surprise. Could he truly be considering taking in his son? Qin Huan's face lit up with hope. Was there still a chance for him?
By the way, where is the restroom? Chapter 67. A pivotal moment. Qin Huan's composure was on the verge of collapse. However, upon realizing that the speaker was not Fang Ye but rather Lu Long, he breathed a sigh of relief. The restroom is at the end of the corridor, Fang Ye. Is there anything else? Qin Yichang inquired, gazing at Fang Ye before him. Lu Long had dashed off to the restroom. Fang Ye spoke slowly. If you don't mind, I would like to offer Qin Huan a position as our company's agent. Of course, I will also cover the rent here, but I hope to receive an extension of 1 month. Fang Ye's words instantly ignited a euphoric smile on Qin Huan's face, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Could it be that someone finally recognized his worth? Qin Yichang looked at Fang Ye with a hint of surprise and confusion. If Fang Ye's intention in hiring Qin Huan was merely to avoid paying rent, he could understand that. However, the fact that Fang Ye voluntarily offered to pay the rent indicated that this was not the case. Qin Yichang stated solemnly, Fang Ye, my son will only bring you trouble. You must be aware that he has been blacklisted by nearly all the entertainment companies in the industry. When you seek collaboration, they may refuse outright upon seeing Qin Huan's presence. You should reconsider. Dad, how can you say that about me? I am the guardian angel of artists. Qin Huan retorted defiantly with a huff. Indeed, for other companies, someone like Qin Huan might truly be a liability. Fang Ye chuckled. Qin Huan felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart, causing him great pain. However, perhaps here, I can help him realize his fullest potential. Initially, Fang Ye had hesitated, suspecting Qin Huan's motives for wanting to become an agent. Yet now, he found himself wavering little. This was a reckless scion of wealth. When contemplating the establishment of a studio, he was acutely aware that, given his personality, he would likely encounter a multitude of chaotic situations. Relying solely on himself was akin to dodging open assaults while being unprepared for hidden strikes. However, with Qin Huan present, his status alone would deter many from acting recklessly. As for resources, he never worried about that. He was, after all, a man who possessed a treasure trove of knowledge. He had no concerns about insufficient resources. What he needed was someone capable of standing firm. With Qin Huan by his side, Qin Yichang would surely keep a watchful eye on any potential troubles. Furthermore, when it came to signing artists in the future, he would not fret over any external, chaotic undercurrents. It was a veritable win-win situation. Naturally, only someone like him could secure Qin Huan's commitment. Qin Yichang looked at Fang Ye in astonishment. He cast a sidelong glance at his son. What significant role could this boy possibly play? In his mind, Qin Huan was merely a child sheltered in an ivory tower, one who had yet to mature. He had often worried whether this child would ever amount to anything. Unlike his elder son, who was composed and constantly fantasizing about dismantling all injustices, Qin Huan seemed unlikely to thrive outside of his protective shadow. However, if Fang Ye could truly assist in nurturing Qin Huan's growth, he found himself somewhat swayed. For reasons unknown, he felt that Fang Ye did not possess the demeanor of a mere junior. The tone of his voice and his mannerisms resembled those of someone closer to his own age. After wrestling with his thoughts for a while, he finally spoke. This is your last chance, Qin Huan. If you cause Fang Ye any trouble this time, I will take you home immediately, and you shall not wander freely again. As for the rent, Qin Huan has already mentioned that it will be deducted from his allowance. Fang Ye, you need not worry about that. I shall entrust my son to your care. If, as you claim, this child can indeed become more composed, then consider this building a token of my gratitude. Having said this, Qin Yichang slowly released his grip. Qin Huan stared at his father in disbelief. He truly had not anticipated that his father would be swayed. Even if it were just this one opportunity, he felt it was invaluable. Dad, remember my words. If you fail to perform well, you will obediently return with me. Qin Yichang took a deep breath, making his decision. For reasons unknown, the sight of Fang Ye inspired him to grant his son one final chance. The words had been spoken, and there would be no turning back. This building is unnecessary. If Fang Ye was taken aback by such a grand gesture, this building was worth billions. He was at a loss. If you can achieve this, it is rightfully yours. My son's future is worth infinitely more than this building. Now, go and sign the contract. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, Qin Yichang turned and departed. Upon hearing those words, tears welled in Qin Huan's eyes. It turned out that he held such a significant place in his father's heart? Dad, he suddenly called out. Qin Yichang paused momentarily. This time, I will not let you down. Qin Huan shouted fervently. Prove it with your actions. Anyone can make grand claims, came Qin Yichang's distant voice. Fang Ye approached Qin Yichang and patted him on the shoulder. Your father truly loves you. Indeed, Fang Ye, rest assured, I will exercise restraint this time. Qin Huan smiled. No need. If you encounter any injustice, just give it a good punch. Fang Ye chuckled. Qin Huan looked at Fang Ye in bewilderment. If that's the case, he couldn't help but speak up. Did Fang Ye not know about his previous troubles? It seemed implausible. They had just discussed it. If he continued on that path, how long could this studio possibly last? He himself had no idea. It matters not. Let the decaying elements exit the stage. My return was intended to dismantle the chaotic elements and establish a new order. Fang Ye shrugged and smiled. A new order? Qin Huan stared at Fang Ye, dumbfounded. At that moment, he suddenly realized something. If Fang Ye was not the docile figure he appeared to be, his ambitions might rival his own. Indeed, Fang Ye nodded, then turned and slowly walked toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. The view from the 50th floor was stunning. The sun was setting slowly, and lights began to flicker on in households below. Qin Huan gradually approached Fang Ye from behind. Fang Ye spoke softly. The old era is coming to an end. A new era must slowly unfold.
Listening to these words, Huan felt an inexplicable surge of passion. For reasons unknown, he had a premonition that this seemingly random encounter would alter the course of his life forever.
Fang Ye. Help, save me. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air. Fang Ye was momentarily taken aback. Why does that voice sound so tragic? Huan asked, equally puzzled. It's Lu Long. Fang Ye's expression darkened. He is in trouble. Chapter 68 Invitation. Fang Ye and Huan swiftly dashed outside. Lu Long. Where are you? Fang Ye shouted aloud. I'm in the restroom, I'm out of toilet paper, hurry, save me, my legs are going numb.
Lu Long's voice grew increasingly desperate. The top floor remained unoccupied, leaving only the two of them. Fang Ye's expression darkened instantly. That foolish fellow. Huan also felt a bit dazed, as all the energy from their earlier excitement had been drained by Lu Long's frantic cries.
Do you have any paper? No. Then, upon returning, Fang Ye recounted the incident to Mei Jun. Ha?
Have you already found a suitable place? I was planning to help you search, Mei Jun replied, somewhat astonished. She hadn't anticipated that Fang Ye would locate a studio so quickly.
Yes, I had some free time this afternoon and just wanted to take a casual look.
I didn't expect to find it so soon.
Where is it?
It's a property near Changsheng Real Estate. Fang Ye briefly summarized the situation. Mei Jun listened, her surprise palpable.
Is it truly possible? Wait, you've chosen Huan as your agent? Do you know who he is?
I suggest you reconsider. Mei Jun quickly seized upon a point. Rest assured, Mei Jia, I am aware of his reputation. However, I also require someone like Huan. A trace of a smile graced Fang Ye's face. Mei Jun remarked, he is renowned for his integrity. As a friend, he would stand by you without hesitation. But in the entertainment industry, it might be a different story. Indeed, but I wish to test whether I can, with the strength of an ant, once again reverse the tides. Fang Ye replied earnestly, nodding. Mei Jun was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile. It seems you truly relish the challenge. Well, your mindset is quite admirable. After all, this industry does require some change. If you succeed, it would carry significant meaning.
Go for it, I will support you.
Thank you, Mei Jia. Fang Ye nodded. Given this rare opportunity of rebirth and the many blessings he had received, he felt a twinge of guilt at merely coasting through life, living comfortably while facing his predecessors. With my modest abilities, combined with the classic works of others, let us see if we can transform this industry. He sighed softly, contemplating. As one's capabilities expand, so too does one's responsibility. The July chart still bore the name Li Haiwan. Online discussions about this matter persisted, yet Li Haiwan remained unexpectedly quiet. Fang Ye also chose silence, disregarding the online jabs and criticisms. The download numbers for Blooming Life continued to rise, yet it still fell slightly short of the top position. The following day, final exams arrived. The conclusion of this examination signified the imminent arrival of summer vacation. Fang Ye arrived at school early, as everyone was busy reviewing for the tests. Upon his arrival, many cast curious glances in his direction, their expressions complex. Strictly speaking, Fang Ye's achievements had already surpassed those of most of his peers present. However, the top spot on the July music charts was still occupied by Li Haiwan's song, not Fang Ye's. Yet, they were not oblivious. As music students, they possessed a deeper understanding of songs than the average person. They recognized that the quality of Fang Ye's music far exceeded that of Li Haiwan's. Regarding Li Haiwan's circumstances, they all held a notion, yet dared not voice it openly. Even some of Li Haiwan's sycophants refrained from speaking in Fang Ye's presence at that moment. Fang Ye sensed the peculiar gazes of his classmates. He glanced at Li Haiwan, who was buried in his book, though his eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Eventually, he settled into his seat. Ugh, it stinks, he quipped, casting a glance at Lu Long.
Lu Long, on the verge of a breakdown, retorted, what the hell, how am I the one at fault for the smell?
With that, he buried his head in his arms and said nothing further.
Alright, what's done is done.
There is no need to dwell on it. Fang Ye consoled. Lu Long felt like crying.
Other classmates observed Fang Ye from a distance, then glanced at Li Haiwan. What do you think is going on here? Do we even need to ask?
Li Haiwan most likely should. Let us not discuss this, we understand the situation ourselves, no need to elaborate.
True. By the way, have any of you found good internship opportunities? What a joke. I've applied to several companies, and none of them want me. I even visited a film crew, and they only let me be an extra.
Sigh, I'm considering changing careers after graduation.
This field isn't one I can thrive in. I'm curious to see if Li Xiao's company might sign me. Many engaged in low whispers. The reason so many chose to curry favor with Li Haiwan was to secure a pathway into the entertainment industry through One High Entertainment after graduation. Yet the atmosphere felt somewhat off, making it awkward to speak openly. Before long, the final exams commenced. The students were distributed among different classrooms. Fang Ye glanced at the exam paper and completed it swiftly. The questions posed little difficulty for him. After finishing, he submitted his paper early and left. Not long after stepping out of the classroom, a voice suddenly called out. Fang Ye, do you have a moment?
Fang Ye turned to see his mentor, Li Ru, looking at him.
Ah, Teacher Li, is there something wrong? Have you already finished the exam?
Yes, it was a relatively easy paper, so I submitted it early. Fang Ye nodded, though he felt a twinge of curiosity about why Teacher Li had called him.
Well, there is a talent agent from a company who wishes to meet you.
If I'm not mistaken, they're likely interested in signing you. Congratulations, Fang Ye, even before graduating, you've caught the attention of an agency, Li Ru said with a smile. She had taught many classes, and each year, there were students who were signed early. However, Fang Ye was an exception. Previously signed students usually hailed from more affluent backgrounds, while Fang Ye came from humble beginnings. She had long worried for him, and now seeing him being courted by an agency filled her with genuine joy. Yet, Fang Ye was somewhat taken aback. Sign me? Yes, would you like to meet with them? They're currently in the reception room. It's Yulong Entertainment. While they're not a major player, they do possess decent resources. You might want to take a look. I can help you assess the situation. If you feel it's not a good fit, don't hesitate to speak up. The teacher will ensure you're not at a disadvantage, Li Ru said earnestly. Initially, Fang Ye had no intention of going. However, upon hearing his teacher's words, he nodded. After all, it wouldn't be right to turn it down. It would put his teacher in a difficult position. Alright, I'll go take a look. Chapter 69. The most awkward moments arise suddenly in the reception room. Fang Ye followed his mentor, Li Ru, as they slowly entered. Awaiting them in the meeting room was a middle-aged man clad in a suit, who was none other than a manager from Yulong Entertainment.
Fang Ye, allow me to introduce you to Mr.
Guo Zhangda, a representative from Yulong Entertainment, Li Ru stated. Guo Zhangda promptly rose, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and remarked, "Hello, Fang Ye, it is a pleasure to finally meet you."
Fang Ye politely nodded, responding, "Hello, Mr. Guo."
Soon, everyone took their respective seats. Guo Zhangda pushed his glasses up again and enthusiastically declared, "We have been closely following your recent performances on stage, Fang Ye. To be frank, my feedback can be summed up in 2 words. Astonishing. Please do not misconstrue this as mere flattery. I am genuinely impressed. I have encountered numerous newcomers in the industry, many of whom possess substantial talent. However, I have never seen a newcomer release several outstanding songs in succession, as you have. When I listened to your Destiny trilogy, I felt a surge of passion, as if I had rekindled my youthful spirit. That is precisely why I eagerly sought the opportunity to speak with you." Fang Ye could discern that Guo Zhangda's immediate praise was a tactic to create a favorable impression, making any eventual rejection feel slightly uncomfortable. This was a negotiation technique, an effective way to charm newcomers. He smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Guo. I heard from my teacher that you are considering signing me?"
"Ah, well, this matter is not solely my desire.
Our entire company is eager to bring you on board. A newcomer as exceptional as you is coveted by any agency, all wishing to nurture you into a superstar. Of course, I have come here with the utmost sincerity. Should you choose to sign with us, we are prepared to offer a 50-50 revenue-sharing contract. Additionally, we will implement a promotional plan to establish you as a prominent figure within 2 years, akin to the currently popular Su Zifan and Lin Yi, who enjoy peak popularity and endorsements." Guo Zhangda earnestly addressed Fang Ye, his expression exuding confidence. No newcomer could remain composed in the face of such alluring terms. A 50-50 split may seem modest, but it is common for newcomers to face an 80-20 split upon entering a company. Some even choose to pay the company for resources, making their offer undeniably tempting. Li Ru listened, utterly astonished. It was evident that Yulong Entertainment was taking Fang Ye very seriously this time. After all, Fang Ye's recent performances had been nothing short of spectacular. Any lackluster contract would feel inappropriate to present. She reflected on the situation, realizing that Fang Ye might very well be the finest student she had ever taught. Fang Ye was somewhat taken aback. The conditions proposed by Yulong Entertainment were indeed exceedingly favorable. However, he said, "Mr. Guo, the terms you've presented are indeed enticing. Indeed, I believe it would be challenging to find other companies offering such advantageous conditions, even though our scale may not be extensive. However, we can concentrate our resources to cultivate newcomers. If you decide to sign, I envision a limitless future for you," Guo Zhangda asserted, gazing intently at Fang Ye. He expected that such enticing terms would prompt Fang Ye to agree. However, Fang Ye quietly shook his head. "To be honest, had you approached me a few days earlier, I might have genuinely considered it." At these words, both Li Ru and Guo Zhangda were taken aback. Guo Zhangda's breath hitched slightly as he inquired, "Fang Ye, are you implying that you have already signed with another company? Was there someone faster than him?" Li Ru was equally astonished. How had she remained unaware? "Ah, not quite. I have merely signed a collaboration contract with Teacher Qian. I have not signed with any agency," Fang Ye clarified with a smile. "Then however, I have established my own studio, so I apologize, I made this decision yesterday and have yet to inform Teacher Li," Fang Ye added, casting a glance at Li Ru, as if to alleviate her confusion. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Ru finally regained her composure. "So, you intend to go solo?" "Yes, I suppose I prefer a bit more freedom," Fang Ye nodded. Guo Zhangda looked at Fang Ye, somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated such an outcome. "Fang Ye, I understand you're young and ambitious, but the entertainment industry is not as simple as you might think." "I would like to know the current status of your studio," he asked hastily. "At present, it seems to consist of just myself, one artist, and a manager," Fang Ye replied. In truth, he felt somewhat unprepared, as Lu Long was still inexperienced, and he intended to utilize Qin Huan as a gatekeeper. Guo Zhangda shook his head with a smile. "Ah, young people. This is precisely why I say you may be overestimating the ease of the situation. Establishing a studio is indeed straightforward. Many stars have done so. However, once established, one will encounter numerous challenges. Firstly, the most immediate concern in public relations, Fang Ye. To my knowledge, the previous challenges posed by Li Haiwan from One High Entertainment have not gone in your favor, and now that you have not secured first place, I imagine there are many voices mocking you online. This can be detrimental to an artist's career. How do you plan to address it?" This, I believe it won't pose a significant issue, in the end, everything will settle down, Fang Ye replied, dismissing the matter.
That is where you are mistaken. Guo Zhengda's lips curled into a confident smile. Indeed, this is the naivety of an outsider.
I assure you, ignoring the problem won't make it disappear. You must provide your fans with an explanation. Fans are your foundation, and disappointing them can have a profound impact on that foundation. Therefore, your approach is certainly flawed. The correct course of action would be to employ public relations strategies to safeguard your reputation, minimizing the impact of this situation.
However, I believe that even if left unattended, it can resolve itself, Fang Ye blinked, responding. Ah, Fang Ye, you young people.
Those who have yet to step out of the ivory tower do not comprehend the darkness of the entertainment industry. How could a public relations crisis simply resolve itself? Society is not as simplistic as you might think. Therefore, I suggest you close your studio for now and reconsider your options, but it seems to have already been resolved, he began, but Fang Ye held up his phone.
How could it possibly be resolved?
I already said that this gak. Guo Zhengda was about to continue when he noticed Fang Ye presenting his phone screen before him. He found himself swallowing his words. The atmosphere suddenly became quite awkward.
Chapter 70 of the ban. At this moment,
the atmosphere in the entire reception room grew somewhat delicate. Li Ru had yet to comprehend what had transpired. She cast a sidelong glance and then realized the gravity of the situation, letting out a faint sigh. A trending topic emerged on Weibo. Longwa Music Network posted a message announcement. Singer Li Haiwen's new song Humble to Dust is suspected of manipulating charts and maliciously inflating other artists' download statistics. The platform has detected anomalous data and has thus taken action to suspend the account. Furthermore, we urge all artists to adhere to the regulations of Longwa Music Network and refrain from any chart manipulation or purchase of rankings. Any detected violations will be met with severe penalties from the Longwa Music Official Association. This post instantly ascended to the trending searches, sparking a tumult. Upon seeing this news, Guo Zhengda was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a reversal of fortune occurring so swiftly? Just moments ago, he had insisted that resolution was impossible.
Ahem, ahem, ahem.
He coughed several times, seemingly attempting to mask his embarrassment. Fang Ye paid no heed to this, simply stating, however, Mr. Guo does have a point, our studio indeed requires some professionals. This was a reminder from Guo Zhengda that he had been overly simplistic in his view of the studio. A celebrity studio faced the entirety of the entertainment industry. IT was not merely a matter of presenting good works to achieve success, there were myriad complexities that required careful planning. A smile flickered across Guo Zhengda's face as he remarked, indeed, right? Fang Ye, you concur with my perspective, don't you? Currently, you are merely a newcomer in the entertainment circle, with relatively weak connections, so I would advise you to sign with a talent agency first. Once you are familiar with the rules, it would not be too late to establish your own studio.
What does Mr. Guo think of my trilogy of destiny?
Fang Ye suddenly inquired. Guo Zhengda paused, momentarily perplexed by Fang Ye's question. Nevertheless, he nodded, not bad, the trilogy of destiny does evoke many memories from my past.
Fang Ye smiled and said, I believe Mr. Guo has been in the industry for nearly 20 years now, hasn't he? Approximately so.
I entered the industry right after graduating from university, and it has been 18 years now, Guo Zhengda replied, nodding, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. In his youth, he had been brimming with dreams. He chose to become a manager with the aspiration of cultivating superstars. The sense of honor and fulfillment that accompanied such achievements was immensely desirable.
May I ask, Mr. Guo, have you ever nurtured a true superstar? Fang Ye queried.
This question struck a nerve with Guo Zhengda. He shook his head helplessly and replied, superstars, in this day and age, where can one find such figures? Fang Ye, I understand your ambition, every newcomer like yourself aspires to become a groundbreaking star. However, the current environment makes it exceedingly difficult to produce superstars. In my youth, I too was filled with fervor, but alas, reality is what it is.
In an era ruled by traffic and popularity, everyone had grown increasingly anxious.
Who would heed the adage that a minute on stage is the result of 10 years of hard work behind the scenes? Everyone yearned to be packaged and thrust onto the stage immediately, practicing directly in front of the audience. Under such circumstances, the emergence of a superstar was implausible. Observing Guo Zhengda's demeanor, Fang Ye understood this truth.
Then, does Mr. Guo wish to strive a bit more? What do you mean?
Guo Zhengda looked at Fang Ye, puzzled. I could hire you as a manager for our studio, to truly engage with this era, Fang Ye replied with a smile. Guo Zhengda was taken aback. Fang Ye had just been interviewing him. Was this not a reversal of roles? He had intended to sign Fang Ye, yet here was Fang Ye wanting to sign him? Amused yet exasperated, he shook his head. I think it's best to pass. I'm getting old and lack the ambition of youth. In the end, we all must bow to the tides of this era. The situation is as it is, why pretend otherwise? We are merely ordinary people, not leaders of our time. Observing Guo Zhengda, Fang Ye chose not to press further. After all, middle-aged men were not as easily swayed as simple-minded individuals like Qin Huan. Discussing dreams and futures with them was not particularly realistic. He merely smiled faintly and said, very well, since Mr. Gui is not inclined, I shall not force the issue. I regret that it appears we cannot collaborate this time.
Fang Ye, might you reconsider? Guo Zhengda quickly inquired.
Fang Ye silently shook his head. I would like to pose that question once more. Guo Zhengda paused, then slowly stood up, saying, in that case, I wish you good fortune, Fang Ye.
He could perceive the ambition burning within Fang Ye.
Though he remained skeptical, he would not dismiss it entirely. After all, every young person deserved the right to strive for their dreams. One could not grow without encountering difficulties. As Guo Zhengde brushed past Fang Ye and departed, he had no inkling that he was missing the rise of a star of the age. Many years later, reflecting on this conversation, he would still sigh in regret.
After Guo Zhengde left, Li Ru could not help but ask, Fang Ye, are you truly intent on pursuing this?
Yes, I'm still young. I might as well give it a shot, Fang Ye replied with a cheerful nod. Very well, since you have such aspirations, I shall refrain from further comments. I hope to witness your brilliance one day, Li Ru said with a slight smile. Fang Ye nodded and subsequently exited the reception room. Watching him leave, Li Ru felt a pang of sentiment. She took out her phone and glanced at the trending Weibo topics once more, shaking her head in resignation.
Li Haiwan.
Li Haiwan had been banned. This news rapidly surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics, indicating that he could no longer pursue his career in the music industry. The duration of the ban remained uncertain. If Fang Ye's song The Blooming Life had finally reclaimed the top spot on the new song download charts, dominating the July rankings.
It seems Li Haiwan indeed manipulated the charts.
Where are all those naysayers? Come forth and speak up. Weren't they saying Fang Ye couldn't take first place? What now? Are they all mute? To those who mocked, please come back and share your thoughts.
No need to mind them.
They are merely keyboard warriors, envious dogs jumping on the bandwagon.
At this moment, Fang Ye's fans began to retaliate with various jabs and taunts.
A public relations crisis appeared to have come to an end.
After the final exams, Su Jiayin released Under the Sea and Invisible Wings.
The three songs produced by Fang Ye completely dominated the charts. While everyone marveled at the emergence of a genius in the music industry, another piece of news suddenly soared to the top of the trending list, pushing Fang Ye down.
Missing person notice. Who exactly is Ye?
Please click the yellow button and request free gifts from everyone. Chapter 71. The search for Ye. A few days ago, at the Los Angeles Conservatory of Music in the United States, within the confines of a music room, a young man was immersed in his craft, eyes closed, fingers dancing swiftly across the piano keys. His dexterity was remarkable, fingers flitting about with the grace of ethereal sprites, exuding an aura of profound musicality. A handful of butterflies fluttered into the room, circling around him as if performing a delicate ballet just for him. As the final notes of his melody gently faded away, the butterflies alighted upon the piano, mirroring the stillness of the music. The young man slowly opened his eyes. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause erupted around him. The young man was momentarily taken aback, turning to see his mentor, the internationally renowned pianist Remino Klund, entering the room. Ah, Krog, your piano skills have improved tremendously. You may soon be ready to participate in the international pianist assessments, Remino remarked with a gentle smile. The young man before him was none other than Krog, regarded as one of the most exceptional talents among the younger generation in American academia. Indeed, I shall exert my utmost effort this time, Krog replied with a subtle grin.
However, before that, I would like you to enter a competition, Remino continued. What competition? Krog inquired, curiosity piqued.
The International College Piano Competition held in the Dragon Kingdom. How does that sound? It will take place in 2 weeks in the capital city of Longdu. If you are interested, I suggest you attend, Remino elaborated. Upon hearing this, Krog's brow furrowed slightly.
A college piano competition? Surely, such contests are beneath me, sending Carl would suffice.
That was our initial thought, but Richard sent me a different message, claiming that a prodigious pianist has emerged in the Dragon Kingdom, one capable of easily defeating Carl. To prevent the Dragon Kingdom from claiming first place, Richard hopes you can step in, Remino explained.
A genius who defeated Carl? Krog expressed surprise.
Yes, Remino succinctly recounted the situation.
Yay, intriguing. A prodigy emerging from such a barren musical landscape as the Dragon Kingdom?
In that case, I shall make the journey. I am curious to see just how formidable he truly is.
A faint smile graced Krog's face, evidently intrigued by the legendary Ye.
Surely, someone capable of besting Carl must possess considerable talent. Meanwhile, in Guangzhou, Professor Qin received a phone call, his expression shifting to one of gravity.
He has indeed arrived. Professor Qin, what are you talking about? Teacher Lu inquired, puzzled by Qin's demeanor. Krog has come.
It seems this international college piano competition holds little suspense now, Professor Qin remarked somberly.
Krog is really here. Does that mean our chances of placing in the top 3 are dashed? Teacher Lu asked anxiously. I fear the odds are slim.
However, I suspect the pressure on Longyin is far greater than ours. This is our home turf, and we possess the advantage of local support. If we cannot even secure a top 3 finish here, it will indeed be disheartening for many.
Professor Qin sighed.
Had Krog not shown up, we might have had a fighting chance to contest for the top 3. With him, along with Carl and Sheila, our prospects are bleak.
What about Fang Ye?
His focus is no longer on the piano. He seems to have left Guangdong province, and his whereabouts are unknown. Thus, we cannot rely on him this time, Professor Qin stated slowly. Very well, there is nothing we can do now but hope that Lu Xian and the others can perform admirably.
If we ultimately cannot prevail, then we shall have to accept it. We have done our best.
By the way, I have heard from insiders that Carl indeed lost to someone named Ye, and he himself has admitted it.
According to him, this Ye is of a similar age to him. Is there any way to reach him?
Don't be ridiculous, what sort of English name is that? It sounds utterly fabricated. Ye, it clearly means grandfather.
Who would believe such a thing? Professor Qin replied, exasperated.
Do not be swayed by this, it is evident that Ye is merely a figment of their imagination, concocted to vex us. No sooner had he spoken than the phone in Professor Qin's office rang again.
He promptly answered it. Hello, how may I assist you?
What, Ye, how could this possibly be a real person? I believe it to be their ruse.
Very well, I will look into it.
Professor Qin hung up the phone, his expression darkened, a hint of pain flickering across his features.
Professor Qin, what is wrong?
Teacher Lu asked, intrigued.
The news of Ye defeating Carl has spread like wildfire across the internet.
It seems the association is actively searching for this Ye individual, who is supposedly from our city of Guangdong, prompting them to ask me to keep an eye out, Professor Qin stated, his face serious. Teacher Lu remained silent, realizing why the professor appeared so displeased. He had been caught off guard, yet, who exactly was this Ye? Where could they possibly search? This remained a colossal dilemma. Before long, Ye began trending online.
Missing person notice. Who is Ye?
Zhao Xiling, a charming sprite, posted, recently, the American piano prodigy Carl was bested by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom named Ye. Does anyone know this Ye? This plea for information drew countless spectators.
What the heck? Is that a name, grandfather? Is anyone really named that? Haha, this is hilarious. How could anyone have such a name? Are you trying to be funny? Who is Carl? Never heard of him.
The piano genius Carl, only those in the music industry know of him.
He hails from the United States and will compete in the International College Piano Competition in mid-July. Never heard of him, but that name is indeed peculiar. This is too funny. Little did the netizens know who Ye truly was.
The trending topic only serves to amuse them. The music world and the entertainment industry are distinct spheres, garnering different levels of attention. Soon, the trending topic began to fade.
Wouldn't they think to ask Carl?
They considered it, but Mr.
Richard forbade it, saying we must not disturb Carl's concentration any further.
Then where on earth are we supposed to find this Ye? Who knows if he is real or not?
Professor Qin exclaimed in frustration.
They possessed too little information. Meanwhile, the Ye they spoke of had already set forth on his journey to Longdu. With Wen Fei's concert approaching, Fang Ye needed to arrive early for rehearsal. Chapter 72 The King's Recommendation. This is utterly hilarious. I can't believe such a bizarre trending topic exists. On the flight to the Dragon Kingdom, Fang Ye had his eyes closed, trying to rest. Beside him, Qin Huan was laughing heartily.
Shoo, keep it down, I would like to rest.
Fang Ye muttered, feeling somewhat dizzy. Initially, he had planned to come alone, but upon learning of his trip to the Dragon capital for Wen Fei's concert, Qin Huan insisted on tagging along. However, he had not anticipated succumbing to motion sickness. Now feeling lightheaded, he quickly stowed away his phone to rest properly.
Oh, my apologies for disturbing you. I just came across something quite amusing. Did you know there's a trending topic on Weibo where someone is searching for their grandfather online? Isn't that just ridiculous? Qin Huan said, stifling his laughter. Indeed, it's absurd. You'd best keep quiet now, or I might just have to throw you out. Fang Ye retorted. Upon hearing this, Qin Huan promptly closed his mouth.
What else with searching for grandfathers and grandmothers? There are countless bewildering things in this world. What's so funny about that? Honestly, Fang Ye murmured, gradually drifting off to sleep. The flight took several hours before finally arriving in the Dragon capital, where darkness had already enveloped the sky.
Have you contacted Wen Tianwang?
If not, you can stay for a night at my villa here in the Dragon capital, Qin Huan inquired.
I have, Fang Ye replied coolly. Let me make a call.
After saying this, he quietly took out his phone and dialed.
Wen Tianwang? Ive arrived. Where are you now? He asked.
Yes, I just exited the airport. Will you come to pick us up? All right, I'll wait for you, came the response. After hanging up, Fang Ye put away his phone.
What did he say? Are we staying at my villa?
Qin Huan asked, looking at Fang Ye. Fang Ye shot him a glance, sensing something amiss. Did this guy harbor ulterior motives? Since their acquaintance, the two had gradually become more familiar. Qin Huan was single, or so he claimed, having experienced a painful breakup that left him disheartened and still searching for love. However, Fang Ye harbored serious doubts about the veracity of his words.
What are you staring at?
Are you jealous of my good looks, or do you prefer men? Goodness.
Qin Huan quickly noticed Fang Ye's expression and instinctively took 2 steps back. Fang Ye was tempted to kick him.
What on earth was this guy thinking all the time? The wait was somewhat tedious. Outside the airport, many drivers were vying for business. Fang Ye noticed a shy-looking driver in a checkered shirt, whose customers were being snatched away, even pushed aside by others. Sighing softly, Fang Ye thought, life is tough. Qin Huan, however, glanced over and slowly approached.
Where are you going? Fang Ye asked.
Just killing some time, he replied, whistling as he walked toward the checkered shirt driver.
Hey, need a ride?
Where to? With several drivers called out. Ignoring them, Qin Huan approached the dejected driver. It seems today will be yet another day without business. The driver sighed heavily, feeling disheartened. Lacking skills to find a better job, he had resorted to being a taxi driver, but his introverted nature made it difficult to attract customers. His daily earnings barely covered his family's needs, and today was no exception. How much do you charge, driver? A voice broke through the driver's reverie. He looked up to see a young man staring at him.
Business was finally here. Well, that depends on your destination, but as long as we stay within the third ring and avoid traffic, it shouldn't exceed 100 yuan, he replied eagerly. 100 yuan? Are you sure you're not trying to deceive me? The third ring is quite extensive. Can you really take me across the city for that price? What if you suddenly raise the fare halfway and refuse to let me out if I don't pay? Qin Huan bantered with him. Fang Ye observed from a distance, intrigued, yet remained aloof. Young man, you have quite the sense of humor. We are a legitimate taxi service, not a rogue operation. We won't cheat you. Rest assured, the driver assured him. If I decide to ride, could you offer a discount? Qin Huan pressed on. A discount, Alright, given how tough business is these days, tell me your destination and hop in. After hesitating for a moment, the driver agreed, thinking that it was better to drive than to stand idle, and he could buy some gifts for his child on the way home. Just then, the sound of a horn caught Fang Ye's attention. He recognized Wen Fei's car. Let us go, he called out to Qin Huan. Coming, sorry, uncle, my friend has arrived to pick me up. If we cross paths again, remember to give me a discount. With that, Qin Huan followed Fang Ye, leaving the driver standing by the roadside. Bewildered, after a moment, he processed what had just happened. So he was just here to amuse himself, he sighed, driving away. As he passed halfway, he noticed 2 Red Bull cans floating down towards him, but he paused, confused as to why money would just appear out of nowhere. Then, it dawned on him that it must have come from that young man. Instantly, his eyes welled up. He murmured, young man, if we meet again, I'll give you a discount. What did you say to that driver? As Fang Ye and Qin Huan approached Wen Fei's vehicle, curiosity got the better of him. Nothing much. Just a bit of banter to pass the time. Fang Ye, do you think I live too comfortably? Qin Huan inquired, glancing at Fang Ye. Fang Ye nodded earnestly. Strictly speaking, that is indeed the case. Your living conditions surpass those of 99% of the population nationwide. Then I must consider myself exceedingly fortunate. At times, I genuinely feel a sense of pity for them, yet alas, I am unable to assist them in any meaningful way. Qin Huan sighed softly. Fang Ye shook his head. Each individual's fate must be altered through their own efforts. Everyone in this world is striving to survive. After they had entered the vehicle, Wen Fei remarked with a smile, apologies for keeping you waiting. Standing here for a while has allowed us to observe quite a bit, he added. Is that so? It seems you are poised to gain fresh inspiration. By the way, I shall now take you to a certain place. Wen Fei declared to Fang Ye, slightly curious, inquired, aren't we returning to rest? There is no rush. Before we rest, I wish to introduce you to someone of great importance to you, and I have gone to great lengths to secure this meeting. Wen Fei responded. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye expressed surprise. Securing this meeting had not been an easy feat. Who could this individual be, if even the illustrious Wen Tianwang found it challenging to arrange? Who is it? Is it really so difficult to arrange a meeting with someone as esteemed as Wen Tianwang? Qin Huan asked directly. Chapter 73. The legendary agent. The vehicle glided along the road, traversing the vibrant and bustling city. That is a legendary agent, and, truth be told, she has been a benefactor in my life, as well as in Ame's, Wen Fei remarked slowly, gazing out of the window. Upon hearing this, both Fang Ye and Qin Huan exchanged surprised glances. A legendary agent, furthermore, one who has been a benefactor to both the esteemed one and the illustrious Mei? What kind of figure could that be? Wait a moment, if that's the case, I might know who you're referring to. Qin Huan interjected, his mind racing. He quickly inquired, Wen Tianwang, could it be that the legendary agent you speak of is Ms. Wang Yunfen? Wang Yunfen, the name was unfamiliar to Fang Ye. After all, agents aren't stars and thus do not garner widespread fame, especially those from 2 decades ago. Indeed, it's Ms. Wang of Fang Ye, aren't you planning to establish a studio? Ame and I have deliberated extensively and are considering seeking Ms. Wang's assistance. After all, launching a studio can be quite challenging. Without the guidance of experienced individuals, one can easily be misled. Wen Fei nodded thoughtfully. Fang Ye felt a surge of gratitude. Both Wen Tianwang and Mei Jia genuinely regarded him as a prodigy to nurture. Is that truly feasible? I believe Ms. Wang has already retired from the industry? Qin Huan inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. May I ask who Ms. Wang is? Fang Ye interjected, curious. You don't know, she is an extraordinarily legendary agent, often referred to in the industry as the ace agent. She has nurtured numerous superstars, and there is no one in the entertainment realm as formidable as her. She is my idol. Qin Huan exclaimed with palpable excitement. Throughout their journey, he detailed the remarkable story of Wang Yunfen, and Fang Ye gradually comprehended the true significance of her presence. Now in her 50s, she was a year or 2 older than Wen Tianwang. When Wen Tianwang and Mei Yujun first debuted, they encountered Wang Yunfen, who meticulously guided them to stardom. Subsequently, she went on to cultivate other stars. Having served as an agent for over 20 years, she retired in her 40s, having mentored 6 luminaries, and her renown in the entertainment industry was indisputable. Many stars had sought to entice her back with substantial offers, yet she remained unmoved. Speaking of which, Ms. Wang has been retired for 5 or 6 years now. During that time, the entertainment industry, influenced by the Korean wave, ushered in an era dominated by traffic and popularity. Stars began to be mass-produced, and the age-old adage of 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of hard work became obsolete. A mere superficial packaging could yield a major star. It is said that Ms. Wang became disillusioned with the industry and chose to withdraw, though I cannot ascertain the truth of that, Qin Huan lamented.
Indeed, that is the case. Wang Jia has always believed that only those with genuine talent deserve to shine on stage. However, her philosophy clashes with the current era. She feels that her ideals cannot coexist in this new landscape, hence her departure. Even though many have sought her out since, she remains resolute in her retirement, when Fei confirmed with a note of regret.
Then even if I were to approach her, wouldn't it make little difference? Is it truly appropriate for us to disturb Ms. Wang? Fang Ye questioned hesitantly.
If you were merely an ordinary singer, I would not consider taking you to disturb her. However, I believe you are anything but ordinary. Fang Ye, to be candid, I have traversed the entertainment industry for over 20 years and have encountered countless talented singers, yet I have never met someone quite like you. Thus, I feel that perhaps you could inspire her to return. You may not be aware, but Ms. Wang's greatest aspiration is to nurture a true superstar, one who can lead cultural trends. Unfortunately, neither Ame nor I could meet her expectations. While she has helped us with numerous challenges, we have yet to break through. However, I sense that you may possess the potential to fulfill her dream. Regardless, let us at least pay her a visit. I cannot guarantee her willingness to re-enter the industry unless we try. When Fei stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Fang Ye was noticeably moved. He felt an inexplicable yearning towards the legendary agent. What sort of person could cultivate so many stars? A superstar who leads cultural trends, that would indeed be a monumental figure. Is it truly possible for someone like that to emerge in our current era of traffic? If so, perhaps we could reign in the Korean wave.
Xianjian mused, sharing in the aspiration. Could it be that this is the true purpose behind the system granting me a second chance at life? Fang Ye pondered quietly to himself.
Before long, the vehicle arrived at a residential complex in Longdu. The complex was expansive, with connecting corridors between the buildings, clearly an upscale locality. After parking, they proceeded on foot. In the elevator, Xianjian took a moment to check his reflection in the mirror.
What are you doing?
You're reacting like a woman, Fang Ye teased.
What do you know? One must pay attention to their appearance when meeting an idol.
Xianjian retorted, casting a sideways glance at Fang Ye. Shortly thereafter, they reached the 10th floor. After knocking, the door opened to reveal a poised middle-aged woman who, if Fang Ye guessed correctly, was none other than Ms. Wang Yunfen.
Ah, Fei has arrived?
Please come in, she welcomed warmly. Yes, Wang Jia, I apologize for intruding at such a late hour, when Fei replied with a smile.
Hello, Ms. Wang. Fang Ye greeted, following suit.
Greetings, Wang Jia, I'm Xianjian, a devoted fan of yours.
You are my idol.
Xianjian exclaimed eagerly, pushing past Fang Ye. Wang Yunfen regarded the two young men with surprise, but soon a gentle smile graced her lips.
Ah, how delightful, please, come in and let us chat.
Wang Yunfen's home was spacious, with an aquarium in the living room. A blue and white British Shorthair perched beneath the tank, its eyes fixated on the fish within. Meanwhile, a lively poodle scurried about, barking at the newcomers.
Wang Kai, go sit on the balcony. Wang Yunfen commanded, and the poodle promptly darted outside.
The television was playing a nostalgic program from yesteryears. Fang Ye surveyed the surroundings, noting the array of music equipment, particularly a piano that captured his attention.
Have a seat, I will prepare some tea, Wang Yunfen offered with a smile. They quickly settled down, and once the tea was brewed, Wang Yunfen's gaze fell upon Fang Ye. Are you the recently renowned Fang Ye?